Chapter 101, Water Swamp Kingdom and Proto-Magnetic Wings. The Peak Lord from Sunset Peak let out a cold harumph and waved his right sleeve. Instantly, a powerful force descended onto the trembling Sunset Peak disciples. To them, it felt like mountains were crushing down on them, provoking miserable shrieks of pain. The Bai siblings felt even more pressure than the others. Their faces twisted in pain as their cultivation bases shook. Although their hatred for Bai Xiaochun surged, they couldn't let any of it show on their faces. "The lot of you had better get the hell back to the North Bank this instant. Go into secluded meditation and don't come out for 10 years. Although the Peak Lord of Sunset Peak was the one to take action, these were disciples from his mountain peak, so he was actually protecting them to some extent. Although he seemed to be acting harshly, he actually was sympathetic to their cause. With a wave of a sleeve, he caused a powerful wind to spring up that swept the Sunset Peak disciples off into the distance. Looking back at Bai Xiaochun, he plastered another smile onto his face and slowly said, "Xiaochun, can you remember now?" Bai Xiaochun knew that he shouldn't push things too far. Things had already worked out quite well for him, so he cleared his throat in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. There's no need for all of this, elder brother. As a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader, how could I lower myself to the same level as those raucous sect nephews? What a bunch of naughty and mischievous kids." The way Bai Xiaochun was acting as if he really were of the same generation as him caused the Peak Lord of Sunset Peak to grimace inwardly. Off to the side, Zheng Yuandong cleared his throat, and yet again wished he could take back his impulsive decision from years before. Bai Xiaochun ignored the strange looks and puffed his chest out. Suppressing his feeling of pride, he prepared to finish explaining the pill formula. At that point, Li Qinghe cleared his throat. "Self-created pill formulas are precious to apothecaries," he said coolly. "I wonder what else the North Bank has prepared to offer in exchange for the formula." Bai Xiaochun blinked, and then stood there looking up at the 4 North Bank Peak Lords. The Peak Lords exchanged glances. Then the old woman from Aristotle Peak pulled out a green pearl filled with swirling mist. The magnetic pulses it emitted caused everything in the area to fill with ripples. "This is a proto-magnetic pearl," she explained, "extracted from the heart of a proto-magnetic giant. It even contains a bit of pure proto-magnetic power. Used on its own, it can exert influence on all magical items within a certain area. Even to Foundation establishment cultivators, it could be considered an extraordinary treasure. It would be difficult to use directly with only a chi condensation cultivation base. However, the Heavenhorn Pavilion happens to have a pair of magnetic spirit wings which, if used with the proto-magnetic pearl, can be a powerful trump card for the chi condensation stage. With those wings, you could move so fast that even a Foundation establishment cultivator would have a hard time keeping up with you." Bai Xiaochun, having taken first place in the chosen battles, you have the right to go select any treasure you want from the chosen pavilion. I've already taken the liberty of bringing the magnetic spirit wings to give you, along with the pearl, in exchange for the pill formula." Even as the words left her mouth, the old woman waved her right hand, causing a set of green wings to appear. They, along with the pearl, flew over to float in front of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine. He could already move with incredible quickness, but if a Foundation establishment cultivator really wanted to chase him down, he wouldn't be able to outrun them. However, with the proto-magnetic pearl and the magnetic spirit wings in combination with his speed, he could move unbelievably quickly. A life-saving object such as that was something that left his heart pounding. Furthermore, the old woman continued with a stiff smile, "If luck is on your side, you might even be able to sense the manifestation of proto-magnetic power. With that, you might be able to gain enlightenment of one of the top 10 secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect, arcane gravitational repulsion." Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, and was just about to agree, when he suddenly stopped and looked over at Li Qinghe to see whether or not he approved. He had long since come to view Li Qinghe as one of his own relatives, and as such, would follow his lead. If Li Qinghe asked him to hand over the pill formula, then Bai Xiaochun would do so without hesitation. To him, it was just a pill formula. To the North Bank, it was like a holy relic. The truth was that Bai Xiaochun had lots of strange pills in his bag of holding. In fact, he was already coming to the conclusion that he should start testing some of them out to see what wondrous effects they might have. Li Qinghe glanced at the proto-magnetic pearl and the magnetic spirit wings, then looked over at the 4 North Bank Peak Lords. Eventually, his gaze came to rest on the old woman. Eyes glittering, he suddenly said, "Add in one of the other 10 secret magics, the legacy of the North Bank. The Water Swamp Kingdom." As soon as the words left his mouth, sect leader Zheng Yuandong's eyelids twitched. "Impossible!" barked the Peak Lord of Sunset Peak angrily. He wasn't the only one to disagree so vehemently. The Peak Lord of Archway Peak, the old man, glared at Li Qinghe with wide eyes. "Li the swindler appears again," he sneered. This is preposterous. The Water Swamp Kingdom is a legacy of the North Bank, one of the top 10 secret magics of the Spirit Stream sect. It's a top-rated technique on the same level as ghosts haunt the night. There is absolutely no way we'll give it to someone from the South Bank. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the commotion above, and when he heard the Peak Lord from Archway Peak call Li Qinghe Li the Swindler, his jaw dropped. Is that supposed to be a joke? Li Qinghe said coldly, flicking his sleeve. 1,000 years ago, Ghosts Haunt the Night was the legacy of Violet Cauldron Peak. You North Bank people were happy to take it away and trade, but now that the South Bank wants to trade for one of your legacy secret magics, you refuse? Ludicrous. The North Bank's Peak Lords were at a loss for words. The Peak Lord of Ghost Fang Peak was a partially translucent figure whose features couldn't be seen clearly. Sighing, he said, Ghosts Haunt the Night is a perfect match for Ghost Fang Peak. Besides, all that happened years ago. It's not worth bringing up now. As far as the Water Swamp Kingdom goes, only a handful of people have ever successfully cultivated it, such as Patriarch Heavenwing, 8,000 years ago. Nobody else did anything with it other than produce some useless spirits. It's far too difficult. Peak Lord Li, why are you making things hard for us? No Water Swamp Kingdom? No pill formula, Li Qinghe said with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Bai Xiaochun looked up in wonderment as the Peak Lords argued about the Water Swamp Kingdom. He had been under the impression that the offer was good enough already, although the Water Swamp Kingdom had always sounded interesting to him. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Li Qinghe. He was truly providing a shining example of how to rip people off. Could that be why he had been called Li the Swindler? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun looked up at Li Qinghe, his eyes shining with admiration. The North Bank Peak Lords grumbled a bit, but in the end, agreed to the demands. Although their legacy secret magic was important, the medicinal pill was even more precious to them. Moments later, Li Qinghe directed Bai Xiaochun to explain the complete formula for the aphrodisiac pill. Considering how important the pill was, the Peak Lords had long since sealed the area tight so that no one would be able to eavesdrop. After Bai Xiaochun finished, the 4 Peak Lords took some time to examine the complete formula. Then they nodded, and the old woman from Aristotle Peak tossed a blue jade slip out toward Bai Xiaochun. The Water Swamp Kingdom is one of the most powerful of the 10 secret magics. It is a divine ability which requires that you observe all types of beasts, and use that knowledge to create your own life essence spirit. Creating something from nothing, use the water swamp to give it form, and summon a physical kingdom. For the past 10,000 years, everyone in the Spirit Stream sect who has attempted to form a life essence spirit have produced simple, ordinary creatures. The only exceptions are Patriarch Heavenwing, who formed a domineering Heavenwing gargoyle, as well as a few others like him. As for what type of life essence spirit is formed, that depends on the cultivator's understanding of spirit creatures. If 100 people cultivated the Water Swamp Kingdom, 100 different life essence spirits would result, some powerful, some weak. Some, like the Heavenwing gargoyle, were shockingly powerful. Others produced nothing more than a bunny or a snake. Bai Xiaochun, you are a South Bank disciple, and although there is competition between the North and South Banks, we are all one family. I truly hope that you can succeed in cultivating your own life essence spirit. Of course, despite her words, neither she nor any of the other 3 Peak Lords truly believed that Bai Xiaochun would have any measure of success in his cultivation of the Water Swamp Kingdom. One reason for that, of course, was that the Water Swamp Kingdom required one to carefully observe and study a large number of spirit creatures, something that was virtually impossible to do on the South Bank. The transaction having been completed, the 4 Peak Lords from the North Bank left along with Zheng Yuandong. Li Qinghe stayed behind. There was warmth in his eyes, but it was hidden beneath the sharp look that suddenly appeared. He began by reprimanding Bai Xiaochun, telling him not to get arrogant over having taken first place in the chosen battles. He then gave him some tips regarding his cultivation base, and finally gave him some more detailed information regarding the bracelet he'd given him, as well as the proto-magnetic pearl. The proto-magnetic pearl and the magnetic spirit wings will be of great use to you. Take the time to get familiar with how to use them. As for the Water Swamp Kingdom, it's even more profound than the magic plant soldiers we have here on Fragrant Cloud Peak. By the way, the Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture was created by the founding patriarch of the sect, who led the campaign from the Heavenspan Delta into the lower reaches. Make sure to study it well. It will make things much smoother for you when I teach you the magic plant soldiers technique. After giving some more exhortation, he turned to leave. Profoundly moved, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and bowed deeply. However, he couldn't hold back from curiously asking, Uncle Li, why did they call you Li the Swindler? That was ridiculous. Li Qinghe stopped in mid-stride. Face darkening, He glared back at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Stop prying into the affairs of adults. Just remember that we apothecaries treasure the Tao of medicine. We don't just give things out for free." With that, Li Qinghe left. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about the matter, the more his eyes began to shine with praise. He was now almost completely convinced that acquiring medicinal pills from Li Qinghe must be quite a pain for most people. After Li Qinghe left, Bai Xiaochun went back into his immortal's cave. Now that he knew the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture was created by the founding patriarch of the sect, his heart swelled with admiration. In the introduction to the scripture, the founding patriarch talked about shackles. I wonder what exactly those shackles are? After some more thought, he came up with some ideas, but had no way to confirm whether or not they were correct. Shaking his head, he pulled out the proto-magnetic pearl and, following the instructions given by Li Qinghe, put it into his mouth and swallowed it. The pearl dissolved into mist which flowed through his body and came to rest in his dantian region. There was nothing uncomfortable about the sensation, and in fact, he even felt a bit lighter. After moving around a bit, he realized that he could move even more quickly than before. It was almost as if some strange connection now existed between him and his surroundings. Filled with a sense of wonder, he produced the magnetic spirit wings. They were green, and as diaphanous as the wings of a cicada, almost transparent. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun exhaled some spiritual energy onto the wings, and they began to melt. It took the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and during the process, his eyes glittered. Eventually, the wings melted into his palm, and then appeared on his back. Like blood dissolving in water, they became a part of him, and were as easy to control as his own arms. Expression brightening, he exercised a single thought, and the wings fluttered. He instantly transformed into nothing more than after-images, shooting at high speed toward the wall of the immortal's cave. He let out a shriek as he tried to stop, but was unfamiliar with controlling the wings and slammed into the wall. A boom rang out, and the entire immortal's cave shook. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body was quite tough, and nothing happened other than him ending up being embedded in the stone wall. After a long moment passed, he flopped down onto the ground and let out a groan. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and glanced up at the spot where he'd run into the wall. Not daring to perform any more tests indoors, he walked outside, summoned his courage, and then flapped the wings again. In the blink of an eye, he was far off in the distance. A few days later, he was much more familiar with how to control the speed of the wings, and it was a wonderful sensation. He almost felt invincible. Ha ha ha. I'm so fast that not even Elder Joe could catch me. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously as he flew a few circles in the air before returning to his immortal's cave. Chapter 102, Is Anyone Around? Months flew by. Bai Xiaochun quickly became very familiar with the areas on Fragrant Cloud Peak set aside for the inner sect. Eventually, the novelty of being an inner sect disciple began to wear off. He spent most of his time in his immortal's cave, either practicing cultivation or concocting medicine in his personal medicine concocting workshop. By this point, he had created quite a few aphrodisiac pills. He was happy. His purpose in practicing cultivation was to live forever, and the higher his cultivation base grew, the greater his longevity became. His main interest was concocting spirit medicines. After all, he still dreamed of concocting a pill that could help him live forever. In order to make that dream come true, he constantly worked with spirit medicine. However, the cruel reality of the situation was that after a few months passed, he found that, to his bitterness, he had run out of medicinal plants. Even though the prize for taking first place in the chosen battles had been 10,000 spirit stones, the ingredients for Tier 3 spirit medicines weren't sold in the market outside the sect. He could only rely on people from the cultivator clans to find them for him, and the prices were exorbitant. The best thing to do was build up enough merit points to be able to acquire the ingredients from the sect. Merit points. He thought as he sat there in his immortal's cave, frowning. What he lacked most was merit points. After some hesitation, he left his immortal's cave and went to the mission stele he set aside for inner sect disciples. Back in the outer sect, the mission's office had always been packed, but the inner sect was different. Inner sect disciples were all very busy, and viewed their time as precious. Only a few people could be seen in the area. Bai Xiaochun strolled up and stood in front of the stele, trying to pick a mission. That one's way too dangerous. He muttered. That one doesn't give enough merit points. I don't want any long-term missions. Eventually, his eyes came to rest on a mission assigned by one of the sect elders, which called for life stealer cores. For every core provided, 1,000 merit points would be rewarded. It even provided the most common location to find life stealers, which was in the Wildweed Mountains a short distance from the Spirit Stream sect. Muttering to himself in thought, Bai Xiaochun recalled the description of life stealers from the 4th volume of Spirit Creatures. Actually, They weren't wild beasts, but rather, a miraculous parasitic life form. They would select a host, a wild beast of some sort, which they would then cause to grow a second head. When the second head was fully formed, the beast would then wither up and die, and the mature life stealer would transform into a 9-days finch. During the parasitic phase of its life, it was extremely useful as an ingredient in various types of medicines. However, once it matured and exploded out from the second head, becoming a 9-days finch, it was completely useless. Furthermore, 9-days finches only lived for 9 days, after which they would die, producing a new life stealer. The life stealer would then select a new host, and the process would begin again. It was almost like the cycle of reincarnation. Life stealers were very rare, and in some ways, they lived forever, eternally reincarnating over and over again. Bai Xiaochun clearly remembered how impressed he had been the first time he read about life stealers in the 4th volume of Spirit Creatures. The hard part of this mission is actually finding the life stealers. The Wildweed Mountains are too vast. It would be way too annoying to try to find them one by one. Accumulating merit points that way would be a waste of time. After doing some more research into the Wildweed Mountains, he confirmed that despite how vast they were, most animals were under the Foundation establishment level. Eventually, he decided to accept the mission. However, he didn't immediately set forth from the sect. First, he returned to his Immortal's cave to make a few preparations. Finally, he hopped onto the Golden Crow Sword and shot off into the distance. The Wildweed Mountains weren't very far from the Spirit Stream sect. Considering his speed when using the Golden Crow Sword, it would only take a day of travel to reach them. Unfortunately, due to the fact that his current cultivation base too low to be able to fly for a long time, he had to alternate between flying and running. 4 days later, he finally reached the Wildweed Mountains. A majestic scene spread out in front of him, with lushly vegetated mountains rising up in all directions. It was like a never-ending jungle, from within which rose the cries of various birds and beasts. Instead of going to search for life stealers, he explored the mountains for about half a month until he found a valley which acted as a natural pathway between two main parts of the jungle. There, he settled down in the branches of a tall tree and peered down into the valley below. Using normal search methods would be a waste of time, and would rely on blind luck. Even with fortune on my side, I might only find one. If I don't get lucky, I might not be able to find a single one in a month. It's time to show off how smart I am. Sticking his chin up, he blurred into motion, shooting off into the distance. The next day, he stood at the top of a mountain, feeling the direction of the wind. Just as he was about to produce an aphrodisiac pill, he suddenly thought of something, and called out at the top of his lungs, "Is anyone around? Are there any disciples from the Spirit Stream sect here?" From the high-pitched tone of his cry, it almost sounded like he was crying out for help. Some distance away, a figure could be seen in the jungle, fighting with a wild beast. It was a nicely arrogant young man wearing the robe of an intersect disciple of the Spirit Stream sect. When he heard Bai Xiaochun's cry, a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. Another disciple with a weak cultivation base who's overestimated himself and is now crying out for help. Only the strong should come out into the Wildweed Mountains. He arrogantly chose not to even attempt to help out. Although the sect emphasized teamwork, some people were naturally unsociable, and that couldn't be avoided. After crying out a few times but getting no response, Bai Xiaochun felt a bit more at ease. With that, he tossed out the aphrodisiac pill. Moments later, a popping sound could be heard as the pill exploded, transforming into a fine powder which was carried off by the wind. Soon, the animals some distance away, regardless of what they were doing, caught the scent of the powder in the wind and began to tremble. Eyes bloodshot, they began to howl at the tops of their lungs. As soon as the howling sounds rose up, 2 wings popped out behind Bai Xiaochun, and he sped away. The arrogant disciple from earlier suddenly noticed that the beast he was fighting had begun trembling. Its eyes turned red, and, howling, it pounced toward him. Badly frightened, the young man took to flight. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, the beast only continued to howl and chase him down. Its eyes were bright red, and it seemed to have gone mad. Shocked, the young man fled for his life until he had no choice but to cry out for help. By that time, Bai Xiaochun was too far away to hear. 6 hours later in another windy area, Bai Xiaochun cried out a few times, waited for a bit, and seeing that no one responded, threw out another aphrodisiac pill. Soon, the howls of beasts rose up. For the following 2 days, he ceaselessly traveled in a set perimeter around the valley he'd picked, throwing out aphrodisiac pills. He quickly covered a large area, within which all of the animals were going mad, howling at the tops of their lungs and lunging around violently. Seeing that he'd reached a point where things were almost beyond his control, Bai Xiaochun flew back to the valley he'd selected. Eyes shining, He waved the golden crow sword to cut open a small path in the trees, then pulled out a bunch of pheromone pills and crushed them. Soon, a fragrant aroma began to spread out. He was very careful not to get any of the powder on himself, and even as he backed away, changed into a new set of clothes just to be safe. Then he perched above the valley and looked down toward the path he'd created. "All right, lovely beasts. Hurry up," he said, humming a little tune as he waited eagerly. Time passed. The aroma of the pheromone pill slowly spread out, and the beasts which had been affected by the aphrodisiac pill slowly began to go more and more crazy. Howling, they began to charge toward the valley at top speed, more and more of them, like a surging tide that caused the ground to quake. Soon, the first wave of beasts was closing in, and Bai Xiaochun rose to his feet and looked down with rapt attention at the valley below. In the blink of an eye, a vast group of strange beasts could be seen charging down the path he'd created. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide at the sight of so many creatures. But then, his eyes glittered, and his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Instantly, the golden crow sword flew out toward a fierce-looking tiger. Shockingly, a second head was growing out of the tiger's back. Golden light flickered, and the second head exploded. A core flew out, which Bai Xiaochun expertly grabbed a hold of and then threw into his bag of holding. Next, the golden light flashed toward another two-headed creature. The flood of beasts lasted for about 2 hours, and the valley was almost completely destroyed in the process. Bai Xiaochun was radiant with delight. His sword flashed over and over again, and by the time the flood of beasts had dispersed, he was delighted to find that he had collected 10 life-stealer cores. Bai Xiaochun's wits come out on top again. Looking very pleased, he stored the cores safely in his bag of holding and then blurred into motion, heading off to another part of the Wildweed Mountains. Not very long after he left, a young man could be seen in the jungle. His clothes were tattered, and he seemed to be in a very sorry state. He was shaking, and even had trouble walking. A blank look could be seen in his eyes that very closely resembled the look which had appeared in Bai Enlai's eyes not so long ago. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he muttered, "What's going on in the Wildweed Mountains? What's going on with the world? The beasts here don't eat people, they... I. Days flew by. Bai Xiaochun used the aphrodisiac pill to throw the Wildweed Mountains into complete chaos. Everywhere he went, the beasts would go mad. Of course, before throwing the pills out into the air, he would always call out to make sure he was alone. Occasionally disciples would respond, and when they did, he would carefully explain his plan, ask them to leave, and give them a life-stealer core as compensation. He would also ask them to spread word to other disciples to stay away. Most of the disciples that saw him recognized him, and would flee, trembling in fear. Chapter 103, I Want to Serve the Sect. There weren't many Spirit Stream sect disciples in the Wildweed Mountains, only a few dozen. The area didn't have many Foundation establishment level beasts, but it still had its dangers, even for inner sect disciples. Only people who considered themselves to be especially powerful would go there. When Bai Xiaochun cried out his warnings, some disciples would respond and heed his advice. They would take his apology gift and leave. However, a few bull-headed individuals would arrogantly assume that he was crying out for help, and would pretend they couldn't hear him. Some of them even hoped to collect his bag of holding after he died. They would continue whatever it was they were doing, and think little more of the matter. But it wouldn't take long before they realized the beasts were acting strange, impulsive and maddened. Shangwen Tianyu was in the Wildweed Mountains, and as soon as he heard Bai Xiaochun calling out, his eyes flickered, and he ignored him. He was on the same mission as Bai Xiaochun, looking for life-stealers, but at the moment, he was shocked by the sight of a huge bear in the 6th level of Qi condensation, who was wrapped around a tree, banging into it over and over again. It wasn't his first time seeing something like that. He'd seen a rabbit earlier that had ambushed him with raving madness. When he realized that the situation seemed familiar, his scalp suddenly went numb. Something's off here. What's changed in the Wildweed Mountains? Then he thought back to Bai Xiaochun's aphrodisiac pill, and his heart seized. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had over 30 life-stealer cores in his bag of holding, and was continuing his work with the aphrodisiac pills. About half a month later, he was overjoyed to discover a V-shaped valley located deep within the mountains, a place that had a strong wind. The valley would suck in the wind and then vent it out to fill a large portion of the Wildweed Mountains. Based on Bai Xiaochun's calculations, it would only take 3 days for the wind from the valley to fill nearly half of the Wildweed Mountains. Even standing there in the wind, he would only last for about one breath of time before losing his footing. He immediately felt connected to the place, as if by destiny. Hair whipping about, he looked down at the spot where the wind shot out and said, "This is definitely the best place to disseminate powder throughout the mountains. There shouldn't be any fellow disciples here either. I can safely harvest to my heart's content." Bai Xiaochun was starting to get very excited. In order to ensure nothing bad happened to his fellow disciples, he'd already given out about 10 cores. However, he didn't regret that at all. He was sure that he could get more. He could even visualize the merit points flowing in. Taking a deep breath, he brought out all of the rest of the aphrodisiac pills and crushed them. The rushing wind immediately carried the powder out into the rest of the wildweed mountains. Bai Xiaochun stood on a nearby mountain peak, looking out proudly at the jungle below, feeling very heroic. I, Bai Xiaochun, have worked tirelessly to benefit the wildweed mountains. One can only imagine how many animals will be born in the coming years. What a wonderful meritorious service. He sighed emotionally as howls began to rise from within the forest. More and more howls could be heard, until they filled the air ceaselessly. In one day, 20% of the wildweed mountains had been covered. The roars reached a shocking level. 3 days later, half of the wildweed mountains were going mad. At that point, Bai Xiaochun flew along, dispersing pheromone pills every so often to attract the nearby beasts. At the same time, he collected more and more life-stealer cores. He was very pleased with everything. Not only was he collecting plenty of cores, he was also bringing happiness to all the creatures in the wildweed mountains. When he saw so many animals pouncing on each other, he couldn't help but marvel at how he was benefiting the environment. What a good person I am, he thought to himself. The beasts in these mountains are definitely going to thank me later. And so he continued along, throwing out pheromone pills all the way. Of course, there were some disciples in the mountains who had ignored his earlier cries. Their eyes soon went wide at the maddened state of the animals. The sight of all the animals pouncing on one another left the disciples gasping. What's going on? Why does this scene seem so familiar? Shocked, the disciples all began to flee in terror. Bai Xiaochun, Shangwen was going all out to kill the nearby beasts and fly away. His heart filled with terror when he recalled what had occurred to Bai, and he began to shiver. Unfortunately for this handful of people, they were deep within the wildweed mountains, and getting out was no easy task. That was especially the case considering that all of the beasts in the area were going completely mad. Bai Xiaochun flew along, happily tossing pheromone pills around. He attracted large numbers of beasts, and collected numerous life-stealer cores. By the time he left the wildweed mountains half a month later, he had 200 cores in his bag of holding. Completely satisfied, he headed back toward the sect. Some days after he left, Shangwen and the other disciples finally emerged. Their faces were pale and filled with bitterness, and their hair disheveled. They were all in bad condition, with blank looks on their faces. After finally emerging, they would throw their heads back and howl bitterly. As for what exactly had occurred within those mountains, it was a complete mystery to them. After returning to the sect, Bai Xiaochun raced directly to the mission's office. When the disciples there saw that he was turning in 200 life-stealer cores, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After incredulously examining the cores, they looked back at Bai Xiaochun in shock. Throughout the years, life-stealer core missions would pop up occasionally, although usually only one at a time. Generally speaking, it would take a whole year for a disciple to collect a mere 10 of them, but within a few months, Bai Xiaochun had managed to collect an unthinkable amount. He definitely deserves to be the junior brother of the sect leader, a prestige disciple, and the first-place winner of the chosen battles. The other inner sect disciples looked enviously at Bai Xiaochun. After clearing his inventory, he racked up 200,000 merit points. Although he tried to put on a show of looking indifferent, it was impossible for him to completely conceal how proud of himself he was. The matter shook the entire South Bank. Anyone who heard that someone had collected 200,000 merit points in one shot almost couldn't believe it. But then word began to spread from the disciples Bai Xiaochun had advised to leave the wildweed mountains, and soon, the 3 mountain peaks of the South Bank were buzzing with the news. What a monster! Crazy! He filled half of the wildweed mountains with aphrodisiac pills. We won't be able to go there for a long time now. Even as the discussions raged, Shangwen and the other bedraggled disciples began to filter back into the sect. Shangwen was aware that Bai Xiaochun was the cause of what had happened, so he wasn't so surprised at the results. But when the other disciples realized the situation, they howled at the tops of their lungs. However, there was nothing they could do about Bai Xiaochun. After all, he had warned them repeatedly, and they had heard, but chosen to ignore him. Now they regretted what they had done, a mere response on their part, and they could have avoided such a tragic fate. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased with the results. In subsequent days, he would often appear at the mission's office, whereupon he would select missions involving collecting things from beasts. He almost seemed addicted. After each mission, he would concoct batches of medicinal pills and head out again. Each time, he drove more disciples mad. Whether those disciples were out on missions or not, It didn't matter. After all, any location Bai Xiaochun went to on his own missions had to be avoided for significant periods of time afterward. They were far too dangerous. The Cloud Peak Mountains, Frost Forest Mountains, Bright Summit Mountains, Last Test Mountains. For an entire year, Bai Xiaochun was a mission-accomplishing maniac. He swept through all of the missions that involved beasts, and his harvests were always incredible. Each and every time, the missions office was left completely shaken. At the same time, countless inner sect disciples were driven to madness. Eventually, he cleared all of the beast-related missions on Fragrant Cloud Peak, after which he went to Green Crest Peak, and then Violet Cauldron Peak. He took all of the missions there, and soon helped the disciples there realize what a true missions fiend was. In the end, the inner sect disciples of the South Bank were driven to complete despair. None of the mountain ranges near the sect were safe to enter, as they were filled with countless sexually charged beasts. Having no other option, hundreds of inner sect disciples from the 3 mountain peaks signed a petition to the sect, requesting that Bai Xiaochun be exempted from mission service. Li Qinghe didn't want to interfere. It was a rare occasion when Bai Xiaochun was so enthused about serving the sect. The matter turned into a huge headache for the sect leader. He was coming to find that after Bai Xiaochun joined the sect, he would frequently be struck with such headaches. Every time he heard Bai Xiaochun's name mentioned, he would subconsciously sigh. It's almost better when he's not working hard. As soon as he gets serious, it's really Bai Xiaochun causes a disaster no matter which mission he picks. Doesn't he want to work at pill concocting? Go concoct pills then. The sect will provide the merit points, as long things calm down. When the signatures on the petition rose from a few hundred to over 1,000, the sect leader gritted his teeth and went to discuss the matter with Li Qinghe. Finally, they exempted Bai Xiaochun from mission service for the following 10 years. He was the only disciple in the sect who didn't have to do missions, but would still get a huge amount of merit points from the sect. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very happy about the situation. He had been browsing missions at the missions office, and had just found one he wanted to take, when he got the notification. He was stunned. "What the hell?" he exclaimed loudly. "I want to serve the sect. I want to work hard. This is ridiculous." Under the solemn gazes of the missions office disciples, he sighed, then stuck his chin up and swished his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, I reduced the missions office to ashes. Shaking his head, he sighed. Looking very lonely, he made his way off into the distance. Chapter 104, I guarantee. Bai Xiaochun trudged back to his immortal's cave, where he sat stewing in melancholy. Finally, he sighed. It's not a good thing for someone to be too outstanding. I'm the perfect example. The sect leadership was so worried about how outstanding I am that they exempted me from doing missions for 10 years, but will still send me merit points every month. He sat there, reveling a bit in being able to worry about things like this, and wondering what he was supposed to do considering that he was so outstanding. Ah well, I guess it doesn't matter. Since I can't go out on missions, I might as well concoct medicine. After all, the reason I was doing the missions in the first place was to get merit points. With such thoughts on his mind, Bai Xiaochun resigned himself to sacrificing his own benefit for the betterment of the sect, and walked over to his medicine concocting workstation. I need to master all of the concocting methods for Tier 3 spirit medicines. With that, his expression turned somber. Time passed. Half a year. Other than his routine cultivation, he spent all of his time concocting medicine. When he lacked ingredients, he cashed in merit points. As time went on, he grew more frenzied, apparently unwilling to slow down until he had mastered everything to do with Tier 3 spirit medicines. Because he wasn't out doing missions, the sect slowly returned to normal. Many people sighed in relief, especially sect leader Zheng Yuandong, who was finally able to feel at ease inwardly. By now, he was sure that exempting Bai Xiaochun from mission duty had been the right thing to do. He wasn't the only one. Li Qinghe, as well as the other South Bank Peak lords and elders, all felt much more at ease. In fact, at one of the regular South Bank Council meetings, the Foundation establishment cultivators happened to bring up the matter. Bai Xiaochun has been focused on concocting medicine lately. The sect has really calmed down. Medicine concocting is a good thing. Have him keep practicing. It's the safest option, anyway. With him focused on that, he won't be causing problems for people outside. The entire group was all smiles. The past half year of peace and quiet left them all sighing happily. And yet, just days after their meeting, a massive explosion echoed out on Fragrant Cloud Peak. It came from the direction of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, and caused everything in the area to tremble violently. Numerous inner sect disciples were badly startled, and the outer sect disciples were left trembling in fear. What just happened? Heavens! Could the Spirit Stream sect be under attack? As everyone devolved into a commotion, Bai Xiaochun lurched out of his medicine-concocting workstation, coughing, face tinged with ash, nose running and tears streaming down his face. He quickly washed off in the hot spring, and then frowned. Why did it explode? He thought. The pill furnaces provided to intersect disciples were all standard issue, exactly the same as the ones in the medicine-concocting pavilion. Generally speaking, even if the spirit medicine was concocted incorrectly, they wouldn't just explode. And yet, that was exactly what had just happened. It had even activated the cave's defensive spell formations. After pondering the matter at length, he couldn't come up with an explanation. Sighing, he went back to cultivating the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture for a few days. By this point, his cultivation was only a sliver away from a breakthrough. However, he wasn't in any hurry. After finishing his cultivation, he consumed some spirit medicine to replenish his vital energy, then set to work on the undying live forever technique. The silver light which rose up from his skin was now so dark that it bordered on golden. That afternoon, Bai Xiaochun went on to the next task at hand. Standing there in his immortal's cave, he slowly lifted his hands up into the air as he practiced the Water Swamp Kingdom mnemonic. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he opened his eyes and let out a powerful shout. An intense energy exploded out from inside him, causing everything around him to suddenly change. A field of water vapor appeared, which lasted for only a single breath of time before vanishing. Bai Xiaochun sagged in place, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite practicing the Water Swamp Kingdom every day since he'd acquired it, that was all that he could accomplish. I need to keep working harder, he thought. After resting for a moment, he ended his daily cultivation routine and once again pondered the problem of the exploding pill furnace. During the past half a year of practice, he had succeeded with a few Tier 3 spirit medicines, but for the most part, his attempts had ended in failure. He sat there in frustration for some time before finally coming up with a theory. Maybe after the medicinal strength intensified to a certain point, it became unstable, which caused the explosion. Immediately afterward, he hurried out and exchanged some merit points for another pill furnace, then went back to concocting. Gradually, word spread that the explosion earlier had come from Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the disciples. Although they weren't sure exactly what had caused the explosion, at least they now knew Bai Xiaochun was the cause. Then, a few days later, Bai Xiaochun was there in his medicine-concocting workstation, completely and utterly focused on controlling the spirit medicine inside the pill furnace. Unfortunately, Tier 3 spirit medicines were extremely difficult to work with. Most other people, with enough experience and luck, would succeed 3 times out of 10 and consider it a high rate of success. But Bai Xiaochun wanted things to be perfect. He wouldn't rest until he'd solved each and every problem. Because he wanted even the tiniest details to be perfect, it meant he had to test all those details multiple times before finally resolving every issue. This time, his eyes went wide as he realized that he was losing control of the spirit medicine. Then the pill furnace began to issue cracking sounds. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and 2 wings suddenly appeared behind him as he bolted out of the medicine-concocting workshop. Moments after he emerged, a huge explosion shook the immortal's cave. Fragrant Cloud Peak was once again thrown into an uproar for some time before everyone managed to calm down. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun ran screaming out of his medicine-concocting workstation, and a third shocking explosion ripped through the air. After 7 days, he emerged yet again. Flustered, fleeing at top speed as a 4th deafening explosion nearly destroyed his medicine-concocting workstation. Fragrant Cloud Peak was in utter chaos, and countless disciples' eyes were completely bloodshot. After inquiries were made, people learned that Bai Xiaochun was concocting medicine. However, no one could figure out exactly why such huge explosions would be occurring. I asked the spirit medicine pharmacy, and they said that he recently purchased 8 pill furnaces. That sound must be an exploding pill furnace. Just what is Bai Xiaochun concocting? Damn it! Isn't he worried about blowing himself up? Anger was building, and yet the explosions weren't over. They continued. Over the course of the following month, 7 explosions rocked Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave, each one more intense than the last. The final explosion actually caused all of Fragrant Cloud Peak to tremble, and Bai Xiaochun's entire immortal's cave was nearly destroyed. As Bai Xiaochun fled outside, trembling in fear, the outer and inner sect disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were driven to near madness. During the past month, none of them had been able to safely focus on practicing cultivation. Constantly being startled by the explosions had left them jumpy with fear. Now, they were thoroughly distracted, their eyes bloodshot as they struggled to control their anger. Apparently, even sound-muffling spell formations couldn't stop the sound of the explosions. The disciples' rage grew, and even the elders were shocked and could hardly believe what Bai Xiaochun was doing. What is Bai Xiaochun concocting to cause the pill furnaces to explode like that? What medicine is he working on? Things didn't end. Over the next month, the frequency of the explosions increased. More than a dozen occurred, almost every other day. Eventually, the fragrant Cloud Peak disciples couldn't take it any longer, and stormed to Bai Xiaochun's Immortals Cave en masse to vent their fury. Feeling very wronged, Bai Xiaochun hurried out to offer an explanation. When he saw a mob of over 1,000 disciples, his face paled a bit, and eventually he resorted to slapping his chest and guaranteeing that there would be no more explosions. Only then did the crowd begin to calm down. After seeing everyone off, Bai Xiaochun went back into his Immortals Cave, scowling the entire time. Looking over his mostly destroyed medicine concocting workstation, he sighed, pulled out another pill furnace, and looked at it blankly. A few days later, he slapped his thigh, and his eyes began to shine. Right. It's definitely because I didn't preheat the pill furnace properly. Excited, he started concocting again. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, everyone on Fragrant Cloud Peak heard a massive explosion. One inner sect disciple was so badly frightened that he almost fainted. Hair in complete disarray, he screamed, "Bai Xiaochun! I don't care if you're chosen, I'm going to beat you black and blue." He wasn't the only one. Soon, all of the inner sect disciples had emerged from their Immortals Caves, even the exhausted Josenki. Bai Xiaochun hurried out, smiling apologetically as he guaranteed that it wouldn't happen again. The gathered disciples calmed down a bit in response. They couldn't find any fault with his attitude, and as such, had no other recourse. If he had been even a bit defiant, they definitely would have given him a good thrashing. But at the moment, they could only grit their teeth and accept his promise. Exhausted, Bai Xiaochun returned to his Immortals Cave, wishing to cry but finding no tears. He was coming to find that it was a difficult thing to pursue his dreams. "I'm not the kind of person who gives up," he thought. Gritting his teeth, he produced another pill furnace, which he studied for half a month straight. Finally, after analyzing all aspects of the situation, he was sure that he had identified the problem. Earth flame. It's definitely the earth flame. Eyes bloodshot, he once again began to concoct. 5 days later at dawn, an explosion could be heard that was so loud it startled Leaking Ho, and could even be heard on Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. The inner sect disciples who lived near Bai Xiaochun's Immortals Cave were dumbstruck, especially Josenki. All of them felt like they were going crazy. Elder Joe's birds let out high-pitched shrieks, and were so frightened that their feathers fell out. The spirit-tail chickens were trembling and frothing at the mouth, and numerous inner sect disciples struggled to remain conscious. All of the spell formations in Bai Xiaochun's cave activated as the earth flame erupted, and even Fragrant Cloud Peak's grand spell formation was affected. When Bai Xiaochun crawled out of the rubble, he was pitch black, and yet clearly excited. He was now sure that he had finally found the source of the problem. It wasn't the earth flame, it was the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression. They cause an unforeseeable variable. Tier 3 spirit medicines must be concocted with mutual augmentation and suppression in mind. Everyone on Fragrant Cloud Peak, from the elders to the outer sect disciples, rushed over toward Bai Xiaochun's cave, enraged, rocks in hand to pelt him if necessary. When faced with such a furious mob, Bai Xiaochun vigorously slapped his chest. I guarantee, however, before he could finish, the crowd began to hurl their rocks. After all, fighting with magic against a fellow sect member was prohibited, but throwing rocks wasn't. Guarantee your ass. Countless rocks closed in, fueled by burning rage. Chapter 105, Massive Animal Jailbreak. Seeing the sky obscured by rocks struck fear into Bai Xiaochun's heart. He dove back into his Immortals Cave and quickly activated the spell formation, looking like he was about to cry. He knew that he had aroused public fury, but truly felt wronged. He hadn't done it on purpose. I guarantee that this is the last time, he blurted. I'm absolutely certain. After the mob vented some of their anger, Bai Xiaochun continued to offer explanations, and eventually, the people left. Sighing wistfully, Bai Xiaochun cleared the rubble from his Immortals Cave and then returned to his medicine concocting workstation. There he sat, pondering everything that had occurred. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gingerly produced another pill furnace. Based on his most recent analysis, he once again began to concoct medicine. This time, he focused heavily on the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression. A few days later, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. He let out a whoop of delight at having finally solved the problem of the exploding pill furnaces. Furthermore, he'd gained a deeper understanding of the variables which can occur because of mutual augmentation and suppression. I'm just around the corner from mastering Tier 3 spirit medicines. Spirits soaring, He spent the next several days completely lost in his medicine concocting. Gradually, the disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak realized that there were no more explosions. They sighed with relief, and as the days passed, the mountain slowly returned to normal. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had come to find that although he'd solved the problem of the explosions, his success rate with Tier 3 spirit medicine was still fairly low. Furthermore, he ended up concocting quite a few strange pills. When such strange pills emerged from the pill furnace, he would look at them suspiciously. Although he knew that they surely contained wondrous secrets, it was hard to say whether they were as miraculous as his aphrodisiac pill. "I need to test them out to see what they do," he murmured to himself. Emerging from his immortal's cave, he headed down to the market and bought some random animals. He even spent some merit points to get some from the sect. Back in his immortal's cave, he prepared, for the second time in his life, to perform some animal testing. He even produced a blank jade slip to record the data. After all the preparations were complete, he took a deep breath and pulled out a rabbit, then selected a black pill from his collection of strange pills. The rabbit sniffed it, then gobbled it up. A moment later, it began to tremble. Then its legs twitched, and it flopped over and lay unmoving on the ground. "Dead?" Bai Xiaochun thought, eyes going wide. After looking closer, he breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the rabbit wasn't dead, but rather, had simply fallen unconscious because of the rush of spiritual energy from the powerful medicinal pill. A few hours later, it woke up. This time, it stood up on two legs, almost like a person, and stared fixedly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun said. Moments later, the rabbit made the same sound, startling Bai Xiaochun. "You can talk?" Looking startled, the rabbit said, "You can talk?" Bai Xiaochun immediately got very excited, and began to walk around the rabbit to examine it. In turn, the rabbit got excited and began to walk around Bai Xiaochun. A strange scene was now playing out in the Immortal's cave. Finally, Bai Xiaochun began to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha! This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk." The rabbit laughed heartily and repeated the exact same words he had just spoken. A quizzical look on his face, Bai Xiaochun opened the door of one of the side rooms and tossed the rabbit inside. "Whatever. You're obviously not intelligent. If you make some cultivation advancement, don't forget to come back and thank me in the future. I'll put you in here for now, and in a few days I'll set you free outside the sect." After putting the rabbit in the other room, Bai Xiaochun paid no further heed as he proceeded with his testing. The next subject was a monkey, for which he selected a yellow medicinal pill. At first, the monkey pretended not to see it, but eventually got interested and grabbed the pill up. After sniffing it, it crushed some of the pill, and then popped the pill and the fragments into its mouth and swallowed it down. Afterward, nothing much happened except that an odd wind rose up out of nowhere, which quickly faded away. Bai Xiaochun looked curiously at the monkey, which was simply sitting there with a vacant expression on its face. Unsure if anything had occurred, Bai Xiaochun sighed and put the monkey into the same room as the rabbit. A few days later, one of the tests he performed was on a group of rabbits. After eating the medicinal pills, their eyes turned red, and they began to howl and leap up to nibble Bai Xiaochun's legs. Shocked, he made a notation in his records, then threw them into a side room. There, they started biting each other, although they drew no blood. There was also a handful of ducks. After consuming the strange medicinal pills, they trembled, and suddenly, their wings grew larger, and they began to fly around inside the Immortal's cave, looking particularly elegant. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock, and at the same time, his excitement regarding his strange pills grew. Time flowed by. During the following half-month, Bai Xiaochun performed tests with his strange pills, keeping meticulous records of everything. Occasionally, his wild laughter would ring out from within the Immortal's cave. A few days later, when he fed some pills to some ordinary chickens, they rapidly grew larger until they were the size of elephants. Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the Tao of medicine was growing more profound. Shaking with excitement, he continued his experiments. Gradually, the rooms he had set aside for the animal subjects included quite a variety of strange beasts. There was a group of toads with eyes all over their bodies. Those eyes would all blink every time the toads croaked. There was a tiger that Bai Xiaochun had bought for a handful of spirit stones. After consuming one of his pills, it grew 8 more heads, giving it a total of 9. When it roared with all of its heads, the sound was very impressive. There was also a group of ordinary pigeons who experienced no major change other than constantly relieving themselves as they flew along. Time passed, the experiments continued, and the bizarre and extraordinary results of the strange pills became more evident. There was a group of monkeys who, after eating some strange pills, began to twitch constantly. There was a bunch of cats who let out burps as loud as thunder. Bai Xiaochun was struck with awe, and couldn't help but wonder exactly how he had concocted all of these strange pills. The most exaggerated situation was the flock of geese. After eating the medicinal pills, their eyes turned pure white. Although they looked a bit sickly, they turned out to be extremely loyal, and even took to watching over Bai Xiaochun's cave as if they were guarding it. Toward the end, he gave the hot spring fish some pills to eat. They immediately went crazy, struggling with each other to leap out of the water. There, they grew legs and began to walk around the immortal's cave. After examining the fish, he threw them into another side room. By this point, the side rooms were filling up, and his immortal's cave was turning into a bizarre menagerie. There was a monkey who simply sat in place, chin resting in its palm, apparently lost in thought. There was the group of spasmodically twitching monkeys. The red-eyed rabbits were currently play-fighting with the elephant-sized chickens. Off to the side were the toads who blinked and croaked noisily. Finally, there was the rabbit, who was practicing all sorts of poses. Occasionally it would say, "You can talk? Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk." It was only able to recite those 3 passages. Up in the air, ducks flew about gracefully. The pigeons also flapped about, excrement plopping down below them wherever they went. The 9-headed tiger was covered in it, and roared constantly. Off to the side were the legged fish, who were constantly on the run from the burping cats. At the door were the large geese, who eyed everything coldly, as though they were guarding against something. Bai Xiaochun stared around at everything, musing that he had only tested a small portion of his strange pills. Unfortunately, he had no more animals to test them on. "The Tao of medicine is truly miraculous," he murmured. With that, he decided that he definitely had to test out all of his strange pills. Therefore, he left the immortal's cave to go purchase more animals to experiment with. However, almost as soon as he left, his second test subject, the thoughtful monkey who had done nothing except stare off into space, suddenly looked up thoughtfully. Then it turned its gaze to the door in the side room, and its eyes seemed just as intelligent as a person's. Suddenly, it burst into motion, running over to open the door. Next, the main gate of the immortal's cave was flung wide open. The sun shone outside as the thoughtful monkey leapt out into the open. The other animals stared in shock, but a moment later, all of them made their escape. By chance, Josenki happened to be walking out of her immortal's cave at that same moment. She saw a flock of quacking ducks flying gracefully out into the open, and her jaw dropped. She had long since mastered all 5 volumes of spirit creatures, but she had never seen anything like these flying ducks. "What are those things?" she murmured. Next, she was shocked to see several elephant-sized chickens racing out. Perched atop one of them was a rabbit. You can talk? Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk." Josenki stood there blinking in shock, wondering if she was hallucinating. Chapter 106, Crazy Rabbit. Around that time, Shu Baotsai and some other outer sect disciples were in the middle of their journeyman apothecary promotion test. Elder Shu was off to the side, a somber look on his face as he presided over the occasion. Suddenly, a flock of pigeons appeared, and plopping sounds began to echo out as endless amounts of bird excrement showered down. It was like rain, covering Shu Baotsai, the other test-takers, and the audience. Even Elder Shu's hair was peppered with excrement. Everyone looked up in shock as the flock of pigeons flew off into the distance, excrement showering down below them. "Those pigeons. I've never seen them before. Damn it. What's going on? I can't believe they're crapping non-stop." The disciples were in an uproar, and Elder Shu stood there blankly for a moment before his face began to twitch. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yizhuo stood on a mountain path, glowering at each other. The two of them had been at odds since they were servants, and their conflict was only growing more intense. Usually they just glared at each other, but now things were getting more serious. "Today, we're finally going to resolve our..." However, before the words could be spoken completely, a group of legged fish ran by, kicking up a cloud of dust as they did. Before Chen Xiang and Zhao Yizhuo could react, a group of cats approached at top speed, emitting thunderous burps as they ran after the fish. Chen Xiang and Zhao Yizhuo gasped in shock, their hostilities completely forgotten. Did we just see a bunch of legged fish?" Zhao Yizhuo blurted, wondering if he was seeing things. "Those cats' burps were as loud as thunder," Chen Xiang said, eyes wide. Further down the mountain, cries of alarm rose up from numerous outer sect disciples as a horde of red-eyed rabbits began to nibble at their legs. Although the rabbits were relatively easy to grab, the chattering sounds of their biting teeth were fear-inspiring. Most shocking of all was one particular rabbit which sat on the back of an elephant-sized chicken. You can talk? Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. Everyone on Fragrant Cloud Peak was going crazy. Countless people heard the words spoken by the rabbit, and quickly realized that the instigator of the entire affair was none other than Bai Xiaochun. In the Intersect district, a group of toads hopped along. Any Intersect disciple who caught sight of them would gasp in shock. The sight of such high-covered toads was enough to terrify anyone. There was even a 9-headed tiger running amok. Fragrant Cloud Peak was thrown into complete chaos. And there was one particular monkey, which had climbed all the way up to the roof of Li Qinghe's residence. There it sat, on the highest point of Fragrant Cloud Peak, chin rested in its palm, looking on thoughtfully as Xu Meixiong made her way off into the distance, having just finished chatting with Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe's face was ashen as he stood there outside his residence, looking up at the monkey. He was just about to start yelling when, all of a sudden, plopping sounds could be heard, and a rain of bird excrement descended. Li Qinghe's jaw dropped. It had been quite some time since there had been a commotion on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Outer and Intersect disciples alike were all in an uproar. For the most part, the animals didn't really affect them. However, no one could figure out how such tiny pigeons could unleash such a torrent of bird excrement. Gradually, the rabbit, which originally could only recite 3 passages, learned to speak some more. Gradually, it also learned how to cry out at the top of its lungs. Heavens! What's that? Did you see that? That rabbit can talk. This is definitely the handiwork of Bai Xiaochun. Keep this on the down low. But yesterday I saw Elder Zhou go into a room with those phoenixes of his. Afterward, I heard some really strange noises. Elder Sister Zhou Zhenqi, Elder Sister Du Lingfei, I don't care if Bai Xiaochun tries to stop me, the two of you will definitely end up with me, Shu Baocai. Elder Brother Hou Yunfei, you're so naughty. What are you doing? What's that? Why are those monkeys twitching like that? Junior Sister Mei Xiong, I, Li Qinghe, am not fickle in love. After I break through into the gold core stage, I'll definitely take you as my Taoist partner. Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. As the rabbit ran to and fro, its repertoire of passages grew. It had very sensitive ears, and would repeat anything it heard. Many people were affected, much to their chagrin. The sharp-eared rabbit soon began to spread what had been well-kept secrets, even naming names. Some of the stories the rabbit spread were almost impossible to believe. That was especially true of the one about Li Qinghe. It was something the likes of which had never been talked about publicly, and many people were left completely shocked, even many elders. Shu Baocai was stunned, Hou Yunfei's eyes went wide, and Li Qinghe began to tremble in rage. Right about then, Bai Xiaochun was returning from the market, numerous small animals in tow, brimming with anticipation regarding his next set of experiments. However, as soon as he stepped onto Fragrant Cloud Peak, bird excrement rained down. Jumping to the side, he looked up with a frown to see a flock of pigeons flying by. Why do they look so familiar? Suddenly, a rustling sound could be heard from the nearby bushes, and a school of legged fish burst out. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped as he watched a bunch of burping cats fly out after the fish. Moments later, his eyes went wide as a troop of twitching monkeys ran by, frothing at the mouth as they sped along. Bai Xiaochun began to tremble, and all the hair on his body stood on end. This is impossible. He quickly pulled out the golden crow sword and flew up into the air. Wings sprouted out behind him as he shot up the mountain at top speed. As he flew along, he saw animals everywhere. He also got quite a few odd stares from the people he passed. By the time he reached his immortal's cave, his heart was pounding. Then he saw that the door was open, and the cave was completely empty except for the geese standing guard. How did they get out? He thought, standing there in a daze. It didn't seem possible. Suddenly, he looked to the side to see a rabbit running along, spewing a whole bunch of words that ended with ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and at the same time, the rabbit caught sight of him, and its eyes went wide too. It immediately turned tail and fled. Well aware that a disaster was underway, Bai Xiaochun lunged at the rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit's speed was explosive, and in the blink of an eye, not even its shadow could be seen. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. And that was when he heard the roaring voice of Li Qinghe. Bai Xiaochun, get this mess cleaned up immediately. If I see one animal or one speck of bird crap, you're going directly to 10,000 Snakes Valley. And make that damned rabbit shut up. It didn't matter that Bai Xiaochun had taken first place in the chosen battles, or that he had made such incredible progress with his undying silver skin. As soon as he heard 10,000 Snakes Valley, he shivered. The mere thought of the place filled him with fear. Looking like he was about to cry, he subconsciously glanced further up the mountain, whereupon his eyes went wide. Sitting there on the roof of Li Qinghe's residence was a monkey, its chin resting on its palm, apparently lost in thought. On the verge of tears, Bai Xiaochun raced up the mountain toward the monkey. As he closed in, the monkey looked over, a seemingly emotional look in its eyes, as if it were thinking about how wonderful it had been to enjoy freedom. Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit shocked, he quickly grabbed the monkey and threw it into his bag of holding. With that, he raced off nervously to scour the rest of Fragrant Cloud Peak. Wherever he went, the disciples looked at him with strange expressions. The next beast he caught was the 9-headed tiger, and after that, the eye-covered toads. Soon he had the elephant-sized chickens, and then the legged fish. Not long after that, the burping cats were in custody. The ducks were the easiest of all to apprehend. It was nearing the end of the day by the time he rounded up the twitching monkeys and threw them into his bag of holding. The hardest to catch were the defecating pigeons, which took a lot of effort. By the time he caught the last one, it was late at night. After taking stock, he realized that the only animal left was the talking rabbit. Unfortunately, despite much searching, Bai Xiaochun couldn't find it. The rabbit was an expert at hiding. Sighing, he looked at the bird excrement covering Fragrant Cloud Peak and got to work cleaning it up. It took the whole night. By the time he returned to his immortal's cave, exhausted, it was dawn. As the sun rose, the disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak emerged to find the mountain peak squeaky clean. When they thought back to the events of the previous day, they suddenly had a much deeper understanding of Bai Xiaochun's medicinal pills. Of course, those disciples who had been showered with bird excrement were furious about the matter, but there was little they could do. After all, they knew Bai Xiaochun hadn't done any of it on purpose. Even still, the hijinks he caused were happening over and over again. As such, terror regarding Bai Xiaochun was growing in the hearts of all. Bai Xiaochun slept until afternoon. Upon waking up, he decided that he didn't dare perform any more strange pill experiments. Leaving the sect, he went far out into the wilderness, where he found a safe place to release all of the animals from his bag of holding. "You're all free now," he said with a bitter smile. The animals who hadn't eaten any of his medicinal pills quickly scurried away. However, the other animals simply stood there looking at Bai Xiaochun. He looked back at them for a moment before producing some more medicinal pills from his bag of holding. "If you eat some of these pills, maybe you can start building up your own cultivation. Be good, alright? You really caused me a lot of trouble yesterday." He gave a medicinal pill to each animal, then waved and turned to leave. It was at that point that 9-headed tiger let out a powerful roar. Bai Xiaochun looked over his shoulder to find the 9-headed tiger looking at him with a strange gleam in its eyes, as if it were committing his features to memory. With that, it turned and sped off into the distance. All the other animals had similar reactions as the tiger, including the ducks, the pigeons, the walking fish, the burping cats, the guardian geese, the eye-covered toads, and the twitching monkeys. With a final look at Bai Xiaochun, they scattered. The last to leave was the thoughtful monkey, which looked at Bai Xiaochun with what seemed to be a gleam of intelligence. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun felt that there was something profound about that monkey. After giving Bai Xiaochun a very deep look, it turned and headed off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun was left gaping. For some reason, he'd gotten the feeling that the monkey was just as intelligent as a human. The profound look in its eyes had been clear. Thoughtfully pulling out a jade slip, he found the information about the pill he fed to that monkey. "There's something about that pill that I don't understand." He looked thoughtfully at the departing animals, wishing them well. Their lives had changed because of him, and he truly hoped that they would be happy. Eventually, wings sprouted from Bai Xiaochun's back, and he shot back toward the sect. Chapter 107, Lightning Detox Grand Magic. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, Bai Xiaochun started getting a bit emotional. He still had a lot of strange pills in his bag of holding, but he didn't dare to test any of them out. When he walked along the mountain paths of the sect, the other disciples would either give him odd looks, or stare at him with hatred and anger. "Why is it so hard to pursue my dreams?" he thought. "It's not like it's my fault. Uncle Li is the one who told me to focus on my research." Sighing, he walked along until he reached his immortal's cave, where he sat staring off into space. Earlier that year, Bai Xiaochun had frequently gone to Li Qinghe to ask questions about problems that popped up in his medicine concocting. Li Qinghe was often surprised by the questions. The depths to which Bai Xiaochun was delving in the Tao of medicine were unusual for ordinary apothecaries. When combined with Bai Xiaochun's incredible achievements with the stone steelies, Li Qinghe couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. However, every person had a different understanding of the Tao of medicine, so Li Qinghe wouldn't answer any of Bai Xiaochun's questions. Instead, he encouraged him to do his own tests. Only by doing so would he be able to develop a Tao of medicine that was his own. If he simply followed along with the crowd, he would never be able to make a name for himself as a Grand Master of the Tao of medicine. Besides, the origins of most pill formulas were the results of generations upon generations of experimentation. No. My dreams haven't changed. What Uncle Lee said was right. The only things which truly belong to you are the things you get on your own. Even if it gets harder, I still won't give up. Gritting his teeth, he decided that even if he couldn't test out the strange pills he'd made, he could still stay devoted to the Tao of medicine. I'm definitely going to become an amazing master apothecary. Taking a deep breath, he headed back to his medicine concocting workstation, where he devoted himself completely to pill concocting. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Bai Xiaochun was getting a lot more confident and skilled when it came to Tier 3 spirit medicine. He solved one problem after another, and soon found that Tier 3 spirit medicine weren't really that difficult after all. However, an even bigger problem was looming. Despite his best efforts, and despite the fact that he was getting much more proficient with Tier 3 spirit medicines, it was very difficult to raise his success rate. Generally speaking, out of 10 batches of pills, 5 would succeed. Of the other 5, 1 would produce an unidentifiable strange pill, and 4 would be so impure as to be considered toxic. He was starting to go a bit crazy. Even spirit enhancement did nothing to the toxic pills. Only low-grade pills could be raised to a higher level by spirit enhancement. Although he wasn't aware of it, his focus on medicine concocting had reached an obsessive-compulsive level. Unless he could reach the perfection he sought, he would feel uneasy. Impurities. How am I supposed to get rid of those impurities? His eyes were completely bloodshot as he stared down at his large collection of toxic pills. After some more thought, he considered going to ask Li Qingho, but when he thought about how Li Qingho had encouraged him to do his own observation and experimentation, he gritted his teeth and devoted himself even more madly to solving the problem. Days went by. Eventually, people began to take note that Bai Xiaochun had grown quiet again. There were no explosions, and no animals running around. Everything was calm, although for some people, the newfound quiet was difficult to get used to. Unfortunately, good things never last forever. A month later, in the middle of the night, Bai Xiaochun sat in front of his pill furnace, hair disheveled, madly performing incantation gestures to control the earth flame. As he fed more medicinal plants into the furnace, his eyes grew more and more bloodshot. This is it. Almost done. I'm definitely going to solve all the problems this time. This is what I call creativity. I added thunder god vine, lightning rod flower, wither tree rose, and yin-yang thistle, and invented a new technique. This is definitely going to be able to cleanse the impurities. It's definitely going to work. This is Bai Xiaochun's one and only lightning detox grand magic. As his excitement built, the pill furnace began to tremble, and a medicinal aroma wafted out. Outside, the moon hung high in the cloudless night sky above fragrant cloud peak. Suddenly, a cloud layer formed, and a bolt of lightning descended toward fragrant cloud peak. When it slammed into Bai Xiaochun's cave, the cave spell formation trembled, and some of the lightning even pierced the spell formation and the stone of his immortal's cave to land on the pill furnace. Lightning crackled inside the immortal's cave, accompanied by Bai Xiaochun's wild laughter. After the lightning faded away, he rushed excitedly over to the pill furnace. Unfortunately, the only thing that remained inside was some soot and a bit of swirling smoke. Too much lightning rod flower, he thought, tugging at his disheveled hair and looking every bit the mad scientist. With that, he produced more medicinal plants and began to prepare the ingredients. Quite a few fragrant Cloud Peak disciples had seen the lightning, and had noticed that it appeared to have fallen on Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave. So, even God is getting tired of Bai Xiaochun. That must be it. The heavens do have eyes. Lightning is being sent to put an end to him. People had various ideas about what was happening, with many people rejoicing in Bai Xiaochun's apparent misfortune. Some of the elders even noticed the lightning, and were quite surprised. Not even Peak Lord Li attracts thunder and lightning when concocts medicine. According to the legends, only Tier 7 spirit medicines and higher provoke tribulation lightning. Just what is Bai Xiaochun doing? 3 days later in the afternoon, laughter rang out from within Bai Xiaochun's cave. Staring at the pill furnace, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Spiritual power erupted, and earth flame raged. With a roar, Bai Xiaochun slapped both hands down onto the surface of the pill furnace. Lightning detox grand magic. As the pill furnace rumbled, clouds gathered above the summit of fragrant Cloud Peak, and a single bolt of lightning shot down toward Bai Xiaochun's cave. This time, large numbers of disciples saw the shocking sight. Deafening thunder boomed as the lightning bolt slammed into his immortal's cave. Inside, Bai Xiaochun excitedly inspected the pill furnace, only to find that it contained no pill, only some medicinal dregs and a bit of smoke. After taking a whiff, his head spun and his vision swam. Taking a few steps back, he even realized that a bit of froth had seeped out of the edges of his mouth. "Too much thunder god vine," he murmured. With that, he flopped down unconscious. 3 days later he woke up, cleaned his face, and consumed a few medicinal pills. After clearing his head, he went back to concocting. In the following days, more and more thunder boomed over Fragrant Cloud Peak. As the disciples witnessed lightning striking Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave with such frequency, they were struck speechless. Even the elders were shocked. They began to suspect that Bai Xiaochun really would be struck dead eventually. Despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun feared death so much, he was so bedeviled by his desire to concoct medicine that he completely forgot about the concept of death. He was fully immersed in the Tao of medicine, constantly adjusting the medicine formula he was working with, continually trying to perfect his Lightning Detox Grand Magic. Lightning Detox Grand Magic. Boom. Damn it. Lightning Detox Grand Magic. Boom. By this point, the cave's defensive spell formations had been rendered entirely useless, and anyone within earshot could hear Bai Xiaochun yelling at the top of his lungs. Gradually, word spread that the thunder and lightning had come because Bai Xiaochun was working on a method to detoxify spirit medicines. This piqued the attention of quite a few sect elders, and they began to observe even more closely. Although the lightning continued to fall, strangely, nobody did anything to interfere. Even Li Qinghe approved of Bai Xiaochun's attempt at creativity, and would occasionally observe. Unfortunately, good things never last forever. Even after 100 attempts, Bai Xiaochun still couldn't find the perfect ingredient ratio. He even began to add other medicinal plants, hoping that some of them would have an effect. One evening, Bai Xiaochun let out a roar, and lightning danced in the sky above. This time, it wasn't a single bolt that fell down, it was 10. Strangely, only one lightning bolt struck Bai Xiaochun's area. The rest happened to fall in other locations on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Boom! Considering how many bolts of lightning fell, it was no surprise that miserable shrieks could be heard all over the mountain. Fragrant Cloud Peak was once again thrown into a commotion. Josenki's Immortal's Cave was struck, but thankfully the spell formation shielded it from damage. Josenki glared angrily over in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, barely able to hold back from cursing him aloud. Li Qinghe and the Fragrant Cloud Peak elders placated the disciples. After all, they couldn't help but approve of Bai Xiaochun's devotion to the Tao of medicine. However, Bai Xiaochun had truly gone mad. 2 hours later, clouds filled the sky, and this time, nearly 100 lightning bolts descended onto Fragrant Cloud Peak. Booms rang out in all directions, and even more disciples looked up into the sky, shocked to the core. People ran back into their residences, unwilling to even set foot outside. Li Qinghe and the elders were struck speechless. The sight of nearly 100 lightning bolts crashing down into various areas of Fragrant Cloud Peak was completely shocking. Perhaps because Josenki's Immortal's Cave was so close to Bai Xiaochun's, it ended up being struck by about 6 or 7 of them. Her entire Immortal's Cave shook violently, and the spell formation shield distorted visibly. Things weren't over, though. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, everyone was thrown into a commotion again as more clouds appeared in the sky. This time, hundreds of lightning bolts could be seen forming. When they slammed down onto Fragrant Cloud Peak, all of the Immortal's Caves trembled, and many other areas were badly damaged. Bai Xiaochun's cave was almost destroyed. Even more shocking, Josenki's cave attracted over 50 bolts of lightning. They slammed into the cave over and over again like heavenly tribulation, breaking open the cave itself until Josenki tumbled out. Her face pale, she fled off into the distance. Looking back at the flattened rubble that had been her Immortal's Cave, she screamed, "Bai Xiaochun!" There were a few other inner sect disciples who met similar fates. Their Immortal's Caves destroyed, they stormed over toward Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, vowing to settle accounts immediately, no matter what happened. However, in that same moment, clouds roiled up above, even thicker than before, and an intense pressure weighed down on everything below. Josenki's heart began to pound, and her face fell. The disciples who had come to pick a fight with Bai Xiaochun gasped and began to shake visibly. Even the peak lords of Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak noticed the clouds, and their eyes went wide. Sect leader Zheng Yuandong saw it from afar, and his scalp began to tingle. Shockingly, over 1,000 lightning bolts could be seen within the clouds. That will destroy Fragrant Cloud Peak. Bai Xiaochun. Heavens! What is he doing over there? I can't believe there are so many lightning bolts. We're under attack. We're under attack. Countless cries of shock and alarm rose up in and around Fragrant Cloud Peak. Everyone from outer to inner sect disciples were trembling as an intense fear filled them. Bai Xiaochun had tuned everything out, and didn't even realize what was happening. Eyes crimson, he stared at the pill furnace for a moment, then bellowed and slapped it with both hands. Lightning Detox Grand Magic. Boom. Chapter 108, Big Fatty Zhang, Loyal Friend. Even Li Qinghe gasped in response to what was happening. Having no time to actually dispel the lightning, he quickly performed an incantation gesture and waved his finger toward the sky. In response, a resplendent, multicolored shield sprang into existence above Fragrant Cloud Peak. At the same time, the more than 1,000 lightning bolts began to descend from the clouds. Their target was Fragrant Cloud Peak, but the shield blocked their progress. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and ripples spread out across the shield as it began to neutralize the lightning bolts. After 30 breaths of time, the final lightning bolt was neutralized, and the multicolored shield faded away. The disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak were left trembling, the intense feeling of danger still lingering in their hearts. After a moment, they turned with bloodshot eyes to look in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's cave. Bai Xiaochun! Countless disciples howled. It was hard to say who made the first move, but soon, a huge mob was rushing toward his immortal's cave. Elders joined the crowd, and even Li Qinghe flew in the same direction in a bright beam of light. Within his crumbling immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun was staring anxiously at the pill furnace, surprised that no lightning had come. Distracted, he suddenly realized that a deafening rumble could be heard outside, a sound which far exceeded the thunder from earlier. Face draining of blood, he leapt to his feet, which was when he realized that the immortal's cave was on the verge of collapsing. Without another moment of hesitation, he ran outside. Moments later, the rumbling caused by countless running people pushed the immortal's cave past the point where it could hold together, and it collapsed. Bai Xiaochun gaped mutely as the dust billowed out in all directions. That was when he realized that he was surrounded by a sea of furious Fragrant Cloud Peak disciples. Before he could begin his explanation, Jozenki's shrill cry pierced through the crowd. Bai Xiaochun, you owe me an immortal's cave. Take Bai Xiaochun down. Damn it! You destroyed my immortal's cave. This is over the top. You weren't really concocting medicine, were you? First were the exploding pill furnaces, then all those weird animals, and finally this lightning. Why you? The crowd was completely enraged after having been tormented for 2 years in a row by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt more wronged than ever, considering that he really had been concocting pills. But then he noticed that Jozenki's immortal's cave had been reduced to rubble, and suddenly felt an apologetic twinge in his heart. Ho Xiaomei and Ho Yunfei were there in the crowd, but even they looked a bit helpless. Ho Xiaomei looked over at Bai Xiaochun, gritted her teeth, and was just about to start defending him to the crowd when Ho Yunfei fearfully clamped his hand over her mouth. It was a delicate moment, given how incensed the crowd was. The disciples of Fragrant Cloud Peak had all determined that letting Bai Xiaochun continue to concoct pills was unacceptable. As long as he was working at pill concocting, none of them would feel safe. When they thought about what had just occurred with the lightning, their shouts of fury grew even more intense. Even as the crowd teetered on the verge of losing control, the elders arrived, along with Li Qinghe. The disciples instantly quieted down, looking over woefully at Li Qinghe, clearly imploring him to take action. Li Qinghe felt a huge headache coming on as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. Inciting lightning wasn't something that was incredibly difficult to do. Lightning was a yang element, so the only thing one had to do was provoke the proper transformations in plants and vegetation to create a yang aura, and thus attract lightning. However, even Li Qinghe was shocked by the sheer amount of lightning that had descended. Furthermore, Li Qinghe was also fairly certain that the exaggerated nature of the event had something to do with Fragrant Cloud Peak itself, which fundamentally possessed a yin aura. Of course, the ordinary disciples wouldn't know that, and thus wouldn't know that Bai Xiaochun had only been one instigating factor. Bai Xiaochun truly felt sorry for everyone, but also felt that he was getting the short end of the stick. Lacking any other options, he simply looked anxiously at Li Qinghe. With a slight shake of his head, Li Qinghe said, Bai Xiaochun, from here on out, you're not allowed to concoct medicine on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Leave the mountain to do any concocting. The disciples started to get excited at Li Qinghe's brilliance. Yeah. Leave the mountain to do your concocting. Stay away from Fragrant Cloud Peak. Go concoct medicine anywhere except near us. That's right. If you keep concocting medicine the way you have been, you're going to destroy Fragrant Cloud Peak. There's nothing strange about being asked to leave. But before Bai Xiaochun could even begin to explain, Li Qinghe waved his sleeve. The matter's been decided. All right, everyone, take your leave. Having finished speaking, Li Qinghe glared harshly at Bai Xiaochun, who immediately bit his tongue. He almost looked like he was going to cry. He truly felt horrible for disappointing Li Qinghe so badly. The disciples in the crowd gave their final glares to Bai Xiaochun and then gradually dispersed. After everyone was gone, Li Qinghe stood there with Bai Xiaochun and let out a long sigh. "Okay, explain your lightning detox grand magic to me." Bai Xiaochun looked up. Eyes glittering, he smiled broadly, and began to explain all of the details of his grand magic. Upon finishing, he stood there looking at Li Qinghe in anticipation. Li Qinghe thought for a moment, and then nodded his head. The Tao of medicine is boundless, and no one could ever dare to say that it has a limit. Anything can happen during the journey upon that long path. The method you attempted has been tried and tested by others in the past, and they all failed. Lightning is powerful, and very difficult to control. Although some degree of success is possible, you can only go so far. You should wait until your cultivation base is a bit higher before trying again. At the very least, foundation establishment. Right now, any more attempts would be useless. Seeing how obsessed Bai Xiaochun was with the Tao of medicine, he did his best to explain things gently. After finishing, he patted Bai Xiaochun encouragingly on the shoulder, then turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun sighed and sat down blankly. He really felt bad for causing so many immortals' caves to be destroyed. After thinking about what Li Qinghe had told him, he decided that, for the moment, he would stop working on the lightning detox grand magic. "I need to take my research in a different direction," he thought. "I need to find another way to cleanse the impurities, something that doesn't use lightning, and that doesn't affect other people. But how do I do that?" After some more thought, he looked toward Violet Cauldron Peak, and his eyes began to shine. Night hadn't fallen yet, so Bai Xiaochun straightened up a bit, then looked back at his destroyed immortal's cave, his eyes shining with determination. "For the Tao of medicine, and for my eternal life pill." With that, he walked down Fragrant Cloud Peak and headed toward Violet Cauldron Peak. Bai Xiaochun was already very familiar with Violet Cauldron Peak. Back in the day, he and Big Fatty Zhang had covered nearly half the mountain in their search for spirit tail chickens. Later on, when he became so entranced with being called Sect Uncle, he had come to stroll around the mountain on numerous occasions. Setting foot on Violet Cauldron Peak, he suddenly felt very calm. The disciples here weren't as irritable as those on Fragrant Cloud Peak, and in fact, many of them called out to him in greeting. Bai Xiaochun quickly began to sigh happily. All smiles, he walked along the familiar path toward Big Fatty Zhang's residence. Big Fatty Zhang still hadn't reached the inner sect yet, so he still lived in the same place as before. It was evening by the time Bai Xiaochun reached the front gate. When Big Fatty Zhang saw that it was Bai Xiaochun, he immediately broke into a wide smile. Once they were both inside his courtyard, Big Fatty Zhang proudly showed off his amazing spirit enhancement abilities, and explained that he was now renowned as a miraculous spirit enhancer here on Violet Cauldron Peak. Bai Xiaochun immediately offered words of congratulations, which of course made Big Fatty Zhang even happier than before. Finally, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. "Eldest brother, there's something I wanted to discuss with you." "Say the word." Big Fatty Zhang said, waving his hand in grandiose fashion. "Could you help me find a place to stay on Violet Cauldron Peak? I want to do some medicine concocting here." With that, he looked pleadingly at Big Fatty Zhang. "Concoct medicine? You're already an inner sect disciple. Your immortal's cave should have a medicine concocting workstation. Oh, by the way, I was in secluded meditation for a while. I heard Fragrant Cloud Peak had an incident with some lighting." "What happened exactly?" Having been out of the public eye for most of the year so far, Big Fatty Zhang wasn't too familiar with events beyond the borders of Violet Cauldron Peak. After all, Fragrant Cloud Peak was a different mountain altogether, so naturally he wouldn't know as much. Bai Xiaochun frowned bleakly. I was a bit careless in my pill concocting and attracted some lightning. My immortal's cave was actually destroyed." "Huh?" Big Fatty Zhang said, his eyes going wide. "Listen, eldest brother, you don't have to worry," Bai Xiaochun said, slapping his chest proudly. "I hereby swear that if I concoct medicine on Violet Cauldron Peak, I won't attract any lightning. Seriously, I'm the kind of person who keeps my word. Besides, I can concoct Tier 3 spirit medicine now. I'll give you a whole bottle when I'm finished." When Big Fatty Zhang heard Bai Xiaochun talk about Tier 3 spirit medicine, his heart began to thump. Tier 3 spirit medicines were available in the local market, but their prices were astronomical. Considering what Bai Xiaochun was offering him, there was no way he would refuse. Coupled with his pledge, Big Fatty Zhang only had to think for a moment before laughing heartily. "No problem at all. I don't have anywhere to concoct pills here, but I'm friends with the elder brother who manages the Immortal's caves. If we grease the wheels a bit, he can secretly get you into an inner sect disciple's cave. Of course, it can't be a long-term thing." "Not long-term," Bai Xiaochun said, eyes shining with excitement. Not long at all. Half a year at the most. Big Fatty Zhang nodded. Leaving Bai Xiaochun behind, he went away for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, then returned proudly with a command medallion. "Done," he announced. "It's not a very good immortal's cave, but it has a medicine concocting workstation. It's pretty close, I'll walk you over." Bai Xiaochun let out a cheer, then flattered Big Fatty Zhang a bit more. Bursting with happiness, Big Fatty Zhang led Bai Xiaochun off to the immortal's cave. It was relatively simple and crude for an immortal's cave, and very small, nothing like his cave back on Fragrant Cloud Peak. However, it had a medicine concocting workstation, which was enough for Bai Xiaochun. Sitting there looking very satisfied, he took a deep breath and said, "Eldest brother truly is a loyal friend." Moved, he reiterated to himself that he must not attempt any experiments with the lightning detox grand magic. Nor could he test strange pills on animals. As far as exploding pill furnaces, he was sure he could avoid that. Considering all that, he was convinced that no problems would arise because of his medicine concocting. It's time to research more ways to cleanse impurities. Calming himself, he produced a handful of spirit plants, which he began to analyze in detail. Slowly, he immersed himself in the Tao of medicine. Chapter 109, A Light Rain on Violet Cauldron Peak. During his first month on Violet Cauldron Peak, Bai Xiaochun worked quietly in the Immortal's Cave. None of the disciples around him even noticed that he was there. Big Fatty Zhang started to relax. At first, he had come to visit Bai Xiaochun fairly frequently to watch him at his concocting work, but eventually stopped visiting so often. But then, another month passed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he looked at the medicinal pills in front of him. After some detailed examination, he began to laugh loudly. During that month of work, he had made 4 major efforts to try to come up with a new method for cleansing impurities, and now, he had finally found his new direction. Using lightning to purge the pills with outside force is one method. But another method is to purge the spirit medicine from the inside. Bai Xiaochun, you really are a genius. Ha ha ha. I know exactly what to do. By using the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, I can create a burning power even as I concoct the pills, something that will expunge the impurities. After the impurities are forced out, the final medicinal pill will no longer be toxic. Getting more excited, he took a deep breath and got to work. After organizing all of the medicinal plant and then beginning to feed them into the pill furnace, he started adding even more plants that weren't part of the pill formula, keeping careful records about everything he did. 4 days later, he once again slipped into a state of bedeviled focus. Circling continuously around the pill furnace, he made occasional adjustments to the earth flame, sometimes adding in other spirit medicines, following his instincts to either dilute or strengthen the mixture. As night fell, Bai Xiaochun's excitement grew as popping sounds began to ring out from the pill furnace. Soon, the furnace began to shake, and then a noxious black smoke billowed out. Bai Xiaochun quickly waved his sleeve to blow the smoke outside of the Immortal's Cave, where it floated up into the air. Some of it ended up being absorbed by the clouds above Violet Cauldron Peak, and some was carried by the wind in the direction of Green Crest Peak. After the Immortal's Cave was cleared of smoke, Bai Xiaochun hurried over to the pill furnace and peered inside. It contained a single medicinal pill which he picked up and examined. It was clearly a toxic pill, however, whereas the previous version had been 100% impure, this one was only about 98 or 99% impure. He was quite pleased, and was now sure that he was on the right track. All he had to do was keep working toward a method to find the perfect combination of elements. Ha ha ha. This concocting method is much more low profile. No lightning. No thunder. I'm not affecting anyone else at all. He was very happy. After all, he really didn't want to arouse the anger of the other disciples because of his concocting work. Feeling very satisfied, he sat down cross-legged to meditate for a while. After finishing his daily work with the Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture, the Undying Live Forever technique, and the Water Swamp Kingdom, he headed over to the pill furnace to begin concocting again. He devoted himself completely to his work. Every day, he would concoct 4 or 5 batches, and each time, black smoke would billow out, which he would subsequently blow out of the Immortal's Cave, where it rose up into the sky. 10 days later, he was delighted to discover that while out of every 10 batches, 4 were toxic pills, the levels of impurity were steadily dropping. Lately, they had dipped to about 97%. It was clearly a reduction from the previous level of 100%. That wasn't the only progress he had made either. The pills that came out successfully also had fewer impurities. If he continued on down this path, he would be able to consistently produce mid-grade Tier 3 spirit medicine. Eyes burning with passion, he completely tuned out the outside world and went crazy with concocting medicine. It was almost like being in secluded meditation. He kept careful records, and constantly made adjustments as required. Soon, he increased his productivity to the point where he was producing 7 or 8 batches per day. Black smoke was rising up into the sky almost constantly. Half a month later, he was delighted to find that the impurity levels in the toxic pills had dropped to 95%. By the time Bai Xiaochun had been on Violet Cauldron Peak for 2 months, many disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak were beginning to breathe sighs of relief. They weren't sure where exactly Bai Xiaochun had gone off to, but they could sense that peace had been restored. Other than Big Fatty Zhang, no one else on Violet Cauldron Peak knew that Bai Xiaochun had come there to concoct medicine. However, word had been spreading about all the things that had occurred on Fragrant Cloud Peak because of him. As Big Fatty Zhang heard more of the stories, he began to tremble. He could never have imagined that Bai Xiaochun could cause such a huge stir on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Although he was a bit nervous, Bai Xiaochun had been very quiet, and hadn't drawn any attention at all. Gradually, Big Fatty Zhang began to relax again. Time passed. By this point, Bai Xiaochun had been at his concocting work for 3 months straight. Black smoke poured continuously out of the Immortal's cave, to the point where it was finally starting to attract some attention from nearby Violet Cauldron Peak disciples. However, none of them gave it much thought. Big Fatty Zhang was calmer than ever. However, he had noticed something annoying lately, which was that it had started raining on Violet Cauldron Peak. It was a very strange rain, considering that it only fell on Violet Cauldron Peak, and nowhere else. Furthermore, the rain was dirty. If it fell on you, it would leave dark streaks behind. Gradually, other disciples on Violet Cauldron Peak started to notice, and people began wondering what exactly was going on. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was madly focused on pill concocting. By this point, he was up to about 15 batches per day. He almost never took breaks, and was starting to look a bit sallow and thin. As for the toxic pills, their impurity levels continued to drop. They were now at about 92 to 93%. Only a few more months, and I'll be able to get the toxicity levels below 90%. Then they'll count as low-grade spirit medicines. With a whoop of excitement, Bai Xiaochun immersed himself even further in concocting. Meanwhile, the sound of an uproar was building outside. Big Fatty Zhang was walking along on one of the paths that wound through Violet Cauldron Peak when suddenly, the rain began to fall even harder than before. At the same time, an acrid odor began to fill the air. Then, Big Fatty Zhang's eyes went wide as he realized that the rain splashing down onto him actually hurt. Furthermore, his clothing was beginning to melt. Big Fatty Zhang gaped in shock, then let out a cry of alarm when he realized that it would only be moments before his clothes were completely melted. He immediately dashed back in the direction of his residence. Along the way, more cries of alarm rang out. As he ran along, Big Fatty Zhang saw other Violet Cauldron Peak disciples speeding along, their clothing in ruins. The more the rainwater soaked them, the more the fabric melted. There were even a few unlucky disciples who were already completely naked. Heavens! What's happening? My clothes. What kind of rain is this? It stinks, and even hurts. It's actually melting my clothes. Damn it! Even magical shields can't stop it. Violet Cauldron Peak was in a complete uproar. Anyone who didn't get out of the rain immediately would quickly find their clothing melting off of their bodies. Violet Cauldron Peak was devolving into chaos. Even some of the long-time inner sect disciples were going crazy. In all of their lives, they had never experienced anything like this. The screams of the female disciples were especially piercing. The elders of Violet Cauldron Peak stared in shock. There were even some elders who were outside lecturing about magical techniques. When the rain fell on them, they trembled. At the same time, many people looked over at Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, from which masses of black smoke billowed. As it rose up into the sky, the noxious black rain fell harder. There was one particular inner sect disciple who did his best to cover up his clothing. Alarmed, he flew along until he happened to run directly into a cloud of black smoke. Instantly, his clothing was gone. Letting out a shriek of alarm, he unleashed the power of lightning, and was soon wreathed in electricity. Moments later, he donned a new robe, only to find that it was already melting. What's going on? Whoever's in that Immortal's cave, get out here. That inner sect disciple was none other than Lu Tianlei. When other people noticed the source of the problem, they began to roar in rage. Damn it! It's coming from there. I knew something was off. Nobody was living in that Immortal's cave before, but for the past few months I've seen black smoke coming out of it. That black smoke is what's causing this disaster. It's been rising up into the air for months now. It's affected the climate. That's why this acid rain is falling. As people cried out in rage, Big Fatty Zhang was holed up in his residence, staring out blankly at what was happening outside. His mind was spinning as he looked at the falling rain, and suddenly, He understood how the disciples back on Fragrant Cloud Peak had felt. At the top of the mountain, the Peak Lord of Violet Cauldron Peak, Bai Xiaochun, was looking around in stupefaction. Not daring to set foot outside her mansion, she waved her finger toward the sky, activating Violet Cauldron Peak's spell formation. A shield of light appeared, which temporarily stopped the rain from falling onto the mountain. However, the shield was visibly being eaten away by the destructive rain. The disciples of Violet Cauldron Peak took advantage of the brief respite to put on new clothing. Incensed, and bursting with killing intent, they rushed in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave. Soon, the disciples on Fragrant Cloud Peak noticed that the Violet Cauldron Peak spell formation shield had been activated, and noticed that rain was falling over it. What's happening over on Violet Cauldron Peak? Even as they pondered the situation, the voices of countless individuals joined together to cause a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar of rage to rise up from the direction of Violet Cauldron Peak. Bai Xiaochun. The sound echoed out in all directions, shaking even Violet Cauldron Peak itself. The disciples from Fragrant Cloud Peak looked around, shaken. Then, the image of a certain individual appeared in their minds, and they understood everything. Bai Xiaochun went to Violet Cauldron Peak to concoct medicine. That's definitely the reason. The Peak Lord said he couldn't concoct medicine here, so he went to Violet Cauldron Peak. The roaring of the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples caused Bai Xiaochun to scream in terror. He had just been about to excitedly start another batch when he heard the sound of countless magical techniques battering the Immortal's Cave. Gaping in shock, he looked out to see a mob of enraged disciples surrounding the cave. Lu Dianlei was there, electricity dancing around him as he charged forward. Wings popped out of the terrified Bai Xiaochun's back, and he took to flight. Enraged shouts echoed out behind him as the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples gave chase. Big Fatty Zhang watched from a distance, swallowing hard and quickly pretending as if he hadn't seen anything. Under no circumstances did he wish anyone to know that he was the one who had arranged for Bai Xiaochun to get an Immortal's Cave. Even as the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples began to chase Bai Xiaochun down, all of a sudden, cries of alarm rang up from the direction of Green Crest Peak. Chapter 110, Exiled to 10,000 Snakes Valley. Something had happened which not a single person had been aware of. Partially due to monsoon winds, only some of the black smoke had made it into the clouds above Violet Cauldron Peak. The rest had been carried by the wind to Green Crest Peak. If it had only been a tiny bit, it would eventually have just faded away without doing anything. But considering the daily buildup, it was no surprise that when rain began to fall on Violet Cauldron Peak, the effects eventually spread to Green Crest Peak. Originally, the disciples from Green Crest Peak had simply watched the events playing out on Fragrant Cloud Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak, shocked, but at the same time, gloating in the misfortune of the other disciples. Furthermore, they had all taken steps to prevent Bai Xiaochun from ever coming to Green Crest Peak. Third Fatty Hay's friends had even warned her against taking him in. But then, the raindrops began to fall. Shocked expressions appeared as people looked up to find that the sky above Green Crest Peak was filled with black clouds. Although they weren't as dense as those above Violet Cauldron Peak, the acid rain began to fall, and the disciples' clothes began to melt. Cries of alarm rose up. As the screams intensified, numerous beams of sword light shot out from Green Crest Peak toward Violet Cauldron Peak, joining the group of disciples from there who were chasing down Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun! Damn it! Don't tell me that Bai Xiaochun secretly came to Green Crest Peak too. He must have. That vile fiend. He definitely snuck over here to concoct medicine. The Green Crest Peak disciples were going mad. Quite a few were already on the verge of losing all of their clothing. Putting on new clothing didn't do any good. Green Crest Peak devolved into enraged chaos, and the disciples quickly became allies with the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples in their desire to catch Bai Xiaochun. Shangwen Tianyu was among them. Although his robes were still in one piece, his murderous rage burned hot. At long last, he had found an opportunity to pay Bai Xiaochun back for the events in the Wildweed Mountains. Rumbling sounds filled the air, along with Bai Xiaochun's screams. It was bad enough that the disciples of Violet Cauldron Peak were chasing him down, but then Green Crest Peak joined in. Then he heard what the Green Crest Peak disciples were saying, and he felt more deeply maligned than ever. I never went to Green Crest Peak. Really? All of the more than 10,000 disciples from Green Crest Peak were in motion now, speeding along on their flying swords. When they heard Bai Xiaochun's explanation, though, they only became angrier. As the sword light bore down on Bai Xiaochun, the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples unleashed countless magical techniques. Bai Xiaochun was so scared he was screaming at the top of his lungs. I've shed my own blood for the sect. Boom. The attacks of the Violet Cauldron Peak disciples were driving Bai Xiaochun to near madness. Fie. I'm a prestige disciple. Boom. As the countless beams of sword light closed in, Bai Xiaochun fluttered the wings on his back, and sweat poured down his face. "I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. Even if you were the son of the sect leader, we'd still beat the daylights out of you." The disciples of two mountain peaks joined together in their anger as they chased after Bai Xiaochun with deadly intent. You people are so unreasonable. They're trying to kill me. They're gonna kill me." Bai Xiaochun's scalp was entirely numb. He had done nothing more than concoct some pills, and these people had gone completely mad. Looking like he was about to cry, he pushed forward with as much speed as possible as he shot toward Fragrant Cloud Peak. Now, he suddenly felt as if the disciples from there were a lot more easygoing. After all, Fragrant Cloud Peak was his home. A huge mob was chasing him back toward Fragrant Cloud Peak. He looked like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on as he shot up the mountain, the other disciples in hot pursuit. Just as the disciples from the other mountains were about to step foot on Fragrant Cloud Peak, an enraged, thunderous snort echoed out from the summit of the mountain. "Turn your asses around this instant." The voice sounded like the boom of thunder. All of the disciples preparing to charge up Fragrant Cloud Peak coughed up mouthfuls of blood and tumbled backward. A massive power roiled out, pushing all of them away. When the shock left their faces, they exchanged glances and quickly realized how impulsive they had been. Bowing their heads, they clasped hands in apology and retreated. The commotion quickly died down. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw what had just happened, he was deeply moved. He almost felt like a young child who had been fighting, and losing, only to have a parent step into the rescue and wallop the opponent. "Yeah, that's right," he shouted, gesticulating wildly. "Turn your asses around. Especially you people from Green Crest Peak." He was just about to explain how he really hadn't concocted any medicine on Green Crest Peak when all of a sudden, pressure weighed down on him as Leaking Ho materialized up ahead. Face grim, he waved his sleeve, causing Bai Xiaochun to fly through the air toward him. A moment later, he had Bai Xiaochun by the neck. "Uncle Li, I really didn't go to Green Crest 5e. It didn't matter how fast he blurted the words, he couldn't finish speaking before Leaking Ho flew up into the air. The countless disciples from the other two mountain peaks watched in utter joy as the scene played out. As for the Fragrant Cloud Peak disciples, they looked on with odd expressions before letting out long sighs. Bai Xiaochun really got unlucky this time. He pissed off the Peak Lord. He's really in for it now. He didn't just piss off the Peak Lord, he drove the entire South Bank crazy. As countless disciples looked on in delight, the blood drained from Bai Xiaochun's face. He had just noticed which direction Leaking Ho was heading. It was none other than 10,000. 10,000 Snakes Valley. Shrieking, he said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Li." It didn't take long for Leaking Ho to take the wailing Bai Xiaochun behind Fragrant Cloud Peak to 10,000 Snakes Valley. As soon as they set foot inside, countless vipers looked up and hissed loudly. It was even possible to see the venom dripping from their fangs. Bai Xiaochun was so scared he started shaking. Most terrifying of all was that Leaking Ho continued toward the cave in the middle of the valley. "I just wanted to concoct medicine. I didn't do it on purpose. Uncle Li, you have to listen to me. I was just doing what you told me. I didn't concoct medicine on Fragrant Cloud Peak. All his frantic explanation did, however, was cause Leaking Ho's expression to grow even darker. He even sped up as he headed deep into the cave. At first, everything was black, but soon, one pair of cold eyes after another snapped open to stare icily at Bai Xiaochun and Leaking Ho. Because Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base had advanced so much, he was able to see their auras much more clearly now. He was petrified to find that this place was far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. That was even more the case now that he had mastered all 5 volumes of spirit creatures. Even though they were surrounded by darkness, when he circulated his spiritual power, he quickly identified many of the snakes, and recalled the information about them. A 3-steps viper. A morning anaconda. That's a gold-silver vermin snake. To his shock, Bai Xiaochun found that all of the snakes were venomous, and according to the 5 volumes of spirit creatures, they were incredibly powerful. In fact, even Foundation establishment cultivators who didn't deal with them quickly enough would be killed. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Leaking Ho had dragged Bai Xiaochun to the depths of the cave, into a huge subterranean cavern filled with countless hissing snakes. There were even 9 that exuded the power of a cultivation base equivalent to the 8th level of chi condensation. Their eyes were bright red, and their fangs constantly dripped with shocking venom. A certain distance into the cavern was a stone hut surrounded by a spell formation that kept everything within 30 meters clear of snakes. That was where the snakes piled up en masse. Despite their distance from the hut itself, Bai Xiaochun still felt an intense sensation of deadly crisis. A thump could be heard as Leaking Ho waved his sleeve, sending Bai Xiaochun tumbling down next to the stone hut. "Want to concoct medicine? Do it here. There's earth flame and a pill furnace. And take this." At least here you won't disturb any of the other disciples." Snorting coldly, Li Qinghe tossed a bag of holding over to Bai Xiaochun. "You'll find plenty of medicinal plants and food in there. Stay here and stay out of trouble. After you've had some time to think, I'll come take you out." With a final glare at Bai Xiaochun, he did a final check to make sure the spell formation was working, then flew away. Having no other choice, he had finally resorted to using this place to try to grind away some of Bai Xiaochun's mischievousness. Of course, deep down, he truly cared for him, and was careful to make sure the spell formation was in good order. Based on his understanding of Bai Xiaochun, he was certain that he wouldn't step out of the spell formation. Bai Xiaochun appeared to be on the verge of tears as he watched Li Qinghe leave. Moments later, without the pressure from Li Qinghe to suppress them, the snakes started to slither about here and there. They bared their fangs, and even tried to break through the spell formation shield, sending venom splattering about in all directions. Further off in the distance were some snakes in the 8th level of chi condensation who eyed Bai Xiaochun coldly, almost as if they wished to swallow him up. Bai Xiaochun began to pant. "Those are blood god cobras. I can't believe they're in the 8th level of chi condensation. One drop of their venom could kill 10,000 people." Heart pounding with fear, he looked around a bit more, and realized that there were 3 snakes who were comparable to the 9th level of chi condensation, and there were even 2 in the Great Circle. The fluctuations that emanated from them were not the same as those from cultivators. These were deadly venomous snakes. Most heart-pounding of all was that there was one set of fluctuations that seemed even more powerful than the rest. And all of them seemed to be staring at him. Soon, the sky outside grew dark, and Bai Xiaochun sat there, sighing miserably. What do I do now? Chapter 111, Making Contact with the Shackles. It was deep in the night, and the moon hung bright in the sky. It was very dark inside the cave, but Bai Xiaochun could hear a cacophony of slithering and hissing outside. It was hair-raisingly terrifying. The stone hut was small, and other than the earth flame formation and the pill furnace, was completely empty. Bai Xiaochun sighed and activated the earth flame formation, causing the light of flames to flicker out around him. That made him feel a bit better. He was the type of person who tended to get used to new environments easily. Although he was scared, he knew he had to adapt. A moment later, he peered into the bag of holding Li Qinghe had left him, whereupon his eyes went wide. It was filled with a massive quantity of medicinal plants, some of which cost a huge amount of merit points to acquire from the sect. There were even a few that he recognized from the 5 volumes of plants and vegetation as types that the sect didn't offer. There was a huge variety of all types of medicinal plants, too many to count. If he used them carefully, he would be able to concoct not only Tier 3 spirit medicines, but possibly even Tier 4 spirit medicines. Getting excited, he heated up the pill furnace and then began concocting some medicine. As long as he could distract himself from the sounds coming from outside, he could still continue his research. This time, he was sure that he would be able to reduce the impurities in the Tier 3 medicine below 90%. Time passed. 3 months later, Bai Xiaochun's hair was disheveled, and he had completely forgotten where he was. He was utterly focused on medicine concocting, and as for the black smoke which resulted in acid rain on the outside, it was actually refreshingly nourishing to the vipers in the cave. The snakes struggled to be the first to breathe it in, after which they emitted deafening hisses. Bai Xiaochun didn't pay any attention to that, though. He was at a critical point in his concocting, and had reduced the impurities in the toxic pills all the way down to 91 or 92%. Just a bit further, and he would have succeeded in reaching his goal. His eyes were bloodshot as he madly concocted medicine. In the blink of an eye, 3 more months passed. He had now been living in the snake cave for half a year. In addition to his concocting, he practiced cultivation. He was now able to fully unleash the water swamp kingdom, which resulted in incredible pressure. Unfortunately, he was completely incapable of summoning his life essence spirit. He'd also grown accustomed to the snakes. He would even take the occasional walk outside of the stone hut. The snakes would eye him coldly, ready to pounce the instant he set foot outside of the spell formation shield. Li Qinghe occasionally came to check in on Bai Xiaochun in secret. After coming to the conclusion that Bai Xiaochun was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because Bai Xiaochun hadn't been seen for half a year, the south bank quieted back down. There was no thunder or lightning, no noxious clouds, no acid rain. Everyone enjoyed the peace and tranquility. Occasionally, people would think about Bai Xiaochun, but most people had heard that Li Qinghe took him to 10,000 Snakes Valley. Furthermore, whenever people considering breaking sect rules, they would think of Bai Xiaochun and say to themselves, "I can't pull a Bai Xiaochun. This is wrong. If Bai Xiaochun did something like that, he would definitely be punished. I should rethink things." Time passed. Another 6 months. It had now been a full year since Bai Xiaochun had disappeared from the public eye. Even Zheng Yuandong was sighing. Sending Bai Xiaochun to 10,000 Snakes Valley was definitely the right thing to do, he thought. The only things there are snakes. He won't be able to cause problems for anyone. However, whether it was Zheng Yuandong, Li Qingho, or the disciples of the three mountain peaks, all of them had clearly underestimated Bai Xiaochun. On one particular day, Bai Xiaochun was there in his stone hut, having just finished concocting a batch of medicinal pills. There was no black smoke. The pill inside the furnace was no longer a toxic pill, but rather, an 89% impure low-grade medicinal pill. Although it would be considered low-grade even among other low-grade pills, it was still completely different than a toxic pill. Excited, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. After trying another batch, he confirmed his success. At long last, when it came to Tier 3 spirit medicine, he could succeed 100% of the time. With this level of mastery of Tier 3 spirit medicine, even pill formulas he hadn't encountered before would have a perfect success rate after he solved any minor problems which cropped up. Thoroughly stirred up, he rushed out of the stone hut, laughing proudly. He had paid a very heavy price, and spent a huge amount of time, to reach this point. Actually, now that he thought about it, even being thrown into the snake cave was worth it. He took a deep breath, swished his sleeve, and looked with disdain at the snakes surrounding him. Next comes cultivation. I need to reach the 9th level of chi condensation, and get my undying gold skin. Feeling very proud of himself, he returned to the stone hut, where he once again began to concoct medicine. Pulling out his turtle walk, he performed spirit enhancements on all of the medicinal pills he had produced, then consumed them. His cultivation base increased steadily. He had already been in the great circle of the 8th level of chi condensation, just a sliver away from breaking through to the next level. A month later, as he sat there cross-legged meditating, visualizing an enormous war mammoth, his cultivation base exploded with power. The spiritual power within him throbbed like 100 rivers flowing together into a sea. After closer inspection, the sea actually looked like a dragon, as though a dragon had actually come to exist inside of him. As it circulated through his chi vessels, his fleshly body emitted cracking sounds, and the image of a mammoth appeared behind him. It was a huge beast with long fur, rising up on its hind legs to let out a powerful roar. When it slammed its feet down onto the ground, ripples spread out through the air, causing the nearby snakes to tremble. The 8 blood god cobras' eyes shone with piercing light, their scales stood on end, and the hoods on their heads opened wide. Bai Xiaochun had been observing the image of the mammoth from the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. The resulting surge of spiritual power pushed his cultivation base all the way from the 8th level of chi condensation into the 9th. The power of his fleshly body rocketed up, and his chi and blood flowed rapidly. He actually seemed to grow a bit larger as every bit of flesh and muscle flourished. Apparently because of his undying live forever technique, his silver skin flickered, and something strange happened. It was as if his fleshly body had come into contact with a type of shackle, a barrier that someone with an ordinary body couldn't break through. Rumbling filled his mind, and everything felt like it was spinning. It was like he was a bottle which, after being filled with water, had more water forced into it, causing the bottle to begin to shake and crack. A tremor ran through him, and his eyes snapped open to reveal an astonishing, piercing light. If any ordinary disciple in the chi condensation stage could see Bai Xiaochun right now, that person would be shaken to the core. Although the pressure he exuded was not that of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would still cause anyone to tremble in capitulation. It was like a pressure which could crush down on all living things. Everyone has shackles, he murmured. Regardless of the level of cultivation base or fleshly body, there are shackles which people cannot break through. So, the shackles mentioned in the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture are the same shackles I heard about before. In the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, the power of the mammoth represents the body, and can push a person's fleshly body to the very pinnacle. The power of the dragon represents the spirit, and can push a person's cultivation base to the limit of chi condensation. That is the purpose of the 1st and 2nd levels, to reach the pinnacle, not to make contact with the shackle. When cultivating the 3rd level, the dragon and the mammoth combine and rise even higher, and that is when contact with the shackle can be made. By borrowing power from the meridians of heaven and earth, as well as a foundation establishment pill, one can break through, form a sea of chi, and reach foundation establishment. Obviously, not just anyone can cultivate the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. Only people who have cultivated both their spirit and their body all the way the 8th level of chi condensation can successfully do so. My undying live forever technique might be incomplete, and only contain the undying skin. But as that mysterious senior said when he saved me, if I reach the level of undying gold skin, I can make contact with the first shackle. When that happens, if I can break through it, It will be good fortune for me. What I've sensed today must be that so-called shackle. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone so brightly that they were like lamps inside the dark stone hut. The founding patriarch created the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. By cultivating it to the very end, you can combine the dragon and the mammoth, and make contact with the shackle. However, making contact is the limit. In the first volume of the Undying Codex, the undying gold skin can also make contact with the shackle, but that is the limit there as well. Only by breaking through the shackle after making contact can you go on to cultivate the second volume, the Undying Heavenly King. Right now, though, I've only successfully cultivated the first level of the Dragon Mammoth Sea-forming scripture, and my undying skin is only at the peak of silver. Once I experience a breakthrough, I should meet the requirements to make contact with the shackle. Bai Xiaochun was panting by this point. Actually, making a breakthrough with either technique should enable me to make contact with the first shackle. Excited, Bai Xiaochun thought the matter over again, and realized something even more exciting. If this analysis is correct, I wonder what level my fleshly body will be at if I break through with both the undying gold skin and the dragon and mammoth. Although he couldn't be sure of the answer, he was filled with intense anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he produced some medicinal pills to restore his vital energy, then began to cultivate the undying live forever technique. The flickering silver light inside of him was gradually filling with strands of gold. They were faint at first, but they indicated that his undying live forever technique was on the threshold of the undying gold skin. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he finished his session of cultivation and excitedly emerged from the stone hut. Looking around the cave, he subconsciously adopted the posture of a hero, flicking his sleeve and murmuring, "I'm already in the 9th level of chi condensation. Just wait until I break through that first shackle." When that happens, not a single person in the 8th level of chi condensation will be a match for me. Sighing to himself, he suddenly noticed the masses of snakes around him, and how they were slithering and hissing, some of them even spitting venom. Off in the distance were the blood god cobras, who were in the 8th level of chi condensation. One of them suddenly shot forward, only to bounce off of the spell formation's shield. Stunned, Bai Xiaochun glared around at the hissing snakes, angry at how they were constantly spitting out venom. "You really think Lord Bai has no way to deal with you? Don't push me, you bunch of..." Before he could finish speaking, a whole group of snakes launched themselves into the air and then slammed into the shield right in front of him. "That's it, you pushed me," he howled, rushing back into the stone hut. Chapter 112, Two Hearts Intertwined. At long last reunited, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in front of his pill furnace, simmering with anger. "These snakes are totally evil," he said with a cold harumph. "Not cute at all. Now that I've mastered Tier 3 spirit medicine, you think I can't teach you a lesson, you stupid little snakes? You like spitting venom and hissing all the time, right? Humph. Well, I'm gonna concoct a medicinal pill to make you all shut your mouths." Bursting with confidence, he flicked his sleeve and began to contemplate what medicine formula to use. "If I want to shut these snakes up, I need a really tough medicinal pill, something that will really keep their mouths stuck shut." Chuckling darkly, he began to select the ingredients he would use. Time passed. 7 days later, Bai Xiaochun had already descended into bedeviled madness. One after another, he had removed the medicinal plants from his bag of holding and examined them carefully to make his selections. In the end, he selected a total of 37 medicinal plants. After brewing them together in a special way, they would make an extremely sticky substance, but that wasn't enough for Bai Xiaochun. After drawing upon the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, he began to make adjustments to make the medicinal pill even stickier. A month later, his hair was completely disheveled. Thick black smoke roiled out of the pill furnace, within which could be seen a heavy buildup of medicinal dregs. This was his 10th failure of the month. Outside, the hissing of the snakes was as loud as ever. Frowning, his desire to teach them a lesson grew stronger than ever. "Maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way. I've been trying to use an outside force to make the mixture more sticky. Although I used some of the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, perhaps studying how these snakes tick could give me some inspiration to improve the medicinal efficacy." After a bit more thought, he walked out of the stone hut and began pacing along the border of the spell formation. When he found the perfect opportunity, his hand shot out like lightning toward a 5-eyed adder. Before the target snake could react, it had been grabbed and pulled into the spell formation. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun's hand pulled back into the spell formation, countless blasts of venom hit the shield's surface, followed by innumerable snakes. However, Bai Xiaochun was immersed in the Tao of medicine, and completely disregarded them. Hand clamped tightly onto the 5-eyed adder, he turned and walked back to the stone hut. Soon afterward, the hair-raising sound of mad cackling echoed out from inside. The 5-eyed adder was as strong as the 3rd level of chi condensation, But in Bai Xiaochun's hands, that was weaker than a spirit-tail chicken. The snake's body was soon peeled open, allowing Bai Xiaochun to examine everything about it in minute detail, even its bones and blood. After thoughtful contemplation, he adjusted the combination of medicinal plants and began to concoct. The next day, the pill furnace trembled, and black smoke poured out. Bai Xiaochun was left coughing, but less forcefully than before. After racking his brains for a bit, he went out to get another snake to study. Soon, he had another flash of inspiration. 3 days later, more black smoke poured out of the pill furnace. Maddened, Bai Xiaochun let out a roar and went out to do more research, his eyes completely bloodshot. Another month passed, and by this point, Bai Xiaochun had already forgotten why he had come to be so focused on creating this medicine formula. All he did was work on his creation, occasionally launching a hand out through the spell formation shield to grab another snake. He got especially good at that part. During the month that had passed, he'd caught and studied dozens of snakes. The snakes outside eyed him as coldly, as if he were a mortal enemy. The sound of their hissing, and the flow of their venom, never ceased. The snakes in the 8th level of chi condensation continued to occasionally attack the spell formation, looking for a weakness, hoping to consume Bai Xiaochun. Nope. That's not it. Not good enough. By now, 2 months had passed since he began working on a medicinal pill to shut the mouths of the venomous snakes. He had failed over 100 times, without even one success. Creating medicine formulas was not an easy thing, something he was now acutely aware of. However, he didn't give up. In fact, he descended deeper into the madness of his experimentation. Another 2 months passed, and he had experienced hundreds of failures, but managed to succeed once. When that happened, he looked discontentedly at the black spirit medicine he held in his hand. How come there's only one pill? There are so many snakes here. If I only get one to shut its mouth, that won't help at all. Eyes bloodshot, he tugged angrily at his hair and stared at the pill. I need a way to spread the effects. The best pill would be one that, once consumed by a snake, caused it to emit some sort of aura that infected all the other snakes. Infection? Right. Infection. I need to create a medicine formula that starts an epidemic. Eyes shining brightly, breath coming in ragged pants, Bai Xiaochun was now convinced that he was aimed in the right direction. Soon after, he suddenly started laughing. Considering the madness of the laughter, anyone who might have been able to see Bai Xiaochun at that moment would have gasped and sworn an oath to never disturb him in the middle of medicine concocting. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun emanated a vile aura. With new inspiration, he once again descended into medicine concocting. He mixed and matched the medicines, he adjusted the augmentation and suppression, he made small changes here and there. He grabbed snakes with increasing frequency. On a few dangerous occasions, he almost seemed soulless, as though he didn't even notice or care what was happening around him. He was completely and utterly focused on creating a new medicine formula. Time passed. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. 4 months. Before long, it had been 6 months since Bai Xiaochun started his work on creating a medicine formula. During that half-year, he had failed too many times to count. He was in a complete mess, clothes rumpled, hair disheveled, face smudged with ash. And yet, his crimson eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the pill furnace. It's gonna work. Ha ha ha. I'm going to do it this time. As he howled in excitement, the pill furnace began to tremble. He had poured his heart and soul into this medicinal pill, and now that it was on the verge of finally appearing in the world, Bai Xiaochun's excitement only grew. Lee the snake. Lee the swindler. When you toss Lord Bai into this place, did you really think he couldn't handle some measly snakes? You just wait until this treasured pill is finished being concocted, then I'll teach your stupid little snakes a lesson. Humphrey. Who knows, after this, I might even be able to lead these snakes to conquer the world. In the middle of his bragging and maniacal laughter, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly flickered, and then he stared out of the stone hut. Instantly, his jaw dropped. He wasn't sure exactly when, but a visitor had arrived, and was now standing there at his door. It wasn't very tall, had 2 white paws, and 2 long ears sticking straight up. It even had a fluffy little tail which twitched back and forth as it stood there. It had red eyes, and a cute little mouth with 2 teeth sticking out the front. Currently, it was standing there staring at Bai Xiaochun. Time suddenly seemed to slow to a crawl. Bai Xiaochun's widened. What are you doing here? He shouted. When Fragrant Cloud Peak had been thrown into chaos, Bai Xiaochun had searched high and low, but had been unable to find this very talking rabbit. As soon as Bai Xiaochun started yelling, the rabbit suddenly imitated his appearance and then yelled, "What are you doing here?" Eyes wide, the rabbit turned and fled at top speed, simultaneously letting loose a stream of words. Heavens! What's that? Did you see that? That rabbit can talk. Keep this on the down low, but yesterday I saw Elder Joe go into a room with those phoenixes of his. Afterward, I heard some really strange noises. Elder Brother Ho Yunfei, you're so naughty. What are you doing? What's that? Why are those monkeys twitching like that? Junior Sister Mei Xiong, Leaking Ho, am not fickle in love. After I break through to the gold core stage, I'll definitely take you as my Taoist partner. Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. Lee the snake. Lee the swindler. When you toss Lord Bai into this place, did you really think he couldn't handle some measly snakes? You just wait until this treasured pill is finished being concocted, then I'll teach your stupid little snakes a lesson. Humphrey. Who knows, after this, I might even be able to lead these snakes to conquer the world. Ha 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 ha. Even as the words echoed out, the rabbit sped out of the stone hut. When Bai Xiaochun heard the final passage, his face completely fell, and then he let out a howl of fury. He tried to catch the rabbit, but it was too fast. Bai Xiaochun burst out of the stone hut, but his shouting caused the countless snakes in the cave to hiss and spray venom. As for the rabbit, it was unimaginably dexterous, and evaded all the snakes with ease. When they tried to bite down onto it, all they bit was air, and the rabbit vanished, leaving behind nothing but a puff of smoke. Off in the distance, it was possible to hear it reciting all of the passages it knew, which echoed back and forth in the subterranean cavern. Bai Xiaochun tottered on the verge of collapse. He wanted to chase after it, but clearly, he was no match for it in terms of dexterity. He could only stare off in the direction it had fled, looking like he was about to cry. When he thought of that rabbit's proclivities, and how loud its voice was, he began to sweat profusely. If the rabbit escaped to spread word, and Leaking Ho caught wind of it, Bai Xiaochun could only imagine the catastrophe that would result. Damn it! He thought, grinding his teeth. What kind of a rabbit is that? However, the truth was that nobody knew the answer. After all, he was the one who had created the thing. The feeling that he had screwed himself over caused Bai Xiaochun's madness to grow. Clearing his throat anxiously, he howled, "Peak Lord Li is brilliant and mighty. He's invincible wherever he goes. He's my most beloved relative. Uncle Li, Bai Xiaochun, will definitely work hard in the future, and promise that I'll never disappoint you. Bai Xiaochun, am inherently naughty and mischievous, and should definitely have been sent here for punishment. I spend all my days in contemplation. Many, many thanks to you, exalted Peak Lord." On the verge of tears, he continued to let loose words non-stop, hoping that the rabbit might hear some of them and remember them. Not long after, a rumbling sound could be heard coming from the pill furnace in the stone hut, and a medicinal aroma spread out. Looking miserable, Bai Xiaochun cursed the rabbit inwardly, and then sighed and turned around. Upon opening the pill furnace, he saw a black and white pill that glowed with a strange light. Chapter 113, Something Really Bad. There was something strange about this particular Tier 3 spirit medicine. As for its overall quality, shockingly, it had surpassed the low grade to reach mid-grade. Bai Xiaochun was ecstatic, and immediately forgot about how depressed he was because of the rabbit. Holding the pill in his hand, his excitement grew until he was panting, and his eyes glittering. This pill is a spirit medicine that can change the fate of 10,000 Snakes Valley. It will teach all of these snakes how to shut their mouths. Even as a proud smile spread across his face, he suddenly remembered the rabbit, and his heart thumped. But then the violent hisses of the snakes reached his ears, as well as the sound of snakes slamming into the spell formation shield. "Pipe down!" he growled, glaring over at them. With that, he produced the turtle walk and performed a spirit enhancement. Furthermore, he didn't stop at a twofold enhancement. He drew upon his few remaining spirit tails to perform a threefold enhancement. Silver light glittered, and many of the impurities in the medicinal pill were removed. Shockingly, it rose from mid-grade to premium grade. Medicinal pill in hand, Bai Xiaochun strode out of the stone hut to stand at the edge of the spell formation, where he looked at the countless snakes spraying venom and slamming into the shield. "Half a year ago, Lord Bai told you that I would show you how awesome I am. Don't forget. You forced me to do this." With that, he waved his hand, sending the medicinal pill shooting out of the spell formation to land in the middle of all the snakes. He had added a drop of his own blood to the mixture, so as soon as the pill flew out, countless snakes pounced, struggling amongst each other to be the one to swallow it down. The snake to win out in the end was in the 4th level of chi condensation, a cloudy-eyed death viper. As soon as it swallowed the pill, a tremor ran through it, and its eyes began to shine with a strange light. Bai Xiaochun looked over excitedly, but before anything else could happen, one of the blood god cobras charged forth. Considering it was in the 8th level of chi condensation, it crushed numerous other snakes that got in its path, reducing them to nothing more than a gory paste. Then, It swallowed the cloudy-eyed death viper in a single gulp. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he looked over at the blood god cobra, which looked back at him with cold eyes before slithering to a rocky outcropping, where it coiled up. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get nervous, but had no choice other than to wait and see what else happened. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the blood god cobra suddenly shivered. Apparently, it wanted to open its mouth, but there was something very sticky keeping it shut. It struggled mightily, and managed to open its mouth a crack, revealing sticky strands stretching between its lips and fangs. Bai Xiaochun was delighted to see that his work was a success, and eagerly awaited the second effect of the spirit medicine to start working. Yet again, enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. The blood god cobra's mouth was now completely sealed shut. Its eyes were bulging out of its head, and instead of being cold and vicious, they now looked like the eyes of a goldfish. The snake seemed confused, and instead of being fierce like before, it seemed slightly cute. Soon, puffing sounds could be heard from the blood god cobra, like that of flatulence. A pink gaseous substance appeared, which rapidly transformed into a fog that spread out in all directions. More puffing sounds could be heard. Apparently the blood god cobra was not yet finished expelling gas. Bai Xiaochun looked on excitedly as the process continued for the rest of the day. Other than the area within the spell formation, the entire cave was now filled with a pink haze, which the other snakes inhaled. Gradually, a sticky substance began to build up in their mouths, and their eyes began to bulge. Soon, the next set of snakes began to pass gas. Eventually, the puffing sounds rang out like muffled thunder, echoing out about the cave constantly. As the haze filled the subterranean chamber, all of the snakes came to be affected. Even the snakes deepest within the chamber, whose glittering eyes Bai Xiaochun found the most frightening, began to emit puffing sounds. A few days later, the haze faded away. Bai Xiaochun stood there in the spell formation, looking around at the silent snake cave. There was no hissing, no venom spraying around. The mouths of all the snakes were shut tight, and their blank eyes bulged with confusion. Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Sticking his chin up proudly, he naturally assumed the sullen manner of a lonely hero and swished his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, I shut the mouths of all the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley. As for that profoundly consummate pill of mine, I shall hereby name it the Shutter Trap Pill. The lonely hero strode out from within the spell formation into the hordes of lovely little snakes. As he looked around, he smiled happily and felt like even more of a hero. But then he noticed a one-step viper off in the distance who was glowing red, almost as if its body were heating up. Then, in the strangest of developments, it suddenly started thrashing around violently. Now that the one-step viper's mouth was stopped up, it couldn't hiss, and even seemed impervious to pain. Soon, its skin was lacerated and bleeding, and yet it didn't stop thrashing around. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun had a mind to intervene, but the one-step viper truly seemed to have gone mad. Then, Bai Xiaochun's face fell as more snakes in the vicinity all started turning red and thrashing around. The heat emanating from them even caused the air to ripple and distort. Most conspicuous of all was the blood god cobra, which had grown much larger since consuming the medicinal pill, and was thrashing about with particular violence. In the depths of the cave, rumbling sounds began to echo out, and soon all of the snakes were thrashing around with maddened violence. Some of them even launched themselves into the air and slammed into the stone walls. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were wide as saucers as he dove back into the spell formation. Instantly, the countless surrounding snakes began to batter against the spell formation shield as if they were insane. The mere sight of it caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to groan. Oh man, this is bad. These snakes are going crazy. If they keep thrashing around, something really bad is going to happen. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get very nervous. His original intention had simply been to get the snakes to close their mouths. He had never imagined that something like this would result. As soon as he thought about how angry Li Qinghe would be when he saw the current state of the snakes, he began to tremble. He ran anxiously back into the stone hut and began to concoct a medicinal pill. He produced vast amounts of medicinal plants, hoping to concoct some remedy to solve the problem. No longer was he proudly complacent like before. Instead, he looked like he was about to cry, and frightened out of his mind. A few days later, he charged out of the stone hut, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot. He had 3 medicinal pills in his hand, which he had concocted over the past 3 sleepless days and nights. What he hoped was that these pills would calm the snakes down, and at least buy him some time to concoct a true antidote. The scene which met his eyes as he emerged was shocking. All of the snakes were writhing and thrashing in complete madness. The stone walls were cracked and smashed, and many of the snakes were covered in bloody wounds. Bai Xiaochun really was about ready to cry. He quickly tossed out the medicinal pills, which exploded in mid-air, causing a mist to spread out over the snakes. Almost immediately, they calmed down, and their wounds even began to heal. A few days later, the snakes were still calm, and the thrashing behavior hadn't returned. Finally, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared Lord Bai to death. I thought something bad was going to happen." Humphrey. "Well, with my skill in the Tao of medicine, this was pretty much a non-event." Feeling very proud of himself, Bai Xiaochun was about to go about working on an antidote when he suddenly stopped in place and swallowed hard, looking at one particular snake off in the distance. It was a cloudy-eyed death viper, and now that it had recovered completely, it began to emanate a shocking aura. The fluctuations were not that of the cultivation base, but rather, its fleshly body. It suddenly twitched, hitting a nearby boulder and smashing it to pieces. Bai Xiaochun's widened. There were quite a few cloudy-eyed death vipers in the cave, and although their venom was deadly to the extreme, their bodies were relatively weak. They definitely shouldn't be this strong physically, and yet, his eyes weren't deceiving him. Panting, he looked around at the other snakes, and sweat began to drip down his forehead. "How is this possible?" he muttered hoarsely. More snakes began to twitch, and then erupt with fleshly body power. They weren't thrashing about, and yet, even their slightest movement caused the ground to tremble. Boulders were shattered as if the snakes were whips in the hands of almighty beings, whips that could smash any obstacle to pieces. They all possessed seemingly unlimited fleshly body power, and even worse, some of them were starting to head in his direction. Before, the spell formation could stop them easily, but now it began to tremble and emanate cracking sounds. If that spell formation broke, Bai Xiaochun couldn't even imagine how he would possibly deal with so many infinitely powerful snakes. It was then that the blood god cobra, which had an even stronger fleshly body than the other snakes, slammed into the spell formation. At the same time, the head of another snake appeared from the very depths of the cave. The snake stared at Bai Xiaochun with bulging eyes. The head was enormous, roughly 3 meters long. As such, it was only possible to imagine how long the rest of the snake was. Terrified, Bai Xiaochun screamed and ran back into the stone hut to start concocting another temporary remedy. Chapter 114, Leaking Ho understands. Why is this happening? On the verge of tears, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, gritted his teeth, and continued concocting, surrounded by the rumbling sounds from outside. His goal had never been to cause a big disaster. He'd only wanted the snakes to close their mouths. He felt more wrong than ever. He thought he'd come up with a very simple way to solve the problem. How could he ever have imagined that closing the snakes' mouths would come with such violent side effects? Seeing that the situation was rapidly devolving, his first reaction was to create a temporary remedy to buy time so that he could then come up with an antidote. He'd solved the problem with the thrashing, but could never have imagined that as a result, the snakes' fleshly bodies would become infinitely more powerful. From the look of things, the spell formation wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. His heart pounded with fear, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He simply wanted to get things back to the way they were, even if that meant having all the snakes hissing all the time. 2 days later, the cracking sounds from the spell formation were getting more intense under the constant bombardment of the snakes. Fissures were even starting to spread out across the shield. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun ran out of the stone hut, panting, holding 2 medicinal pills in his hands. "This time I'm definitely going to remedy the situation," he shouted. 10,000 Snakes Valley, it's time to get back to normal. The mental pressure recently had really begun to build, and he almost looked like he was in a trance as he hurled the medicinal pills out of the spell formation. High in the air, they exploded, transforming into a green mist that spread out in all directions. As soon as the mist made contact with the snakes, they shivered, and then plopping sounds could be heard as they collapsed onto the ground, the power of their fleshly bodies rapidly decreasing. The mist slowly spread throughout the entire cave, reaching even the blood god cobras. As they sagged listlessly, Bai Xiaochun heaved a sigh of relief. By this point, he felt the utmost respect for the Tao of medicine, and yet at the same time, immense pride over his level of control with it. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Just like always, I." However, before he could finish speaking, he nearly jumped into the air when he saw what was happening to a nearby tri-recluse viper. This, he muttered, his eyes going wide with disbelief. Unexpectedly, the tri-recluse viper began to writhe as a long horn suddenly grew out from the top of its head. "The snakes are growing horns?" he cried in alarm. His mind rumbled as it was battered by massive waves of shock. All of the snakes were now writhing, and if they could hiss, the sound would surely be shocking to the soul. Soon, all of the snakes had grown horns out from the tops of their heads. Furthermore, their bodies also seemed to be getting stronger. In addition to the wondrous addition of the horn, they all began to thrash around again, as though the violence which had been suppressed earlier was finally able to explode out. As they smashed back and forth, They began to punch holes into the walls and burrow out of the cave itself. Even the blood god cobra was acting the same way. As for the huge snake with the 3-meter-long head, it was shaking violently as a huge horn grew out of its head. Although the horns didn't appear to be very sharp, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp at the sight of them. These snakes were all starting to go mad, and before long, Bai Xiaochun realized that their skin was now virtually impenetrable. All of the snakes were thrashing about violently, causing a mighty rumbling sound to explode out. Any of them who saw even the slightest hole in the wall would unleash all the mysterious power contained in their horns to try to burrow their way out of 10,000 Snakes Valley to freedom. Although 10,000 Snakes Valley was located behind Fragrant Cloud Peak, the snakes actually had no specific destinations in mind, and began burrowing subterranean passages in all directions, even toward Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. Only about 30% were actually heading in the direction of Fragrant Cloud Peak. It was easy to imagine the scene which would result in the three mountains when innumerable snakes with sealed mouths burst out into the tunnels and began to charge about madly. Flop! Bai Xiaochun dropped down to sit on the ground and look around at the empty cave. I'm done for. It didn't take long before the snakes made their way through the cracks and fissures in the ground, all the way to the three mountains. Countless horned snakes with bulging eyes burrowed through any hole they could find, shocking countless disciples of the South Bank. For years, things had been peaceful and quiet, but now, a massive commotion once again engulfed all the disciples. On Green Crest Peak, outside of Spirit Sword Hall, more than 1,000 disciples were cheering on two of their fellows who were fighting in a minor competition. Just when one of them secured the upper hand and was about to win the match, a horn burst out from the ground beneath his feet, with a cloudy-eyed Death Viper following close behind. Everyone stared in shock as the snake instantly began to slither up the leg of the disciple who had been just about to win. The disciple screamed and leapt up into the air. Next, more screams could be heard as more horned snakes burrowed up from the ground. What's going on? Why did they stop fighting? Heavens! Look at all the snakes. What are all these snakes doing here? And look, they have horns. Damn it! What's happening? What's happening? Not even my magical item can block these snakes. At the same time, on the summit of Green Crest Peak, where the Intersect disciples lived, an old-time Intersect disciple was sitting in his Immortal's cave, cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he let out a blood-curdling shriek. I.e., what is that thing? A snake? A snake just burrowed out of the ground. Similar cries echoed out from other Immortals' caves. It was the same with Shangguan Tianyu's Immortal's cave, although the maddened scream which emanated out from him seemed to come from an inner wound which had been reopened. The situation was the same with the Outer Sect disciples. Countless snakes burrowed up out of the ground, to the profound shock and terror of all. Even the elders of Green Crest Peak were flabbergasted. The old Peak Lord flew up into the air, looking down in astonishment at the countless horned snakes which covered Green Crest Peak. It was the same with Violet Cauldron Peak. Innumerable disciples shouted in fury, unleashing magical techniques in all directions. However, they didn't affect the snakes at all. Lu Tianlei was surrounded by flashing electricity as he roared, pulling a horned snake out of his trousers. He tried to crush it, only to find that he couldn't. What happened? Damn it! Why are there so many snakes? Wait a second, something seems fishy here. As the bellows of rage rose up from Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak, Xu Meixiang bristled with fury. Investigate, she bellowed. Investigate immediately and find out what exactly is happening. On Fragrant Cloud Peak, enraged shouting rose up into the sky. Xu Baozi was screaming at the top of his lungs, and Zhou Zhenqi's eyes were wide with astonishment as she flew up into the air. Ho Xiaomei and Ho Yunfei also took to flight. Many disciples there were whipped into an unbelievable fury, and although some began to unleash powerful magical techniques, Fragrant Cloud Peak was known for its skill with plants and vegetation. It was no surprise, therefore, that quite a few disciples whipped out medicinal pills, and quickly found that although the effects were rather ordinary, the snakes would immediately flee at the sight of them. Many of the fleeing horned snakes then headed toward Green Crest Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak. What's happening here? Damn it! What could have caused this? Is this a natural disaster or was it caused by humans? Bai Xiaochun was sentenced to stay in 10,000 Snakes Valley, and since then everything has been so peaceful. How could? Wait a second. 10,000 Snakes Valley? Bai Xiaochun is supposed to be in 10,000 Snakes Valley. As people began to react, a long-eared rabbit suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Apparently, it had been listening in for some time. All of a sudden, it began to run through the three mountains, bellowing at the top of its lungs. Oh God, my butt, damn it. I'm gonna kill this snake. Fie. From now on people are gonna laugh themselves to death at the name Xu Baozi. Get lost, you evil snakes. I am Shangwen Tianyu, inner sect disciple and chosen of Green Crest Peak. From this day forth, our enmity is irreconcilable." What an incredible snake. If I, Lu Tianlei, could become a snake, I would definitely go. Hey, Li the snake. Li the swindler. When you toss Lord Bai into this place, did you really think he couldn't handle some measly snakes? You just wait until this treasured pill is finished being concocted, then I'll teach your stupid little snakes a lesson. Humphrey. Who knows, after this, I might even be able to lead these snakes to conquer the world. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the rabbit's words could be heard within all three of the mountains, and the disciples erupted into a fury. Bai Xiaochun. Exterminate Bai Xiaochun. So, he did this? He sent the snakes against us in revenge. The howls coming out of the mouths of Shangwen Tianyu and Lu Tianlei were especially barbaric. The disciples of the three mountains were in a complete fury. This disaster far exceeded the matter with the acid rain. Li Qinghe looked around blankly at the events playing out. Then, he started thinking about everything that had occurred after Bai Xiaochun first joined the sect. As a servant, he had sold spots into the outer sect, arousing public wrath. He had thrown the entire servants' district into chaos. When he was an outer sect disciple, there was the tragedy of the spirit tail chickens, and the terrible incident with Elder Zhou's phoenix. Countless disciples were affected, and the entire mountain had been thrown into chaos. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he had provoked lightning, sent crazy animals running around the entire mountain, and had even caused acid rain. By then, he had thrown all three mountains into chaos. However, no matter how Li Qinghe thought about the matter, he could never have imagined that throwing Bai Xiaochun into 10,000 Snakes Valley would result in something so preposterous. He didn't even hold back when it came to snakes. 10,000 Snakes Valley had been thrown into chaos, which then spread to cover all of the south bank. As of that moment, Li Qinghe suddenly remembered how, when he had first met Bai Xiaochun, all of the villagers at the bottom of the mountain had cheered and thrown a party upon his departure. Finally, he understood how those villagers felt. Chapter 115. No. Don't spread that. Not a single snake was left in 10,000 Snakes Valley. Bai Xiaochun stood there inside the spell formation, looking around at the surrounding emptiness. Suddenly, a tremor ran through him as everything around him began to quake violently. Screaming, he shot out at top speed through the mouth of the cave. His scalp was numb, and he was shaking. He knew that this time, the chaos he had unleashed was too severe. All of the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley had escaped, and the mere thought shook him to his core. I'm done for. Finished. Kaput. On the verge of tears, he raced out of 10,000 Snakes Valley, where he instantly caught wind of the countless enraged shouts coming from the three mountain peaks. Furthermore, he heard numerous people calling his name. Tugging at his hair, he couldn't stop thinking that he really was innocent in the whole affair, maligned to the extreme. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just trying to make the snakes a bit cuter, that's all. He was sniffling a bit, and his heart was pounding. If he had the power, he would instantly change his appearance so that no one could recognize him. What do I do? He murmured to himself. What do I do? There's nothing left to do. I can only go to Master's cave and hide. Nobody will think to look for me there. With that, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a new set of clothes. After changing, wings sprouted from his back, and he sped as fast as he could move toward Mount Oseed. The three mountains were in the grip of pandemonium. Howls and roars echoed out constantly. Bai Xiaochun deeply regretted having become so famous recently. Virtually everyone knew him, so all he could do was duck his head down and speed along as quickly as possible. As he moved along, if the wind even moved a branch, he would avoid it for fear it was someone about to pop out and see him. Of course, because of the general chaos, nobody noticed him passing. Everyone was in the middle of fleeing from the horned snakes. When Bai Xiaochun saw how maddened everyone was, his heart began to pound. However, he managed to take advantage of the chaos to speed to Mount Oseed without being noticed. He arrived out of breath, fear lingering in his heart. Moments later, he was approaching the cave in which his master had passed away into meditation. To other people, it was a restricted area, but Bai Xiaochun could come and go as he wished. A cloud of dust rose up into the air behind him as he raced into the cave and dropped to the ground in front of his master's portrait. I really didn't do it on purpose, he said, sniffing. Master, you know I'm a good person, right? Bai Xiaochun looked up miserably at the image of his master, a smiling man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. By this point, the elders of the three mountains had sprung into action. Li Qinghe, Xu Meixiang, the sect leader, and even the peak lord of Green Crest Peak all appeared. Under their leadership, they managed to capture all of the horned snakes. Soon, the three mountains began to calm down. After the Foundation establishment cultivators ended the snakepocalypse, the disciples of the three mountains, A massive mob of tens of thousands of people, all charged toward 10,000 Snakes Valley, bursting with anger. Seeing how the valley had been almost completely destroyed, and unable to find any traces of Bai Xiaochun, they quickly expanded the search to cover the rest of the South Bank. There was no organization of the affair, everyone instinctively took to action. Thankfully for Bai Xiaochun, he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would quickly have been apprehended. Take Bai Xiaochun down. And that talking rabbit too. That thing has to die. Take Bai Xiaochun down. Take the talking rabbit down. After several hours passed, the entire area had been turned upside down, and yet nobody had seen a single trace of Bai Xiaochun. The disciples' eyes were turning bright red, and some of them even left the sect to search outside, their anger building. "We're going to find you, Bai Xiaochun. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll track you down." Damn it! Where could he possibly be hiding? Countless roars echoed out in all directions, gradually reaching the ears of Bai Xiaochun on Mount Oseed, who shivered constantly. "Hey, I got screwed here too. It's all that damn rabbit's fault. I didn't want any of this." Bai Xiaochun sat there nervously, sighing constantly. After waiting for some time, and having noticed that the uproar outside seemed to have died down a bit, he looked at the portrait of his master, heart pounding. Then he began to kowtow. "Master, sir, please bless and protect me, and prevent those villains from finding me." After some time passed, he crept up to the mouth of the cave, and after ensuring the shouting outside had indeed died down, breathed a sigh of relief. "Bai Xiaochun's wits come out on top again," he said with a chuckle. "Nobody will ever think to come looking for me in my master's cave, but this isn't really a solution. I'll have to leave eventually. What do I do? What do I do?" Suddenly, he had the feeling that someone was watching him. He looked back toward the mouth of the cave, and saw the talking rabbit, its ears swiveled to point directly at him. In the instant that he saw the rabbit, his eyes went wide. How could he ever have imagined that the thing could move with such unbelievable stealth? It had actually managed to enter even this restricted area. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun thought back to what he had just been saying to himself, and all his hair stood on end. Shrieking miserably, he cried out, "No! Don't spread that!" But then, a whooshing sound could be heard as the rabbit vanished. An instant later, it was far off in the distance, crying out its usual repertoire of passages. However, a new one had been added onto the end. "Master, sir, please bless and protect me, and prevent those villains from finding me." Bai Xiaochun's wits come out on top again. "Nobody will ever think to come looking for me in my master's cave, but this isn't really a solution. I'll have to leave eventually. What do I do? What do I do?" "No! Don't spread that!" Bai Xiaochun felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. He stood there mutely, watching the rabbit vanish into the distance, shouting as it ran along. His mind began to spin. "Damn that rabbit!" he raged. "I'm gonna skin it alive." By this point, the disciples of the South Bank had searched just about everywhere, but hadn't found a single trace of Bai Xiaochun. Eventually, they began to suppress their wrath and speculate about where exactly he might be. Where could Bai Xiaochun be hiding? The whole sect has been searching, and there's not even a record of him leaving the area. That means he definitely has to be on the South Bank. Fragrant Cloud Peak, Green Crest Peak, Violet Cauldron Peak. We've searched every nook and cranny, every mansion and immortal's cave. We even turned the servants' district inside out. Don't tell me Bai Xiaochun burrowed underground somewhere? However, even as their wrath burned hot, a rabbit suddenly appeared, running along at top speed and calling out at the top of its lungs. When it got to the last line, it sounded particularly despairing. "No! Don't spread that!" When people heard it, their jaws dropped, and their heads turned to look in the direction of the rabbit. As for the people like Shangguan Tianyu and Lu Tianlei, they clenched their fists and burst into motion. Other disciples threw their heads back and laughed uproariously. "Good rabbit! That rabbit is a real mischief maker, but it's finally gone and done something good." "Fine, I won't kill that rabbit today. Instead, I'll kill Bai Xiaochun." Soon, tens of thousands of disciples were streaming toward Mount Oseed, fists clenched tightly, murderous swords raging. Bai Xiaochun sat there in the cave, burning with hatred toward the talking rabbit. He hated it even more than he hated Elder Zhou's phoenix. Trembling, he was just about to set to flight, when he heard a huge commotion further down the mountain. Looking down, he saw countless figures speeding in his direction. Scalp tingling, he backed up to hide as deep as he could in the cave. "I'm done for. Finished. Kaput." As he sat there in front of his master's portrait, he suddenly started to get very angry. "Master, can't you help me, sir? Send your soul down, otherwise I, a prestige disciple who has shed my own blood for the sect, will be beaten to what?" In his moment of despair, he glanced up at the portrait, and suddenly, his eyes began to shine. He slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha. Many thanks for your reminder, Master. Disciple understands. It was at around this time that sect leader Zheng Yuandong was presiding over a meeting in the Great Hall atop Mount Doseed. The peak lords of the South Bank and all the elders were all there, and all of them had serious looks on their faces. They had already been there for 2 hours, during which time Zheng Yuandong had been explaining his thoughts regarding Bai Xiaochun. Sect leader, please reconsider carefully. J. Junior brother Bai has astounding innate talent. Assigning him to the South Bank is a real waste. That's right. Junior brother Bai might have you as his senior brother, sect leader, but we're all a big family. We know that you aren't taking sides. A genius cultivator like that should definitely be placed in a position with greater prospects, like the North Bank. That's where junior brother Bai can truly unleash his heavenly talent. It wasn't just the 3 peak lords who were going on in this manner, the elders joined in as well. The headache Zheng Yuandong was experiencing couldn't be more bitter. The Spirit Stream sect had been quiet for 2 years, how could he ever have imagined the Bai Xiaochun would be the source of so much turmoil? This time, the disaster of 10,000 Snakes Valley left him thoroughly convinced of how good Bai Xiaochun was at causing disasters. He had the feeling that since Bai Xiaochun was a disciple of the South Bank, and had already caused the trouble he had, things probably couldn't get much worse. On the other hand, if he reassigned him to the North Bank, it was likely that the next time he had a meeting like this, it would be with the peak lords and elders of both banks together. Clearing his throat, he said, Junior brother Bai might be naughty and mischievous, but he is a prestige disciple. Ahem. He's also very young. Let's leave him on the South Bank. I have a lot of faith in you South Bank people. Eyes bloodshot, Elder Zhou looked over and said, Sect leader, we beg of you. Li Qingho clasped hands toward Zheng Yuandong. Sighing, he said, Sect leader, Xiaochun has been practicing the Water Swamp Kingdom. To truly understand that technique, he really should go to the North Bank to observe many different types of beasts. In the past 10,000 years, not many people have succeeded in it. Furthermore, after joining the sect, Bai Xiaochun now only lacks a life essence spirit. I think going to the North Bank would be for the best. That's right, said the Peak Lord from Green Crest Peak. Sect leader, Bai Xiaochun cultivates the Water Swamp Kingdom, and he's an official chosen, on the verge of true enlightenment. Looking back at the history of the Spirit Stream sect, he's truly in a unique position. Sect leader, Elder Zhou said, please don't interfere with junior brother Bai's progress. It could be a loss the likes of which the sect hasn't sustained in 10,000 years. All of the other elders joined in to express their agreement. Seeing how intent everyone was, Zheng Yuandong knew that clinging to his original idea wouldn't be easy. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled wryly and prepared to come up with another way to refuse them. However, it was at that point that a disciple called out from outside the hall. Sect leader, something bad is happening. Sect Uncle Bai is in the Patriarch's cave. He's jaws dropped within the hall, and numerous streams of divine sense flew out toward the cave. When they saw the situation, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Zheng Yuandong immediately had a bad feeling. When his divine sense entered the cave, his eyes went so wide they almost bulged out of his skull. Then, a tremor of rage erupted within him. That little brat. Fine. I accept your proposal. Send him to the North Bank. Chapter 116, The Founder Appears. On Mount Doseed, the cave where Bai Xiaochun's master had been interred was surrounded by tens of thousands of disciples, all of whom were glaring daggers. It was a restricted area, but the fact that they came as part of such a huge mob gave them the courage to enter. Bai Xiaochun, get the hell out here right now. Show your face. Bai Xiaochun, you villainous scoundrel, God will punish you this day. We will punish you this day. However, even as the sound of their voices rang out, someone inside the cave itself bellowed, pipe down. The powerful shout was backed by the full power of Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base, causing it to echo out like thunder, completely crushing the sound of all other voices. Simultaneously, the slender Bai Xiaochun appeared, striding solemnly out of the cave. When the congregated disciples of the 3 mountain peaks saw him, they immediately hefted the rocks they held in their hands, angrily preparing to pelt him. But then, Bai Xiaochun let out a powerful shout and thrust a portrait out in front of him. It was the portrait of his master. It was also Zheng Yuandong's master, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. Although somewhat nervous, Bai Xiaochun bellowed, what gall! If anyone dares to harm the portrait of my master, elder brother sect leader, and I will fight you to the death. When the mob saw Bai Xiaochun crouching behind the portrait of his master, they went stiff, and many of them gasped. Not a single one dared to hurl a rock. That portrait depicted the founding patriarch of the sect, the master of the sect leader himself. If any of them dared to harm it, It could only be imagined how wrathfully Zheng Yuandong would respond. Furthermore, it was certain that not a single peak lord would interfere. The disciples were so enraged they were about to blow their tops, and yet, they didn't dare to do a thing. Completely shameless. Seeing that his tactic was working, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the portrait high, he glared around at the mob. "You people listen and listen well. I really didn't do it on purpose, If Bai Xiaochun hadn't tried to explain the situation, things would have gone much smoother. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd started to lose control. Why you always say you didn't do it on purpose. Fragrant Cloud Peak got attacked by lightning, and you said it wasn't on purpose. Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak got drenched with acid rain, and it wasn't on purpose. And now you're saying the same thing again. This is ridiculous." Bai Xiaochun quickly waved around the portrait of his master. Sounding genuinely apologetic, he continued, "My master just visited me in a dream and told me he forgives me. I guarantee, this is the last time. There absolutely, positively won't be another." To hear Bai Xiaochun shamelessly claim that his deceased master had visited him in his dreams enraged the crowd even further. "I can't take this anymore. I'm gonna beat him black and blue." Even if he was the sect leader's son, I'd still beat the crap out of him. "Take Bai Xiaochun down." It was at this point that numerous streams of Foundation Establishment divine sense suddenly swept across the area. Moments later, several dozen people flew down from the summit of Mount Oseed. There were elders of the various mountains, peak lords, and even Zheng Yuandong. Seeing what was happening, Zheng Yuandong shouted in a rage-filled voice that echoed like thunder, "Leave this place immediately." The ear-splitting sound of his voice struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, even Shangwen Tianyu and the other chosen. Trembling in fear, they withdrew. Bai Xiaochun's spirits were rising rapidly. He was just about to say something when Zheng Yuandong looked over at him with a ferocious glare. "Bai Xiaochun, as your elder brother, I won't let anyone else beat you, but I can certainly give you a thrashing." With that, he shot in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Bai Xiaochun's scalp began to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. He was just about to brandish the portrait of his master when Zheng Yuandong swished his sleeve, causing the portrait to fly over to him. Bai Xiaochun let out a shriek, and a pair of wings sprouted out behind him as he prepared to flee. However, before he could get very far, a powerful smacking sound rang out, which was Zheng Yuandong's palm making contact with his rear end. Searing pain swept through him, and he screamed. Looking like he was about to cry, he shrieked, "Save me, Uncle Li. My elder brother's trying to kill me." Li Qinghe's eyelid twitched, and he pretended not to have heard. Zheng Yuandong's fury had not been sated in the least. Seeing Bai Xiaochun waving around the portrait of his master had him fuming, so next, he unleashed a kick. Bai Xiaochun screamed again, sounding even more anguished than before. "Save me, master. Save me." Seeing Zheng Yuandong beating Bai Xiaochun caused the anger among the onlookers to slowly fade. Soon, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the elders, and they began to cough dryly. "This is a personal matter with the sect leader and his family." Right. "Oh, I have some medicinal pills in the furnace, I'll take my leave now." Hiding their smiles, the elders began to disperse. Soon, only Li Qinghe and Xu Meixiang were left hovering in mid-air. As Li Qinghe watched Bai Xiaochun off in the distance, he seemed a bit emotional. After all, he had high expectations for Bai Xiaochun. Xu Meixiang looked over at Li Qinghe, her gaze soft. "In his heart, he views you as his father," she said softly. "Are you really willing to abandon him to the North Bank?" Li Qinghe shifted his gaze from Bai Xiaochun to Xu Meixiang. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "All the things Xiaochun did don't really matter. Deep down, he's a good person. Furthermore, I can tell that he really is sorry for everything. Sending him to the North Bank as punishment isn't really necessary." "But I was being honest with what I said to the sect leader earlier. Ever since he got the Water Swamp Kingdom from the North Bank, I've been thinking about the matter. Bai Xiaochun's latent talent is superb. The ideal situation would be for him to combine the best aspects of both banks. Besides, if he can successfully cultivate the Water Swamp Kingdom, and reach the Great Circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation within a few years, well, then maybe we can accelerate the opening of the Fallen Sword Abyss. In that case, he might be able to forge a new path for himself." "The Fallen Sword Abyss?" Xu Meixiang replied, looking shocked. "One of the 3 holy lands of the 4 great sects in the eastern lower reaches of the Heavenspan River. Supposedly, there are even traces of Heaven String energy there. Whenever we open it, all of the 4 great sects of the eastern reaches, the Bloodstream sect, the Pillstream sect, the Profound Stream sect, and our Spirit Stream sect, will send in disciples from the 10th level of Qi condensation to participate in a bloody struggle. That bloody struggle is necessary," Li Qinghe said with a light sigh. If he doesn't master the Water Swamp Kingdom, I won't let him go. But if he does, then he absolutely must go. Cultivation is a long, blood-soaked path. Only the fit survive and prosper. He needs to learn to deal with that, not shirk from it." With that, the two of them turned and left. That day, Bai Xiaochun's screams filled the sect. Zheng Yuandong was dead set on teaching him a lesson, not as the sect leader, but as his elder brother. Late that night, Bai Xiaochun, his nose bloodied and his face swollen, trudged along behind Zheng Yuandong as they returned to their master's cave. "On your knees," Zheng Yuandong said, glaring. "Apologize to master." Bai Xiaochun was so frightened that he immediately plopped down to his knees in front of the portrait. "Master, I apologize." Bai Xiaochun felt so swollen he thought he might burst at any moment, especially his buttocks. "Master," he continued, on the verge of tears, "when all of those disciples came to beat me up, you felt sorry for me, and visited me in a dream. Sir, I tried to tell elder brother, but he didn't believe me." "Master, why don't you visit elder brother in his dreams tonight, and tell him the truth?" Zheng Yuandong stood off to the side, unsure of whether to laugh or cry. He had a mind to beat him, but when he thought about how terrifyingly tough Bai Xiaochun's skin was, his hand ached a bit, and he held back. "Kneel here for 3 months, he said. "That's your punishment for the disaster of 10,000 Snakes Valley." He had no other choice but to do this, for the sake of the disciples of the 3 mountain peaks. With that, he gave a cold harumph, and then swished his sleeve, causing a medicinal pill to tumble out. Pretending he hadn't noticed the pill, he turned and left. Seeing that Zheng Yuandong was leaving, Bai Xiaochun immediately let out an anguished cry. He was about to start complaining to his master about everything, but first, he looked around to make sure that the miraculously stealthy rabbit wasn't around. "Oh, woe is me, master. Elder brother beat me so hard. My butt hurts so bad. Look. Look. I'm swollen all over. This is so unfair. I really didn't do any of it on purpose. I didn't." "Huh?" It was at this point that he noticed a medicinal pill on the ground, which was none other than the pill Zheng Yuandong had just left behind. A high-grade Tier 3 energy-building pill. Eyes shining, he quickly looked around outside the cave, then sat down off to the side. Feeling a bit bored, he consumed the pill and then began to focus on cultivation. About that time, something happened that none of the disciples or even the peak lords in the sect noticed. Behind Mount Doseed, in a wide-open, empty area, everything suddenly began to distort. Moments later, the distortions vanished. However, what was now faintly visible, right there behind Mount Doseed, was another mountain peak. It was the 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect. Although the sect leader was aware of its existence, even he hadn't noticed the strange distortions from moments before. The 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect was incomparably quiet and peaceful, and all of the plants and vegetation that covered it were pitch black. At the summit of the mountain, atop a black peach tree, was a monkey, sitting there quietly, mixed emotions visible in its eyes. If Bai Xiaochun were there, he would recognize it instantly. Astonishingly, it was the same thoughtful monkey that had eaten one of his strange pills, and that he had released into the wild some time ago. Eventually, the monkey sighed. "I know you're there," he said. "Might as well stop hiding." As soon as the monkey spoke, the air behind him distorted, and an old man appeared, tall, wearing a long violet robe. He stepped out of thin air, looking almost like an ordinary mortal, with seemingly no cultivation-based power whatsoever emanating off of him. At the same time, however, he almost looked like a paragon, standing right there. A strange expression appeared on the old man's face as he came to stand off to the side. A moment later, a third eye opened on his forehead, and he looked down at the monkey. "You are?" The monkey turned to look at the old man, eyes gleaming with profound light. "You don't recognize me, my apprentice? Or perhaps I should call you the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect?" Astonishingly, this old man was the same person who had led the Spirit Stream sect to its position as one of the 4 great sects, its founding patriarch. Currently, he seemed to be in a state of shock. Pupils constricting, he took a deep breath, disbelief flashing across his face. "Impossible. You died. What are you doing back?" Despite his status in the sect, his cultivation base, and his level of willpower, he couldn't help but gasp. Deep down inside, in the depths of his soul, he was sure that this was indeed his enigmatic master who had passed away 10,000 years ago. The monkey said nothing. He looked over at Mount Doseed, and his gaze passed through the mountain into a cave, where Bai Xiaochun sat meditating. Although no one would ever be able to tell, within the monkey's eyes could be seen a rare trace of reverence. "I'm not sure how I came to be here. Perhaps it was young Bai Xiaochun's medicinal pill. Or perhaps some other mysterious force guided his hand. To bring me back. In any case, I am not the only one to have returned." The violet-robed old man followed the monkey's line of sight to Mount Oseed, and saw Bai Xiaochun sitting there. A chi condensation disciple? How could he have done this? The old man still couldn't quite believe what was happening. "Frigid sect." The monkey barked. "Do you remember why I gave you that name? Do you remember why your master gave you such a heaven-defying mission? Why I ensured that you could exist for 10,000 years? Answer me." The monkey's eyes shone with a piercing, menacing light. It even seemed as though thunder were rumbling in the area. However, the effects were apparently confined to a 30-meter area around them. Not even the other patriarchs on the 9th mountain peak were aware of anything strange. The violet-robed old man, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect, shivered slightly as he recalled memories from 10,000 ago. Despite how many years had passed, he remembered things clearly. He was old, but with his master here in front of him, he suddenly felt like a young man again. He stood straight and tall, his face flushed a bit, looking almost like a soldier as he responded, "Sir, I remember. My mission is to guard the true spirit, to ensure that the Spirit Stream sect becomes one of the sects in the middle reaches of the eastern Heavenspan River, and then, a sect of the upper reaches. After that, we must invade the northern Heavenspan River, fight our way through its upper reaches, and eradicate the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Return to our ancestral home, restore the glory of the Frigid School Spirit Society." "So, you do remember our ancestral home, and the true spirit," the monkey said, a strange look in its eyes. "Well then, take a look at the magical symbol beneath Fragrant Cloud Peak." Frigid sect looked over at Fragrant Cloud Peak and immediately frowned. Hidden within each of the 8 mountain peaks of the Spirit Stream sect was a complex magical symbol, which collectively were the lifeblood of the Spirit Stream sect. The extreme importance of those magical symbols was difficult to describe with words. However, Frigid sect didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about Fragrant Cloud Peak's magical symbol. The monkey sighed softly, and the profound look in his eyes grew even stronger. "You can't see it, huh? It seems I came back a bit too late. Someone else returned before me and sent their dark disciple to use the variations of plants and vegetation to alter the spell formation." The primeval magical symbol beneath Fragrant Cloud Peak was tampered with, and reversing the situation with my current power wasn't really possible. The only thing I could do was use what little strength I have left at my disposal to guide Bai Xiaochun into inciting the spirit snakes. Then things can recover naturally. Chapter 117, Frigid School Medicine Manual. The hard part about damaging the Fragrant Cloud Peak symbol would be finding a way to do it without you noticing, the monkey said grimly. Using the right method, even a chi condensation disciple could do it, given enough time. The south bank has been infiltrated. Frigid sect's eyes shone with a cold light. He well knew that damaging the spell formation could be done easily, but that repairing it was the opposite. It was like a flower vase. Even a child could smash it, but only a professional, a grandmaster, would be able to put it back together. Infiltrated. Frigid sect thought for a moment, then reached out toward Mount Oseed and made a grasping motion. A moment later, a jade slip flew toward him and came to rest in his hand. Within were well-kept records of everything that had occurred in the sect during the past 30 years. That included all of the information about Bai Xiaochun, complete with accounts detailing the lightning, the acid rain, and the pill concocting incident in 10,000 Snakes Valley. After examining it, a strange expression appeared on his face. From the look of things, Bai Xiaochun seemed like a walking disaster. However, it only took a moment for Frigid sect's eyes to glitter. "This kid's pill concocting. It's vile." "The Tao of medicine has myriad paths," the monkey murmured in response, "a different version for everyone. Perhaps this Bai Xiaochun can." "Fine. Give him the pill formula for the river-defying pill, as well as the Frigid School Medicine Manual. Perhaps he actually has a chance to concoct the river-defying pill." Frigid sect's eyes widened. The river-defying pill hadn't been successfully concocted by anyone in the Spirit Stream sect during the past 10,000 years. The Spirit Stream sect had even sought aid from the Pill Stream sect, and paid handsomely, but to no avail. The river-defying pill was nothing more than a legend at this point. If it weren't for the fact that the Spirit Stream sect still happened to possess a single river-defying pill, Frigid sect might not even believe it was possible to concoct it. It was a medicine that had only one function: to awaken the true spirit. Awaken the true spirit for 10 breaths of time. As for the Frigid School Medicine Manual, it was one of the 3 great foundation legacies of the Frigid School Spirit Society, which contained a great Tao of medicine that supposedly came from an outside world. After a moment of silence, Frigid sect nodded. His pill concocting methods are vile, and the river-defying pill is a vile medicinal pill. Perhaps he has a shot at concocting it. "Master, what about your cultivation base?" "It won't be recovered easily. I need time. Now that I'm back, I have to continue to endure for a few more years. I want to personally see the destruction of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. The monkey's eyes flickered with animosity. Many years ago, he had watched his entire sect wiped out, with him being the only survivor. After passing through numerous areas forbidden to spirits, he barely managed to make it to the eastern river delta. Apprentice, I am not the only one to have returned. Other old-timers might also be back. I'm not sure why, but I have the feeling that a new age might be upon us. The monkey sighed, and frigid sect stood there silently. Although they were both ancient, their spirits burned hot, and they were completely focused. Time passed. A month later, Bai Xiaochun had just finished a cultivation session in the cave. He wanted to go out, but knew that he couldn't. Sighing, he continued to do breathing exercises. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and before he could take another breath, realized that a jade slip and a bamboo scroll were laying there in front of him. They looked extremely ancient, as though they had existed for countless years. They almost seemed to radiate a primeval air. After looking a bit closer, he picked up the jade slip and poured some spiritual power into it. After a moment, his eyes went wide. River-defying pill? It doesn't need any plants or vegetation, only water from the Heaven's Pen River? What kind of medicinal pill is this? It looks pretty incredible. Whoever thought that you could concoct medicinal pills from Heaven's Pen River water? After examining the concoction method a bit further, he gasped. How vile. You actually have to use your body as a pill furnace. Next, he looked over at the bamboo scroll, and his eyes went even wider. Frigid School Medicine Manual? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and opened the bamboo scroll. None of it made any sense to him. Only the first line of text was clear, and yet, even that little bit was enough to drive Bai Xiaochun mad. Immortality begins with the Frigid School. Eternal life ends the cycle of reincarnation. Don't tell me that this medicine manual can be used to concoct a live forever never die pill? He couldn't hold back the shriek that echoed out of his mouth. His eyes were as bloodshot as if he had just obtained the most precious of treasures. Elder brother sect leader must have noticed how hard I've been working at my cultivation, and decided to give me a reward. You're so awesome, elder brother sect leader. This river-defying pill is a mere trifle. Once I'm a bit stronger, I'll concoct 1,000 of them for you. Looking very excited, he continued to study the Frigid School Medicine Manual. Although he couldn't see any of the other information inside, he was already obsessed with it. After studying it for a while, he realized that the bamboo which had been used to make the scroll emanated an ancient ore which had to be over 10,000 years old. He wasn't even sure how bamboo could survive for so long. On top of that, it contained a sweet aroma that caused his cultivation base to rotate rapidly after inhaling it. Bai Xiaochun only continued to get more excited, and was even more certain that this was a very precious item. In fact, he even started to wonder if his diligent cultivation really had attracted the attention of the sect leader, or whether it was the spirit of his master, bestowing gifts upon him from the underworld. That's not very likely, he thought. Gritting his teeth, he stopped thinking about it. After all, the treasure was in his hands now, so it belonged to him. What he didn't notice was that behind him, deeper in the cave, was a monkey, standing there looking at him with reverence in its eyes. Just how did he do it? Thought the monkey. Did some mysterious entity really guide his hands to bring me back? After some time passed, the monkey turned and merged into the stone wall of the cave. There, he sank down through the mountain, until he was deep beneath the bank of the river. He found himself in an enormous subterranean cavern. Down below flowed the golden waters of the Heaven's Pen River, and an enormous spell formation filled the entire cavern. This spell formation was the nucleus of the entire Spirit Stream sect. It wasn't an offensive spell formation, it was solely defensive. In the middle of the golden river water was a coffin. It had no cover, and visible inside of it was the corpse of a baby girl. Despite being a corpse, the girl seemed to contain signs of life, as well as a profoundly ancient air. 2 months flashed by. Although Bai Xiaochun was frustrated that he couldn't understand any of the Frigid School Medicine Manual, he refused to give up, and was sure that once his medicine concocting skill improved, he would understand. Now that his punishment was over, he emerged from the cave in high spirits. His cultivation base had even advanced a bit. Soon, he received notice that he would be sent to the North Bank to observe a host of beasts and improve his water swamp kingdom. The North Bank. Shocked, he looked north and thought about the chosen battles, and how he had been named the archenemy of the North Bank. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured, it's been so long, everybody probably forgot about that already. Although he didn't seem very confident in that analysis, there was nothing he could do about the matter. After thinking about it a bit longer, his eyes began to shine with anticipation. After all, His bag of holding still contained that beast birth seed, and the thought of being able to finally have his own beast made the idea of going to the North Bank more tolerable. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, he went to his destroyed Immortal's cave to pack his bags. 3 days later, he stood there on Mount Doseed, surrounded by the elders, peak lords, inner sect disciples, and quite a group of outer sect disciples, all of whom were there to see him off. They had all come of their own volition. Only by personally witnessing Bai Xiaochun go to the North Bank could they finally rest at ease. Bai Xiaochun was moved to see that so many people had come to see them off. As he stood there next to the sect leader, he waved his hand in farewell. "Ladies and gentlemen, fellow disciples, I'm going to the North Bank, and I shall miss all of you. I shall miss the South Bank, and I shall miss all of the plants and vegetation." Strange looks appeared on the faces of those present. After all, this was a somber farewell. Even the sect leader and the peak lords were present. Although most of the disciples were still angry with Bai Xiaochun, they still tried to look as though they didn't want him to go. The only people who truly felt bad were Big Fatty Zhang, Ho Xiaomei, and Ho Yunfei, along with a few other people he was truly close to. However, the South and North Banks were both part of the Spirit Stream sect, so the feelings weren't overwhelming. Elder Zhou walked out from the crowd and looked warmly at Bai Xiaochun. "Junior brother Bai, you have spectacular talent, and are just beginning to make headway with the Water Swamp Kingdom. Don't try to convince us you aren't set on pulling off a miracle, and succeed in cultivating it. The North Bank has better resources than we do here on the South Bank. Continuing your cultivation there will be much better for you in the long run. In fact, you'll have an even greater chance of reaching foundation establishment there. When that happens, your longevity will increase." Bai Xiaochun shivered, and his eyes shone with delight at the idea of reaching foundation establishment and increasing his longevity. Soon, others began to call out, "It's time to leave. Turn, and walk over to the North Bank. We cultivators are always moving forward, never going backward. There's no need to look behind. Simply strive onward." "That's right, Sect Uncle Bai. It's time to leave. With dreams as big as yours, the North Bank really is the only place where you can spread your wings and soar." "Sect Uncle Bai, there's no need for you to miss us here, and once you get to the North Bank, there's no need to come back. Your path is always in front of you." Upon hearing such words, Bai Xiaochun felt even more moved. Taking a breath, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to everyone. The sect leader looked on with an odd expression until Bai Xiaochun turned, and the two of them headed toward the North Bank. After he was gone, the warm expression on Elder Zhou's face turned into one of excitement, and it was the same with the surrounding disciples. Many people were so happy they started crying. "The heavens do have eyes. Bai Xiaochun is finally gone. Ha 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 ha. The sect leader has bestowed favor upon us. The peak lords are wise and magnanimous. The Tao of the heavens truly is just. Spring has finally arrived for the South Bank." "Is this real? Is Bai Xiaochun finally gone? Do I dare to believe that it's true?" Everyone began to cheer, and some people even took out drums and cymbals and began banging and clashing them loudly. On the north side of Mount Doseed, Bai Xiaochun trailed behind the sect leader as they walked along. When he heard the racket behind him, he cleared his throat, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Something about the whole situation seemed familiar. He sighed. "Can you hear that, elder brother sect leader? The South Bank misses me so much that my departure has sent them wild with grief." Zheng Yuandong's jaw dropped, and he looked up quietly into the sky. Chapter 118, Not a Warm Welcome. The Spirit Stream sect consisted of 8 mountain peaks. Other than Mount Doseed in the middle, there were 3 mountain peaks on the South Bank and 4 on the North Bank. Those 4 were Sunset Peak, Archway Peak, Irrespital Peak, and Ghost Fang Peak. The number of disciples on the North Bank vastly exceeded that on the South Bank. Any one of the North Bank mountain peaks' outer sects would have tens of thousands of disciples. As for their inner sects, they usually had over 1,000. Overall, the North Bank was about twice as powerful as the South Bank. It was for that reason that the North Bank had long since come to be the leading force in the sect. Of course, the foundation of North Bank's power came in the form of the battle beasts that all disciples there raised. The vast numbers of beasts there ensured that animal calls rose up into the air constantly. The North Bank seemed more savage and barbaric, its disciples more fierce than their southern counterparts. Flying creatures could be seen in the air all the time, and it was even possible to occasionally catch sight of the special beasts assigned to protect the mountain peaks themselves. They were shocking to behold. As sect leader Zheng Yuandong escorted Bai Xiaochun to the North Bank, the disciples there quickly took notice. Quite a few even realized that this was the archenemy of the North Bank who had risen up in the chosen battles. The 4 peak lords of the North Bank emerged to offer greetings to the sect leader, leading him to the Grand Hall on Ghost Fang Peak to discuss certain matters. Bai Xiaochun was left outside the hall. Of course, word of his arrival spread rapidly. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, virtually everyone in both the outer and inner sects on the North Bank all knew what was happening. Did you hear? That villain Bai Xiaochun has come to the North Bank. Bai Xiaochun. He's the archenemy of the North Bank. I can't believe he dared to come here. Ha ha ha. This is actually a good thing. A wonderful thing. I heard the reason he's being transferred here is that he caused a huge disaster with the snakes in 10,000 Snakes Valley. Supposedly he has some mystical ability to drive everyone crazy no matter where he goes. I'm not sure if it's true or not, though. Even if he really does have an ability like that, it won't do any good. He's on the North Bank now. If he thinks he's a dragon, we'll show him that he's nothing but a worm. If he thinks he's a tiger, we'll show him that he's a mere housecat. He inflicted unprecedented humiliation on the North Bank in the chosen battles, but the heavens have eyes. The sect leader must have brought him here so that Bai Xiaochun can finally learn the consequences of provoking the North Bank. As word spread, all the disciples from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank began to cheer in excitement. Clenching their fists tightly, they gazed menacingly toward the summit of Ghost Fang Peak. They were already preparing to make life a living hell for Bai Xiaochun. That was especially true of the disciples who had actually fought in the chosen battles. The Gong Sun siblings, Shu Song, and others were all extremely excited. They had been in secluded meditation ever since returning, and had all experienced significant progress in their cultivation. Bai Xiaochun stood outside of the Grand Hall on Ghost Fang Peak, looking up at the beasts flying about in the air. One of them was a 7-colored phoenix, shocking in appearance, which caused all other birds to prostrate in worship when it neared. It soared in a wide circle around the North Bank a few times before flying over to Aristotle Peak, where it vanished. Bai Xiaochun continued to look around curiously. Currently, there were 4 Ghost Fang Peak disciples in the area, all eyeing him coldly. Their hostility and anger was palpable. Clearly, they did not want Bai Xiaochun there. Bai Xiaochun yawned and rubbed his eyes. Considering how long the Ghost Fang Peak disciples had been staring at him, he finally decided to break the ice. After all, this was going to be his home in the future. Clearing his throat, he said, if you keep staring at me like that, sect nephews, I'm going to get embarrassed." The only response to his words on the part of the Ghost Fang Peak disciples was that their glares grew even sharper, like flying swords whooshing toward Bai Xiaochun's heart. Bai Xiaochun felt a bit awkward, but he knew that he was their senior, so he laughed and said, we're all fellow disciples. Don't be like that. Come, I'll tell you a funny story. One time, before he could finish speaking, though, their gazes turned even more frightening. He had already tried his best to start out on the right foot, but all they did was keep glaring at him. He was starting to wonder if he'd done something wrong. As time passed, and all the disciples on Ghost Fang Peak heard that the archenemy of the North Bank, Bai Xiaochun, had arrived, more and more people began to fly over in his direction. As they did, hatred seemed to pile upon hatred, and they began to yell angrily. "Bai Xiaochun, how dare you come to the North Bank? We're gonna show you what happens to people who dare to offend us." Damn it. A single look at him and I can't help but think of the tragic fate of elder brother Bai Enlai. Take him down. As the angered shouting grew louder, Bai Xiaochun edged backward nervously. In his mind, they were acting a bit excessively. He was nothing impressive. Even as he backed away, a cold snort suddenly echoed out from within the hall. "What's with the racket? Bai Xiaochun, come in." The disciples immediately suppressed their anger, but their glares remained as icy as ever. Bai Xiaochun's hair was standing on end, and yet, he didn't feel that it was proper to allow himself to be cowed so easily. Glaring fiercely back at the crowd, he put on a proud posture as he strode into the hall. Sect leader Zheng Yuandong occupied the seat of honor, with the 4 peak lords sitting on either side of him. They had strange expressions on their faces, and as for Zheng Yuandong, he was sighing inwardly. He almost couldn't believe that Bai Xiaochun had caused such a scene after just having arrived. "Bai Xiaochun, I've discussed matters with the 4 peak lords of the North Bank. We've arranged for you to serve as the honor guard of the Beast Conservatory. In addition to caring for the beasts, you can observe them as part of your cultivation of the Water Swamp Kingdom. Hopefully, you can create your life essence spirit quickly." The Beast Conservatory is not part of any of the mountain peaks. It's on the other side of the mountains, with the ancient Beast Chasm. You must not be naughty and mischievous there. You have to work diligently at cultivation, and treasure this opportunity. Giving Bai Xiaochun a meaningful look, he turned his attention to the 4 peak lords. "My junior brother is a bit naughty and mischievous. If he does anything offensive, fellow Taoists, please punish him as you see fit." The 4 peak lords smiled, and then exchanged some more pleasantries with the sect leader. Finally, Zheng Yuandong departed the North Bank and returned to Mount Oseed. Bai Xiaochun was left behind in the grand hall with the 4 peak lords. After studying him for a moment, the old woman from Aristotle Peak spoke in a harsh tone of voice. Bai Xiaochun, the North Bank is different from the South Bank. We have rules here, and if you break them, you'll be severely punished. If the incident of 10,000 Snakes Valley happened here on the North Bank, we'd string you up above the Heavenspan River on the cliffs of Mount Oseed, for 10 years. And that would be considered a light punishment. With that, she tossed a jade pendant over to him, which contained all the information about the sect rules. Feeling a bit nervous, Bai Xiaochun merely nodded his head and tried to look as charming as possible. The 4 peak lords exchanged glances, then paid Bai Xiaochun no further heed. An inner sect disciple from Ghost Fang Peak was assigned to escort him to the Beast Conservatory, whereupon everyone dispersed. The inner sect disciple who led him along was a long-faced young man with pockmarked cheeks. He had a very terrifying appearance, and glared coldly at Bai Xiaochun the entire way, not speaking even a single word. Blinking at the way the young man treated him, Bai Xiaochun followed as they walked through the North Bank. Quite a few people stared at him along the way, and none of them seemed friendly. Even some of the outer sect disciples looked at him with open hostility. To them, he was clearly an outsider. Because of that, and because of what the old woman had said in the Grand Hall, Bai Xiaochun was feeling very apprehensive. He already missed his days on the South Bank. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the long-faced disciple hurried him to a valley behind the mountain peaks of the North Bank. It was a large area covered by a spell formation. Lush vegetation abounded, and the occasional cries of various beasts could be heard. Even more shocking was the chasm in the middle of the jungled area, which emanated terrifying fluctuations that distorted everything around it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide at the sight of it all. Then he turned to look at a building not too far off in the distance, which was the honor guard station. It had a stone stele erected in front of it, beneath which stood a gaunt inner sect disciple, clearly waiting there to meet them. The long-faced young man hadn't said a single word to Bai Xiaochun the entire time. After approaching the gaunt disciple, he briefly explained what Bai Xiaochun was doing there. The gaunt disciple looked frostily at Bai Xiaochun, then pulled out a jade slip and handed it over to him. "I'm Sun Wen," he said. "This jade slip has details about all of the 981 beasts that live here. Each and every one is a precious treasure of the North Bank. If any of them go missing, you will take responsibility." With that, Sun Wen left with the long-faced young man. Bai Xiaochun coughed dryly at the hostile interaction, but didn't take it to heart. He looked around the honor guard station and found that it didn't even compare to his destroyed immortal's cave back on Fragrant Cloud Peak. However, it was better than the quarters of an outer sect disciple, so he couldn't complain. That old lady said that the North Bank pays a lot of attention to sect rules. Could it be that the rules here are different than the South Bank's? Wow. I need to take a good look at them. I definitely don't want to break any on accident. Chapter 119, It's spring, and I planted my beast birth seed. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. I've come to the North Bank to study. I have to keep a low profile. With that, he poured some spiritual power into the jade slip Sun Wen had given him. Soon afterward, nearly 1,000 glowing lights appeared in his mind, each one of which was one of the beasts located in the area. So, I'm supposed to take care of these beasts. Soon, his eyes began to shine. Whether it was because of his knowledge of the 5 volumes of spirit creatures, or his wondrous battles with the other chosen from the North Bank, he was very interested in the beasts here. Seeing that the blue sky was beginning to turn into the amber of evening, he hurried outside. The calls of beasts could be heard within the jungle. It was spring, and everything was alive and full of energy. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Using the jade slip, Bai Xiaochun began to explore the jungle and look for beasts. Highbrow beast. Waterspout dragon? Their organs can be used to as the base of tier 4 spirit medicines. Is that a cloud mist mink? Not only are they incredibly quick, their fur can be turned into defensive magical devices. The more Bai Xiaochun looked around, the more excited he got. He was finally getting a chance to personally see some of the animals he had only studied in the 5 volumes of spirit creatures. Seeing pictures and seeing them in real life were completely different experiences. Already, his mastery of the 5 volumes of spirit creatures was growing. He saw a 6-meter-tall monkey, a huge bear that could blend into its surroundings, a fierce-winged tiger, and even a 30-meter-long pangolin which sped by right in front of him. The beasts were all wild in nature, and initially treated him with hostility. But when they sensed the aura on his jade slip, they stopped paying him any attention. Bai Xiaochun looked around excitedly at all of the wild beasts. Soon, he realized that the jade slip made it so that the animals didn't care about him, not even the most vicious of them. That was when he started trying to approach them. However, they reacted with irritation when he got too close. After a moment of thought, He decided that he wouldn't try to push things too far. When night fell, he returned to the honor guard station. The following morning at dawn, he got up early. Using the jade slip as his guide, he flew here and there in the jungle, observing the animals. Time passed. Soon, Bai Xiaochun had been on the North Bank for half a month. During that time, he never left the Beast Conservatory, and as such, no matter how much the other disciples wanted to cause problems for him, they were unable to. That half-month was a wonderful time for Bai Xiaochun. Every day, he would excitedly go out to personally observe animals that he had learned of in the 5 volumes of Spirit Creatures. He was already coming to realize how certain aspects of his medicine concocting were lacking. Before, I focused only on plants and vegetation. I never even thought about the spirit creature ingredients. By adding them in, I can create even more transformations in my medicine. Couple that with the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, and my concocting will be much better than before. Currently, he was flying excitedly through the jungle when he caught sight of a flying tiger, laying on the ground panting. One of its legs was wounded and bleeding, apparently having been injured while hunting. When Bai Xiaochun hurried over, the flying tiger let out a powerful roar. However, Bai Xiaochun managed to push his hand down onto its back, ensuring that it couldn't move even if it wanted to. After all, his fleshly body's strength was terrifying, even compared to the flying tiger's. "Don't move, I'll help you with that wound." Bai Xiaochun quickly cleaned the wound, and then put some medicinal powder on it. Finally, he released the tiger. It flew up into the air, and then roared at Bai Xiaochun. A moment later, though, it looked in shock at its previously wounded leg. With a final glance at Bai Xiaochun, it flew off into the distance. Smiling, Bai Xiaochun watched it fly off. After finishing his day of observing the beasts, he returned to his residence. Up above, the sky was starting to grow dark. Standing there, he retrieved a wooden box from his bag of holding. After opening it, he produced a fist-sized seed which pulsed with a strong life force, almost like a heartbeat. It was even possible to see something squirming around inside. "Beast birth seed," he murmured, eyes shining brightly. He had acquired this item back when the Luokan clan had turned traitor. It had been inside the bag of holding of one of the Luokan clan cultivators. Of course, it was a legendary item within the cultivation world. In the years that followed, Bai Xiaochun had done some research into the item, and had learned from the 5 volumes of Spirit Creatures that if it absorbed the quintessence of one or more beasts, it could naturally give birth to a bloodline descendant of those very beasts. Back on the South Bank, Bai Xiaochun had considered what it would be like to have his own battle beast, but had never been able to meet all the requirements. Now that he was here on the North Bank, however, he did. A beast birth seed can give birth to a baby beast. However, an ordinary beast wouldn't be fitting for me as a prestige disciple and the junior brother of the sect leader. I need to tend to this beast birth seed very carefully. After it blooms, I'll collect the quintessence of all the most powerful beasts. That way, it will give birth to a beast that has inherited the strong suits of all beasts. It will be unprecedented since ancient times, and something no one will ever see in the future. It will be the ultimate battle beast. Eyes shining with brilliant light, and feeling in higher spirits than ever, he took a deep breath and took the wooden box back to the rear courtyard of the honor guard station. There, he had set up a small garden to grow spirit plants, which was located within the protective spell formation of the honor guard station. He had even performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement on the spirit soil, just to be safe. He carefully buried the beast birth seed in the ground, eyes shining with anticipation. According to the information in the 5 volumes of Spirit Creatures, it won't take too long for the beast birth seed to grow. He stayed in the garden looking at the spot where he'd planted the seed until night fell. When it was dark, he left. Moments later though, he returned. Only after checking that the spell formation's defenses were all in order did he finally go back inside. He didn't rest well that night, and went out frequently to check on the spot where he'd planted the seed. Another half-month passed before he finally managed to get his excitement and anticipation under control, and devote himself fully to observing the beasts. Other than that, he had his daily cultivation routine, and his study of the sect rules. Occasionally, other North Bank disciples would show up in the Beast Conservatory. They would pay some merit points at the stone stele for an opportunity to observe the beasts, or to attempt to bond them as battle beasts. However, Bai Xiaochun kept the rear courtyard under tight guard. He had even made some adjustments to the spell formation nodes to ensure that no one could trample the garden. Time passed. Half a year went by in complete peace and quiet. During that time, Bai Xiaochun never stepped out of the Beast Conservatory even once. He spent all day in the jungle, with the beasts as his companions. He treated injuries among quite a few of them, and even created some simple medicinal pills for them that got their qi and blood pumping healthily. Because of Bai Xiaochun's constant care, and his medicinal pills, The beasts soon began to develop a good relationship with him. As they grew more accepting, it became easier to approach them more closely and observe them in more detail. Although he didn't bond any of them, they became very similar to battle beasts, and would listen to every word he spoke. One day as he was strolling along through the jungle, 3 North Bank disciples approached the stone stele outside the honor guard station. After purchasing 3 days' worth of time in the beast conservatory, they entered the jungle. One of them was the previous honor guard, inner sect disciple Sun Wen, who had handed his duties over to Bai Xiaochun half a year before. He was flanked by 2 outer sect disciples, 1 male and 1 female. The male disciple was short and baby-faced, while the female disciple was young, with a curvaceous body and a beautiful face. Looking around excitedly, the young woman said, "Thanks, elder brother Sun. With you here, I'm much more confident in getting my own battle beast." She looked over at Sun Wen with open admiration. "Yeah, that's right," said the short male disciple, equally excited. Elder brother Sun is an inner sect disciple, and served as honor guard in the beast conservatory for several years. He's adept at controlling the beasts here. I'm sure they all remember exactly who he is. "I think you're exaggerating a bit," Sun Wen replied, although he seemed very pleased. "Although it is true that I can command many of the beasts here. If you see one you like, I'll see what I can do. I'm sure I can at least spare you some effort. However, you have to remember that there are 10 particular battle beasts here with fiery tempers. For example, there's the Sky Flame Bear, the Night Stalker Ape, the Scarlet Flying Tiger, and worst of all, the Plated Mountain Juggernaut. Sometimes, people need to be careful even when they come here with protection. Remember not to provoke any of the beasts." When Sun Wen looked at the female disciple, his heart surged a bit, but inwardly, he sighed. There was a lot of under-the-table profit to be made in the beast conservatory, especially if you were posted there. You could help people find the right beasts using the jade slip, and could even make it easier for them to bond them. If he'd had his way, he would never have left his post. However, the sect had given him no other choice than to hand it over to Bai Xiaochun, a decision which he resented. Thinking about these things, he led the other 2 disciples into the jungle, and before long, they had seen quite a few beasts. Many of them came to Sun Wen when he called out to them. Clearly, they still remembered him. "How about this kiwi deer? What about that flying cloud mouse? That's considered one of the top 600 beasts here. Want it? You two have pretty good luck. This saber-toothed Mustang ranks in the top 300. When I first saw it, years ago, it wasn't even close to being this big." It's a dancing flame butterfly. Ha ha ha. It's in the top 300, and can cast hallucination magic. Do you want that one?" As they walked along, the 2 disciples looked at Sun Wen with admiration bordering on worship. Many of the beasts in the area, upon catching sight of him, would stop what they were doing, as if they were simply waiting to be bonded. The male disciple excitedly picked the saber-toothed Mustang, but the female disciple hesitated a bit before abandoning the dancing flame butterfly. She turned to Sun Wen, clearly hoping to get a better beast. "Elder brother Sun, are there any that are in the top 200? Don't aim too high," Sun Wen said in a serious tone. "Battle beasts in the top 200 are very difficult to tame. Even after serving as the honor guard here for years, I was never able to successfully command them. I bet the new honor guard hasn't even been a third as successful as me. In all of the sect, not a single chi condensation disciple could tame such an animal. The 2 of you should be careful about which beasts you try to control. It can be a very dangerous thing." Before he could finish speaking, the young woman's eyes went wide, and she pointed excitedly toward a nearby boulder. "Elder brother Sun, quick, look over there. It's a flying tiger." Assuming that since Sun Wen was with her, she didn't have anything to worry about, she began to perform an incantation gesture without even thinking about it. Instantly, the shamanic powers of the North Bank were unleashed, and began to shoot toward the flying tiger. When Sun Wen turned, he saw a winged tiger lounging on the nearby boulder, looking at the 3 of them with ruthless coldness. "Scarlet Flying Tiger. Damn it. It usually doesn't show up here. It's one of the top 10 battle beasts." His eyes widened, and then he realized that the female disciple was trying to cast shamanic magic on it, and his heart trembled. Grabbing the 2 outer sect disciples, he fell back at top speed. He had only been leading the 2 outer sect disciples into areas where the beasts were relatively docile. The sect wanted the beasts to maintain their wild nature, and because of that, the beast conservatory could be a very dangerous place, especially for outer sect disciples. Normally, they would only come in when escorted by someone from the inner sect. The flying tiger leapt to its feet and let out a roar as powerful as thunder. When the shamanic power hit it, the power instantly dispersed. However, the tiger's eyes turned bright red as it shot toward the group of 3. Not good. Shocked, Sun Wen could only watch as the tiger flew up into the air, causing wind to blast out in all directions as power equivalent to the 9th level of Qi condensation rose up. The two outer sect disciples were shocked, and were already shaking in terror. Sun Wen gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade slip to call for help. However, it was at that moment that a surprised voice could be heard from off in the distance. Tigger, stop being so naughty. Down, boy. Chapter 120, Fight Me, Bai Xiaochun. As soon as his voice echoed out, the aggressive flying tiger shuddered, and then immediately dropped down to the ground, kicking up a significant cloud of dust. There it lay, tail swishing back and forth, its tongue stuck out of its mouth, looking over at an enormous figure approaching from the distance. It was a gigantic, 30-meter-long pangolin, with cold green eyes and a brutally murderous aura. These developments occurred so quickly that Sun Wen simply gaped in shock, and the two outer sect disciples behind him gasped. The female disciple was completely dumbstruck, to have seen the flying tiger suddenly become so docile, only to have the huge pangolin arrive, left her wondering if all of these things were really happening. She simply couldn't imagine how the flying tiger which had caused her elder brother's son to flee at top speed could be ordered down with a single sentence. Its current charming appearance was a complete contrast with the brutal ferocity it had exhibited moments before. "One of the 10 great battle beasts?" murmured the male outer sect disciple. Looking at the enormous pangolin, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Plated mountain juggernaut. Sun Wen was also shocked by the sight of the enormous pangolin. Even the mere pressure which radiated off of it was shocking. However, what struck him with even more shock was the person he saw sitting on the pangolin's back. "It's you," he choked. Perched on the pangolin's back was Bai Xiaochun. As the pangolin neared, he rose to his feet and leapt into the air, landing next to the flying tiger and bopping it on the head. "Are you going around scaring people again?" Bai Xiaochun said, sounding cross. The flying tiger blinked, then lowered its head and licked Bai Xiaochun's leg. Sun Wen felt as though his brain were being struck by lightning, and the two outer sect disciples behind him were flabbergasted. "Sorry, guys," Bai Xiaochun said. "Tigger isn't really that bad. He's just a bit naughty and likes to scare people. Tigger, you apologize this instant." With that, he gave the flying tiger's paw a soft kick. Looking a bit annoyed, the flying tiger turned its head toward Sun Wen and let out a roar. Although it didn't roar at the top of its lungs, it still sounded like thunder, and caused Sun Wen and the others to tremble inwardly. Bai Xiaochun looked at the group of three, and pretended that he didn't recognize Sun Wen, even though he did. Smiling, he said, "Are you guys here to select battle beasts?" "Yeah, we're here to select battle beasts," the female disciple said, swallowing hard, fear flickering in her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. The fact that battle beasts which frightened her elder brother's son could become as charming as little puppies was completely terrifying. "Ah, I see," Bai Xiaochun replied. "Well, maybe we were destined to meet here. I might as well give you a hand." Clearing his throat, and looking very enthusiastic, he threw his head back and let out a powerful roar. As the roar echoed out into the jungle, the ground began to tremble. Moments later, an enormous ape crashed into view, coming to a stop directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. Grinning at him, it beat its chest with its fist and howled at the top of its lungs. "You go stand over there, Oppie," Bai Xiaochun said, waving his hand. "You're not their type." The huge ape moped off to the side, face downcast. Sun Wen was left shaking. He immediately recognized the ape as one of the 10 great battle beasts, the fierce Nightstalker ape. He had once personally witnessed this very Nightstalker ape crush the head of a waterwood lion. It was an explosively violent creature. And yet, in front of Bai Xiaochun, it was docile and charming, something that Sun Wen would never have dreamed could be possible. A moment later, a huge bear tromped up, stood on its hind legs in front of Bai Xiaochun and then started dancing back and forth. "Teddy, we have guests," Bai Xiaochun said, starting to get a bit frustrated. "Settle down." The bear looked over at Sun Wen and the others, and let out a powerful roar. Sky Flame Bear. I can't believe it's dancing." Sun Wen's vision was swimming, and his mind reeled from the massive waves of shock that battered it. As for the two outer sect disciples, however shaken they were before, they were now 10 times more so, and were filled with unprecedented terror. Then, the ground started to shake even harder as one beast after another appeared. A huge horde of hundreds of beasts assembled, none of them the docile type that Sun Wen had found before. These beasts were all fierce and terrifying. Sun Wen and the outer sect disciples instantly went weak at the knees. As for the outer sect disciples, their faces were ashen as sensations of imminent crisis filled them from head to toe. "Very well," Bai Xiaochun said, trying to sound profound. "Take your pick." He coughed lightly. Sun Wen was at a complete loss. He simply couldn't imagine what Bai Xiaochun might have done to make all of these beasts follow his orders, and in a mere half a year at that. The fact that Sun Wen had been stationed here for years left him feeling bitter inside. The sharp contrast between himself and Bai Xiaochun was bad enough for him. There was no need to even mention the deep regret felt by the male outer sect disciple. He admired all of the beasts present, and was filled with bitterness that he had carelessly selected one already. If he had merely waited a bit longer, he might have met this miraculous elder brother, and stumbled into incredible good fortune. But now, he had no such chance. The female disciple was trembling in disbelief. She quickly pointed at a huge black condor, which let out a piercing cry. Normally, it was fierce to the extreme, but around Bai Xiaochun, that changed. It allowed the young woman's shamanic magic to pour into it, slowly bonding it to her. After that, it took to flight, soaring above them through the air. Bai Xiaochun laughed, and then waved his hand. Instantly, the rest of the beasts dispersed, and he jumped back up onto the pangolin's back. The pangolin let out a roar and turned to carry Bai Xiaochun off into the distance. Almost unwilling to believe that she had succeeded, the young woman called out, "Elder brother, what's your name?" Bai Xiaochun immediately felt quite proud of himself. Sticking his chin up, he naturally assumed the melancholy posture of a lonely hero. Swishing his sleeve, he said, "Call me Bai Xiaochun." Clasping his hands behind his back, he stood there atop the pangolin, hair swaying in the wind, looking a bit depressed. After all of his years of practice, he had become very good at assuming this look. The image she was seeing was instantly branded deep into the female disciple's mind. Bai Xiaochun. Why does that name sound so familiar? The male disciple's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide with incredulity. The archenemy of the North Bank. The female disciple gasped, suddenly remembering why Bai Xiaochun's name was so familiar. However, it seemed completely impossible to correlate the archenemy of the North Bank with this lonely, melancholy figure in front of her. Finally, Sun Wen led them out of the beast conservatory. Back in the jungle, Bai Xiaochun sat down on the pangolin's back. With no one there to look at him, he sloughed off the lonely hero look and began to proudly hum a little tune. At the same time, he tossed out medicinal pills to the nearby creatures. In addition to how he dutifully cared for them, one of the reasons the beasts had become so docile around him during the past half-year was his medicinal pills. Because of the pills, the beasts felt stronger and more energetic than ever, causing them to like him and grow closer to him on a daily basis. Of course, not all of the beasts had the same reaction. There were some that were extremely cautious. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. All in all, his half-year in the beast conservatory had been one of complete happiness. Recently, his beast birth seed had even sprouted, filling him with intense excitement. Good things just kept happening one after another. He had also come to find that his water swamp kingdom was progressing, and although his life essence spirit hadn't appeared yet, the technique itself was growing more ferocious. The way things were going, Bai Xiaochun had the feeling that his cultivation of the water swamp kingdom would definitely lead to the appearance of a life essence spirit. The main thing he was curious about was what type of beast it would be. He couldn't stop thinking about what it would be like to have a complete water swamp kingdom, a top-secret magic that was of the same caliber as Ghost Fang's Ghosts Haunt the Night. He also wondered what his battle prowess would be. Filled with anticipation, he focused on cultivation for another month. By this time, he had been on the North Bank for the better part of a year. Although he never left the beast conservatory and kept a low profile, stories about him taming the beasts began to spread among the disciples outside. That news, as well as stories about Bai Xiaochun's past deeds, became one of the most common conversation topics among the North Bank disciples. The scene that had played out during the chosen battles caused countless disciples to gnash their teeth. The thought of what had occurred with Bai Enlai left them feeling as if they were being stabbed in the heart. Then they would look at their own battle beasts, and the pain would become indelible shadows across their hearts. One day, Bai Enlai finally emerged from secluded meditation. There he stood in his immortal's cave, his eyes wide as he looked at a jade slip which had arrived half a year ago, informing him that Bai Xiaochun had come to the North Bank. Baring his teeth, he crushed the jade slip. "Bai Xiaochun, the humiliation you heaped upon me will be cleansed today. You might be strong, but I've made a lot of progress in the years since then. Unheard of progress. I've finally pushed my sunset incantation to the 3rd level. I'm invincible under foundation establishment." His cultivation base erupted, and it was at the great circle of the 9th level of chi condensation. After the intense provocation from years ago, he had gone mad with his cultivation, until he was in a state of frenzied hysteria. "Bai Xiaochun." Bai Enlai threw his head back and roared, bursting out from his immortal's cave. Many people noticed what was happening, especially the Gongsun siblings and Shu Song. So powerful. He actually pushed the sunset incantation all the way to the 3rd level. Nobody's done that for the past 1,000 years. He's grown, but then again, so have we. It's hard to say how much more powerful he is compared to back then. Anybody who experienced such a tragedy would surely relive it every day and go mad, just like he did. Even as the Chosen observed Bai Enlai with trembling hearts, he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward one of the most popular locations on the North Bank, the centrally located trial platform. The trial platform was actually a clawed stone hand attached to the statue of an enormous, ferocious beast. The statue itself was 30 meters tall, vicious to the extreme, and even seemed to emanate the air of battle. It looked something like an upright crocodile, covered with scales, with 3 rows of sharp spikes running down its back. Even more shocking was that the clawed hand made up more than half of its entire body. Its left hand was somewhat eroded from the wind and rain, but its right hand stretched up as if to rip apart the heavens. The trial platform was the palm of that right hand. The statue had been discovered 4,000 years ago in the Spirit Stream sect's ancient beast chasm. It had taken quite a bit of work to extract it and set it up in its current location, where it became the North Bank's popular trial platform. Currently, Bai Enlai stood on the trial platform, eyes shining with the desire to fight. Throwing his head back, he howled, "I'm putting up all of the merit points I have. 37,000. I hereby challenge Bai Xiaochun." As the words left his mouth, the trial platform began to tremble, and the air distorted as a paper crane materialized. Without the slightest delay, it shot at top speed in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. The North Bank Trail platform was a very famous place in the Spirit Stream sect. Even the disciples in the South Bank had heard of it. According to the rules of the trial platform, anyone could pay some merit points to issue a challenge to anyone else on the North Bank. Once they did so, a paper crane would appear, which would fly to notify the other party of the challenge. The challenge would remain in effect for half a year. If the challenged party accepted, the fight would begin immediately. If the challenged party won the fight, they got to keep the merit points. If they lost, there was no merit point penalty. It was also possible to refuse the challenge. If that happened, then half a year later, the challenge would be nullified, and the merit points would be returned to the challenger. However, during that half-year time period, the challenger could not retract the challenge. Because of those rules, the challengers ended up being in a very passive position. However, that made things fair. Chapter 121, Paper Cranes Fill the Sky. The news that Bai Enlai had made such incredible progress with his divine ability and then issued a challenge to Bai Xiaochun on the trial platform swept rapidly through the North Bank. Disciples flocked to the trial platform, where they waited eagerly to see the outcome. Bai Enlai stood there, his blood boiling with the desire for revenge. He wanted to cleanse the humiliation which he had felt, and prove to all on the North Bank that Bai Enlai was the same Chosen he was before. However far I fall down, that's how far I'll climb up, and even higher. Bai Xiaochun, you're nothing but a stepping stone to me. Bai Enlai's eyes burned with madness. He had been waiting for this day for a long, long time, and was completely confident that his sunset incantation would secure him victory against Bai Xiaochun. Of course, he had heard the stories about Bai Xiaochun's final match with Ghost Fang. However, he was still confident that his mad struggles over the past years put him in a position to fight first Bai Xiaochun, and then Ghost Fang. "Bai Xiaochun, get out here!" Bai Enlai roared, shaking inside and out, thrumming with energy that caused intense shock among the spectators. His unleashed cultivation base was like a vortex, spinning around him in all directions. "Good job, elder brother Baian. Take Bai Xiaochun down, ha ha ha. We've been waiting for a long time for this day to arrive." As crowd was cheering, Bai Xiaochun was in the jungle, sitting on top of the pangolin, humming a little tune as they went on a little walk. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It sent a blood-colored glow out in all directions, and radiated a murderous aura that seemed permeated with the desire to do battle. Bai Xiaochun looked up as the blood-colored light appeared in front of him, taking the shape of a paper crane. An emotionless voice spoke from the crane to echo out in the jungle. "Intersect disciple Bai Xiaochun, Bai Enlai of the North Bank, in the 9th level of Qi condensation, has put up 37,000 merit points to challenge you to a fight. The challenge remains open for the following half-year. If you win, you may keep the merit points. If you lose, then according to the rules of the trial platform, you will not be penalized." The voice itself seemed to contain something that caused one's blood to boil and one's impulses to surge. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to beat rapidly. Something about the voice seemed to be intentionally driving him toward madness. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight, my ass!" Bai Xiaochun said, smacking his chest to dispel the effects of the voice. After all of his time spent researching the sect rules of the North Bank, he was not unfamiliar with the trial platform, and knew the rules well. "I, Bai Xiaochun, am a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. By no means will I participate in any fighting and killing. Glancing once more at the paper crane, he coughed dryly and then waved his sleeve. A wind sprang up, sending the paper crane flying off to the side. Humming a little tune, he sent the pangolin onward through the jungle as though nothing had ever happened. Time passed. About an hour later, the crowd around the trial platform was completely shocked, and the cheering had died down quite a bit. After 2 hours, people were starting to whisper back and forth to each other. Bai Xiaochun still stood there on the trial platform, trembling and twitching. Bai Xiaochun isn't going to avoid the fight, is he? No way. He took first place in the chosen battles. He couldn't possibly not care about his reputation, could he? I doubt that's possible. It doesn't matter who the chosen is, when they get challenged, they either fight right then and there, or schedule another time to fight. Why hasn't Bai Xiaochun even responded? 4 hours later, the sun was setting. However, Bai Xiaochun still hadn't responded. The North Bank disciples were stunned. Damn it! I should have known. I can't believe the shameless Bai Xiaochun is avoiding the fight. This is preposterous. He came here as a representative of the South Bank. What a loss of face for them. As the discussions raged, Bai Xiaochun glared off in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. He could never have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would actually avoid the fight. He couldn't accept it. Bai Xiaochun had taken first place in the chosen battles. If Bai Xiaochun had taken first place, and then someone challenged him, he wouldn't avoid the fight. He's definitely going to come out and fight. Bai Xiaochun said through gritted teeth. The way he stood there, completely focused, caused the observing North Bank disciples to be shaken inwardly. A few moments later, another beam of light appeared from within the crowd as someone flew up onto the trial platform. As people looked over, the newcomer was immediately identified. He was also a chosen like Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun. A grave expression could be seen on his face as he stood there on the trial platform. When he thought back to the fight he had witnessed between Bai Xiaochun and Ghost Fang, he knew that Ghost Fang hadn't been truly defeated. He had handed Bai Xiaochun the victory by tiring himself out. Bai Xiaochun was strong, Xiaochun had to admit that. However, in the past years, he had grown significantly, and was far stronger than he had been during the chosen battles. After much consideration, he had come to believe that he definitely qualified to fight with Bai Xiaochun. Today, I, Xiaochun, will join Bai Xiaochun to challenge Bai Xiaochun to a fight, he said loudly. Xiaochun of the North Bank. I'm putting up 20,000 merit points to issue the challenge. After a moment of protracted silence, a deafening cheer rose up from the crowd. Elder brother Xiaochun is actually challenging Bai Xiaochun. Good job, elder brother Xiaochun. Glittering light rose up as a second paper crane formed and then shot toward the Beast Conservatory. Bai Xiaochun trembled as he looked over at Xiaochun. Their gazes met, and both could see how much the other was determined to fight Bai Xiaochun. After a moment, they both began to laugh at the tops of their lungs. At about this time, another beam of light shot out toward the trial platform. It was a young woman, none other than Gongsun Weiner. I, Gongsun Weiner, put up 20,000 merit points to issue a challenge to Bai Xiaochun. Before the crowd could cheer any louder, a fourth beam of light shot toward the trial platform. I, Gongsun Yun, put up 20,000 merit points to issue a challenge to Bai Xiaochun. The Gongsun siblings had experienced significant progress in recent years, and were also challenging Bai Xiaochun to a fight. As their voices echoed out, light glittered, and two paper cranes formed and then shot out through the air toward the Beast Conservatory. Look how fired up they are. Now that's what North Bank chosen are like. Those chosen are invincible. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaochun must be scared out of his pants. You know what, even if I lose, it's only a few merit points. I'm gonna challenge him too. He needs to know that the North Bank sticks together. A fifth, a sixth, and even a seventh disciple emerged from the crowd to fly over and stand on the trial platform. I, Chenao, will share trials and tribulations with elder brother Gongsun Yun. I put up 700 merit points to challenge Bai Xiaochun. Elder brother Xiaochun has always treated me well. I, Sun Chunglong, will stand by his side. I put up 500 merit points to challenge Bai Xiaochun to a fight. I, Zhou Fang, put up 400 merit points to challenge Bai Xiaochun to a fight. The North Bank was being completely shaken. Meanwhile, back in the Beast Conservatory, Bai Xiaochun watched in shock as one paper crane after another flew toward him. As they did, they spoke with the same emotionless voice. So many? Bai Xiaochun thought, blinking. He had already tossed 3 paper cranes off to the side, only to see 5 or 6 more flying toward him, one after another. All of them exerted influence on him to try to get him to fight, making it hard to stay calm. Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back as he shot through the forest at top speed back toward the honor guard station. Along the way, Another dozen or so paper cranes reached him, all of them speaking the same type of words. The stimulating sensation caused by the words made Bai Xiaochun let out an enraged roar. "You people are such bullies. How can you challenge me with so many people, and each one in the 8th level of qi condensation or higher? What are you trying to accomplish? No. I want to keep a low profile." After arriving back at the honor guard station, he activated the spell formation, trapping the paper cranes outside. Finally, he sat down cross-legged, looking very lofty. "I'm definitely going to keep a low profile here on the North Bank. There's no way I'm going to give in to your demands." Humphrey. Sighing emotionally, he put the matter aside and began to meditate. As the night passed, more and more people leapt up to join Bai Anlai on the trial platform and issued challenges to Bai Xiaochun. The whole sect was set astir. Many of them were there to ingratiate themselves to the chosen, and of course, a large number of them were fans of Gongsun Weiner. It was quite an exhilarating scene to see so many people putting up so many merit points. Around daybreak, Bai Xiaochun finished his cultivation session and pushed the door open to find a cacophony of voices shaking everything in the area. He stared in shock, and worked hard just to suppress the desire to fight which rose up in his heart at the instigation of the voices. Astonishingly, there were over 100 paper cranes waiting outside for him. "You North Bank people are crazy," he said. Scalp tingling, he closed the door and didn't take even a single step outside. The following morning, he assumed that the North Bank people would have finally called it quits. However, upon opening the door, a sound like thunder could be heard coming from the more than 300 paper cranes piled up like a mountain outside of the honor guard station. Each and every one of those paper cranes represented a challenge to fight. Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and quickly closed the door, more convinced than ever that the North Bank people were lunatics. Sometimes it's a real mistake to be so superior to everyone. Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun. If you made a mistake anywhere, it was in being so superior. Face downcast, he sat down in the honor guard station, where he thought for some time before deciding to simply work on cultivating the water swamp kingdom. Time passed. During the following week, every time Bai Xiaochun pushed open his door, he would find that hundreds more cranes had arrived. Eventually, he simply got used to it, until around 2,000 of them were piled up outside. Whenever disciples came to visit the Beast Conservatory, the first thing they noticed upon entering was the huge pile of paper cranes. The entire North Bank had sprung into motion because of Bai Anlai issuing a fight challenge. The chosen were whipped up into a storm, and it only continued to grow more intense. Eventually, roughly 40% of the inner sect disciples had issued a challenge to Bai Xiaochun. Most of them offered up a small portion of their merit points, not all of them like Bai Anlai had. Eventually, word spread to the elders and the peak lords, and even they were shocked by what was happening. During the 4,000-year history of the North Bank trial platform, this was the first time that anything like this had ever happened. Nearly 2,000 inner sect disciples had issued challenges, and all to a single person. It was impossible to control the situation, which was like a flowing tide that dragged all the North Bank into madness. Did you hear the latest news? Today, 300 inner sect disciples challenged Bai Xiaochun at the trial platform. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaochun is definitely scared to death. By now he definitely realizes how strong the North Bank is, and how much we stick together. Hold on. I'm gonna go challenge him too. Right now. Chapter 122, I accept this challenge. The North Bank disciples viewed challenging Bai Xiaochun as a sort of heroic accomplishment. It was causing such a stir that word even spread to the South Bank. The disciples there exchanged glances of sympathy. Of course, that sympathy was not for Bai Xiaochun, it was for the disciples of the North Bank. They really don't know him at all. Just wait. It won't be long before they realize how terrifying Bai Xiaochun is. Time passed. On the 10th day, the number of inner sect disciples who had challenged Bai Xiaochun had reached about 2,300 in total. That number increased every day. It reached the point that any inner sect disciple who didn't go to challenge Bai Xiaochun was considered to have lost face. Not going to the trial platform to send out a paper crane was considered to be contemptible. Once that became the norm, even more people challenged him. Ha ha ha. On this day, Shu Dabao, put up 10 merit points to challenge Bai Xiaochun. Humphrey, Zhou Yongkong, challenged the archenemy of the North Bank 3 days ago. Too bad that Numbskull didn't dare to fight. On the 13th day, the number of disciples who had challenged Bai Xiaochun passed the 3,000 mark. The North Bank was completely and utterly in a frenzy. No matter where you went, the only thing people talked about were the challenges to Bai Xiaochun. For such a massive storm to have been caused by a single person was unheard of. New challenges flew out every day, and tens of thousands of outer sect disciples were gathered around the trial platform. there to watch the proud inner sect disciples in their glory. Every paper crane that flew off was accompanied by cheers, regardless of how many merit points had been put up as the stakes. Bai Xiaochun had never imagined that his actions would give birth to such pandemonium. He was now far more famous than before, especially considering that he had come back from an injury to his current height. On the 17th day, the number of disciples who had challenged Bai Xiaochun broke past 4,000. The storm which had overtaken the North Bank was filling the entire sect. By this point, what was happening was no longer a simple challenge to fight. It was a symbol. The number of merit points offered up didn't matter. Some people offered less than 10. However, the event was so exciting that everybody had to participate. Bai Xiaochun is scared. He doesn't dare to fight with the North Bank. Ha ha ha. Even if he were stronger than he is, he would still have to kneel before the combined might of the North Bank. The spirit of the North Bank can never be surpassed. The four peak lords of the North Bank were tongue-tied, and sect leader Zheng Yuandong looked on with wide eyes. Even the prime elders took notice. After all, this sort of thing had never occurred before. The North Bank disciples were so excited about the matter that virtually every day after the challenges were issued, people would rush over to the Beast Conservatory to look at the paper cranes flying to join the pile. Loud cheering would always accompany the scene. By the 20th day, 80 to 90% of the inner sect disciples had issued challenges to fight. It was only then that the pandemonium began to die down. That morning, a burly outer sect disciple appeared near the trial platform, seemingly bursting with eagerness. In his mind, considering the fact that over 4,000 people had already challenged Bai Xiaochun ahead of him, even if Bai Xiaochun did choose to fight someone, he surely wouldn't pick people who had offered low amounts of merit points. After all, Bai Xiaochun had taken first place in the chosen battles. To be able to challenge someone like that, even if he was avoiding the fighting, left the burly disciple bursting with joy. Later on, he could brag that he had challenged Bai Xiaochun, but that Bai Xiaochun had run from the fight. More excited than ever, the burly disciple unleashed the power of the fourth level of chi condensation and leapt up onto the trial platform, the first person of the day to issue a challenge, and also the first outer sect to ever do so. After landing on the trial, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. I, Lu Dabao, put up 200 merit points to challenge the archenemy of the North Bank, Bai Xiaochun. Laughing at the top of his lungs, Lu Dabao clasped his hands behind his back and stared off in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. Bai Xiaochun, once you receive Lord Tiger's challenge, will you, an inner sect disciple, dare to fight me? The character Biao in Lu Dabao's name means tiger. This man's action stunned everyone present. The first reaction was that this Lu Dabao was clearly a fool. No matter how detestable Bai Xiaochun was, he had taken first place in the chosen battles. He was not the type of person that could be challenged by an outer sect disciple. But then people realized that Lu Dabao was obviously using this chance to try to earn a name for himself, and their eyes began to shine brightly. For an outer sect disciple to challenge an inner sect disciple, who then fled from the match, was an amazing situation that got everyone's blood burning. Lu Dabao had clearly issued his challenge to fight because he wished to join the grand occasion of opposing the archenemy of the North Bank. Even as Lu Dabao stood there proudly on the trial platform, Bai Xiaochun was just getting up from a session of meditation in the honor guard station of the Beast Conservatory. Sighing, he pushed open the door. Over the past 20 days, he had gotten a headache every time he opened the door. However, he had no other choice. If too many paper cranes built up, the desire to fight would grow too strong, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, the first thing he did every morning was open the door. Every time he did so, he would see hundreds of paper cranes, and hear countless voices issuing challenges. Yesterday, he had even taken the time to count them all, and found that there were over 4,000. By now, they were piled up everywhere. This time when he opened the door, he was surprised to find only a few dozen new paper cranes. But then, only a moment later, a huge cloud of over 1,000 cranes, bursting with a desire to do battle that could topple mountains and drain seas, flew toward him from off in the distance. Bai Xiaochun's mind and heart were instantly engulfed by a powerful urge to fight. As the more than 1,000 paper cranes descended, overwhelming him with a desire to do battle, he was literally buried by the cranes. A moment later, his head popped into view, and he crawled out from within the pile of cranes. A shocked expression could be seen on his face as he looked around. He was so surprised that he could barely move. He reached out and grabbed the first crane he saw, to hear an emotionless voice speaking in his ear. Inner sect disciple Bai Xiaochun, outer sect disciple Lu Dabao of the North Bank, 4th level of chi condensation, has put up 200 merit points to challenge you to a fight. Bai Xiaochun stared at the paper crane, shocked. When he heard that the challenger was in the 4th level of chi condensation, his eyes flashed with anger. What a bunch of bullies, these North Bank people. I've been trying hard to keep a low profile, but it's simply impossible. Sheesh. If Bai Xiaochun doesn't want to admit he lost, and feels like emerging after 10 years in secluded meditation, well, that's understandable. The inner sect disciples want to challenge me? I can endure. But now outer sect disciples are challenging me? Enough. Enough. I can accept a challenge. Lu Dabao? 4th level of qi condensation? He's the one. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. It was too bad that the beasts in the beast conservatory couldn't be taken out easily unless they were bonded. Plus, he didn't know the heaven's panshamanic control incantation. Otherwise, he would take the hundreds of beasts here out with him and crush the fighting arena. Filled with regret, he stuck his chin up and looked at the paper crane. I accept this challenge. Meanwhile, back on the trial platform, Lu Dabao stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, basking in the feeling of being the center of attention. It was almost overwhelming on an emotional level. Bai Xiaochun, Lord Tiger will wait for you for 10 breaths of time. You noob. You numbskull. Do you dare to accept Lord Tiger's challenge, or not? Bai Xiaochun, get the hell out here right now. As he got more and more excited, his voice continued to get louder and louder, causing the crowd to cheer even more. Lu Dabao's was getting really worked up, and had never even stopped to consider that Bai Xiaochun might actually accept his challenge. From his perspective, the fact that Bai Xiaochun had been avoiding the fights for the past 20 days meant that even if he did start to accept some, he would definitely pick the inner sect disciples. He would never be so shameless as to fight with someone from the outer sect. After all, he had taken first place in the chosen battles. Lu Dabao was feeling more proud of himself than ever, and was congratulating himself on picking the perfect situation to make a name for himself. He could even imagine what it would be like in a few days. Everyone in the outer sect would know who he was, and his newfound fame might even cause some of the junior sisters he liked to take an interest in him. Bai Xiaochun, you have 3 breaths of time left, he roared. Hurry up. Do you dare to fight with Lord Tiger? Laughing with extreme contentment, he prepared to remove himself from the platform. But then, suddenly, a screen of light rose up in front of him, making it impossible for him to leave. The surrounding disciples stared in shock. Next, a completely emotionless voice rang out to fill the trial platform. Inner sect disciple Bai Xiaochun has accepted the challenge issued by outer sect disciple Lu Dabao. Let the fighting begin. The glittering light of teleportation could be seen as Bai Xiaochun slowly materialized on the trial platform, thanks to the powers of the paper crane. There he was in front of tens of thousands of North Bank disciples, all of whom stared in complete shock. A deathly silence filled the air. Among the crowd of tens of thousands were both outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples, and yet all of them were struck as mute as wooden chickens as they stared at Bai Xiaochun. None of them could ever have possibly imagined that Bai Xiaochun would actually accept a challenge. Although it was within the realm of possibility, it was still completely unbelievable that he would accept a challenge from an outer sect disciple in the 4th level of qi condensation. Such shamelessness defied the imaginations of everyone present, and left their minds completely blank. You're Lu Dabao? Bai Xiaochun asked, clasping his hands behind his back and looking very serious. Lu Dabao's knees began to wobble, and tears started rolling down his cheeks. He looked like he was on the verge of fainting. His eyes were blank, and for a moment, he wondered if he were dreaming. He had simply wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a name for himself. How could he ever have guessed that Bai Xiaochun would actually accept his challenge? He was shaking so hard that he could hardly speak straight. Before he could even say anything, Bai Xiaochun said, "Why don't you concede? When I attack, I frighten even myself." The words hit Lu Dabao's ears like crashing thunder. Visualizing all of the stories he had heard about Bai Xiaochun, especially the tragedy of Bai Xiaochun, his knees went stiff. Terrified, he almost began to weep. "I concede." As the words left his mouth, he vanished, and Bai Xiaochun stood there proudly on the trial platform, watching as 200 merit points were added to his command medallion. "Life can be so lonely," he said, flicking his sleeve and sighing. The spectators began to howl in rage, so loudly that it echoed out from the North Bank to be heard by the disciples on the South Bank. Chapter 123, Fight. Completely shameless. I can't believe the world has someone as shameless as him in it. Heavens! In all my years, I've never seen a guy as shameless as that. I can't deal with this. Can't deal with it, I tell you. I'm gonna go strangle him to death. Get out of my way. This villain Bai Xiaochun's shameless is incomprehensible. Everyone was going mad and shouting at the tops of their lungs. Eyes were shot with blood. Lu Dabao reappeared after having conceded, his legs wobbling and tears streaming down his face. Everyone present felt sorry for him. This is too much. Instead of accepting the challenge of an inner sect disciple, he fights an outer sect disciple? If he wants to pick someone weak to fight, fine, but did he have to pick someone that weak? Hey, fight me, Jianao. I challenged you on the first day. Come on, I dare ya. The inner sect disciples were going mad, unleashing anger upon Bai Xiaochun that could shake heaven and earth. The Gongsun siblings and Shusong were speeding toward the trial platform from off in the distance. After learning what had happened, they were shaken, but also enraged. That was especially true of Bai Enlai, who threw his head back and roared, "Bai Xiaochun, I challenge you to fight." His words caused everything to shake as if with thunder, and filled all four peaks of the north bank. Countless disciples of both the outer and inner sects were shocked. Eyes wide, they began to race toward the trial platform. So many people were calling out that they wanted to fight that several hundred paper cranes formed and shot toward Bai Xiaochun, almost inundating him. This was a scene which had never, ever played out before on the north bank. The disciples were going crazy, and even the four peak lords were left gasping. A huge group of elders appeared, hovering up in the air and looking down at the scene playing out. However, no matter which way they analyzed the situation, they couldn't think of any way in which Bai Xiaochun had violated any sect rules. The old woman from Aristotle Peak looked down at him with wide eyes, aware that everything he had done was in compliance with all regulations. Seeing all the paper cranes, and seeing how angry everyone was, Bai Xiaochun started getting mad. He hadn't done anything to deserve this, and was convinced that he was in the right. He hadn't violated a single sect rule. He hadn't challenged a single person, they kept challenging him. All he had done was accept the challenge. Hearing how everyone was shouting out challenges at him, his eyes widened into a glare, and he roared, "You bunch of bullies. Fine. Fine. You forced me into this." Sweeping his furious gaze across the crowd, he waved his hand, and a sound like rushing water could be heard as more than 5,000 paper cranes emerged from his bag of holding. Those were all of the paper cranes he had collected recently, 1,000 of which had just come in that morning. The crowd instantly went quiet. The inner sect disciples were all cracking their knuckles, ready to fight at any moment. As for the outer sect disciples, they were burning with rage. However, some of them, the impulsive 1,000 or so who had joined Lu Dabao to issue challenges, were also a bit nervous. Bai Xiaochun, heart pulsing with fury, looked over at the paper cranes and then selected one from an outer sect disciple in the 5th level of chi condensation. "You," he said loftily. "I accept your challenge." As his voice echoed out, one of the outer sect disciples in the crowd, a teenager, vanished as he was teleported onto the trial platform. Trembling, tears welling up in his eyes and leaking out the corners, he edged backward. I concede." The audience gaped, and some people's vision started to turn black as they realized they had underestimated the true depth of Bai Xiaochun's shamelessness. I'm gonna kill him. Bai Xiaochun, you're not gonna escape this time. Not unless you fight everybody here. Until that happens, this matter will never be over." This level of shamelessness. I don't even know what to say. Heavens. I hope some immortal lightning falls from the sky and strikes him dead. That only got Bai Xiaochun more angry. Looking around at the maddened crowd, he said, Bai Xiaochun, came here from the South Bank, alone and impoverished. I've kept my tail between my legs up to now because I didn't want to offend anyone. But since you've forced me, then fine, I'm gonna go all out." Eyes bright red, he clenched his jaw and pulled out a paper crane from a disciple in the 5th level of chi condensation. A moment later, the outer sect disciple appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun, so terrified he was on the verge of collapsing. He immediately shouted that he conceded. Bai Xiaochun let out a cold harumph and then produced another paper crane. To the increasing rage of the crowd, Bai Xiaochun produced one challenge crane after another belonging to outer sect disciples. Each and every one was so terrified their legs felt like jelly. However, challenges could not be cancelled by the challenger, so they had no choice but to tearfully concede and watch as their merit points were transferred to Bai Xiaochun. After conceding, they would return to the crowd, their fury even stronger than before, and yet also feeling pain because of the loss of merit points. Of course, Bai Xiaochun's merit points were increasing rapidly, to the point where even he was shocked. That day was a huge catastrophe for all of the impulsive outer sect disciples. To them, Bai Xiaochun had become a pernicious devil who consumed merit points with extreme prejudice. As for Bai Xiaochun, he ruthlessly swept through the entire group of outer sect disciples, the process of which took 3 days. He didn't fight a single time, although taking out all the paper cranes left his arm a bit sore. The North Bank disciples were apoplectic, their voices hoarse and sore from all the shouting. And yet, they didn't calm down in the least bit. Eventually, the Hall of Justice had to intervene to keep things under control. But even they could only watch Bai Xiaochun at work, remaining vigilant against a possible uprising on the part of the North Bank disciples. The four peak lords looked on in absolute astonishment. Glancing at each other, they could see the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the South Bank sent Bai Xiaochun over here. This guy could run the sect into the ground. And yet, he hasn't broken any sect rules. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun stretched his right arm to loosen it up, then let out a cold harumph. Having cleared all of the outer sect disciples' fight challenges, he looked around at the tens of thousands of people surrounding him, and could tell that they wouldn't let him leave. After a moment of silence, he chuckled. "Well, since you're going to be like that, don't blame me for what happens next." It was at that moment that his normal cautiousness faded, and the same veins of steel appeared that had been present in the fight with the Luokan clan. Even as the crowd looked on with bloodshot eyes, he selected a fight challenge from an inner sect disciple. All eyes were completely focused on the trial platform as a figure materialized. It was a gaunt young man who, the moment he appeared, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Bai Xiaochun, today I will." Boom! Before he could even finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun was right in front of him, unleashing a fist strike. The gaunt young man's eyes went wide as he sailed through the air and then slammed into the shields surrounding the trial platform, where he slumped down, unconscious. The audience gasped, and their eyes went wide. Bai Xiaochun stood there with a placid expression on his face as he pulled out a second paper crane from an inner sect disciple. Moments later, the second inner sect disciple appeared on the platform. In the blink of an eye, a fist flashed, and he was unconscious. Then, Bai Xiaochun pulled out a third challenge. It took 1 day for him to accept the challenge cranes from 100 inner sect disciples. All of them were in the 8th level of chi condensation, and yet none of them could stand up to a single punch from Bai Xiaochun. When evening fell, Bai Xiaochun chose to rest. He sat down cross-legged on the trial platform, surrounded by a furious crowd bent on preventing him from leaving if he tried. The next day at dawn, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. Expression the same as ever, he selected a paper crane, and then once again set to work. Yet again, 100 people couldn't stand up to a single punch. Day 3. Day 4. Day 5. 20 days passed in which Bai Xiaochun accepted 2,000 challenges from inner sect disciples. All of them were in the 8th level of chi condensation, and not a single one could stand up to his fist strike. None of them even came close to qualifying. Although it was certainly an impressive scene, the North Bank disciples weren't silenced yet, nor was their rage lessened. It was on the 20th day that Bai Xiaochun calmly produced a challenge letter belonging to someone in the 9th level of chi condensation. Soon, people were shocked to find out that Bai Xiaochun was so strong that the disciples in the 9th level of chi condensation could only withstand 2 fist strikes before being knocked unconscious. Some of them even coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The North Bank disciples were staggered, and many of them finally lapsed into silence. Even the 4 great chosen, the Gongsun siblings, Xu Song, and finally Bai Enlai, couldn't endure more than 10 successive fist strikes. Bai Enlai was utterly shocked to find that his sunset incantation couldn't stand up to Bai Xiaochun at all. The Gongsun siblings were astonished. They had been under the belief that they had experienced rapid advancement since the chosen battles, but now they realized that Bai Xiaochun had advanced far, far more quickly than they had. Xu Song faced Bai Xiaochun bitterly, and to him, it felt like standing in front of Ghost Fang. The terror he felt was something he had never felt before in his life. 10 fist strikes ended everything. Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body was already in a position to make contact with the first shackle. After he reached the undying gold skin level, he would be at the peak of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, and would be on the verge of ascending to a higher level. Such strength made him truly invincible to anyone under Foundation establishment. After seeing the 4 great chosen fall, the other North Bank disciples sat there silently, looking at Bai Xiaochun with complicated expressions. Although rage still burned in their hearts, at long last, they had to admit to his superiority. In the cultivation world, respect was given to the strong and powerful. Bai Xiaochun had struck terror into the depths of their hearts, and as of this moment, had truly defeated the North Bank disciples. He was still their archenemy, but now, people wanted to work as hard as possible to surpass that archenemy. It was hard to say who moved first, but soon, the crowd had parted to open a pathway leading toward the Beast Conservatory. Chapter 124, Human Controlling Grand Magic. Bai Xiaochun was done fighting. When the North Bank disciples opened up a path for him, he shook his head and, looking somewhat melancholy, slowly began to walk away. Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of the disciples as they watched him go. Off in the distance, he sighed and swished his sleeve. "It's my fault," he said. "I should have kept a lower profile." Inwardly, he was feeling very pleased with himself, even excited. And yet, he maintained the melancholy, lonely look. He made a very bleak silhouette. The disciples of the North Bank were torn, and none of them were really sure what they were feeling. The Gongsun siblings, Xu Song and Bai Anlai didn't want to give up so easily, and yet, they felt powerless. They had worked hard to catch up to Bai Xiaochun, and even believed that they had surpassed him, only to find out that they had been left far behind. That feeling left them feeling very down. Xu Song sighed. Perhaps, years from now, it will be him or Ghost Fang who reaches the legacy echelon. The Gongsun siblings were thinking similar thoughts. The only one who reacted differently was Bai Anlai, who stood there trembling, his hands clenched into fists. He would not give up. Could not give up. The memory of the chosen battles was like an invisible whip that constantly lashed at him. Even as he gritted his teeth, a hand came to rest on his shoulder. It was none other than his elder brother Bai Anfeng, the #1 chosen of Sunset Peak. He had long since arrived on the scene, and one of the paper cranes Bai Xiaochun had abandoned belonged to him. After personally witnessing what Bai Xiaochun had accomplished over the past month or so, Bai Anfeng knew very well that he himself was not a match for Bai Xiaochun. And he was in the 10th level of qi condensation. Because of Bai Xiaochun's terrifying fleshly body power and indescribable speed, he knew that he would be crushed as easily as a dry twig. "Big bro," Bai Anlai said. "Your latent talent exceeds mine," Bai Anfeng said encouragingly. "Work hard at your cultivation. Temporary setbacks don't mean anything." Some members of the senior generation who are now in the legacy echelon were nobodies back when they were in qi condensation or foundation establishment. They worked for years to prepare themselves to become the ultimate chosen of their generation. Although those words had been spoken to his junior brother, they were meant for himself. Bai Anlai stood there quietly for a long moment before nodding. "In the future, don't provoke Bai Xiaochun," Bai Anfeng said softly. "It doesn't matter how vile he was in the past, as of this moment, he has earned the respect of the North Bank. Furthermore, you could learn a bit from how he does things. He knows what to say and how to say it. Knows when to advance and when to retreat. Doesn't get caught up in his imagination. Doesn't get entranced by wealth. Stays focused and perseveres. This guy is terrifying." Bai Anfeng wasn't the only one who harbored such thoughts. Of the more than 2,000 inner sect disciples Bai Xiaochun had defeated, most were thinking the same thing. Sometimes, Bai Xiaochun was a smooth operator. The North Bank had taken the initiative to challenge him to fight, but he hadn't pushed things too far. It was a decision he had made for the benefit of the North Bank, and the more than 2,000 disciples he hadn't beaten, to leave them some face. Continuing to accept the fight challenges would have been meaningless. Furthermore, he had already accumulated a terrifying number of merit points. For now, the best thing was to simply let matters drop, and allow the remaining challenges to expire half a year later. Not only would that give some face to the North Bank, it would reduce a bit of the hostility the disciples there felt towards him. No one said a word. The North Bank disciples stood there quietly, and many of them understood what was happening. Even more of them sighed inwardly as respect for Bai Xiaochun bloomed in their hearts. The 4 peak lords hovered there, looking down with serious expressions. "This Bai Xiaochun is actually far more powerful than he was during the chosen battles. Young Ghost Fang has been in secluded meditation this whole time in preparation for foundation establishment. Of the two of them, I wonder who is stronger. Years from now, perhaps one of them will enter the legacy echelon and become one of the spirit stream sect's most powerful resources." It's a very, very difficult thing to enter the legacy echelon. The only way to do it is to reach the gold core level within 260-year cycles. If you exceed 260-year cycles, then even reaching gold core will only make you a prime elder. Both Ghost Fang and Bai Xiaochun have a long road ahead of them. If one of them really does manage to reach the legacy echelon and surpasses peak lords, they may be able to enter the location where the most profound of the spirit stream sect's reserve powers are located, the spirit stream pocket realm. Not only are the legacy magics of the prime elders located there, if one is lucky, it's even possible to meet Patriarch Spirit Stream. To date, only about 20 legacy echelon members have entered the spirit stream pocket realm. They are the true indestructible legacy seeds of the spirit stream sect. Each of them provide the true power and support for the spirit stream sect. None of us have any chance of being anything other than peak lords who protect the mountains. Only Li Qingho has a real chance. The 4 peak lords exchanged glances and sighed as they recalled Bai Xiaochun's relationship with Li Qingho. Eventually, the crowds dispersed. In the following days, the North Bank quieted down and returned to normal. It was the same in both the outer and inner sects. The fear that had been instilled into the hearts of the disciples manifested in the form of diligent cultivation. Perhaps they no longer viewed Bai Xiaochun as a true enemy, but they most certainly viewed him as an opponent to surpass. The explosive increase in cultivation activity left the 4 North Bank peak lords very pleased. Time passed. Half a year. Bai Xiaochun remained within the Beast Conservatory, the same as ever. Every day, He cultivated the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture and worked with the water swamp kingdom. He also spent time carefully observing all of the beasts in the beast conservatory. He worked hard to care for all of the animals, both the docile ones and the violent ones. As a result, the beasts continued to grow more fond of him. Plus, the more time he spent exploring the jungle, the more familiar he grew with it. That was especially true of one location deep in the jungle, where a pitch-black cave existed. Boundless streams of black mist roiled out of that cave, which was a famous place on the north bank. The ancient beast chasm. Supposedly, that cave led straight down to the Nine Serenities underworld, and was also connected to an arcane pocket realm. Countless vicious beasts lived in the cave, sealed in place by patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect countless years ago. They were now a reserve force for the sect, and one of the main reasons why the North Bank disciples cultivated their shamanic beast control arts. However, the arcane pocket realm had a very mysterious origin. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, only one small portion of it had been explored. Every few hundred years, the power of the seals would need to be strengthened, which required a significant cost to be paid by the sect. Even still, the vast resources within the arcane pocket realm ensured that it was one of the most important places on the North Bank. In addition to all that, the ancient beast chasm was also the abode of the Spirit Stream sect's holy beast guardian, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. In fact, it was even part of the seal itself. The Spirit Stream sect's most powerful offensive weapon, the Heavenhorn sword, which had received a tenfold spirit enhancement, had been forged from the shed horn of that very dragon. The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon's cultivation base was so terrifying that even Zheng Yuandong had no choice but to call it senior. Back when the Spirit Stream sect fought its way from the delta into the lower reaches, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon had been a follower of Patriarch Spirit Stream, and its contributions to the sect could not be understated. One day, Bai Xiaochun stood at the edge of the waterfall that led down into the ancient beast chasm. He had visited the location a few times, and had read about the history of the place, and the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Just like he always did, he tossed one of his medicinal pills down the waterfall, then cleared his throat. "Senior Heavenhorn," he called out, "it's me again, Bai Xiaochun of the junior generation. I just want to use the earth flame here." The price is the same as usual, right? I'll pay with a medicinal pill like I usually do." Not waiting for a response, he hurried over to a cave he'd opened up a short distance away. After becoming familiar with the beast conservatory jungle, he'd almost immediately noticed the traces of a vein of earth flame in the area. This small cave he'd excavated connected to that vein, and had become his pill-concocting workstation on the north bank. All of the pills he made for the beasts were concocted here. However, after reading about the history of this place in the Jade Slip, he decided to play it safe. Therefore, every time he came to use it, he would toss some spirit medicine down the waterfall, which he viewed as paying the rent in a way. Although he never got a response when he tossed the medicine down, verbally or otherwise, he'd gotten used to the practice, and therefore continued to do it. A month later, Bai Xiaochun emerged from the little cave, eyes glittering brightly, his expression one of excitement. His concocting had gone very smoothly. By now, his results with Tier 3 spirit medicine were superb, to say the least. Furthermore, his cultivation base was no longer creeping along slowly. Instead, it had rocketed up to the great circle of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Ha ha ha. It won't be long now before I can step into the 10th level of Qi condensation. Then I can get ready for foundation establishment. During the past half year, his undying silver skin had also become even more refined. Certain that his cultivation base was now even more extraordinary than before, he decided to test out his violet Qi cauldron summoning. To his delight, several cauldrons appeared. By now, he was extremely adept at unleashing and recalling the divine ability. In his delight, he thought back to a certain magical technique he had used long ago, a magic that, technically, he had created. Human controlling grand magic. Back in his fight with the Luokan clan, he had unwittingly used the magic on Chen Heng, and it had left a deep impression on him. Over the years, his desire to perfect it had only grown. He had no cultivators to practice it on, but there were plenty of beasts in the beast conservatory. After a bit more thought, his excitement grew as he ran out to find some beasts to test out his human-controlling grand magic on. During the following days, the jungle was quite a chaotic place. Bai Xiaochun soon found that his human-controlling grand magic didn't work on anything with a very large frame, or a high cultivation base. However, when it came to small beasts with cultivation bases in the 5th level of Qi condensation or lower, he did have some limited success. Feeling a bit depressed, but not willing to admit defeat, he thought more about his human-controlling grand magic. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that this technique of using spiritual power to control an opponent's body and mind Was missing something. If he could just find what it was missing, he could make it work. Even as Bai Xiaochun worked with his human-controlling grand magic, deep in the ancient beast chasm was a blue eye that had opened at some point recently. It was staring out of the ancient beast chasm at Bai Xiaochun, and a strange gleam could be seen deep within. Suddenly, a profoundly ancient voice murmured, "Human-controlling." Years ago, eccentric frigid sect had the same idea. Chapter 125, The Old Night Stalker Beast. The divine ability which Bai Xiaochun had named the human-controlling grand magic turned into a sort of game for the beasts. They would often find themselves mysteriously floating up into the air, only to fall down moments later. Occasionally, they would even stand up on two legs. The beasts weren't frightened by what was happening, and actually found it rather amusing. It even reached the point where some of the smaller beasts would run up to Bai Xiaochun as soon as they saw him, hoping to have some fun playing the new game. Some of the larger beasts like the flying tigers would sometimes see Bai Xiaochun waving his finger at them and muttering to himself. Soon, he would sigh and walk away looking depressed. Such beasts were confused about what exactly Bai Xiaochun was doing. A month later, he decided to temporarily abandon his work with the human-controlling grand magic. "I can definitely get this magic to work," he thought. "When it does, it will shake heaven and earth. However, I need to take things slow. Once I get a bit stronger, I can cultivate it to perfection." He didn't really want to give up, but after a month without the slightest bit of progress, he had to admit that it was time to move on. He was about to start cultivating the water swamp kingdom again when he suddenly thought of the spirit wings he possessed. "When the old granny gave me the proto-magnetic pearl and these spirit wings, she said something about arcane gravitational repulsion." Eyes shining, he pulled the wings out to examine them. After a few days of study, he realized that he was yet again dealing with something that would have to wait until the future. At long last, he buried his ambitions and started cultivating the water swamp kingdom. Time passed, and before long Bai Xiaochun had been on the north bank for 2 years. As for the beast birth seed, it had already grown into a 3-meter-tall beast birth flower, although it hadn't bloomed yet. According to Bai Xiaochun's calculations, it wouldn't be too long before the flower opened up. As for his water swamp kingdom, he cultivated it constantly, and it grew more and more impressive. Whenever he unleashed it, rumbling sounds could be heard, and a strange power appeared that didn't come from the world around him. By this point, he had spent time observing all of the more than 900 animals in the beast conservatory. He knew them like the back of his own hand, and yet, his life essence spirit still hadn't taken shape. "Don't tell me my observations have been insufficient? I should probably go observe some even more powerful beasts." He thought about the matter for some time, and finally, looked over in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that going there was too dangerous. With that, his eyes began to shine, and he turned to look at the 4 mountain peaks of the north bank. Each of the 4 mountain peaks has a spirit beast guardian. On the summit of each of the mountain peaks was an extremely powerful beast assigned to protect that mountain. Although none of them could compare to the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon, they were all extraordinary in their own way. Every few days, they would appear in the open, either flying in the sky, or roaring at the tops of their lungs to shake the entire area. When that happened, large numbers of disciples would look on in awe and envy. In his time on the north bank, Bai Xiaochun had noticed this phenomenon. That was especially true of the 7-colored phoenix from Aristotle Peak, which left a particularly profound impression on him. After making up his mind, he hurried out of the beast conservatory. Eventually, was on the path leading past the trial platform. It wasn't the first time he had laid eyes on the huge beast statue beneath it. Every time he did so, he got a very strange feeling, which was the same thing that happened to many other disciples who studied the statue. His observations of it in the past had brought him no gains, so eventually, he paid it no attention. As he was walking by at this time, he happened to glance over for a moment before turning to fix his gaze on Aristotle Peak. Even as he prepared to hurry along in that direction, his heart seized, as if something dangerous were about to occur. The proto-magnetic wings appeared behind him, and he sped forward several dozen meters. Even as he moved, a black blur sped past the spot he had just been standing in, and a terrifying clashing sound rang out, like that of 2 rows of sharp teeth making contact. The shocking volume of the sound caused the surroundings to shake. It would be difficult to imagine the level of power behind it, or the hatred that could cause teeth to snap shut in such a fashion. The black blur turned out to be a huge black dog, roughly 3 meters tall. It was like a young bull, albeit somewhat emaciated, with scraggly fur that made it look like a wild dog. It was currently staring at Bai Xiaochun with a ferocious expression on its face. Saliva dripped off of its sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed red, as if with insanity. Bai Xiaochun was so shocked that sweat popped out on his forehead. However, as soon as he laid eyes on the big black dog, he recognized it. "Hey, "Aren't you Bai Enlai's Night Stalker beast?" You. Before he could finish speaking, the black dog shivered and then ran off into the distance. Apparently, if it didn't strike true on the first blow, it would retreat at all costs. Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. Of course, he wasn't alone in the area. There were other North Bank disciples around, and they recognized the dog immediately. Gasps could be heard, and soon people were discussing the matter amongst themselves. That was elder brother Ban's Night Stalker beast. What a poor little dog. Elder brother Ban refuses to take care of it now, and nobody else dares to approach it. Even the elders feel bad about it. Yeah, that's right. Ever since that one day, the Night Stalker beast can occasionally be seen lurking around the North Bank. Once I saw it standing on a hill, looking up into the night. It seemed sad. What a pity. Apparently it was trying to ambush Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun blinked. After hearing some of the things people were saying, he felt bad. Looking off into the direction the dog had fled, he resolved to look into the issue of why it wanted to ambush him. What else could I have done in that situation? He thought, sighing. I told Bai Enlai he should concede. I even told him that even I fear my own attacks. Sighing again, he turned and headed toward Aristotle Peak. As a prestige disciple, he had almost unlimited access to various locations in the sect, even on the North Bank. After cautiously climbing up to the summit of Aristotle Peak, he neared the cave at the top, but didn't enter. Instead, he settled cross-legged onto a nearby boulder, then waited quietly. The wait lasted for 3 days. Finally, a sharp cry rang out into the dawn sky, piercing through the clouds as a 7-colored light began to shine out from within the cave. Then, a 7-colored phoenix flew out, stretching its wings wide as it soared elegantly up into the air. When the sunlight hit its body, the 7-colored reflections it cast were dazzling. Bai Xiaochun was shaken as he realized the terrifying level of power that was contained within the phoenix. Even with his amazing undying silver skin, he was far from a match for the thing. As he watched, he committed the image of the phoenix to memory, branding it on his heart. He observed it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon the phoenix circled back around into its cave, completely ignoring him in the process. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and mentally recalled the image of the 7-colored phoenix, then continued to wait. Another 5 days passed, and at dawn, the phoenix reappeared. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun stayed on Aristotle Peak for several months to observe the phoenix, only occasionally returning to the Beast Conservatory to handle various affairs before hurrying back. The disciples of Aristotle Peak soon learned of the matter, and were a bit confused. Most people didn't pay much attention to it, but there were some inner-sect disciples who began to speculate about what he was doing. Another month passed, and Bai Xiaochun felt that his observation of the phoenix was complete. Next, he headed toward Sunset Peak. The spirit beast guardian of Sunset Peak was a black, 3-eyed raven. It was fully 6 meters long, surrounded by swirling blackness that distorted the air. It didn't come out very often. Bai Xiaochun only saw it twice in an entire month. Whenever it flew out, lightning would crackle in the area. The raven always appeared in the darkness of night, never during the light of day. Because of that, Bai Xiaochun got used to remaining focused during the night. 3 months passed, and he saw the raven 5 times. Every time it appeared, he would pay close attention, and would devote himself fully to observation. Gradually, he felt as if his life essence spirit were showing signs of appearing. The spirit beast guardian of Archway Peak was not a flying creature, but rather, an enormous lizard. It moved slowly, but radiated incredible energy. It was much easier for Bai Xiaochun to observe. Whenever it emerged from its cave, it would perch on the highest boulder at the top of Archway Peak, where it would gaze off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun spent several months there, and was able to observe it in much more detail than the 7-colored phoenix and the 3-eyed raven. The spirit beast guardian of Ghost Fang Peak was quite strange. It almost wasn't even appropriate to call it a spirit beast. It was a mountain ghost. It looked like an amalgamation of countless other beasts, formed together like a mountain. After gaining consciousness, it called itself a mountain ghost. It was humanoid in shape, with long black fur and human-like eyes which were located below its wolf-like maw. It also had 2 curling horns at the top of its head. Its lower torso was scaled like a snake, and it had a tiger's head on its chest. Stretching out behind it was a long tail. It carried a ghastly bone trident in its hand wherever it went, and every time it came out into the open, clouds formed up above in the sky, covering both the sun and the moon. In the darkness which resulted, its eyes would glow with mysterious light. The mere sight of it left Bai Xiaochun trembling in fear. He could sense that the thing was aware of his existence, but that it was so far above him that it didn't deign to even notice him. Whenever it appeared on the summit of the mountain, it would throw its head back and let out a soundless howl. That howl would cause countless stones on Ghost Fang Peak to tremble, and they would only go still when the mountain ghost returned to its cave. Time flowed by, and Bai Xiaochun went back and forth between the mountains to carry out his observations. Gradually, it felt more and more like his life essence spirit was forming. However, he was getting the increasing sense that he had reached some barrier that had yet to be broken through. The disciples of the North Bank gradually realized that he was observing the spirit beast guardians. Most didn't understand why, but Shusong, Bai Anlai, and a few other inner sect disciples were fairly certain what was going on, and it caused their hearts to pound. He's cultivating the water swamp kingdom. Quite a few inner sect disciples came to that conclusion. After all, cultivating the water swamp kingdom involved long-term observation of numerous beasts. The water swamp kingdom is a secret magic on the same level as ghosts haunt the night. However, the results differ for every person who cultivates it. Some can unleash incredible power, others are very weak. The fact that Bai Xiaochun is observing those beasts implies that his life essence spirit hasn't been born yet. I wonder what his life essence spirit will be like? Discussions raged among the inner sect disciples, and Bai Xiaochun continued his observations. The process lasted for a year. During that time, others besides the inner sect disciples came to pay close attention to what was happening. The peak lords of the Four Mountains, the sect leader, and even Li Qingho were all secretly observing Bai Xiaochun's progress with the water swamp kingdom. All of them were surprised. Generally speaking, observing beasts in the beast conservatory should have been enough to form the life essence spirit of the water swamp kingdom. But it didn't seem enough for Bai Xiaochun. He went on to observe the spirit beast guardians of the Four Mountain Peaks. And yet, that wasn't enough either. Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit seems very difficult to form. Life essence spirits vary from person to person. They form based on the hidden world which exists inside each person, and create a mysterious and unfathomable illusory spirit. What will Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit be? Everyone watched as Bai Xiaochun concluded his observations of the four spirit beast guardians. With that, he trudged through the North Bank, thinking about how he had nothing left to observe. He had the strong feeling that he was only a step away from breaking through the barrier and giving birth to the water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. However, that one step seemed infinitely vast. Bai Xiaochun was confused, and unsure of what to do next. As he walked along through the North Bank, he headed past the trial platform, and subconsciously looked over at the statue beneath the platform. He had walked past this location many times, and every time he did, he had the feeling that there was something strange about the statue. This time, he stopped in place and looked over. Then, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes shone with incredulity. Chapter 126, Build Up to Success. Before, he had felt something strange when looking at the statue, something that seemed to make him wish to fight. However, there was something deeper to it than that, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Now, perhaps because of having observed the four spirit beast guardians, or perhaps because of his nearness to a life essence spirit breakthrough, he suddenly found himself observing, not the battle beast as a whole, but rather, its scales. They seemed like nothing more than scales on a statue, but as soon as he focused on them, it felt as if the water swamp kingdom life essence spirit inside of him were suddenly writhing with increased power. At the same time, he could almost hear something primeval and ancient roaring in his ears. He was wondering if it was an illusion or not, and was just about to focus further, when the sensation vanished. At the same time, the life essence spirit inside of him suddenly went still. Taking a deep breath, he walked up to the statue and sat down cross-legged in front of it. Then he looked up, certain that the feeling he had just experienced was no illusion. This statue is very, very odd. With that, he focused on looking, not at the statue as a whole, but at the countless individual scales. Although they seemed like nothing more than simple scales, Bai Xiaochun had only just now realized that they were very, very difficult to commit to memory. He could see them there right in front of him, but simply could not memorize their shape and image. That did not serve to discourage him, though, it caused him to grow more focused. Eyes flashing, he looked more closely at the scales. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Considering that the trial platform was a central location on the North Bank, disciples would often pass by, and soon people noticed Bai Xiaochun sitting there staring at the statue. Although it was a peculiar sight, nobody really stopped to pay him much attention. The next morning at dawn, the disciples who had seen Bai Xiaochun there the day before once again noticed him as they went past the trial platform. Apparently he hadn't moved the entire night, but had remained sitting there staring with bloodshot eyes at the statue in front of him. The astonishment of the North Bank disciples grew. Bai Xiaochun was now certain that he could only make his breakthrough by means of this statue. He had already done everything else possible with regards to the life essence spirit. He had observed everything in the beast conservatory, as well as the four spirit beast guardians. He had even secretly observed many of the ordinary battle beasts of the North Bank disciples. The life essence spirit of the Water Swamp Kingdom still had not appeared, and if he had not received any indication that it would, he might have decided to stop wasting his time with it. But he could sense that the life essence spirit was on the verge of coming to life, he just didn't know how to make it happen. So close, yet so far. That uneasy sensation was something he couldn't accept easily. Therefore, he was grasping hard to this opportunity, and his persevering personality was in full effect. He sat there with the same focus he called upon when he concocted medicine. It didn't matter that night came and went, or that his eyes were bloodshot. It didn't matter if a second day began to pass. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop. In fact, he even had the feeling that if he gave up at this moment, his Water Swamp Kingdom might never be able to give birth to a life essence spirit. The opportunity he had now must be seized, and the life essence spirit had to break out of its cocoon. I refuse to believe that I'll fail, he thought, grinding his teeth. With that, he continued to observe the scales and try to commit their shape and image to memory. Without even thinking about it, he sealed himself off from the world. He abandoned all of his other senses and focused completely on his sight. Days began to pass. On the fourth day at dawn, the North Bank disciples were more surprised than ever by his presence, and soon word began to spread. Bai Xiaochun has been sitting by the trial platform statue for 4 days now. What is he doing? Observing the statue? That trial platform statue is pretty strange. I've heard of people observing it in the past, hoping to gain something from it. However, to this day, nobody has ever succeeded except for eldest brother Ghost Fang. As word spread further and further, the North Bank intersect disciples began to pay closer attention. People even began to gather nearby to watch Bai Xiaochun. His completely bedeviled state caused many people to gasp. So, he's only trying to observe it and commit it to memory, not gain full enlightenment. Well, it's like I said. The trial platform statue has some profound secrets buried deep inside. Not just anybody can gain enlightenment of it. I've read some ancient records that said the statue was pulled out of the ancient beast chasm 4,000 years ago. It's hard to say whether or not some members of the senior generation ever gained enlightenment. But as for ordinary disciples, before Ghost Fang, nobody has ever succeeded. I tried once, believe it or not. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. I never felt a single thing. Only people like Ghost Fang can reach that legendary state of deep enlightenment via an observation. Some people have lasted for 10 days, or even 15. The limit is 20, though. After that, people simply pass out. When Bai and Lai, the Gongsun siblings, Shu Song, and other intersect chosen realized that Bai Xiaochun was simply observing the statue, they breathed sighs of relief. As for the 4 peak lords, when they saw him beneath the statue, their eyes shone with anticipation. I wonder if Bai Xiaochun will be like Ghost Fang, and actually benefit from the statue. It requires the right circumstances, the right personality, and the right amount of hard work. This kind of observation is like looking at a canvas randomly splashed with paint. Some people see nothing but chaos, but others see order. Some people see another image beneath the splash of paint. And some people, a vast minority, might be able to see something completely different from everyone else. Bai Xiaochun truly was just observing, and not seeking deep enlightenment. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scales, which seemed to grow larger and larger until they replaced the world around him. He saw a heaven and earth filled with floating objects that he couldn't quite see. It was like a blurry illusion, impossible to make out clearly. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. The only thing he wanted to do was memorize the shape and image of the scales. He wasn't even sure how many attempts he had made. 1,000? 10,000? Maybe more? He was completely and utterly absorbed in the process, despite the fact that he was failing over and over again. Time passed. 5 days. 6 days. 7 days. Soon, 10 days had gone by. His observation of the statue was drawing on his vital energy, and his body was beginning to suffer. But he persisted. On the 19th day, Bai and Lai and the other chosen were completely convinced that Bai Xiaochun would only last for another day. After his vital energy grew weak enough, he would lapse into unconsciousness. It took 15 days for Ghost Fang to enter into a state of deep enlightenment, and he awoke from his trance after 27 days. His later progress with Ghosts Haunt the Night had a lot to do with that session of enlightenment. Bai Xiaochun has already wasted 19 days and hasn't reached deep enlightenment. Regardless of the level of his cultivation base, he can't match up to Ghost Fang in this situation. The statue is completely enigmatic and unfathomable. Lots of people have tested it out, and if you don't succeed the first time, it's only harder after that. Tomorrow, he'll pass out. After he wakes up and restores his vital energy, though, it will be too late. Bai and Lai and the other chosen felt that way, and so did the four peak lords, all of whom were sighing regretfully. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun's 19th day observing the statue passed. The sun set, and then dawn broke upon the 20th day. As sunlight filled the sky, virtually everyone assumed that Bai Xiaochun would lose consciousness. But then, looks of shock filled their eyes as the 20th day ended and the 21st began. Bai Xiaochun didn't pass out. Although he was looking a bit gaunt, he still managed to hang on. 21 days. 22 days. 23 days. As time passed, astonishment grew. By the time the 30th day passed, the peak lords were completely astonished. I can't believe how much vital energy Bai Xiaochun has. At the most, ordinary disciples would last for 10 days. Body refinement disciples might last for 15. Chosen like Ghost Fang could last for 20 days at the most. Without entering a state of deep enlightenment, one's vital energy will waste away, and they will lapse into unconsciousness. But Bai Xiaochun has lasted for so long, but what's the point? Even if he lasts longer, if he doesn't reach deep enlightenment, it will all have been a waste. Bai Enlai and the others were completely shocked, and were finally starting to understand how powerful Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body was. And yet, they all sighed. Without achieving deep enlightenment, simply lasting for a long time would do no good. Soon, another 10 days had passed, and Bai Xiaochun was still completely immersed in his attempts to commit the scales to memory. It was impossible to say how many actual attempts he had made. Perhaps 50,000, perhaps 100,000. Every single time was a failure. The 50th day passed, and then the 60th day. Countless disciples were profoundly shaken by what Bai Xiaochun was doing. They almost couldn't believe the deep reserves of vital energy he possessed. Never could they have imagined that he would hang on for so long. Without incredible fleshly body power, it would have been impossible. Eventually, the 70th day arrived, and Bai Xiaochun trembled. He was clearly much thinner than before, and it appeared as if his vital energy and fleshly body were reaching their limits. The audience which had gathered noticed him shaking, and immediately began to comment. He must be about to finish. Only a few more days now, and he'll pass out. He never reached deep enlightenment. What a waste. Although most people in the audience felt that way, by the time the amber light of evening began to spread out, Bai Xiaochun's eyes revealed blankness. And then, a moment later, his eyes slowly closed. Upon closing his eyes, his mind was filled with the complete image of a scale. After countless failed attempts, he had finally succeeded. In the instant the scale appeared, a rumbling like that of thunder filled his mind, and he gasped. His aura winked out, seemingly leaving behind nothing except his body. He had finally slipped into the legendary state of deep enlightenment. As of that moment, the eyes of the audience widened. This was such an unexpected development that most people almost couldn't believe it. Bai Xiaochun had entered deep enlightenment, not by coincidence or destiny, but simply by hard work. This chance regarding the life essence spirit of the water swamp kingdom also came with a measure of enlightenment. Furthermore, his display of hard work vastly exceeded that of anyone else. Although his powers of understanding might not be on par with Ghost Fang's, he had worked for 5 times as long to do what Ghost Fang did, and that was because of his fleshly body and his vital energy. Because of his cultivation of the undying live forever technique, his strength gave him incredible reserves of energy. Chapter 127, Soul Floating in the Void. Deep enlightenment was a state in which one's soul essentially merged with heaven and earth, connecting with the world to understand and be enlightened regarding natural and magical laws. Mortals could accidentally slip into deep enlightenment, although the likelihood was incredibly small to the point of almost being impossible. Even chi condensation cultivators would have a very difficult time entering such a state, and if they did, it would cause a huge stir among anyone who found out about it. Almighty beings with incredible cultivation bases would occasionally enter that state to comprehend the profound transformations of the world, and the great chaos of heaven and earth. For the last 1,000 years in the Spirit Stream sect, only 2 people had ever slipped into deep enlightenment. One of them was Ghost Fang, with his spectacular natural talent. Not even Shangguo Tianyu had been able to match up to him in this regard. The other person to succeed was now sitting beneath the statue, having observed it for 70 days in a row. Bai Xiaochun. The surrounding North Bank disciples were left gasping at the astounding scene. Bai Xiaochun. He is in deep enlightenment? He's the only person to have done it other than eldest brother Ghost Fang. Humph. How could this deep enlightenment even compare to eldest brother Ghost Fang's? He did it in 15 days, but Bai Xiaochun took 70. That's not the way to look at it. It just means that if we could hang on for 70 days, then we could reach deep enlightenment too. Except we can't. Look how hard Bai Xiaochun worked. In addition to the cries of shock, there were other mixed feelings among the crowd. Some people seemed indignant, others jealous, and some contemptuous. Regardless of the specifics, everyone could sense how hard Bai Xiaochun had worked, and how much he had struggled to endure. Furthermore, all of them were envious to some degree. At the same time, 6 beams of light appeared up in the air. The fastest among them were not the 4 peak lords of the North Bank, but rather Li Qinghe from the South Bank. In almost the moment that Bai Xiaochun slipped into a trance, he appeared. Waving his finger in the direction of the trial platform, he caused a screen of light to descend, surrounding Bai Xiaochun so that no one could disturb him. It was at around this time that the 4 peak lords arrived, as well as sect leader Zheng Yuandong. The old woman from Aristotle Peak looked over at Li Qinghe, and then the surrounding crowd. Suppressing her surprise at the fact that Bai Xiaochun had entered deep enlightenment, she barked, "Seal the entire area surrounding the trial platform. Don't open it until Bai Xiaochun awakens. If anyone disturbs Bai Xiaochun, it will be considered treason, and punished accordingly." Zheng Yuandong added, "Get the Hall of Justice over here immediately to stand guard." In response, the outer sect disciples bowed their heads and clasped hands respectfully. Soon, several dozen disciples from the Hall of Justice arrived and stationed themselves in various positions around the statue, where they sat down cross-legged to act as Dharma protectors. By this time, word had spread from the outer sect disciples. Everyone on the North Bank knew that Bai Xiaochun had entered deep enlightenment. Bai Anlai and the other chosen emerged from their immortals' caves, shocked, and began to hurry toward the trial platform. When they saw that Bai Xiaochun was being guarded by the Hall of Justice, they weren't sure what to think. He's actually in deep enlightenment? 70 days. He endured for 70 days. There's no way he's that far ahead of us. I refuse to believe it. Bai Anlai, the Gongsun siblings, Shusong, and the other intersect chosen were filled with incredibly complex thoughts and feelings. Up in mid-air, the 4 peak lords looked down at Bai Xiaochun as he sat there cross-legged, eyes closed and or dispersed. All of them were sighing. I never thought he would actually pull it off. The kid prepared long and hard. His success was no fluke. I wonder how many days he'll remain in deep enlightenment. Ghost Fang lasted for 27 days. As the peak lord sighed, Zheng Yuandong's eyes shone with anticipation, and he started laughing heartily. As of this point, he had the feeling that his master would surely be glad to have an apprentice like Bai Xiaochun. Li Qinghe's face was covered with a smile, and his eyes shone with approval and praise. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of the Spirit Stream sect, with the Hall of Justice protecting him, and surrounded by a spell formation personally set up by Li Qinghe, nobody under the Gold Core stage possibly be able to disturb his deep enlightenment. Even if a Gold Core expert dared to show up, they would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. After looking on for a bit longer, the peak lords, the sect leader, and Li Qinghe all left. The North Bank disciples looked on, sighing. Their main speculations were regarding why the Hall of Justice had been called, and also, they wondered how long Bai Xiaochun would stay in deep enlightenment. He used 5 times as long as to succeed. I bet he'll last for 20% as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang. 5 or 6 days at the most. I bet he'll pass 7 days. Numerous cold snorts could be heard echoing out within the crowd. There were many disciples on the North Bank, and none of them had forgotten that Bai had been named their archenemy. Although they had been impressed by his strength, deep down, there were still quite a few who harbored animosity. There were also many who were jealous of him. Time passed. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun still hadn't stirred. However, the vital energy which he had spent in his efforts to gain enlightenment was slowly building back up. Furthermore, now that he had entered deep enlightenment, his aura was gone, as if his soul had left his body to merge with heaven, earth and the void itself. During that time, the blankness within his closed eyes spread to fill his entire person. He had no concept of time, no idea of how long he had been in this state. He only knew the image of the scales. The statue in front of him almost seemed alive, bursting with a savage aura that seemed to be dragging him into the world that existed in its right clawed hand. It was almost as if the void were truly being torn apart, and his consciousness were being sucked through the rift into an illusory world. His mind was a complete blank. He had forgotten who he was, or why he had come here. He only knew the illusory world around him. He saw an enormous creature, so large it was difficult to put into words. It was so huge that Bai Xiaochun felt like a mere scale on the thing's back. Shockingly, the creature was none other than the giant crocodilian beast that formed the statue on the North Bank. It lived in this illusory world, looking up into the sky, into the heavens, staring at a seemingly invisible figure, something that didn't even exist. Suddenly, it reached up into the sky and made a grasping motion. A sound like booming thunder echoed out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun watched mutely as its clawed hand tore open a hole in the sky. Rumbling sounds filled the sky, and all that Bai Xiaochun could think about was that hand. In fact, if Bai Xiaochun were able to remember who he was, he would immediately realize that the clawed hand closely resembled the clawed hand that Ghost Fang could unleash with Ghosts Haunt the Night. While Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of the illusory world, time flew by outside. Already, far more time had passed than the 5 or 6 days that many of the disciples had assumed would be the limit. 10 days had passed. Every day, more North Bank disciples came to congregate around the trial platform to watch Bai Xiaochun. Some of the inner sect disciples even chose to meditate in the area. Bai and the other chosen were also present. They watched as Bai Xiaochun's deep enlightenment lasted for 10 days, and mixed emotions could be seen in their eyes. While the inner sect disciples sat there quietly, the outer sect disciples were in an uproar. "I can't believe he lasted 10 days. Yeah, but I really doubt that he could possibly last 27 days like eldest brother Ghost Fang did." The outer sect disciples continued to discuss the matter as time marched on. 11 days. 12 days. 13 days. Eventually, the 20th day arrived. The North Bank was completely shaken by this point. All of the outer sect disciples were flabbergasted, and were paying close attention to find out if Bai Xiaochun would surpass Ghost Fang's record of 27 days. There's no way. He took 5 times as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang to enter deep enlightenment. His latent talent clearly doesn't measure up. There's absolutely no way he'll surpass the record. Words such as this were common among the disciples. Even many of the inner sect disciples felt the same. Gradually, the 22nd day arrived, and the 25th. By that time, the voices were silenced, and shock began to fill the hearts of everyone present. On the evening of the 26th day, a new figure appeared in midair above the trial platform, a young man wearing a long black robe. It was none other than Ghost Fang himself. He had been in secluded meditation preparing for foundation establishment, but had received a message from a fellow disciple notifying him about what was going on with Bai Xiaochun, and had thus emerged. Bai Xiaochun was the only disciple in the Spirit Stream sect who could attract his attention. As soon as he appeared above the trial platform, countless disciples of both the inner and outer sects looked up with sober, respectful expressions, even fear. One after another, they clasped hands in greeting. "Greetings, eldest brother Ghost Fang." Even Bai and the other chosen did the same. As the voices echoed out, Ghost Fang seemed to not even have heard them. His entire attention appeared to be focused on Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. I began my observation with the beast's sharp claws. After forming the image in my mind, I entered deep enlightenment, and found myself in an illusory world. I lost myself within the ancient beast's heaven-shaking, earth-shattering claws, and found it hard to emerge. After completing my deep enlightenment, I didn't see if anything had changed about the ancient beast. "Bai Xiaochun, now that you are in deep enlightenment, I wonder if you will be able to emerge from within the clawed hand." Chapter 128, Alert. Within the illusory world, everything was crumbling and shattering. As the ancient beast's clawed hand ripped everything to shreds, even Bai Xiaochun's mind seemed to be affected. His consciousness began to shatter and disperse, and he looked around blankly. To see those claws ripping apart the heavens was completely and utterly shocking. Such power was unimaginable, and yet, he also desired to possess such power himself. He wanted to be able to rip apart heaven and earth. Now that the rubble was beginning to disperse, he suddenly wanted to do everything he could to absorb the power, to understand it, to make it his own. The more such thoughts filled him, the more his awareness of himself faded. This process went on for a short time until a tremor ran through him, and he realized that something odd was happening. He suddenly remembered that his purpose in coming to this place didn't have anything to do with becoming engrossed with the clawed hand. The thought grew more and more intense until it superseded the enticing power of the claws. The shattered remnants of his consciousness slowly stopped moving, and then began to move in reverse, returning to him and becoming whole once again. Within the illusion, the enormous beast once again appeared. However, this time, what moved was not its clawed hand, but its tail. It was like a whip, smashing the earth to pieces and destroying the heavens. A massive rumbling boom exploded out into the world. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness once again shattered, and he began to sink into blankness. In the outside world, he had been sitting there in a state of deep enlightenment for 26 days. Night fell, and the sun rose. The 27th day. Soon, it was night again. Among the countless North Bank disciples who had gathered near Bai Xiaochun in the trial platform, faces flickered with shock, and eyes went wide. Everyone, including Bai, the Gongsun siblings, Shusong, and the other chosen of the inner sect were being crushed by waves of shock. After a long period of oppressive silence, countless disciples suddenly burst into a huge commotion. He passed 27 days? He surpassed eldest brother Ghost Fang. Heavens! How deeply will Bai Xiaochun sink into this enlightenment? How long will he last? 30 days? 35 days? Or maybe even 40 days? Everyone was completely and utterly shocked by the motionless and auraless Bai Xiaochun. And yet, they had allowed themselves to be shocked a bit too early. Time continued to pass. 30 days. 33 days. 37 days. By the time the 40th day arrived, the North Bank disciples were completely dumbstruck. They weren't the only ones. The Four Peaks lords were breathless. Each additional day spent in deep enlightenment was significant to the extreme. After all, a single day of deep enlightenment was like years spent in normal meditation. Ghost Fang said nothing, but his eyes shone with a shocking light as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He wanted to know exactly what it was that Bai Xiaochun was seeing. He must not have lost himself in the claw like me, he thought. In that case, what came next? Back in the illusory world, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness was trembling. He wasn't sure how long he had been lost within the tail of the ancient beast. However, as his consciousness began to dissipate, the same thought arose once again. The power of the tail was not what he had come here for. That's not it, he murmured quietly. In that moment, his consciousness ceased to disperse. Simultaneously, the ancient beast opened its mouth to reveal something far more terrifying than its claws or tail. Razor-sharp fangs, row upon row of sharp teeth, emanating a murderous aura that made them seem capable of destroying anything and everything. It was as if a single bite from those teeth could cause the entire world to go dark and end in destruction. No, Bai Xiaochun murmured. This is not why I came here. His voice echoed back and forth around him, growing louder and louder. I came here to observe the ancient beast, for the purpose of bringing life to my water swamp kingdom, life essence spirit. I don't want the claws or tail or teeth of this ancient beast. I want the whole thing. I need to observe it in its entirety. I need to fix its image into my mind. That will form the basis of my water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. Furthermore, the beast itself will not become my life essence spirit, it will be absorbed as a mere portion of it. That is why I came here. That is my purpose. By the end, Bai Xiaochun's voice was not a murmur, but a roar. The illusory world rumbled violently as Bai Xiaochun's consciousness tumbled back together from all parts of the world, then shot toward the enormous beast in a beam of light. It moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the beast and then slammed into it. As the light spread out through the beast, Bai Xiaochun's mind shook, and he suddenly felt as if he was becoming the enormous beast. During the process of the transformation, he came to understand everything about it. There could be no better observation method than this. In fact, this was not even really observation, it was emerging. He was becoming one with the beast. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness spread out through the entirety of the beast, understanding it, analyzing it, observing it, controlling it. From the flesh and blood, he moved on to the scales, the spikes, the claws, the teeth, the bones, even the heart. Time meant nothing to him as his consciousness filled the beast, coming to a deep understanding of it. At a certain point, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness trembled as it completely filled the ancient creature, and he became the beast. He threw his head back and roared, causing the entire world around him to tremble. Next, the beast distorted, and by some profound and unfathomable means, it rapidly changed shape, transforming into a black, three-eyed raven. The enormous black raven began to fly through the world at top speed, its eyes shining as though they belonged to Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, the raven rippled, transforming into a seven-colored phoenix. Then it became a huge lizard, and then the mountain ghost from Ghost Fang Peak. Under the control of Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, the transformations continued. One after another, nearly 1,000 beasts from the Beast Conservatory appeared. Flying tigers, pangolins, huge bears, spirit deer. All sorts of beasts flickered in and out, without end. Even the North Bank disciples' beasts that Bai Xiaochun had secretly observed could be seen. Eventually, rumbling sounds echoed out as the beasts vanished, and Bai Xiaochun's consciousness became a swirling mist, which pulsed and writhed as though some terrifying spirit were being born inside. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun's Water Swamp Kingdom life essence spirit. It was impossible to see exactly what kind of spirit it was, not even Bai Xiaochun's consciousness could make it out. It was as if its spirit body wasn't complete yet. Even incomplete, it emanated a terrifying energy. There was some enormous figure inside that mist, covered with terrifying bone spurs, radiating an indescribable pressure. The mist seethed and churned as it slowly condensed upon itself. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness was starting to unravel. 10%. 20%. 30%. In the blink of an eye, it was 50% dispersed. As that happened, the illusory world trembled and shook. Unexpectedly, the life essence spirit inside of the mist began to show signs that it was also going to disperse. Faster. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness howled amidst the massive rumbling sounds. Faster! My consciousness is dispersing. Life essence spirit. You must awaken. And yet, it continued to disperse even more quickly. 60%. 70%. 80%. 90%. Rifts spread out through the illusory world as it began to collapse. A massive wind sprang up, sweeping across everything, attempting to disperse the mist. However, it was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun's last scraps of consciousness let out an urgent shout. Rumble! Even as the world crumbled into bits, within the dispersing mist, two red eyes snapped open. The life essence spirit had awakened. In the outside world, Bai Xiaochun's deep enlightenment went past 40 days. It continued on and on. 50 days. 60 days. 70 days. 80 days. 90 days. 100 days. The number of days which had passed left the North Bank disciples in complete terror. 100 days. More than 3 months. Bai Xiaochun is still in deep enlightenment. He's not gonna die, is he? This is shocking. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. The outer sect disciples were terrified, and the inner sect disciples were shaken. Bai Enlai and the other chosen felt as if their minds were being struck by lightning. But things weren't over. 101 days. 120 days. 130 days. It was at that point, sometime in the afternoon, that Bai Xiaochun began to tremble. People immediately noticed. They rubbed their eyes, looked again, and when it was certain that Bai Xiaochun was shaking, people began to cry out in surprise. It was in that very moment that Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. Chapter 129, Bone Spur. A blank look could still be seen in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Although his consciousness had returned, he still hadn't completely recovered from the experience of being in the illusory world of deep enlightenment. The real world around him almost didn't seem real at first. Soon the disciples from the Hall of Justice noticed what was happening, and looked over at him. As for the outer sect disciples in the audience, their eyes went wide, and they began to cry out in shock. 130 days. He took 5 times as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang to enter deep enlightenment, and spent 5 times as long inside. The clamoring outer sect disciples quickly produced jade slips to send word to their friends that Bai Xiaochun had awakened. Soon, a tempest raged in the North Bank as countless disciples got the messages and began to race over to the trial platform. As he sat there beneath the trial platform statue, his eyes blank, he slowly lifted his right hand and then pushed it out in front of him. "Water swamp," he whispered. Few people could hear him, but as soon as the word left his mouth, massive rumbling sounds echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. They were like peals of heavenly thunder crashing in everyone's ears. Boom! 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 3 massive crashing sounds shocked everyone to the core. At the same time, a boundless field of water vapor spread out in all directions. 9 meters. 30 meters. 150 meters. 300 meters. All the way to 600 meters. Bai Xiaochun was surrounded by a boundless field of water vapor 600 meters wide. The water vapor instantly reduced visibility, making it difficult to see anything clearly. Furthermore, all of the disciples within the vapor suddenly gasped as a powerful force suddenly pushed against them. The pushing force was so powerful that none of the disciples could fight against it. In the blink of an eye, they were pushed away until not a single person remained within 300 meters of Bai Xiaochun. The haze created by the water vapor rose up high into the sky, even altering the energy of heaven and earth in the area. A huge vortex began to spin, completely shaking all the observing disciples, who couldn't help but think about the clawed ghost hand which appeared when Ghost Fang unleashed Ghosts Haunt the Night. That was a secret magic that didn't seem possible for Qi condensation disciples to unleash, and left the North Bank disciples not only with a feeling of deep respect for Ghost Fang, but also fear. Furthermore, they were experiencing exactly the same thing with Bai Xiaochun right now. Gasps could be heard as more and more disciples rushed over to the scene. Many of them were inner sect disciples, including Bai Enlai, the Gongsun siblings, and Xu Song. As soon as they saw the vortex, and Bai Xiaochun, their faces flickered with astonishment. Water Swamp Kingdom. He must have succeeded in cultivating it. But what kind of life essence spirit did he get? Ghost Fang hovered there, staring down at Bai Xiaochun. The desire to fight sprang up in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. As the disciples watched, trembling, the 4 peak lords of the North Bank arrived, as well as Li Qingho. I really looked forward to seeing Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit. He's only unleashed the water swamp, and yet the energy is astounding. I wonder what's inside. Li Qingho's eyes shone with delight. He keenly anticipated what would result now that Bai Xiaochun had awoken from deep enlightenment. As everyone looked on, Bai Xiaochun slowly lifted his head. His eyes were still blank as he suddenly lowered his right hand. "Kingdom," he murmured. In that very instant, A series of gasps rang out among the audience as an indescribable aura erupted out from within Bai Xiaochun to fill the entire area. Within that 600-meter area, everything was hazy, making it difficult to see anything clearly. But now, the dense water vapor transformed into a swamp. The roar of a beast could be heard from within the water swamp, bizarre and seemingly filled with the voices of countless other beasts. Roar! The sky trembled and the ground shook. Everyone who heard the sound, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was left shaken. At the same time, varying levels of pressure began to push down on everyone. As the roar echoed out, the battle beasts belonging to the various disciples of the North Bank all reacted by throwing their heads back and howling aggressively. All of them were instantly thrown into chaos. In the beast conservatory, the nearly 1,000 beasts all began to howl. It didn't take long before all of the beasts on the North Bank had joined together, sending deafening howls out in all directions. The North Bank disciples were trembling. Just what kind of life essence spirit does Bai Xiaochun have in his water swamp kingdom? Heavens, how is he doing this? The disciples, faces flashing with shock, struggled to keep their battle beasts under control. That was especially true of the inner sect disciples, whose battle beasts were of a different blood order, making their reactions even stronger and more violent, to the point where they seemed crazed. The crowd struggled with their beasts, and the sound of roaring filled the air. The 600-meter-wide water swamp twisted and distorted, as if it were being projected from some outside world. Furthermore, there seemed to be some unseen beast struggling to break through a barrier from another world to burst out into this one. Suddenly, the water swamp shook violently, and a huge mountain peak rose up from the very middle of it. It was enormous, but upon closer inspection, it seemed obvious that, because the water swamp was only 600 meters across, this was only the very tip of the mountain. But then, further examination revealed a spine-tingling truth. It wasn't a mountain peak, it was the tip of a bone spur. A bone spur. Heavens! That's the tip of a bone spur. The tip of that bone spur is 600 meters wide. How big is the beast itself? This life essence spirit. What exactly does it look like? Energy that could shake heaven and earth exploded from the water swamp kingdom. As the blast spread out in all directions, the battle beasts went completely out of control. Howling at the tops of their lungs, they began to throw themselves down to the ground in prostration. Impossible! How could this be happening? The disciples were completely shocked as, one after another, each and every battle beast on the North Bank dropped down in worship. At the same time, threatening howls began to emanate from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank. The 7-colored phoenix shot out into the air, where it stared vigilantly at the mountain peak rising from Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom. A moment later, the phoenix was joined by the black, 3-eyed raven. Simultaneously, the huge lizard appeared and let out a powerful roar in the direction of the mountain peak. The Ghost Fang Peak mountain ghost also appeared, clutching its bone trident, surrounded by black mist. Although it seemed nervous, if you looked closely, it and the other of the 4 spirit beast guardians all had gleams of respect deep in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the beast conservatory, down in the ancient beast chasm, 2 eyes suddenly opened. They were huge, and shone with a piercing light that seemed to reach all the way through the stone walls to gaze upon Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom. Those eyes belonged to none other than the sex-holy beast guardian, the heaven-horn ink dragon. Even it looked with profound solemnity at Bai Xiaochun's water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. The entire North Bank was completely and utterly shaken. The elders of the 4 mountain peaks were astonished as they emerged to watch the scene play out. Atop Mount Doseed, several profoundly powerful gazes also turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. The 4 peak lords were panting, their scalps tingling in shock. Just what type of life essence spirit is that? This is unheard of. That type of power can't be controlled by a chi condensation cultivator. This is similar to Ghost Fang. No, wait, it exceeds Ghost Fang. Under the shocked gazes of all present, the water swamp kingdom mountain peak slowly sank back down. The 600-meter-wide water swamp kingdom was too small, making it impossible for Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit to appear in full. As it sank down, the water swamp around it gradually faded away. Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, his face pale, his eyes wide. He was now fully awake, even he seemed to be astonished at the bone spur which had emerged from the water swamp kingdom. As the water swamp kingdom vanished, the surrounding battle beasts gradually calmed down. However, their masters, the disciples of the North Bank, were left with minds spinning. After a moment of protracted silence, everyone burst into a pandemonium. Was I just seeing things? That was the water swamp kingdom? Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit only revealed the tip of a single bone spur? That energy just now could shake heaven and earth. Did that really come from a chi condensation disciple like me? It's too bad he's not a North Peak disciple." Amidst the hubbub, the four Peak Lords exchanged glances, and then looked over at the equally shocked Li Qinghe. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. I really am dying to find out what that life essence spirit looks like." You can only imagine what it will be like to see Bai Xiaochun fully unleash the power of the Water Swamp Kingdom. His cultivation base is insufficient, and the water swamp was only 600 meters wide, so his life essence spirit only revealed the tip of a single bone spur. If he's ever able to reach the gold core stage and unleash a 500-kilometer water swamp kingdom, I can only guess what his life essence spirit will be like when it appears. If he eventually uses that water swamp kingdom against people at the same level as himself, one can only imagine how powerful he'll be. Li Qinghe felt very proud of Bai Xiaochun, although he didn't show it. Keeping his excitement and happiness to himself, he turned and left the north bank. After all, he had his own preparations to make. He needed to attempt to break through into the gold core stage within 10 years. Chapter 130, The Blooming of the Beast Birth Flower. Even Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure exactly what his life essence spirit looked like. He could also tell that his cultivation base was insufficient at the moment. 600 meters wasn't enough to accommodate the entirety of the life essence spirit. He didn't mind, though. The fact that his life essence spirit appeared at all indicated that his years of cultivating the water swamp kingdom had not been wasted. Furthermore, he was now filled with anticipation about what exactly the life essence spirit would be like in the end. Hearing the hubbub of voices around him, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, feeling very pleased with himself. What a headache. No matter where I go, people are always cheering. I actually prefer to keep a low profile. Well. I guess I can just forget about how much the North Bank disciples bullied me in the past." Just as he was about to rise to his feet, a wave of vertigo swept over him, and intense pangs of hunger stabbed through him. At that point he realized that he was so weak he couldn't even stand. He immediately pulled out a medicinal pill. After consuming it, he felt a bit better, and managed to rise to his feet. The North Bank disciples looked on with mixed emotions. Despite being so weak, Bai Xiaochun didn't forget to make himself look like a melancholy hero. His ashen complexion added to the effect as he slowly made his way off. After he was some distance off, the North Bank disciples began to sigh. It was hard for them to decide how they felt about Bai Xiaochun. At first he had been their archenemy, and then he had fought them on the trial platform, one disciple after another, for an entire month. After that, he had surpassed Ghost Fang in deep enlightenment, and then showed off a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering water swamp kingdom. All of them had to admit that Bai Xiaochun was truly a chosen. Furthermore, he was different from the other chosen. He was the kind of person who always looked like he deserved a beating, which was something that had nothing to do with his strength. It was something innate about him. Ever since he had arrived on the North Bank, things never let up. One development after another occurred, all revolving around him. It left the crowd sighing in their hearts. The inner sect disciples were even more moved than the others. From the fact that Bai Xiaochun took twice as long to enter deep enlightenment, it was clear to them that his understanding of enlightenment couldn't compare to Ghost Fang's. In fact, he might not even measure up to some of the other chosen in that regard. However, he spent 70 maddened days in observation, something that clearly displayed his level of focus, and how much preparation and hard work he could put into enlightenment. Bai Anlai had nothing to say as he watched Bai Xiaochun disappearing off into the distance. He turned and went back to his Immortal's Cave, where he went into secluded meditation, determined to break through to the 10th level of Qi condensation. And after that, prepare for foundation establishment. I need to improve in terms of focus and hard work, he thought. Bai Xiaochun, one of these days, I'm definitely going to surpass you. The Gongsun siblings, Shu Song, and the other intersect chosen all took deep breaths as they contemplated how much more powerful Bai Xiaochun was. Even still, they were not willing to be constantly battered by such pressure. Filled with determination, they made similar decisions as Bai Anlai. Inadequacies can be remedied by diligence. If Bai Xiaochun can do something like that, then so can I. That was what each and every one of them was thinking. Soon, the crowds had dispersed. Ghost Fang watched Bai Xiaochun leave, still wondering what Bai Xiaochun had seen after the beast's clawed hand. Hearing an explanation would do no good. He needed to see with his own eyes. That would be the only way to achieve a breakthrough with his ghosts haunt the night. What if I entered his memories? Then I could see what I wished to see. After some deep thought about the matter, he shook his head. I can't be completely confident in succeeding, not right now. But after I reach foundation establishment. His eyes began to shine with a profound light. Now that I think about, the appointed time Master talked about is approaching. The 3 foundation establishment holy lands controlled by the great sects of the eastern lower reaches of the Heavenspan River will be opened. One of them is the Fallen Sword Abyss. Once inside, When the tide flow of the Earthstring Foundation establishment begins, my secret magic should enable me to achieve an 8 tide flows foundation establishment. At that time, things will be much simpler. Nodding his head, Ghost Fang turned and headed off. Bai Xiaochun strutted like a hero all the way back to the Beast Conservatory. Once inside, he looked around and found himself alone, whereupon he slumped down and trudged back into the honor guard station, where he immediately fell asleep. He slept for 3 days straight before finally waking up. Even then, he was only partially recovered. A half-month passed before he returned to his previous peak. When that happened, he was delighted to discover that his cultivation base had made some progress. He was now at the very limit of the 9th level of Qi condensation, and would only need about half a month of meditation, as well as some medicinal pills, to break into the 10th level. In addition to that, he found that his ability to control spiritual power had changed. He was now more flexible in his control, and could manipulate it without the slightest lag in speed. What left him even more ecstatic was that his Qi passageways were thicker than before. Plus, his undying silver skin had even more golden light in it than it had months before. "I've made progress in every aspect," he thought, excited. First he took a trip around the jungle to visit all the beasts he hadn't seen during the past months. Then he went to the garden in the back courtyard, where the 6-meter-tall plant which had sprouted up out of the beast birth seed now sported an enormous flower bud at the top. The beast birth seed had been growing for quite some time, and within spirit soil with a 3-fold spirit enhancement at that. Bai Xiaochun had also taken time to sprinkle some special spirit fertilizer onto the soil every once in a while to help it grow. Because of the spell formation he'd put in place, nobody had ever noticed its existence. After looking at it closely, he was delighted to discover that the flower bud was almost completely mature. "I bet it will only be a month or so before it's ready." Laughing heartily, he sat down in place to begin some breathing exercises and cultivation, simultaneously watching over the beast birth flower bud. 10 days flew by. Bai Xiaochun's imminent breakthrough, and the beast birth flower, had him all smiles. During the time that passed, the beast birth flower's stalk didn't grow any taller, but the flower bud grew larger and larger, until it was almost 2 meters tall. It was so heavy that the entire thing began to bend over. The multiple layers making up the flower bud were so numerous that it was only possible to imagine what it would look like when it opened up. There was also a fragrant aroma which spread out from it. Bai Xiaochun was very excited. He sat there meditating for 3 more days. Around evening, cracking sounds could be heard, and black filth oozed from his pores. At the same time, the spiritual power inside of him surged like thousands of galloping horses. The power grew more intense, eventually coalescing into something like a huge raging river that resembled a roaring dragon. Bai Xiaochun shook visibly as the image of a dragon and a mammoth appeared behind him. His eyes snapped open, and they flashed like lightning. Shocking, thunderous rumbling filled him. Sounds that only he could hear. 2nd level of the dragon mammoth sea forming scripture. 10th level of Qi condensation. He took a deep breath as he probed the spiritual power inside of him, which was more than double the amount of the 9th level of Qi condensation. Rising to his feet, he performed an incantation gesture, summoning a violet cauldron. Excited, he waved his finger, causing another violet cauldron to appear next to the first one. After that, he summoned another. 3 cauldrons were now circling around him. Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Flashing into motion, he waved the golden crow sword, causing a raging 9-meter-wide inferno of fire to spring up around him. There was also a fiery golden crow, a creature birthed from flame, which caused incredible pressure to spread out. Bai Xiaochun's smile grew wider. Waving his hand, he retracted all of the magic, and then took a deep breath. By this point, he truly felt himself to be a heroic master. Foundation establishment. It's so close. Once I get to the great circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation, I'll be able to give it a shot. As soon as Bai Xiaochun thought about the additional longevity he would gain upon reaching foundation establishment, he got more excited. After cleaning himself up, he used half a day to get used to the changes in his cultivation base, and his increased amount of spiritual power. With that work done, he returned to the rear courtyard, where he sat down cross-legged in front of the beast birth flower. "My cultivation base has broken through. Now I'm just waiting for this flower. Ha ha ha. My dreams are truly about to become a reality. My life essence spirit might be illusory, and born from a secret magic, but this beast birth flower is different. This will be a true battle beast belonging to me. I'm going to raise a battle beast that has the best parts of all of the other battle beasts. When that happens, my purpose in coming to the North Bank will have been accomplished." Bai Xiaochun had been waiting for a long time for this day, and now all he could do was wait and stand guard. More than 10 days went by in a flash. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gradually widened as the stalk of the plant gradually vanished, to be replaced by nothing more than a gigantic beast's birth flower. Although he had known from his research that this would happen, it was still a shocking thing to see with his own eyes. The flower and the stalk had begun the merging process 7 days before, but already, it was over 18 meters tall, like a gigantic steam bun. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard and backed up a few paces to stand guard. 3 days later, a fragrant aroma spread out from the enormous, 27-meter-tall bun sitting there in front of him. At the very top of the bun, a small, mouth-like opening could be seen, which was where the fragrant aroma came from. When the spirit aroma grows strong, the beast birth flower will bloom, and the beast will be born. That's what the information said. Bai Xiaochun began to walk slowly around the beast birth flower, his eyes shining. After some more thought, he left, then came back followed by a flying tiger. The flying tiger looked around curiously as it entered the rear courtyard, but then a tremor suddenly ran through it, and its eyes began to shine as brightly as if it had seen a female of its own species. With a powerful roar, it suddenly launched itself toward the beast birth flower. As it closed in, the beast birth flower opened its mouth like aperture and, in the blink of an eye, swallowed up the flying tiger. The scene playing out caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to widen. Hurrying forward, he realized that although he couldn't actually see the flying tiger, he could tell that it was moving inside of the flower. When he was sure about that, he calmed down a bit and moved off to the side to wait. After about 2 hours passed, the flower slowly opened up, and the flying tiger crawled out. It was trembling, and almost seemed drunk with pleasure. Although it seemed to want more, Bai Xiaochun grabbed it and took it back out into the beast conservatory. When he returned, he was followed by a huge bear. Moments later, the bear saw the flower, roared, and lunged forward. Chapter 131, For the Contributions. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back as he stood there in the courtyard watching the intoxicated bear trundling off into the distance. It looked back 3 times, seemingly reluctant to leave. Bai Xiaochun sighed, musing about the goodness of his deeds. During the following half-month, he continued to go out into the beast conservatory and return with specially selected beasts. The beast birth flower would swallow them up, and when they emerged, they looked drunk with pleasure, and would make their way off into the distance on unsteady legs. Bai Xiaochun kept his selection very limited, choosing only from 200 of the most special beasts. He wanted the flower to give birth to the ultimate battle beast, and therefore, he selected either the strongest or the largest of the beasts in the jungle. Eventually, all of the beasts which had offered contributions began to gather outside of the spell formation. Whenever Bai Xiaochun appeared, they would howl at the tops of their lungs, as if to ask for another chance. Absolutely not, Bai Xiaochun replied firmly. 1 contribution is enough. I don't want to harm you. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun brought the huge pangolin over to contribute, and that was when he realized he'd run out of good beasts to choose from. Furthermore, he was well aware that the blooming period of the beast birth flower didn't last for very long. Eventually, it would give birth to whatever was inside, no matter what it was. That was when he started to get nervous. This won't do. These beasts aren't enough to create the ultimate battle beast. Having reached this point in his train of thoughts, Bai Xiaochun left the beast conservatory to take a walk through the north bank. After observing all of the animals, he had come to be quite familiar with the disciples' battle beasts. He even knew which ones had the greatest potential for future growth, and which ones were the strongest. I remember one female outer sect disciple who had a peacock. It had great potential. That peacock should do nicely, shouldn't it? He quickly hurried over to the residence of that very female disciple. After waiting outside for a while, the young woman approached. She was quite well known in the outer sect, and was very beautiful. As soon as she neared, Bai Xiaochun put a warm smile onto his face, and tactfully offered some merit points if she would allow her peacock to make an important contribution. Although he didn't mention the beast birth flower itself, he did explain other matters in detail. Worried that she would reject the offer, he decided to add in one more bit of explanation. Don't worry. The contribution itself won't hurt the beast. You know, afterward, all of the beasts who've done it have looked drunk with pleasure. They all want a second round, as a matter of fact, but I was worried it would harm their vital energy, so I refused. The female disciple's expression slowly went blank. Although she wasn't exactly sure what he meant by contribution, after hearing his further explanation, her eyes went wide with fear. You pervert. She huffed. A bit tongue-tied, she stamped her foot and walked off. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and he felt a bit wronged. I just wanted to borrow your peacock. If you don't agree, that's fine, but there's no need to start cursing me. Bai Xiaochun is no pervert. Feeling a bit down, he went to the next person on his list. During the following days, he visited over 100 disciples, and yet, not a single one agreed. In fact, Many of them looked at him with very odd expressions. Bai Xiaochun sighed and decided that since everyone was refusing, he might as well forget the idea. Having no other option, he would have to settle for second best and try out some of the other beasts in the beast conservatory. However, just when he was about to give up, something like a wind blew through the sect. Numerous disciples looked over at Bai Xiaochun with strange expressions on their faces, and began to whisper amongst themselves. Did you hear? Bai Xiaochun has a very unique hobby. For the past few days, he's been going around asking to borrow battle beasts from people. He talks about some sort of contribution, and if you don't know what that means, well, come here, I'll explain it. Oh, so that's what it means. Heavens! I can't believe that Bai Xiaochun uses the beasts for. Heavens! Is it really true? The rumors began to fly completely spontaneously. Apparently, after the North Bank disciples realized they couldn't do anything about Bai Xiaochun, their malice toward him had gradually transformed into intrigue. As such, it only took a few days for everyone to have caught wind of the rumors. Do you know why Bai Xiaochun came to the North Bank? It's the beasts. He has a special sort of love for them. Now I get it. No wonder he made that aphrodisiac pill. It all makes sense now. He needed it for himself to begin with. Chosen always have their eccentric hobbies. I'm just curious as to whether he prefers female beasts or male beasts. Heavens! I can't believe you're wondering about something like that. Keep your voice down. Look, I think I know the answer to your question. When Bai Xiaochun heard the rumors, he was dumbstruck. The most extreme thing to happen was one evening at dusk when he happened to catch sight of a female disciple with a blue-eyed black cat. A bit curious, he looked over, whereupon the female disciple screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off at top speed. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe it all, and felt very wronged. He tried to explain things to people, and although they seemed to understand, the rumors only raged hotter. What a bunch of bullies! He fumed. It wasn't easy for me, Bai Xiaochun, to come to the North Bank, completely impoverished. I minded my own business and tried not to offend anyone. I walked around with my tail between my legs, and yet, you people pushed things this far? Slanderers. Eyes bloodshot, he gnashed his teeth. You're going overboard, people. If all you're going to do is slander me, then I'll go get the beasts myself. Even as he burned with rage, he suddenly felt a wind blowing against his back. Looking over his shoulder, he didn't see anyone, but did notice a tree off to the side which was swaying back and forth. Next, a black blur sped toward him, opening its mouth to bite at his belly. The ferocious jaws instantly began to snap shut with terrifying power. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun was in the 10th level of qi condensation. Furthermore, after awakening from his deep enlightenment, his senses had become heightened. As such, he recognized what was happening and quickly fell back. Even as he did, a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth smashed onto the air a little more than a meter in front of him. The power of the bite was such that even the sound of it was shocking. It seemed to be filled with hatred. The black blur was none other than the Nightstalker beast, the huge black dog. It was currently nighttime, which meant that it was much faster than it was during the day. Seeing that its second attempt to ambush Bai Xiaochun had failed, the dog quickly turned to flee. You again. Bai Xiaochun said, scalp numb, sweat dripping down his neck. He felt chills running up his spine. If he had been even a bit slower to react, then the dog would surely have bitten him. When he thought of what might have resulted, he shivered. He couldn't bet his life on his undying live forever technique. Damned black dog. It almost put an end to an entire prestige clan. He glared in fury as the dog ran off into the distance. Intolerable bullying. He raged. If the North Bank disciples want to bully me, that's one matter, but now a big dog is trying to do the same thing? Last time I felt sorry for you, but this time, you're not getting off the hook. With that, wings sprouted from his back, and he flickered into motion. One man, one dog, they raced through the North Bank at incredible speed. The dog was also very fast, and was very familiar with the area. Bai Xiaochun chased after it for almost an hour, until the sky was completely dark. He never was able to catch up, and yet his fury was not abated. The fact that he had been ambushed, and then completely left in the dust by the perpetrator, made him more angry than ever. As of this moment, the big black dog occupied the number 2 slot on Bai Xiaochun's list of hatreds. The number 3 spot was held by Elder Joe's Phoenix, and the number 1 spot belonged to the abnormally stealthy talking rabbit. Nothing could ever take that first place spot away from the rabbit. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Silver light flickered around him as the undying live forever technique was unleashed to its maximum effect, and his wings fluttered with proto-magnetic power. In that moment, his speed instantly doubled. He transformed into a series of afterimages that quickly closed in toward the dog. In that moment, the dog silently attempted to duck into a cave, but before it could, Bai Xiaochun was there, reaching out toward it. As the hand neared, the black dog's eyes turned crimson, and it madly turned its head. Unexpectedly, it was completely disregarding its own safety to lunge toward Bai Xiaochun's belly and take out a bite. The dog had failed in its ambush before, so there was no need to even wonder if it could succeed when Bai Xiaochun was enraged and chasing after it. Before the dog's jaws could even bite down, a gurgling sound could be heard as Bai Xiaochun's hand clamped down onto its throat. His hand was like an iron vice that completely prevented the black dog from escaping. "Humph! Now we're going to see how awesome you are." Gritting his teeth, he headed back to the beast conservatory, and soon arrived at the honor guard station. After thinking for a moment about how to punish the dog, he suddenly looked over at the beast birth flower. His heart twitched, and he chuckled darkly. With that, he tossed the dog toward the beast birth flower, which swallowed it up in an instant. 2 hours later, the flower opened, and the big black dog crawled out. Although its eyes shone with hatred and madness, there was something else in them as well. Before another moment could pass, it lunged at Bai Xiaochun, who grabbed it and threw it back into the flower. Another 2 hours passed, and the dog appeared again, just as maddened as before. Bai Xiaochun threw it back into the flower. After 4 times, the dog emerged, legs wobbly. It flopped onto the ground, panting. "Scared now?" Bai Xiaochun said, snorting coldly. "Provoke me again, and I'll—" Before he could even finish, the black dog looked up at him and tried its best to reach out and bite him. Enraged, Bai Xiaochun grabbed the dog and threw it back into the beast birth flower for another go. After 5 more times, it made a total of 9. After 9 times, the dog was gaunt and listless. Seeing that, Bai Xiaochun picked it up, and it let out a miserable howl. Bai Xiaochun felt bad. "Now do you understand what you have to be afraid of? Just don't provoke me anymore. I had no choice but to do what I did in the chosen battles." With this admonishment, he tossed the big black dog out of the honor guard station. The dog used what little energy it had left to flee off into the distance. When it got far enough, though, it turned to look back, and seemed like it was savoring sweet memories. Chapter 132, Life Essence Ancestral Awakening Blood. Bai Xiaochun watched the dog disappearing off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The way it had slowly grown more thin and gaunt was very telling, and gave him a much better understanding of the beast birth flower's growing process. He suddenly thought of the fragrant aroma the flower exuded. The beast birth flower exudes a sort of hallucinogenic aura. Once other animals get caught up in it, their qi and blood are stirred, and some of their life essence ancestral blood is extracted by the flower. That's why the dog gradually grew thinner. Wild beasts are slightly different, so when their qi and blood is stimulated, the illusions they experience are also different. Either way, the point of the hallucination is to stop them from resisting. No wonder this beast birth seed is virtually extinct. In some ways, it's completely superior to all wild beasts. Bai Xiaochun trembled at this new realization. When mosquitoes suck blood, they numb the vicinity of the bite so that they can feast surreptitiously. Likewise, when the beast birth flower absorbed the life essence ancestral awakening blood, it was done in secret. 7 days passed. Considering how soon the beast birth flower would be blooming, Bai Xiaochun felt that if he couldn't get any more superior beast's life essence ancestral awakening blood, it would be a huge waste of the flower. Then he thought about how the North Bank disciples had been slandering him, and he ground his teeth. At that point, he slipped out of the beast conservatory into the dark and windswept night. "I haven't done something like this for a while. It's a bit of a loss of face considering my status. But I don't have any other choice." Eyes shining brightly, he drifted undetected through the North Bank until he arrived outside of a certain residence. Inside was a beautiful peacock, currently asleep and completely oblivious to any dangers. Suddenly, a hand snaked out and clasped it by the neck. The peacock struggled as a powerful force dragged it through the night, but it couldn't make even a single sound. Completely unable to free itself, it was quickly taken away by Bai Xiaochun. Glancing around vigilantly to ensure that no one was watching him, he quickly made his way to another location. It didn't take long before he had green python in hand as well as a peacock. And yet, things weren't over. Over the course of the next hour, Bai Xiaochun toiled away. When he returned to the beast conservatory, he had a peacock in his left hand, a night leopard in his right, a white monkey pinned against his side, and a green python wrapped around him. "What a gold mine!" he thought excitedly. With that, he hurried back to the rear courtyard and bound up the battle beasts. Then he tossed the peacock into the beast birth flower. After the peacock was swallowed up by the flower, Bai Xiaochun waited in excitement off to the side. Before long, the peacock was spat out, and although it didn't look drunk with pleasure, it seemed to be relishing some wonderful memory. Apparently, the illusion it had experienced was different from the other animals. Before it could recover, Bai Xiaochun grabbed it and then threw the green python into the flower. Then he hurried away with the peacock to return it to where he'd acquired it from. The peacock didn't cry out or struggle. In fact, when Bai Xiaochun turned to leave, it even gazed at him fawningly, almost with anticipation, as if it hoped he would take it away again. Sounding very serious, Bai Xiaochun said, "Having a bit of your life essence ancestral awakening blood extracted won't hurt you. But too much won't be good. Be a good little peacock, alright? Oh. Don't tell your master about me, okay?" With that, he left. Bai Xiaochun worked hard that night. After returning the green python, he had the white monkey and the night leopard to deal with. The entire affair left him quite exhausted. However, when he thought about how content the animals looked, and how they clearly didn't wish to leave the flower behind, he knew that he was doing a good thing. Most importantly of all, the beast birth flower was looking stronger and more healthy than ever. One simple act pleases the battle beasts, pleases the beast birth flower, and pleases me. It only goes to show what a good deed I'm performing. Overall, he was very happy. The following night when the moon began to rise, he strode out of the beast conservatory, chin stuck up, hair blowing in the wind. For the following several days, he went about the same routine. He picked the best battle beasts, regardless of whether they belonged to outer or inner sect disciples. At the most, he chose 4 per night. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to return them before dawn. Because of his stealth, and the profundity of his cultivation base, not a single problem arose. The only difference was that the battle beasts which had provided contributions during the night would act very differently if they encountered Bai Xiaochun during the day. They would leap about excitedly as if they wished to please him. The masters of the various beasts were shocked. In the past, their battle beasts had never liked Bai Xiaochun very much, but now they fawned all over him. Even more strange was that not a single battle beast provided any sort of explanation, not even when asked to do so. Half a month passed, and it was with great pride that Bai Xiaochun looked at the continuously maturing beast birth flower. Thanks to all of the constant additions of life essence ancestral awakening blood from the most powerful of the battle beasts, his nighttime efforts were all worth it. On this particular night, thick clouds covered the moon, casting everything into pitch darkness. Bai Xiaochun had a hedgehog in one hand and a fierce bull slung over his shoulder, both of them trussed up to keep them quiet as he approached another residence. "Black, blue-eyed cat," he murmured, his eyes shining with a strange light. He had never forgotten this particular battle beast. Just as he was about to take action, 2 pairs of blue eyes snapped open within the courtyard up ahead, and the low-pitched yowl of a cat echoed out into the silence of night. "So alert," he thought, shocked. The yowl of the cat roused quite a few nearby disciples, so Bai Xiaochun quickly retreated. However, even as he did, the black, blue-eyed cat shot out to block his path. Shockingly, human-level intelligence gleamed in its eyes, as well as something like a sneer. Bai Xiaochun was instantly infuriated. On any other occasion, he could have handled this black cat easily, but now his hands were full, making this more difficult. Suddenly, wings sprouted out behind him, and he vanished before anyone could emerge to see him. Thanks to the powerful yowl of the cat, Bai Xiaochun had a very hard time making it back to the Beast Conservatory while avoiding the notice of the North Bank disciples. When he finally arrived, he gritted his teeth and mentally cursed the black cat. "How am I going to handle that cat? It's simply too vigilant." It was a real headache. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, and he lunged to the side, just as a black blur flashed past him, accompanied by the sound of clashing teeth. "You again." Bai Xiaochun had been angry to begin with, but when he saw the big black dog, he got even angrier. The dog had already ambushed him twice, and normally, it would flee as soon as it failed. This time, though, it came back for a second round, brimming with madness, ferocity, and especially, hatred. Considering its agility and speed, if it tried to get away, Bai Xiaochun would normally have to use all the power he had, and also spend a significant amount of time, to be able to catch it. But it wasn't fleeing now, so Bai Xiaochun made short work of it. "I'm short on beasts tonight," Bai Xiaochun growled. "You're in." Holding the struggling dog by the neck, he returned to the rear courtyard. The hedgehog and the fierce bull were the first to make contributions. The last was the fiercely struggling black dog. After returning the bull and the hedgehog, Bai Xiaochun returned, bursting with rage. He had decided that the time had come to treat the black dog to an unforgettable lesson. He would make it offer contributions 15 times in a row. The black dog was gasping for breath by the time Bai Xiaochun tossed it out of the Beast Conservatory. "If you dare to ambush me ever again," Bai Xiaochun shouted, "I'll turn you into dog jerky." The dog struggled to its feet and then slunk out into the jungle. When it finally reached a spot where Bai Xiaochun couldn't see it, It flopped down onto the ground and stuck its tongue out to lick its lips. Unexpectedly, an intoxicated gleam appeared in its eyes. Several more days passed, and Bai Xiaochun's nighttime activities continued. However, the vigilant cat continued to be a big headache. Eventually, he prepared to attack it outright, but was shocked to find that the cat had hidden away in its master's room. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure what to do, but wasn't willing to give up. He continued to work on the other beasts as he pondered the situation. One night, when he was heading back to the beast conservatory with a huge toad, he suddenly stopped in place as a black blur shot past him, accompanied by a familiar sound. It was the big black dog again, which was now standing there in front of him, trembling with eagerness, its teeth bared as if in preparation to attack. At first, Bai Xiaochun was stunned by the dog's persistence, but then he realized that there was something strange going on. During the dog's third ambush, he hadn't thought too much about the fact that it didn't flee immediately. But now the dog was here again, and again, refrained from fleeing. Furthermore, the way it went about the ambush itself seemed a bit perfunctory. In addition to all that, its biting seemed far slower and far less ferocious than the previous occasions. "Are you doing this on purpose?" he asked, shocked. The dog had just been on the verge of lunging forward, but after hearing Bai Xiaochun's question, it stopped in place and looked at him. It didn't growl, it didn't bare its teeth, it didn't leap forward and attack. It just stood there staring at him. A strange expression appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face. Ignoring the dog, he continued on his way. As he sped along, the dog followed, all the way back to the honor guard station. As soon as it entered the rear courtyard, its tail began to wag furiously, and it shot toward the beast birth flower, completely of its own volition. Bai Xiaochun stared in shock, and the expression on his face grew even more odd. After the dog finished its contribution and emerged from the flower, it didn't leave, but rather, jumped right back in. It continued to do the same thing over and over again. By the following evening, it had offered a total of 7 or 8 contributions. That's so much life essence ancestral awakening blood. Are you trying to kill yourself? Damn it. Just what kind of fantasy are you experiencing in there? In the end, he grabbed the crazed dog and threw it out the door. As the dog hobbled off, Bai Xiaochun prepared to start threatening it, but then his heart thumped as an idea occurred to him, and he changed tactics. "I know you can understand me," he said. "Listen up. If you want back in here, stop ambushing me. Furthermore, bring me that black, blue-eyed cat, if you can. Then I'll let you make another contribution." The dog looked back for a moment before turning and running off into the distance. A few days later, just when Bai Xiaochun was about to go out and procure some more beasts, he suddenly heard a familiar barking outside his door. Chapter 133, It's Not Worth Trying, Kiddo. Bai Xiaochun stuck his head out and saw that there outside of the spell formation shield was the big black dog. It stood there proudly, paw on the back of the vigilant black cat. The blue-eyed cat seemed very listless and in somewhat sore straits. The black dog looked at Bai Xiaochun and then let out a proud howl. Bai Xiaochun immediately opened the spell formation, whereupon the dog charged in and leapt toward the beast birth flower. Bai Xiaochun was completely taken aback, and mused that whatever illusion the black dog experienced must be extraordinary. "Is it really trying to kill itself?" he thought. With that he approached the blue-eyed cat. After a quick examination, he confirmed that it was only exhausted, and not injured in any way. Grabbing it, he walked back into the courtyard. Sometime later, after 10 contributions to the beast birth flower, Bai Xiaochun finally kicked the black dog out. He was actually starting to get worried that the dog's frequent contributions of life essence ancestral awakening blood might interfere with his plan to create the most powerful of all battle beasts. What would happen if the beast birth flower ended up giving birth to a big black dog? The mere idea left him quite nervous, so he decided to accept no further contributions from the black dog. Without any further hesitation, he tossed the blue-eyed cat into the beast birth flower. During the following half-month, the black dog acted quite obediently. It would often come with a subdued battle beast, cry out until Bai Xiaochun opened the door, then wait eagerly to be allowed in. Bai Xiaochun wanted to refuse, but every battle beast that the dog brought left him shocked. "This dog is a god. All of these beasts are ones I had my eye on, but couldn't get. Their masters either keep them in their bags of beast raising, or in their immortals' caves." Bai Xiaochun just couldn't bring himself to refuse. The black dog had captured his heart, and every battle beast it brought left Bai Xiaochun shaken. In fact, one time it even managed to bring the battle beast of one of the Sunset Peak elders. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun realized the implications, and it left him with only a single question. "Damn it, how long was this black dog stalking me?" Sighing, he looked over at the dog lying quietly next to the beast birth flower, and realized that it really was intelligent, powerful, and very fast. Were it not those things, it would have been impossible to get all of these battle beasts. Fine, fine. Poor guy. Considering how much I tired it out before, and how it always brings me these battle beasts, I guess letting it contribute a few more times wouldn't hurt. I can't let things go too far, though. For its own good. With that, he shook his head and turned his attention to the 4 mountain peaks. I need some even more powerful battle beasts. The spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountain peaks are probably the best choice. Licking his lips, he left the honor guard station and headed toward his cave by the ancient beast chasm to concoct some pills. By this point, many of the North Bank disciples were starting to get suspicious. Many battle beasts were starting to behave very oddly, sometimes crying out in the middle of the night. That was especially true of the black, blue-eyed cat, whose cries seemed especially loud. Sometimes, it appeared to be reminiscing about the past, dreaming of being the king of all beasts. It started to sound even more domineering when it yowled, to the point where people in the area couldn't sleep well. Its master was the most anxious of all, unsure of what exactly was happening with her own battle beast. Such situations grew increasingly common throughout the sect. Gradually, the North Bank disciples began to run their own investigations into the matter. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his medicine-concocting cave, loaded down with medicinal pills designed to attract wild beasts. When night fell, he hurried out toward Aristotle Peak. After reaching the summit, he looked anxiously at the cave, and then, eager to find out if his idea would work, threw a Tier 3 spirit medicine inside. Almost as soon as the medicinal pill entered the cave, it shot back out at high speed, slamming into his chest with such force that, without his incredibly tough skin, it would have crushed him. His face fell as he staggered backward a few paces. At the same time, the 7-colored phoenix stretched its head out of the cave and looked at him with a derisive sneer. Of course, it was sneering, not at Bai Xiaochun himself, but at his action of throwing the medicinal pill. Apparently, it was telling him that it didn't consume medicinal pills given to it by strangers. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he coughed dryly. Trying to look as charming as possible, he said, "Senior Phoenix, that medicinal pill is really delicious. If you don't like it, that's fine. But if you just come with me, I'll show you a place where all your dreams can come true." However, the phoenix merely flapped its wings, shoving Bai Xiaochun back so far he almost toppled off the nearby cliff. Heart pounding, he just managed to avoid falling. The 7-colored phoenix glared at him threateningly, then slowly retreated back into its cave. "Fine, fine. This 7-colored phoenix is too grouchy. I'll head over to Sunset Peak to see the 3-eyed raven. It has a much better temper." Feeling a headache coming on, he made up his mind, and immediately headed over to Sunset Peak, where he attempted to use the same tactics at the 3-eyed raven's cave. However, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled in fear as he took to flight. A black flash of light could be seen behind him as the 3-eyed raven gave chase, driving him all the way down the mountain before proudly returning to its cave. "I hate birds. Humph. They have such bad tempers. And Elder Joe's bird even maligned me openly that one time." He felt deeply wronged at how the birds had bullied him despite the fact that he had given them medicinal pills in good faith. However, he couldn't give up on his dream of raising the ultimate battle beast. Therefore, he turned his gaze toward Archway Peak. "That big lizard seems pretty well behaved. It's pretty fat too, so that means it probably has a good appetite. Maybe I'll have a chance there." Enlivened, he hurried over to Archway Peak. However, it didn't take long before he returned, scowling. He even had some rips and tears in his garments. The lizard had completely ignored him when he threw it some medicinal pills. After getting anxious, he tossed in a few more, whereupon a lizard slashed at him with its claws. He was forced to flee in terror, uninjured, but his clothing destroyed, leaving him looking very dilapidated. The final spirit beast guardian was the mountain ghost of Ghost Fang Peak. Bai Xiaochun hesitated all the way until the following night. Finally, he stamped his foot angrily and hurried over to Ghost Fang Peak. What he found was that the mountain ghost had the best temper of all. It ignored Bai Xiaochun as if he didn't even exist, and didn't pay the least bit of attention to the medicinal pills. After waiting half the night without any response, he left. The next night, he came back, and even a third night, before he finally gave up, virtually on the verge of tears. "All 4 spirit beast guardians hold me in complete contempt." As he sat stewing in the honor guard station, the whole North Bank was astir. The only exception were people who Bai Xiaochun was incapable of provoking, for example the people who kept their battle beasts inside their bags of beast raising. All the other valuable beasts had already made contributions. Even most of the elders' beasts had been brought over by the Black Dog. However, Bai Xiaochun met with only failure when it came to the spirit beast guardians, leaving him scowling in grief. That was especially true considering that the beast birth flower was on the verge of blooming. I want my battle beast to be unprecedentedly powerful, but the 4 spirit beast guardians refused to cooperate. I guess I need a battle beast even more powerful than him. What in the sect is more powerful than? Wait a second. Even as he murmured to himself about the subject, he suddenly shivered and looked toward the ancient beast chasm, his eyes shining. The only thing more powerful than the spirit beast guardians is the sect's holy beast guardian, the heaven horning dragon. If I could get that dragon to contribute, it would definitely be enough. Panting excitedly, he began to gather his thoughts. Now that I think about it, I'm on good terms with the holy beast guardian. I've been giving it medicinal pills ever since I got here. Although I've never seen the old heaven horning dragon, it never stopped me from concocting medicine nearby. That means it actually approves of me. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Getting even more excited, he organized his bag of holding, took a deep breath, and flicked his sleeve, heading in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. He sped along in high spirits, ready to take a risk for his dream of raising the ultimate battle beast. Soon, he was standing at the edge of the waterfall which poured down into the ancient beast chasm. Down below, it was impenetrably dark, with swirling black mists everywhere. As he stood at the edge, his arms and legs prickled with coldness that seemed to come from the depths of the chasm itself. He shivered a bit. Fearful that he might fall, he backed up a few steps, then gritted its teeth and threw a medicinal pill down inside. Senior Heavenhorn, it's me, Bai Xiaochun of the junior generation. Remember me? I've been giving you medicinal pills for years now. Well, why don't you try this new flavor I came up with? After waiting for a while and getting no response, he started wondering if perhaps the heaven-horning dragon might like a different flavor. Finally, he threw in a different tier 3 spirit medicine. It didn't take long before he'd thrown 7 or 8 pills in. Starting to feel a bit dismayed, he finally threw in a bunch of aphrodisiac pills. However, there was no reaction. Perhaps the heavens have doomed Bai Xiaochun to fail in raising the ultimate battle beast. Sighing dejectedly, he was about to turn and leave when, all of a sudden, the mist inside the cave churned, and a profoundly ancient voice spoke out from within. It's not worth trying, kiddo. I appreciate your kindness, but my fate was sealed 3,000 years ago. However, if you can find a way to get my life essence surging again, even for a moment, then I can do anything you want me to. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. Panting, he turned back around and said, Really? Chapter 134, The spirit is still there. Within the swirling mists of the chasm, 2 eyes appeared that constantly flickered with different colors. The most frequent to appear was magenta. Just those eyes were as large as Bai Xiaochun's entire body, leaving him panting at the thought of how large the entire heaven-horning dragon was. When he looked closer, he could just barely make out a horn. After looking closely at the horn for a moment, he was convinced that it really was the heaven-horning dragon speaking, and he started to get excited. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth. Senior, fear not. I'll work very hard to do just that. With that, Bai Xiaochun turned, his eyes shining with focus and hope. If he could simply get the heaven-horning dragon to contribute a single time, then his hopes of raising the ultimate battle beast would surely be fulfilled. Life essence exhausted. Wants it to surge. That will require some serious stimulation. When it comes to stimulation, what could possibly compare to the effectiveness of my aphrodisiac pill? Eyes bloodshot, he flew out of the beast conservatory toward Mount Oseed. Considering his status, and the vast amount of merit points he had saved up, he had no trouble procuring the medicinal plants he needed. By the time he was finished, he had spent more than half of his merit points. He bought so many ingredients that he couldn't even fit them into one bag of holding. It took 7 bags, all of them stuffed to the brim. The disciple in charge of selling medicinal plants stared in shock. In all the years he had been in charge, he had never seen anyone spend merit points in such shocking fashion. Naturally, the disciple recognized him. After he left, that disciple took a deep breath and mused about how godlike Bai Xiaochun was. After purchasing such a huge collection of medicinal plants, he returned to the vicinity of the ancient beast chasm to begin concocting medicine. Soon his eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a state of frenzy. I have to concoct a super aphrodisiac pill, he said through gritted teeth. Determined to drastically increase the medicinal efficacy, he adjusted the pill formula to raise the potency by hundreds if not thousands of times. 7 days flew by. Bai Xiaochun didn't rest at all, and soon, his hair was in complete disarray. He was completely immersed in his concocting. Occasionally the black dog would come with battle beasts, whereupon Bai Xiaochun would impatiently give it a jade slip so that it could temporarily open the spell formation. The dog was very intelligent, and would use the jade slip to take the battle beast back to the honor guard station and carefully carry out the mission assigned to it by Bai Xiaochun. Apparently it was worried that if it didn't carry things out properly, it would have no more chances to return in the future. Of course, without Bai Xiaochun there to supervise it, the dog didn't exercise much control over how many times it contributed. Over time, the North Bank disciples gradually went mad. Each battle beast that went missing would return with a strange expression on its face, somehow prideful, as if it were the king of the world. It would act manic, murderous, intoxicated, and seem to constantly be thinking about the past. Furthermore, no matter how the masters of such beasts tried to pry information out of them, it did no good. More and more battle beasts exhibited such behavior. Some of the beasts had been strictly disciplined by their masters in the past, and would never have dreamed of acting out. But after disappearing and experiencing the illusory life of being the ruler of the world, they became uncontrollable. The North Bank was in chaos. What's happening? There's something fishy going on. We have to figure out what. Eventually, even the battle beasts belonging to the elders began to act similarly. Before long, all of the disciples on the North Bank were investigating the situation. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun was completely immersed in his madness. It was with complete and utter fearlessness that he hurried over to the edge of the chasm and asked for a drop of blood from the heaven-horn ink dragon. On any other occasion, Bai Xiaochun would never have done anything so dangerous, but considering the bedeviled state he was in, he completely suppressed any urge to consider the potential consequences. After a long moment of silence from within the chasm, Bai Xiaochun impatiently said that he didn't have time to waste. A moment later, a golden drop of blood flew out, which Bai Xiaochun quickly put into a bottle. Then, he hurried back into his cave to continue his concocting work. 5 days later, he had been at work for half a month, with no rest. It was at that point that the super aphrodisiac pill finally appeared in the world. That evening, rumbling sounds echoed out as Bai Xiaochun stared at the head-sized medicinal pill, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Not only was the pill physically large, it was extremely heavy. As soon as it appeared in the pill furnace, a strong medicinal aroma spread out in all directions. As the aroma wafted out from the cave, the black dog, which had been carrying along a battle beast, suddenly got a whiff. A tremor ran through it, and its eyes turned bright red. Howling, it ran out of the beast conservatory to parts unknown. At the same time, countless excited howls could be heard throughout the jungle of the beast conservatory. Seeing how effective the pill was already, Bai Xiaochun began to laugh even more loudly. He was trembling with excitement, but was still worried that the pill wasn't good enough. Hurrying off to a location where he could be certain of his privacy, he produced his wok and began to perform a spirit enhancement. After the threefold spirit enhancement was completed, his super aphrodisiac pill had reached a level that was virtually unheard of in the cultivation world. A superior grade pill. This pill will definitely work. If it doesn't, then Bai Xiaochun will give up on pill concocting. Spirits soaring, and bursting with self-confidence, he carried the medicinal pill over to the waterfall entrance of the ancient beast chasm. Without any hesitation, he threw the pill down. The pill disappeared soundlessly into the darkness. Bai Xiaochun stood there on the edge of the chasm, waiting. Time passed. After a full hour had gone by, he was starting to get nervous, despite his confidence. No way. I increased the medicinal efficacy by over 1,000-fold. Another hour passed, and Bai Xiaochun was starting to sweat anxiously. Suddenly, the mist in the chasm began to swirl, and a roar echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. As it blasted out from within the mist, accompanied by a gale-force wind, Bai Xiaochun backed up a few paces. Then, an enormous column of swirling black mist rocketed up into the air, twisting and turning. At the same time, an exultant voice echoed out in all directions. At long last. I can sense my life essence surging. Then, the column of mist began to collapse, and a huge clawed hand reached out from within the chasm. When it grabbed onto the mountain cliff off to the side, the ground quaked. The hand was pitch black and covered with scales the size of people. The claws were razor sharp, and glowed faintly, radiating an energy that left one trembling. An enormous, mountain-like head then emerged from within the chasm, pitch black, with a shocking horn stretching out from its forehead. The mere appearance of that horn seemed to make everything in the area blurry. One might expect a dragon's eyes to be 9 meters wide, but this dragon's eyes were even larger. It radiated a profoundly ancient aura, and its head was crisscrossed with scars of all types. One could only imagine the fierce battles the dragon had fought in the past. Although it was ancient, it still radiated incredible energy and power. When it threw its head back and roared, all of the beasts in the jungle prostrated themselves and remained on the ground, completely unmoving. Bai Xiaochun forced himself to swallow. This dragon was unimaginably large, and what was most frightening was that less than half of its body had emerged from the chasm. Bai Xiaochun's knees began to go weak, and his mind was spinning. It was about then that the huge dragon glanced down at Bai Xiaochun, and then lowered its head down to his level. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt incredible pressure weighing down on him. The head in front of him filled his field of vision, obscuring everything else. More anxious than ever, he blurted, "Senior Heavenhorn, it's me, Bai Xiaochun. Remember me? I concocted that medicinal pill. It took me half a month. I very nearly worked myself to death in the process." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon looked at him for a moment, and then smiled. Of course, from Bai Xiaochun's perspective, that smile was hair-raisingly terrifying. Before he could say anything further, the gigantic dragon shrank down right there in front of him. Within the blink of an eye, it was a 9-meter-long black lizard. It actually looked very similar to the lizard from Archway Peak. The lizard landed in front of Bai Xiaochun, and as soon as its claws touched the ground, everything in the area distorted. When things grew clear again, Bai Xiaochun was shocked to find that they were back in the rear courtyard of the honor guard station. "Somehow you got your hands on a beast birth seed," the dragon said. "I could sense it the moment you brought it here. It pulls you into a hallucination, extracts your life force, then uses it to condense ancestral awakening blood. With this seed, my bloodline can finally be passed on." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon sighed. Completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun, it approached the beast birth flower, which began to tremble, and then slowly opened. The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon didn't resist as the flower swallowed it up. In fact, it even seemed to have an expression of anticipation on its face. Bai Xiaochun waited nervously off to the side, watching the beast birth flower, wondering what sort of illusion the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon was experiencing. Unlike the other beasts, which were relatively quiet, this time, roars echoed out. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to cry. He suddenly had the feeling that maybe he'd pushed things too far, that maybe his beast birth flower couldn't handle the terrifying Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Praying nervously, he waited for 4 hours. Finally, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon flew out, expression somber. After a moment, it flew right back into the flower. Time passed. For the following 9 days, Bai Xiaochun watched in shock as the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon surpassed the Black Dog's accomplishments. It contributed more than 50 times before flying away. "Illusions are nice, but they're merely the past. I like you, kiddo. If you ever need help with anything in the future, I'll do my best to accommodate, as long as it's not too outrageous." The voice of the sex-holy beast guardian rang like a huge bell as it expressed its appreciation toward Bai Xiaochun. Just as it was turning to leave, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. From his perspective, he had just provided a great service to the sect, and had done a very good deed. Face filled with anticipation, he said, "Senior Heavenhorn, do you think you could get the spirit beast guardians from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank to come contribute a bit? Maybe even the beasts belonging to the Peak Lords? Those runs? No problem." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon grinned and then took a deep breath. Bai Xiaochun sensed heaven and earth distorting for a moment, and then, the 7-colored phoenix, the 3-eyed raven, the mountain ghost and the Archway Peak lizard all appeared in front of the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Also present were the battle beasts belonging to the Peak Lords. The instant they appeared, they began to tremble, their eyes shining with fear. Even the 3-eyed raven and the 7-colored phoenix were shivering, and the mountain ghost knelt down on the ground. The Archway Peak lizard seemed even more frightened as it prostrated itself. The Peak Lord's beasts were the most terrified of all. Bai Xiaochun looked on ecstatically as all of these insufferably arrogant beasts obediently complied with the instructions given by the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. One by one, they entered the beast birth flower to offer contributions. The following morning, they left, looking somewhat dazed. The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon also departed, giving Bai Xiaochun a final look of praise. Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. By this point, the beast birth flower was beginning to close in on itself. It was no longer emitting any aura or fragrance, and was clearly about to give birth to the battle beast inside, to Bai Xiaochun's delight and pride. Recently, he had heard about how the disciples of the North Bank were investigating the situation regarding the battle beasts, and couldn't help but chuckle proudly. Bai Xiaochun is about to have the ultimate battle beast. Humph! You North Bank disciples should be shaking in fear. I already thought of a name for him. Bruiser. In Chinese, the name Bai Xiaochun picks is supposed to sound tough, but comes across as funny and somewhat low-class. It's the kind of name that will provoke a chuckle from Chinese readers, and I think this English version captures roughly the same feeling as the original. Not only did you refuse to lend me your battle beasts, you even slandered my name. Just wait until you realize what happened. Once you figure out your beasts contributed their own life force essence at my behest, then I'll slip back to the South Bank and you won't be able to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. Sticking his chin up, he waved his sleeve and assumed the pose of a lonely hero, doing nothing to cover up the look of pride on his face. However, in that very moment of beauty, he suddenly felt as if someone were watching him. Shocked, he turned around and saw that there next to the honor guard station, a newcomer had arrived at some point. It was none other than the miraculously stealthy, long-eared rabbit. After gaping in shock for a moment, he shrieked, why you? You damn talking rabbit. What are you doing here?" The rabbit gaped in shock and then shrieked, why you? You damn talking rabbit. What are you doing here?" With that, it turned tail and vanished in a blur, moving faster than the black dog ever could. Chapter 135, The North Bank Erupts. "Ugh! Don't spread that," he shouted. Well aware of the rabbit's proclivities, he burst into motion, wings popping out behind him as he gave chase at top speed. However, the rabbit was far too fast. Soon, only its voice could be heard, echoing out in the distance. "Ugh! Don't spread that." After chasing the rabbit in vain for some time, Bai Xiaochun found to his despair that, despite being in the 10th level of chi condensation, he wasn't even close to being as fast as the rabbit. Its godlike speed was completely beyond belief. "I'm finished. Kaput," he muttered, staring blankly at the disappearing rabbit. He stood there trembling, mind spinning. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that the talking rabbit would somehow show up on the North Bank. It was like a nightmare come true. "What did I just say?" he muttered, tugging at his hair. How much did the rabbit hear? He felt like crying. The incredibly stealthy talking rabbit had pushed him to the brink of madness. If things like this kept happening, he was certain that it would start affecting him mentally. Maybe he should just stop talking from now on. He already regretted creating the strange pill which had led to the creation of this incredibly annoying talking rabbit. That damned rabbit probably didn't hear anything. Definitely nothing. If it did, it would have started repeating it immediately. Still jittery, he sniffled a bit as he tried to comfort himself, and yet, it did little good. The talking rabbit was like a pill furnace that could explode at any moment, shaking heaven and earth. He returned nervously to the honor guard station, where he straightened things up in case he needed to make a sudden break for the South Bank. Then, he looked nervously at his beast birth flower. 3 days. My ultimate battle beast will appear in 3 days. Eyes bloodshot, he could do little more than wait nervously. The black dog dragged over another battle beast, but Bai Xiaochun staunchly turned it away and explained that in the future, there would be no need for any further contributions or any other battle beasts. The black dog didn't look very happy, and immediately bared its teeth in ferocious fashion. Bai Xiaochun's heart began to thump, and he coughed dryly. "Well, it's not that set in stone," he said. "Look, there's a super stealthy rabbit that's been lurking around the North Bank. It loves to chatter constantly. Why don't you go catch that for me?" The dog looked back suspiciously at Bai Xiaochun, who continued to gesticulate wildly and offer further explanations. Finally, the dog understood, and it turned and vanished in a black blur. Bai Xiaochun watched it go, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Good luck, buddy. If you can get that rabbit for me, I'll do everything I can to find another beast birth seed for you." The mere thought of the terrifying talking rabbit caused Bai Xiaochun to sigh. Heading back into the rear courtyard, he continued to wait anxiously. Another day passed. During that time, Bai Xiaochun kept his ears focused on any possible sounds coming from outside. All of the North Bank disciples were in a stir as they searched for the reason why their battle beasts had suddenly changed. Of course, people already suspected Bai Xiaochun, and even came to look around the honor guard station. However, he had done a good job of making sure that no one saw the beast birth flower. Furthermore, he had carried out all his activities at night, and had been very careful not to leave behind any clues. Therefore, although people suspected him, there was no incriminating evidence, so eventually, the disciples left him alone. Bai Xiaochun only got more nervous, though. Another day passed, and the investigation grew more serious. That was especially true among the disciples whose battle beasts had become a lot harder to control. They were constantly breaking out into fits of rage. What exactly is going on here? Maybe it's some sort of plague? But it doesn't seem like a plague. That can't be the reason. Something fishy is going on. Something very very fishy. The North Bank was in a frenzy, and was bubbling on the point of an eruption. Massive amounts of outer sect disciples were involved in the investigation, as were inner sect disciples. Even the peak lords got involved. Soon, it was only half a day before the beast birth flower was due to bloom. That was when a clue was finally unturned. Bai Enlai's old Nightstalker beast. It took away a battle beast recently, and when the beast returned, it had a very strange expression on its face. "Find that dog." Enraged, the North Bank disciples spread out everywhere on the North Bank. Soon, they found the black dog, and at the same time, They found a rabbit. The rabbit was flying along helter-skelter as it was chased by the black dog. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, it wasn't long before the faces of the disciples flickered in shock as they realized that the rabbit was talking. Junior Sister Mei Xiang, considering my status as the Peak Lord of Ghost Fang Peak, I hereby swear that I will never allow Leaking Ho to win your hand. Ooh, you're so naughty, elder son. Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Bai Xiaochun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. Bai Xiaochun is about to have the ultimate battle beast. Humph. You North Bank disciples should be shaking in fear. Not only did you refuse to lend me your battle beasts, you even slandered my name. Just wait until you realize what happened. Once you figure out your beasts contributed their own life force essence at my behest, then I'll slip back to the South Bank and you won't be able to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. As the rabbit sped along spewing its vivid and realistic lines of dialogue, the North Bank disciples stared mutely. However, when it reached the end of the passages, they realized that this strange and marvelous rabbit had been created by Bai Xiaochun, and that it loved to talk. The North Bank disciples were trembling, their eyes wide, their breath coming in ragged pants. They watched as the black dog chased after the rabbit, and the two disappeared off into the distance. Contributed life force essence? When we realize what happened with our beasts, Bai Xiaochun plans to slip back to the South Bank. Bai Xiaochun. Countless North Bank disciples howled in rage, especially the ones whose battle beasts had been affected. All of them began to fly at top speed in the direction of the Beast Conservatory, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. As the rabbit ran along, it continued to talk, until eventually, all of the North Bank disciples heard it. Eyes wide, they bellowed in rage, causing all of the North Bank to quake. Bai Xiaochun. So, you are the one who did this? You want to slip back to the South Bank? Take Bai Xiaochun down. The North Bank disciples were maddened. The outer sect, the inner sect, and even many of the elders appeared and began to rush in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. As the stealthy rabbit fled from the black dog, it suddenly stopped in place, as it realized that an old monkey had appeared in front of it out of nowhere. The monkey's expression was serious as it stared at the rabbit for a moment, and then spoke in a profoundly ancient and threatening voice. Who exactly are you, rabbit? The rabbit looked back with an expression as ancient and threatening as the monkey's. Who exactly are you, rabbit? It said. The monkey eyes flickered sharply, and it suddenly launched itself toward the rabbit. The same look appeared in the rabbit's eyes as it turned and fled. A moment later, the monkey and the rabbit were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, back in the Beast Conservatory, Bai Xiaochun was waiting anxiously. In only 4 more hours, the ultimate battle beast would appear. It was at that point that an intense rumbling sound rose up outside, and soon, figures appeared, rushing in his direction. Bai Xiaochun. Enraged North Bank disciples closed in, not even pausing before they slammed into the spell formation shield surrounding the honor guard station. Incredible rumbling sounds echoed out, and the spell formation trembled. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. What are you people doing? I'm a prestige disciple. I'm the junior brother of the sect leader. I've spilled. It doesn't matter who you are, shouted the mob. Soon, cracking sounds were emanating from the spell formation under the combined bombardment of the crowd. It was already on the verge of breaking. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling with fear as he realized how truly ferocious the North Bank disciples were. The South Bank disciples usually resorted to throwing rocks, but the North Bank disciples were actually unleashing full attacks. All of a sudden, he realized that if the spell formation broke, he would quickly be reduced to a bloody paste. Help! They're trying to kill me! He screamed, backing up. He felt utterly wronged by these bullying North Bank disciples. First they provoked him, then they slandered him, and when he simply borrowed their beasts for some contributions, they tried to kill him. In the instant that he began to back up, the spell formation shattered, and countless North Bank disciples prepared to charge in. It was at that point that a cold snort echoed out from the sky above, and the 4 peak lords of the North Bank descended to intervene. The old woman from Aristotle Peak looked out at the North Bank disciples. Unwilling to accept that Bai Xiaochun was being protected, some of the disciples spoke out. Peak Lord, we're— Shut up, said the old lady, her voice booming like thunder. How dare you attack the Beast Conservatory? What shocking behavior! The surrounding disciples fidgeted in place apprehensively. Breathing a sigh of relief, Bai Xiaochun solemnly added, That's right. How dare you attack the Beast Conservatory? What shocking behavior! You shut up too. The old woman said, turning to glare at Bai Xiaochun. Just when she was about to continue speaking, her eyes went wide as she noticed the beast birth flower in the rear courtyard. Even as she gasped, the other peak lords began to tremble. A beast birth flower. Chapter 136, They all came over. The 4 peak lords shot toward the beast birth flower, panting, trembling inwardly. It was as if they had just caught sight of the most precious treasure in the world. The old woman from Aristotle Peak suddenly looked as if her face had even more wrinkles than before. The other 3 peak lords were equally excited as they reached out to actually touch the beast birth flower. To them, it was something holy, something that completely filled their field of vision, obscuring everything else in existence. The surrounding disciples were struck mute. Most of them didn't even know what a beast birth seed was, and were struck with fear by the actions of the 4 peak lords. However, a few of the inner sect disciples knew what they were looking at. That was especially the case considering the words the peak lords had just uttered. Those disciples were completely shaken, their hearts battered by enormous waves of astonishment. Beast birth flower? Heavens! Is that really the flower of a beast birth seed? That's a legendary holy object, rarely seen in the world. I've only read about it in the ancient records. Supposedly, they went extinct in ancient times. I can't believe there's one sitting right here. The voices grew louder and louder. The tens of thousands of people present soon realized that the seemingly ordinary, although rather large plant, was actually an indescribably valuable object. Everyone was clamoring about the beast birth flower, and soon forgot that they had come to cause trouble for Bai Xiaochun. It only took a few moments for the area to get extremely noisy, until finally, the old man from Ghost Fang Peak turned and gave a harsh look to the crowd. Almost instantly, the voices died down. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side, his chin stuck up into the air, looking very much like a lonely hero. Humphrey, now do you people understand why I, Bai Xiaochun, needed contributions from so many battle beasts? It was all for my beast birth flower. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with excitement and pride, but he kept the lonely expression on his face. At the same time, the 4 peak lords stood there, their expressions going back and forth between enchantment and frustration. In the end though, they were gritting their teeth, and then gnashing them. That was especially true of the old woman from Aristotle Peak, whose eyes were completely bloodshot. Bai Xiaochun, she cried, sounding both furious and filled with grief. Don't you know how valuable this beast birth flower is? Don't you know that these things are extinct? Don't you know what this beast birth flower represents? The old woman was raving as if mad, her heart figuratively dripping with blood, convinced that if she were the one to have come to possess the beast birth seed, things would have been completely different. Of course I do, Bai Xiaochun answered, surprised. He wouldn't have riled up the entire North Bank if he hadn't been aware of how valuable it was. In the moment of the old woman's sorrow, the other 3 peak lords looked over at Bai Xiaochun, their gazes as sharp as blades. They knew how indescribably valuable a beast birth seed was. It was like a precious treasure, and from the way they were looking at Bai Xiaochun right now, they were completely and utterly disappointed. I can't believe you planted such a precious seed right here. The old woman raged. And now the process is almost complete. It's going to give birth to a beast soon. Why you? Bai Xiaochun, it's obvious that your actions led to all the battle beasts in the sect going crazy. But what use was that? All of those beasts had low-order bloodlines. Don't you realize that we could have used that beast birth seed with Elder Sun's Jasper monster to give birth to another beast with a third-order bloodline? But now, it's too late. Too late. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times and then cleared his throat. Elder Sun's Jasper monster also contributed. You. Wait, what? The old woman was about to continue her tirade, but instead, her jaw dropped. The other 3 peak lords had similar reactions as they looked out into the crowd to find Elder Sun looking back at them with a shocked expression on his face. He had come, not because he had noticed any abnormality in his battle beast, but because of the problem with the disciples' beasts. It was only in this moment that he suddenly heard that his own Jasper monster had come to contribute. After a moment of hesitation, the old woman's fury returned. Even Elder Sun's Jasper monster would have been a waste of the beast birth seed. Take Elder Chan's blue sky boa. It only has a third-order bloodline, but it might be able to transform into a dragon one day. Furthermore, that clear sky boa is the only one that can. Before she could finish, Bai Xiaochun gingerly interrupted. The blue sky boa also came to contribute. The old woman's eyes went wide. Out in the crowd, Elder Chen gasped and looked down at this bag of beast raising. In that moment, a blue snake stuck its head out and looked in the direction of the beast birth flower, seemingly drunk with passion. Elder Chen's blue sky boa is still strong and young, said the peak lord from Ghost Fang Peak, his voice quavering with rage. We can breed it even without a beast birth seed. Bai Xiaochun, my own Yaksha beast is perfectly suited for a beast birth seed. If only you, Peak Lord Wu, your Yaksha beast, also came to contribute. Peak Lord Wu wasn't the only one to gasp. All of the surrounding disciples were completely shocked by what they were hearing. The other peak lords were about to say more, when Bai Xiaochun edged back a few steps and then carefully said, "All of your beasts came to contribute." The 4 peak lords felt as if they were being struck by lightning. How could they have been completely unaware that their own battle beasts secretly came here? Simultaneously, the surrounding disciples were left gasping to the point where they couldn't remain silent any longer. Heavens, how many beasts came to contribute? This Bai Xiaochun, he didn't even let the peak lord's beasts off the hook. How deranged! As the shouting of the crowd grew louder, Bai Xiaochun started to get nervous, and backed up a bit more, keeping his eyes on the 4 peak lords the entire time. After a moment passed, the old woman from Aristotle Peak intensified her glare. "Well, it seems I underestimated you, Bai Xiaochun. You even managed to sneak all of the peak lords' battle beasts over here. Well then, why did you stop there? Why didn't you bring over the 7-colored phoenix from Aristotle Peak? Our battle beasts have 3rd-order bloodlines, but the 7-colored phoenix's is 4th order. A 4th-order bloodline would definitely not be a waste of." Before she could finish speaking, she noticed the cautious expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, and her heart flip-flopped. You didn't." "The 7-colored phoenix also came to contribute," Bai Xiaochun said, sounding a bit wrong. "What about the 3-eyed raven from Archway Peak?" "Also contributed," Bai Xiaochun said, steeling himself. "Plus the lizard from Sunset Peak, and the mountain ghost from Ghost Fang Peak. They all came to contribute." The peak lords' eyes went wide, and they gasped in disbelief. Moments later, they produced jade slips, and used some unknown method to communicate with the spirit beast guardians. A moment later, the information was confirmed, although the spirit beast guardians didn't dare to mention the heaven-horn ink dragon. Afterward, the peak lords stared at Bai Xiaochun with wide eyes, looking completely incredulous. The surrounding North Bank disciples were also left gasping in shock. Bai and Lai shivered, more convinced than ever of how strong Bai Xiaochun was. Shu Song's mind was spinning. He was well aware of how terrifying the 4 spirit beast guardians were, and couldn't imagine how Bai Xiaochun could possibly have convinced them to offer contributions. The old woman from Aristotle Peak felt like she was going crazy. She had started out with the intention of teaching Bai Xiaochun a lesson, but the more she spoke, the more she realized she had nothing to say. Bai Xiaochun knew how valuable a beast birth seed was, and had even managed to get the most powerful beasts on the North Bank to contribute. Even if she had tried to do such a thing, she might not have been able to pull it off. However, considering that there were so many disciples watching, all of them completely speechless because of Bai Xiaochun's explanations, the old woman's anger grew. Flicking her sleeve, she said, "Still a waste. Bai Xiaochun, don't you know that if you had given that beast birth seed to one of the prime elders, even the patriarchs would have been shocked? They could have issued a dharmic decree to arrange for the sex-holy beast guardian, the heaven-horn ink dragon, to use that seed to give birth to a new generation. Now that would most certainly have not been a waste." That. At first, she started getting more and more worked up into a rage, but eventually realized that Bai Xiaochun appeared to be trying to cut in, and stopped talking. The old woman's heart began to pound. She wasn't the only one. The expression on Bai Xiaochun's face caused the other 3 peak lords to suck in deep breaths. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and then quietly said, "Well, I don't think we need to bother the patriarchs to get a dharmic decree. Senior Heavenhorn Ink Dragon came over 3 days ago. He was more than happy to help, and even contributed more than 50 times." The entire area was as silent as death. The 4 peak lords were dumbstruck, as were the elders and the disciples. Everyone was staring at Bai Xiaochun, their hearts pounding with astonishment that could shake the heavens and topple the earth. It was at that point that the beast birth flower suddenly began to wither, and one after another, petals began to fall off. A powerful life force essence appeared within the flower, which grew stronger and stronger by the moment. It didn't take long before the peak lords, the elders, and the ordinary disciples were all paying rapt attention to the flower. The spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountain peaks were all trembling, as if they could sense their own progeny, and countless ordinary battle beasts were all trembling with a similar sensation. Deep within the ancient beast chasm, the heaven-horn ink dragon opened its eyes and looked out into the beast conservatory with an expression of keen anticipation. Bai Xiaochun stood off to the side nervously, wondering how things would turn out. The peak lords were close by him, breathing in ragged pants. Slowly, the beast birth flower continued to wither, and the life force aura grew stronger, as if something were about to burst out from inside. At this point, a vortex appeared up above, slowly spinning round and round, almost as if there were eyes above in the heavens, looking down at the scene playing out below. Chapter 137, My Battle Beast. By this point, virtually everyone on the North Bank was paying close attention to the events playing out in the Beast Conservatory. Numerous eyes from Mount Oseed were also watching. Huh? Even as expressions of surprise rang out, suddenly, the vortex up above turned crimson, causing the entire sky to turn red. A blood-curdling shriek then emanated from within the withered beast-birth flower. Simultaneously, the powerful aura suddenly began to decline. If that process was completed, it would indicate that whatever was inside the flower had died. It would expire prematurely, never even having a chance to be born. Bai Xiaochun began to tremble, and the four peak lords were all astonished. It has a heterogeneous bloodline. Its mind is having trouble keeping its body in one piece. Damn it. I knew this was going to happen. That beast will never see the light of day. Even as the four peak lords expressed their shock, Bai Xiaochun trembled and stared at the beast-birth flower. He could sense that the life inside wished to emerge, but that it wasn't able to. It was now hovering on the brink of dying, and even exuded a powerful aura of death. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the air above the beast-birth flower. It was impossible to see him clearly, but he seemed to be an old man in a white robe. He hovered there calmly, completely devoid of any aura whatsoever. His cultivation base was completely unreadable. Everyone was shaken mentally. The numerous disciples present had never seen this old man before, but the peak lords had, and they were left completely astonished. Their eyes went wide, and they dropped to their knees to kowtow. Third-generation patriarch. When the disciples heard that, their minds spun, and they also dropped down and kowtowed. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat in a daze, and didn't even notice the newcomer. His attention was completely focused on the life inside the withered beast-birth flower, his heart trembling, tears welling up in his eyes. The white-robed old man looked over at the flower, and then his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture as he sent life force pouring inside. However, a moment later, the aura of death became even stronger than before. Muttering something inaudible, the white-robed old man turned to look in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. There, the heaven-horn ink dragon opened its mouth, and a golden drop of blood flew out, causing the dragon to age visibly. At the same time, Heavenhorn looked at the beast-birth flower with anxious anticipation. The golden drop of blood streaked through the air like a golden beam of light, all the way to the beast-birth flower. The white-robed old man sighed. Eyes shining brightly, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the clouds in the sky to churn and form together into a magical symbol, which merged with the golden drop of blood as it entered the beast-birth flower. With a heterogeneous bloodline, its chances of survival are minimal, the old man said. This will sustain it for 9 days at the most. Whether or not it lives and manages to fight its way out of the beast-birth flower is up to the willpower of the beast itself. What a pity. After all, it would appear that it's a spirit creature with a fifth-order bloodline. Even this old man couldn't completely defy the heavens and alter fate. The beast's fate rested completely on its own fortune. He glanced over at Bai Xiaochun, a look of pity in his eyes, then swished his sleeve and faded away into motes of glittering light. After he left, the four peak lords slowly rose to their feet. After staring reverently at the spot where the old man had disappeared, they turned to look at Bai Xiaochun, who was still standing there blankly next to the beast-birth flower. All of them seemed somewhat disturbed. Anyone who had worked as hard as Bai Xiaochun had, only to find that the battle beast might not be born, would be upset. That was especially true considering how rare beast-birth seeds were in the cultivation world. The four peak lords sighed. Their anger toward Bai Xiaochun had vanished, and they slowly began to make their way off into the distance. Neither could the North Bank disciples cause problems for Bai Xiaochun considering the sudden turn of events. Although many of them were still angry, they simply turned and quietly left. Soon, evening had fallen, and Bai Xiaochun was the only person left in the beast conservatory. He stood there staring blankly at the withered beast-birth flower, and the tiny figure struggling inside. The creature seemed to be fighting an epic battle for its life. Tears began to roll down Bai Xiaochun's cheeks as he slowly took a step forward and sat down next to the beast-birth flower, then reached out to place his hand on its surface. The grief he was feeling was plainly visible on his face, he just couldn't quite make himself accept that this was happening. At the moment, he felt no desire to see the ultimate battle beast. He just wanted the little life form inside of the flower to live, even if it wasn't powerful at all. He had given life to this creature, and the idea of watching it die was as painful as having a sword stab into his heart. Even worse was that there was nothing he could do. He was in the 10th level of chi condensation, and yet was powerless. That feeling left him feeling suffocated and helpless. Night fell. The helplessness of watching the life of the creature fading away left Bai Xiaochun trembling in fear. He couldn't help but think back to life in the village, when his parents were sick and ailing. They had clasped him by the hand and told him to keep on living. Those 3 words would exist eternally within Bai Xiaochun's mind. Keep on living, he said softly, tears glistening on his cheeks. You have to keep on living. Don't die, bruiser. He gently rubbed the spot on the flower where the little creature's body bulged out slightly. When he called it by name, the tiny thing seemed to recognize his aura, and moved slightly. "Hang in there. You haven't even seen the world yet. I've never even had a chance to see you. I want to take you to see everything in the cultivation world. Keep hanging in here." Bai Xiaochun's softly spoken words were filled with determination. He kept talking throughout the night, continuing to rub the bulge that was the little creature. He was doing the only thing he could, staying by the creature's side, encouraging it, praying. Dawn broke. Then it was noon, and evening. Eventually, the moon was shining up above. The first day passed, and the struggling of the little creature in the beast birth flower was getting weaker. However, it hadn't given up. Its heterogeneous bloodline made it difficult to keep its body from falling to pieces, but it was trying hard. Bai Xiaochun forgot about everything else. The only thing he cared about was the little creature in the beast birth flower. He whispered to it, caressed it softly, and poured his heart and soul into encouraging it. He never stopped talking, and even began to send his own spiritual power into the flower. He wasn't sure if it would do any good, but he tried anyway. Gradually, the second day came and went. Then the third day, and the fourth. Bai Xiaochun never rested. His eyes were soon completely bloodshot, and his spiritual power had long since begun to run dry. Every time the least bit of spiritual power built up within him, he would send it into the beast birth flower. That spiritual power was filled with his blessings, his sorrows, and with comfort. He never stopped talking, never stopped offering encouragement. Whenever the little creature started struggling, and began to wail in pain, Bai Xiaochun's soothing voice would cause it to calm down. However, despite all that, Bai Xiaochun was devastated to find that the tiny creature's aura was growing weaker and weaker, while the aura of death grew stronger and stronger. "Bruiser," he murmured, "you know, back when I was young, when my dad and mom were still around, I wasn't very scared of dying. In fact, I didn't even really know what death was. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see Uncle Lee. He treats me really well, just like a father." He began to tell stories about himself, about his past, about life in the village, and things about the sect. Late into the night of the fourth day, the spirit beast guardians of the four mountains, and even Heavenhorn deep in the chasm, all sighed and looked away from Bai Xiaochun and the beast birth flower. However, in the darkness of that night, there was a big black dog that appeared outside the honor guard station. It walked into the rear courtyard and sat down next to Bai Xiaochun. Expression one of grief, it looked at the little life inside the beast conservatory, then reached out and licked the flower. Another day passed. On evening of the fifth day, Bai Xiaochun was exhausted. To him, the past 5 days had left him feeling as tired as if he had ceaselessly concocted medicine for 5 months. And yet, he had no intention of giving up. He continued to offer comfort and encouragement. He never stopped talking. Unfortunately, the little creature only continued to weaken. Deep in the night of the fifth day, it suddenly struggled fiercely for a few moments, then started twitching. After a moment, it stopped moving, and the aura of death spread out to completely cover Bai Xiaochun and the black dog. Bai Xiaochun placed his hand onto the spot where the tiny creature bulged out of the flower. Tears streaming down his face, he shouted, "Live! You have to live." "When the Luokan clan was trying to chase me down, 10 people tried to kill me, but I kept on living. They tried to kill me, so I killed them. I even broke my own arm for a chance to stay alive. You have to do the same thing. Live. Keep on living." Even as he shouted, he poured spiritual power into the flower. A moment later, the motionless little creature trembled, and began to struggle again. As the moments passed, the struggling grew more intense, as if its desire to live were growing even stronger because of Bai Xiaochun's encouragement. Bai Xiaochun wiped the tears off of his face and shouted, "If you want to live, you have to fight for it. Take control of your body. Break out of that flower." The little creature began to struggle even harder, letting out little whimpering sounds as it did. Every time it struggled, it felt pain, and was left trembling. And yet, it didn't give up. It was as if an intense willpower was supporting it, a willpower that continued to grow stronger, something that exceeded its desire merely to live. That power was the most important thing in its life. "You're the ultimate battle beast. We're gonna be partners for life. I made you, I raised you, and I'm not gonna let you die." By this point, Bai Xiaochun's voice was hoarse from the yelling, and he almost seemed to have gone mad. For the past 5 days, he had been offering encouragement to this little creature, and finally, it stopped whimpering. Instead, it let out a little roar. Although the sound of it was weak, it was still a roar. Simultaneously, its fading life force suddenly burned as hot as fire. It exploded majestically, and up above, clouds began to churn and seethe. It was as if the little creature's willpower was allowing it to finally fight for its life again. The fluctuations emanating out attracted the attention of others on the north bank. Numerous disciples were shocked, and the four astonished peak lords began to rush in the direction of the beast conservatory. It was the same with the ordinary disciples. Faces flickering, they raced over toward the beast conservatory as the life force in the beast birth flower began to surge with power. As for the cloud cover up above, it was growing thicker by the moment. The spirit beast guardians, Heavenhorn, and even many eyes from Mount Oseed were watching. Even the shadowy, white-robed old man looked on, although no one could see him. The 5th day passed, and the 6th day arrived. By this point, the roars of the creature in the beast birth flower had reached a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering level. The energy surging out from the flower caused the exhausted Bai Xiaochun to stagger backward until he was leaning up against the wall of the courtyard. Even the big black dog was pushed back. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the side of the beast birth flower was ripped open by razor-sharp claws that seemed capable of shredding even the air itself. Flames flickered around the claws, and anyone who was able to see them was completely shocked. Then, the claws ripped the flower open even more, and finally, a little beast appeared. He looked like a horse, a dog, a lizard, a crocodile, and a dragon. His head had a long horn, and his back had a crest of white hair running down it. His body was covered with black scales, and he had sharp teeth. Currently, his eyes were tightly closed. That's. The white-robed old man up in midair looked on with a strange gleam in his eyes, his heart trembling. He had never imagined that the scrappy little creature would actually manage to stay alive. From the look of it, the creature had unlimited potential, and even the chance to increase its bloodline order. Deep in the ancient beast chasm, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and the four spirit beast guardians trembled. All of the battle beasts on the north bank were shaking. Everyone looking on was left gasping. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance that this little beast was far beyond ordinary. The four peak lords all gasped, and their eyes shone with strange light. It can unleash a magical technique from birth, and its claws emanate flames. That means it has a 6th-order bloodline. Heavens! A spirit creature with a 6th-order bloodline has actually appeared in the Spirit Stream sect. It's a future holy beast guardian of the North Bank. Ha ha ha! The North Bank has finally produced a spirit creature that surpasses the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. A 6th-order bloodline. People involuntarily rushed forward to get a closer look, blocking Bai Xiaochun's view, as he was still leaning up against the wall. He didn't care. He was just happy that Bruiser had made it through his ordeal. He chuckled. As long as you're alive. The little beast's eyes suddenly opened, and he glared around. They were charming eyes, filled with intelligence, as well as flickering black flames. Clearly, the creature was looking for something. The first action he took after opening his eyes very significant, and although none of the disciples understood, the white-robed old man was mentally shaken. It's looking for. Because of the crowd, the little beast was apparently unable to find what he was looking for, and started to get anxious. Seemingly angry, he began to let out little roars. It was at that moment Bai Xiaochun pushed himself off the wall. Exhausted, but excited and happy, he threaded through the crowd toward the little beast. Bruiser! He called softly. Instantly, the little beast shivered, and then turned his glittering eyes toward the place where Bai Xiaochun was pushing through the crowd. The little beast's gaze softened, and a gleam of joy could be seen therein, as if he were looking at his closest relative. He had found what he was looking for. Apparently, the willpower which had sustained his final struggle to break out of the beast birth flower, had been born from the desire to open his eyes and gaze upon the person who had warmly comforted him, who had soothed him during his difficult struggle. That was enough. Such emotions, such willpower, exceeded the desire to simply live. As of this moment, it was clear that to Bruiser, the only thing that mattered in this strange new world was Bai Xiaochun. No matter how many people were in between them, all Bai Xiaochun had to do was speak, and all those other people would disappear. To Bruiser, Bai Xiaochun was everything. Chapter 138, Bruiser's Hobby. Up in mid-air, the white-robed old man sighed. He knew that this creature would never accept any other master, not for its entire life. Even if someone tried to force it to do so, its dependence on Bai Xiaochun was part of its blood, and would always be a powerful hindrance. In this world, it would only have one master, for all eternity. Bai Xiaochun. Even if Bai Xiaochun perished one day, the beast would never, ever forget him. There was no bonding magic at work. The two of them had a deep relationship that surpassed any such bond. The white-robed old man shook his head and looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, musing to himself that he deserved to have such a relationship. He had created this battle beast, and during the most dangerous period of its life, had stayed by its side, constantly encouraging it. Perhaps the only thing that could truly move a 6th-order bloodline battle beast to accept someone is the kind of pure-hearted sincerity this kid has. He didn't have any schemes, just a strong desire that the beast keep on living. I hope that this kid can remain pure-hearted like this for the rest of his life. Hopefully no unexpected event changes that heart of his, years down the line. The man turned to leave, looking somewhat melancholy as he thought back to how pure and inexperienced he had been when he took his first steps into the world of cultivation. Eventually, the crowds began to depart. The female disciples were reluctant to leave, the little beast's wide, charming eyes were completely captivating. However, the beast didn't spare a single glance for the female disciples. The peak lords looked enviously at the newborn little beast, and then reluctantly left. Soon, the beast conservatory was quiet. Bai Xiaochun was left alone with the newly born beast and the big black dog, which had also been shoved off to the side by the crowd earlier. Bai Xiaochun was grinning from ear to ear as he petted the little creature's head. It had the body of a horse, the head of a dragon, black reptilian scales, the clawed feet of a pangolin, and even more shocking, its teeth emanated a 7-colored glow. As for its solitary horn, it looked just like the heaven horn ink dragons, long and sharp. If you looked closely, you could find things about it that were similar to other animals. Apparently, things had ended up exactly as Bai Xiaochun wanted. The best parts of countless battle beasts had formed together into a completely unique and unheard of living being. From now on, you are Bai Xiaochun's battle beast. Don't worry, I'm going to take you everywhere in the cultivation world. Laughing, he petted Bruiser's head, who lay there next to him, looking up at him with wide, charming eyes. The black dog hurried over as well. It always had its guard up, and would never forget its hatred for Bai Xiaochun, but with Bruiser here, its expression was both protective and fearful at the same time. Bruiser looked over curiously at the dog, and after a moment, seemed to accept it. Time passed. During the following month, Bai Xiaochun frequently took Bruiser out of the beast conservatory on walks around the north bank. He would lead the way, and Bruiser would follow along, looking around curiously at his surroundings. The black dog would trail behind in secret, watching protectively over Bruiser. When passing disciples caught sight of Bai Xiaochun, and then Bruiser, their expression were those of amazement, jealousy, and other mixed emotions. Many of the female disciples were immediately taken in by Bruiser's charming appearance. Bruiser was a little nervous at first, and stuck very closely to Bai Xiaochun, who walked along with his hands clasped proudly behind his back. My little Bruiser is beloved by all, he thought. He gets that from me. Clearing his throat, he took Bruiser to many of the crowded places on the north bank. The eyes of so many disciples on him caused his heart to swell with pride and happiness. Sticking his chin up, he took Bruiser here and there, until he was familiar with the whole north bank. Gradually, Bruiser's fear and nervousness faded away, and he began to frolic along happily when they went on their walks. However, he tried to keep his chin stuck up in the air, apparently in imitation of Bai Xiaochun. Even the look in his eye was one of loftiness and pride. He almost seemed to be showing off, as if he wasn't afraid of anything in the world as long as Bai Xiaochun was there. The sight of it left passing disciples quite shocked. Soon, it became apparent that Bruiser had a strange personality. When he realized people were looking at him, and if he was in a good mood, he would simply start stamping back and forth in irritation. If he was in a bad mood, he would bare his teeth and let out a fierce roar. During the month that passed, Bruiser grew relatively slowly. However, in terms of his speed, power, and the strength of his bite, whenever he had a chance to show them off, people were completely shocked. Actually, his speed was on equal footing with the black dog, and he was powerful enough to knock the 30-meter-long pangolin from the beast conservatory back a few meters. In terms of intelligence, he had already reached a shocking level. He was now as smart as a teenaged human, and in many ways, even smarter than that. To Bai Xiaochun's delight, Bruiser was adept at controlling fire. Furthermore, the flames which emanated from his feet grew more intense, especially when he was moving quickly. The flames were currently black, like the fires of the underworld. Because of his fantastic nature, and his charming appearance and wide eyes, even the elders and peak lords doted on Bruiser. They would often send over gifts of spirit medicines and food suitable for battle beasts. However, as Bruiser grew older, Bai Xiaochun discovered something very odd. There was an eccentric strangeness to his personality. Currently, Shusong was standing on the path up ahead of Bai Xiaochun, looking at Bruiser, who was roaring at him, all the scales on his body standing on end, black flames surging out beneath his feet. Shusong was shocked. All he had done was look over at Bruiser, who had almost instantly lost his temper and seemed to be on the verge of biting him. Bai Xiaochun, he said, annoyed, your battle beast is. But then he thought about how much the elders and peak lord doted upon Bruiser, and he backed up a few steps. Before he could even finish speaking, Gong Sun Weiner appeared, coming from the other direction. Bruiser, who had just been baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, looked over at Gongsun Weiner, and his eyes glittered. Looking more charming than ever, he eagerly rushed over toward her. He began to follow alongside her as she walked, yipping meekly and wagging his tail like a dog. When he brushed up against her leg, she smiled, then knelt down and picked him up in her arms. Bruiser's eyes shone brightly as he buried himself in Gongsun Weiner's chest and wriggled around back and forth. Gongsun Weiner laughed, and from the expression on Bruiser's little face, he was clearly enjoying himself. Xu Song's eyes went wide, and Bai Xiaochun chuckled wryly. During the past half-month or so, he had noticed that Bruiser would always bare his fangs at the male disciples, seemingly ready to bite them without hesitation if they touched him. However, when it came to the female disciples, he would always act very charming and couldn't wait to be held in their embrace. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure why this was, and could only attribute it to Bruiser's bloodline. The only explanation that made sense was that he had inherited this hobby somehow. This behavior only continued to intensify, to the point where it was a bit preposterous. Bruiser would treat the male and female disciples completely differently. The male disciples were left speechless, and many of them even began to envy Bruiser. As for the female disciples, he had already rubbed up against more than half of them. If that were all there were to the matter, it might not have been a big deal. But soon, Bai Xiaochun went into secluded meditation to break through to the great circle of the 10th level of qi condensation. During that time, Bruiser's hobbies changed. The black dog would often take it to the places on the north bank where the female disciples would bathe, and they would look on in secret. The black dog only found it mildly interesting, but Bruiser quickly grew addicted. Eventually, he became familiar with the bathing routines of the female disciples, and would excitedly rush out of the beast conservatory in the morning, and wouldn't return until the sky was dark. It was hard to say how many female disciples he could see bathing during a full day. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was focused on his secluded meditation, and the advancement of his cultivation base, so he didn't pay much attention to what was happening. Another month passed, and Bruiser's habits changed yet again. In addition to being held in the close embrace of the female disciples, and secretly watching them bathe, he developed a new taste. When watching the female disciples bathe, he would secretly take away their bras, and then hide them in a safe location. The undergarment referred to here is a dadu, a traditional Chinese bra that more resembles a bodice than a modern bra. Eventually, the female disciples realized that a lot of their bras were going missing, and it reached the point where virtually all of them had experienced such a thing. Of course, Bruiser was very fast, and the black dog was also there to keep watch. Therefore, during its month of bra-stealing activities, not a single clue was left behind. Considering how cute Bruiser was, not a single female disciple ever suspected him. A sex maniac has appeared on the North Bank. He specializes in stealing the female disciples' bras. Damn it! It's definitely some sex fiend. Junior sister's son has already lost 10 bras. I already did some looking into the matter, and according to my calculations, several thousand bras have already gone missing. This person really has some unique taste. He isn't destroying them, he's collecting them. Find him. We definitely have to find him. The situation with the missing bras got worse and worse. Eventually, the female disciples joined forces in their anger, and began to scour the entire North Bank for clues. They even got assistance from the battle squirrel of one of the elders from Archway Peak, who was adept at performing searches. The entire North Bank was under intense scrutiny, and even many male disciples joined the effort. Filled with righteous indignation, they searched all 4 mountain peaks, as well as many other locations. Eventually, someone suggested going to the Beast Conservatory. Before long, a horde of disciples was making their way in that very direction. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was in the honor guard station, fully focused on his meditation, reveling in the wonderful feeling of his cultivation base rising. Chapter 139. I didn't do it. It was at about this time that a hubbub of voices rose up outside the honor guard station. Confused, Bai Xiaochun pushed open the door, and saw a host of North Bank disciples congregated outside of the spell formation. He edged backward, his face flickering as he tried to figure out what he might have done to cause something like this. However, even after a long moment of thought, he had no clue what might have gotten the North Bank into such a commotion. Despite not being sure what was going on, he started to get nervous, and immediately called out, "What are you people doing?" Instantly, the disciples locked their gazes on him standing there on the other side of the spell formation. "Sect Uncle Bai, please open the spell formation so we can come inside and perform a search." "We're not just searching here, we're searching everywhere on the North Bank." During the past month, a lot of female disciples have had their bras go missing. A sex maniac is on the loose. If you're innocent, then there's no reason not to open the spell formation and let us perform a search. Humph. Even if they're hidden in a bag of holding, we have our ways of finding them. Bai Xiaochun sighed, and immediately felt a lot better. In fact, He even started to get a bit angry. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked out at the North Bank disciples. For once, he knew that was on the side of right, and there was no way he would just give in to their demands so easily. Looking out with righteous anger, he said, "Quit making such a scene. I'm a prestige disciple, the junior brother of the sect leader. I would never do something like that." "It was definitely you. In all the North Bank, you're the only person who could do something like this." "That's right. Bai Xiaochun is the most suspicious of all. He already secretly took other disciples' battle beasts away for contributions. That's the perfect example to show how skilled he is. The junior and elder sisters' bras were all stolen without anyone detecting a single thing." Looking at the clamoring crowd, Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly and then waved his sleeve, opening the spell formation. "Very well, then. You may enter and perform your search. When you come up empty-handed in a few moments, I'll be very curious to see how you'll compensate me for this little charade." Bai Xiaochun felt utterly calm, and completely in the right. His pure and unwavering confidence got many in the crowd to doubt their suspicious. After all, they had absolutely no evidence to support their claim. Then, Bai Xiaochun suddenly opened the spell formation. At first they just stood there exchanging awkward glances, but then the female disciples whose bras had been stolen gritted their teeth and stepped inside. First they clasped hands toward Bai Xiaochun, then began to search around. One of the female disciples even procured a crimson squirrel from her bag of beast raising. The instant the squirrel appeared, it let out a high-pitched shriek and burst into motion. Everyone in the crowd was taken aback. During the past several days of searching for the missing bras, they had relied on this special squirrel to help them. It had a very acute sense of smell, and would be able to detect even the slightest whiff of its target, even if it were in a bag of holding. Moments ago, many in the crowd had been wavering in their determination, but now their eyes went wide, and they rushed into the area protected by the spell formation. Bai Xiaochun looked on blankly, truly confused by what was happening. He also followed along with the crowd, until the squirrel reached one of the side rooms in the honor guard station. When the door was pushed open, a whooshing sound could be heard as a cascade of brightly colored bras of all types spilled out. Thousands of them. "Bai Xiaochun, are you still gonna try to convince us you didn't do it?" "So, it was you after all." "Bai Xiaochun, why you? You are so completely shameless." As for the male disciples in the crowd, their rage burned particularly hot. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and instantly began to shiver. "Impossible!" he shrieked. Even as the words left his mouth, the female disciples' gazes came to fall upon him, and they seemed to contain bloody murder. Bai Xiaochun's scalp went numb, and he immediately tried to offer an explanation. "I really didn't do it. I had no idea those were there." Swallowing hard, he began to back up, feeling more wronged than ever. He really wasn't sure how to explain the situation. The female disciples were glaring at him furiously, and some of them were even starting to perform incantation gestures, as if they were going to attack him right on the spot. "Damn it, what's going on?" he thought, feeling like he was going mad. He had spent all his recent time in secluded meditation, focused completely on cultivation. He hadn't even left the honor guard station, nor had he even opened the door to the side room. It was at that point that he looked out and noticed Bruiser running along, holding a red bra between his teeth, looking intoxicated. However, before he reached the spell formation, Bruiser suddenly stopped in his tracks. When he saw the mob that had formed, he quickly dropped the red bra. At that same moment, countless eyes turned to look in his direction. As for Bai Xiaochun, he immediately felt a headache coming on. After all, no other disciple could go in and out of the spell formation while Bai Xiaochun was in secluded meditation. Not even the big black dog could do that. The only one who could freely enter or exit the spell formation was Bruiser. Bruiser began to tremble, not out of fear of the anger of the other disciples, but because he feared getting Bai Xiaochun mad. Bruiser seemed to be on the verge of tears as he prostrated himself on the ground and began to whimper. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the disciples in the mob. As for the female disciples, they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Inside and outside the honor guard station, everything was completely silent. After a long moment passed, one of the female disciples murmured, "Bruiser wouldn't do something like this. He's so cute. Someone must have put him up to it." Immediately, people began to echo her words. "Yeah. Bruiser is way too charming and pure. Someone must have put a spell on him and forced him to do it." It was Bai Xiaochun. "He's Bruiser's master." It didn't take long before almost all of the female disciples were convinced, and looked over angrily at Bai Xiaochun. Although some people knew the truth, Bruiser was normally so cute, and currently looked so scared, that he had won over the hearts of all present. However, the situation was simply too odd, so those disciples didn't say anything. Instead of causing any further trouble, the disciples glared at Bai Xiaochun, then made their way off. Soon, things quieted down again, and Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and stared up into the sky, looking like he was about to cry. Considering the blank look in his eyes, Bruiser knew that he had made a mistake. He quietly slunk over to Bai Xiaochun and started rubbing up against his legs. Bai Xiaochun sighed and knelt down to pat his head. "Bruiser. You're usually so smart. How could you have been so dumb this time? You can steal bras if you want, but you can't screw me over in the process. I created you. I'm kind of like your father. You definitely can't screw your father over." "Okay, remember, don't screw over the people who are close to you. As for all those bras, hiding them in that room isn't gonna work. You can't hide stuff like that in your own home. Silly Bruiser. You have to be a bit smarter. Think things out ahead of time, and make sure you don't get caught." Bruiser bowed his head and whimpered a bit, aware of his mistake. Seeing him act in such a way softened Bai Xiaochun's heart, and he decided not to reprimand him any further. With that, he returned to the honor guard station, a bit down, but just as focused on meditation and cultivation. Outside in the courtyard, Bruiser lay there whimpering for a bit. But then, a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he glared off in the direction of the North Bank disciples. When the night was dark, he crawled to his feet and then vanished, headed out to the North Bank. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn were just beginning to spread out, a miserable shrieks could be heard coming from one of the disciples' residences. "Damn it! Who was it? Who stole my beast spirit pill? I had a hard time getting my hands on that pill. I was gonna give it to my battle beast to advance his level." As soon as the cry rang out, more similar cries could be heard. "Ugh! My myriad spirit grass. I've been growing it for 5 years, and now the only things left are the roots. Gone. All gone. Somebody ate it up." "A thief. This is unbelievable. All of the battle beast food in my immortal's cave is gone. That was 3 years worth of food." "Heavens. It was just yesterday that I finally got the third order bloodline beast bone from Elderly. I was going to extract the bloodline power from it, but now it's gone. Gone." Similar cries could be heard in both the outer and inner sects. In the end, several hundred people were crying out in anger. Without exception, all of them were male, and all of them had been to the honor guard station the day before. As they cried out in pain and anger, they suddenly caught sight of Bruiser, running along with a blood-colored bone in his mouth, crushing it to pieces. A miserable scream rose up from one disciple. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes bloodshot as he wept, seemingly crazed. "No. I borrowed that third-order bloodline beast bone from an elder. Ugh. Don't eat it." Crunch crunch. Holding his head proudly, Bruiser was a blur that none of the disciples could even come close to catching. Speeding off into the distance, he continued to munch on the bone until it was gone. The disciple with the disheveled hair started to grow faint at the thought of Elder Lee's rage when he didn't return the bone. With a howl of fury, he shot off after Bruiser. He wasn't the only one. Hundreds of enraged disciples began to chase Bruiser, and yet, none of them were fast enough. They could only watch with wide eyes as he sped toward Aristotle Peak. Even as the crowd chased after him, a cold snort suddenly echoed out like thunder. The Peak Lord of Aristotle Peak, the old woman, appeared. Coldly staring at the hundreds of disciples, she said, "What shocking behavior. Look at all of you, scaring poor little Bruiser half to death. Seems to me you people need something better to do to occupy your time." The disciples shivered and clasped hands in greeting. As for Bruiser, he cowered behind the old lady, looking very charming with his wide eyes as he rubbed against her leg. The disciples raged inwardly, but none of them dared to say a single thing. Their hatred for Bruiser continued to rise to new heights. "So what if he ate a few things here and there?" the old woman continued. "Big deal. Whatever he ate, I'll compensate for. Now get out of here and stop bullying Bruiser." After giving the disciples a final glare, the old woman looked down kindly at Bruiser and pet him on the head. Bruiser responded by looking even more charming than usual. He even licked her hand like a puppy might. The disciples could only grit their teeth in their anger. In their minds, they weren't bullying Bruiser, he was bullying them. However, considering that a Peak Lord was siding with him, there was nothing they could do. They could only swallow their anger and give up any thoughts of causing any trouble. Of course, their fury was quickly transplanted onto Bai Xiaochun. It's all Bai Xiaochun's fault. He's the one who created this abominable battle beast. This battle beast is repulsive. Fine. Steal bras. Pilfer our food. The female disciples are the same as the elders and the Peak Lords. They spoiled that thing to death. In the middle of his meditation, Bai Xiaochun suddenly sneezed. Opening his eyes, he looked around for a moment before going back to his breathing exercises. As for his cultivation base, it was inching ever closer to the great circle of the 10th level of Qi condensation. Chapter 140, Foundation Establishment Holy Land. Another month passed, and Bruiser's behavior only continued to get worse. The male disciples that had provoked Bai Xiaochun in the past were all going crazy, and yet, were completely incapable of doing anything about the situation. That was around the time that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base eventually entered the great circle of the 10th level of qi condensation. Apparently, he had reached a barrier that would be very difficult to pass. The only thing left is foundation establishment. He thought, taking a deep breath, his eyes shining with anticipation. Foundation establishment was divided into a few different types: mortal string, earth string, and a legendary heaven string, all of which added different amounts of longevity, to be specific, 100 years, 200 years, and 500 years respectively. Bai Xiaochun had never even considered the possibility of reaching heaven string foundation establishment, considering there was almost no chance of it happening. In the entire 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, only a handful of people had ever reached heaven string foundation establishment, and had only done so by randomly acquiring some heaven string energy. Generally speaking, most people reach mortal string, which requires a foundation establishment pill. Earth string foundation establishment requires earth string energy. Of course, even earth string foundation establishment is divided up into strong and weak. It all depends on the very moment of reaching foundation establishment, and how many tide flows occur within one spiritual sea. At the very least there will be 1, and at the most, 9. And then there's my fleshly body power. I'm already at the point of being able to make contact with the first shackle. Whether I make a breakthrough with my undying gold skin, or use the power of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, I should be able to break through that shackle. If I break through with both of those methods, who knows how powerful I'll be. From what Bai Xiaochun remembered, foundation establishment pills could be purchased with merit points from the sect. They came at a hefty price, but considering how much he had saved up, he could afford them if he wanted. But he wasn't willing to do such a thing. After all, mortal string foundation establishment, also known as mortal Tao, only added 100 years of longevity. After some more thought, Bai Xiaochun produced a transmission jade slip and then sent a message to Li Qinghe asking for some more information about earth string energy. It didn't take long before the jade slip lit up with soft light as Li Qinghe returned his message. Bai Xiaochun immediately sent some spiritual power into the jade slip, whereupon Li Qinghe's voice began to echo in his mind. I'd originally planned to wait a bit longer before telling you this, but in 3 months, 150 people from the North Bank and 100 people from the South Bank, all of them inner sect disciples in the 10th level of qi condensation, will gather at the Grand Hall on Mount Oseed. The reason is that the 3 foundation establishment holy lands will be opened. As for you, you will be going to the Fallen Sword Abyss, where you will compete with everyone else to acquire earth string energy, and then use it to reach earth string foundation establishment. If you succeed, you will acquire an additional 200 years of longevity. That will be a major step for you as you pursue your dream of living forever. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he looked at the jade slip, panting. Earthstring Foundation establishment can add 200 years of longevity. His eyes glittered with longing for a moment, but then he hesitated. Competing with everyone else will definitely involve fierce fighting, but that's 200 years we're talking about. He continued to struggle with the matter, his obsession with being able to live forever causing his eyes to rapidly become bloodshot. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only chosen to be given advance notice about what was to come, so soon. The news about the 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands being open spread throughout the North and South Banks. The 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands were the Fallen Sword Abyss, the Lone Hell Pocket Realm, and the Primordial Spirit Hollow. Once per 60-year cycle, they would be simultaneously opened, and that time was now at hand. Of course, the Spirit Stream sect wasn't the only sect qualified to send people into the 3 Holy Lands. All 4 of the strongest sects in the cultivation world of the eastern lower reaches would send disciples. The Spirit Stream sect was only one of those 4 major sects. The Fallen Sword Abyss was considered the best of the 3 Holy Lands, with the Lone Hell Pocket Realm and the Primordial Spirit Hollow being secondary. The reason for the Holy Lands being ranked in that way was that, according to the legends, the Fallen Sword Abyss contained a strand of heaven string energy. These legends had been around for a long time, but on all the occasions in which the Fallen Sword Abyss had been opened, never once had anyone acquired any heaven string energy. The competition for earth string energy would be a blood-soaked fight in which only the fittest survived. The discussions about the 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands spread far and wide on both the North and South Banks. All of the inner sect disciples in the 10th level of qi condensation were talking about it with complete and utter excitement. It's definitely going to be bloody carnage in there. Of the people who qualified to compete for Earthstring Foundation establishment, quite a few die. By the way, I heard that for the first time, The four sects are all going to be formally competing against each other. The number of people from a given sect who succeed in reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment will affect how many people get sent in the next time. This isn't fair. The difference between Mortalstring and Earthstring is huge. Earthstring Foundation establishment can totally crush Mortalstring. They're on completely different levels. Of course, there were some who got nervous because of the stories about the violent and bloody fighting which went on inside. Some of them preferred the safety of Mortal Tao Foundation establishment over the additional hundreds of years of longevity, and the glory of being able to crush people below them. 3 months later at dawn, the solemn tolling of bells could be heard on Mount Oseed. The 7 peak lords of the mountain peaks flew through the air with dignified expressions on their faces, each one of them followed by dozens of disciples. Everywhere else in the sect, disciples looked up to watch the people flying through the air toward Mount Oseed. All of those people were so well known that the other disciples could identify them by name. From the north bank came Ban Lai, Shu Song, Gong Sun Weiner, Baiyan Feng, Gong Sun Yun, and in the lead position, surrounded by swirling black mist, Ghost Fang. A similar scene could be seen on the south bank, as the disciples of Green Crest Peak, Fragrant Cloud Peak, and Violet Cauldron Peak all looked excitedly up into the air. Shu Baotsai was among them, eagerly clutching a notebook to record everything that was happening. Shangwen Tianyu was clearly more powerful than he had been in the past. He looked like an unsheathed sword, glittering with blinding light as he flew along. Zhou Qiu was surrounded by a swirling blue glow and a powerful life force. There was also Lu Tianlei, who was like a thunderbolt that could rip apart the heavens. In addition to them were other long-time intersect disciples, all of whom wore solemn expressions as they followed the 3 South Bank Peak Lords. The elders of both banks, as well as other qualified disciples, were all discussing the matter. The North Bank gets 150 people and the South Bank gets 100. I wonder how many of them will rise to the top in the fighting with the other 3 sects, and eventually reach Earthstring Foundation establishment? Of course, some of them will never return. The path of cultivation is soaked with blood, and is ruled by the law of the jungle. I heard one of the senior members of my clan say that whenever the 3 Foundation establishment Holy Lands are opened, there's always blood and carnage. To some people, the main point isn't reaching Foundation establishment, it's killing the members of the other 3 sects. It's like a war between the 4 great sects that comes around once every 60-year cycle. But why are we just sending our chosen to be killed? I know that Earthstring energy can't be stored up and used later, but Mortal Tao Foundation establishment is so much safer. It might be weaker, but at least there wouldn't be so many deaths. Humph. If you have one generation filled with weaklings, then everyone after them will also be weaklings. If that happened, the Spirit Stream sect would definitely be wiped out sooner or later. None of the 4 great sects will avoid the fighting, not as long as they have even one disciple who they think can reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. If one generation of disciples is weak, then the sect's power in the area will weaken, and outer forces would become a big threat. It would cause a huge headache. A perfect example is the Pill Stream sect. Long ago, they avoided the fighting 3 times in a row. But then their overall battle prowess dropped. After that, powerful warlords rose up in the sect's territory and started establishing their own little fiefdoms. Our Spirit Stream sect even managed to occupy about 20% of their former territory. Their hand was forced, and after joining the fighting again, they managed to get some Earthstring Foundation establishment disciples. Of course, a lot of other disciples died in the process, but at least they were able to get things back to the status quo. Soon, the disciples from both banks were landing outside the Grand Hall on Mount Oseed, led by their respective peak lords. Everyone had very solemn expressions on their faces. All of the disciples were aware that their next destination would be one filled with both opportunity and bloodshed. They looked around at each other, measuring each other up. Soon, everyone was shocked to find that one certain person was missing. Bai Xiaochun isn't coming? They weren't the only ones to be surprised. The 7 peak lords stood there thoughtfully, looking in the direction of the Beast Conservatory on the north bank. Li Qingho's expression was the same as ever. He was confident in his analysis of Bai Xiaochun, and was sure that although he was naughty, mischievous, and fearful of death, his obsession with living forever would win out in the end. In the Beast Conservatory, Bai Xiaochun sat there listening to the bells ringing. After a long moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. During the past 3 months, he had focused completely on cultivation. He had spent massive amounts of merit points to get over 1,000 paper amulets, leaving him armed to the teeth. He had also worked hard to achieve a breakthrough with his undying silver skin. Unfortunately, although he made some progress, he never achieved the breakthrough. His bags were packed, and he was ready to go. He refused to allow Bruiser to come along, as he wasn't ready for such an event. Stepping onto the Golden Crow sword, He shot through the air toward Mount Oseed. On the way, he stopped by the Spirit Stone Pavilion, where he spent some more merit points on Earth Flame crystals, which he could use as a substitute for actual Earth Flame, and be able to concoct medicine anywhere he wanted. At the moment, his eyes were completely bloodshot. Although he had made his decision quite some time ago, he always liked to be absolutely prepared. Therefore, he had spent a lot of time poring through the ancient records, and had learned about how brutal and bloody the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands were. He also knew that it was a chance for the sects to show off their might to the others. The more he came to understand the whole thing, the more his heart trembled. That was especially true when he read about how 800 years ago, only about 10 disciples returned to the Spirit Stream sect from the fallen sword abyss. The brutality of that event left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. Of course, that was an isolated incident. According to the records, the barbarity of that instance 800 years in the past was because a terrifying chosen rose up from the Bloodstream sect. He was known as Master Limitless, and he crushed everything in his path. It wasn't just the Spirit Stream sect who suffered heavy casualties, all of the other 3 sects did. Virtually all of the disciples of that generation in the other 3 sects were wiped out, and that was how the Bloodstream sect had surpassed the Profound Stream sect to become the top force among the 4 great sects. As for that Master Limitless, he was now known as Patriarch Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. On the other occasions in which the 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands were opened, the casualties weren't so horrific. At the very most, half of the disciples might die. Even for those who didn't reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment, as long as they were careful, it was possible to make it out alive. Even still, a casualty rate of 50% left Bai Xiaochun shaking in fear. He really wanted to pass up the opportunity, and simply settle for the safe bet of Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment and its extra 100 years of longevity. However, his dream was not to live for an extra 100 years. He wanted to live forever. I want more than 100 years. I want forever. After looking through the ancient records, he left with bloodshot eyes, even more clear about how Foundation Establishment worked. The most telling factor was that from ancient times until now, not a single Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment cultivator had ever reached the Gold Core stage. If he wanted to cultivate all the way to Gold Core, he had to reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment. Even the lowest level of the Gold Core stage added far more longevity than Foundation Establishment. Obviously, the higher one's cultivation base, the greater one's chances of living forever. I could avoid this situation, but 100 years later, how could I possibly avoid dying? At that time, wouldn't I regret not taking the chance to reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment? During the past 3 months, Bai Xiaochun had wrestled with the problem over and over again. In the end, he reached a state of bedeviled madness. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his decision. "I'll do anything to be able to live forever," he shouted as he stepped onto the Golden Crowsword and shot toward Mount Oseed. Shortly after the other disciples converged, he appeared. Chapter 141, Fallen Sword Abyss. Bai Xiaochun's arrival attracted quite a bit of attention. Everyone looked over at him, including Shangwen Tianyu, Zhou Zhenqi, Lu Tianlei, Bai Anlai, Xu Song, Gong Sun Weiner, Gong Sun Yun, Ho Yunfei, and Ghost Fang. An encouraging look slowly appeared in Li Qingho's eyes. Bai Xiaochun hurried up to Li Qingho, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Li Qingho could see how bloodshot his eyes were, and knew it must have been quite a struggle to convince himself to come. "Stand behind me," he said. Bai Xiaochun straightened up and hurried over to stand behind Li Qingho. Looking around, he caught sight of Ho Yunfei, whom he hadn't seen since being transferred to the North Bank. During the time they had been apart, Ho Yunfei participated in an intersect trial by fire. After becoming an intersect disciple, he benefited from the assistance of his clan, soaring all the way to the 10th level of chi condensation. Their eyes met, and Ho Yunfei nodded encouragingly. Bai Xiaochun nodded back. There was no time for chatting, though, as the main doors of the Grand Hall were already opening. As they did, Zheng Yuandong's voice echoed out from inside. "The origins of the primordial spirit hollow are unknown. Long ago, before the existence of the Lone Hell Pocket Realm, it was the only location in the eastern lower reaches where Earthstring energy gathered. Countless wars were fought outside the Spirit Hollow, until 3 powerful sects controlled it. When the Spirit Stream sect rose to power, it came to be under the control of the 4 great sects. The Lone Hell Pocket Realm suddenly appeared 10,000 years ago in the Hellwood continent. It's a barren wasteland without a single living thing inside other than the Earthstring Banebeasts. Many wars were fought over that location as well, until the 4 great sects occupied it and chose to share it as the second of the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. The Fallen Sword Abyss traces its origins back to 5,000 years ago, when an indescribably enormous sword fell from beyond the heavens. It is huge, larger than 100 Spirit Stream sects put together, and contains terrifying power. It pierced through the canopy above, plummeting down to stab into the ground near Mount Flame Crane, sending sword chi all the way down into the underworld. As for the body of the sword itself, it is permeated with earth string energy. Because of that, the inside of the sword is much like the other two Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. It is filled with countless earthstring bane beasts. Kill them to collect earthstring energy, and when you have enough, you can form it into an earthstring capture crystal, to summon the latent earthstring energy present within the fallen sword abyss. According to the investigations and analyses of the four great sects, when the sword fell from beyond the heavens, it absorbed a bit of Heaven Dao aura, which means that there may be a bit of Heaven String energy within it. Of course, Heaven String Foundation Establishment is also called Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. At this point, Zheng Yuandong paused for a moment, and looked out at the crowd, his eyes sparkling as if with lightning. The path of cultivation is cramped and narrow, the only way to walk it is to tread upon countless corpses. Only then can you have a chance to make contact with a supreme great Tao. During this Foundation Establishment trial by fire, all of you must do your best to kill the disciples of the other three sects. After all, it is a trial by fire, but also a war between the four sects, and even more importantly, directly related to the destiny of the Spirit Stream sect. I will reveal more to you about that upon your return. I have no doubt in my mind that the disciples of the other three sects will do their best to kill you. In the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands, the chance to reach Foundation Establishment is not presented to everyone. Resources are limited, this is a competition for a great Tao. Zheng Yuandong swished his sleeve as his thunderous voice echoed out in all directions. All of the more than 200 inner sect disciples present responded with a confident cheer. This Foundation Establishment trial by fire will be presided over by the Peak Lord from Aristotle Peak, the Peak Lord from Violet Cauldron Peak, and Ouyang Jia from the Hall of Justice. They have already made all the necessary arrangements. 100 disciples will enter the Fallen Sword Abyss, while 2 groups of 75 will go to the Lone Hell Pocket Realm and the Primordial Spirit Hollow. And now, activate the grand spell formation which leads to the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. Soon, intense rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge spell formation opened up, and the group of over 200 disciples slowly faded away. Outside of the spell formation, Li Qingho stood there with an expression of anticipation and anxiety on his face. He felt like he was looking at a young eagle spreading its wings. Down below was a bottomless pit, and off in the distance, the sun was just beginning to rise. Mount Flame Crane was located on the Righteous Craft continent, and long ago, had risen as high as the heavens. Back then, it had been taller than any of the mountain peaks in the Spirit Stream sect, and in fact, bigger than the entire Spirit Stream sect in general. But now, things were different. More than half of the mountain had been destroyed, and the lands stretching far and wide around it had all been reduced to a barren wasteland that filled nearly half of the Righteous Craft continent. Neither mortals nor beasts could survive in such conditions, and even cultivators who spent too much time there would eventually experience shocking deaths. They would spontaneously explode, whereupon streams of scattered sword chi would billow out from their destroyed corpses. The reason for all of that was the enormous sword which had fallen from the heavens. It was an ancient sword, its surface carved with countless magical symbols, which were in varying states of erosion. The sword was stabbed halfway into the ground directly in front of Mount Flame Crane. Crevices spread out from the sword in all directions, the narrowest being a few meters wide, the largest being 30 or more meters across. The crevices themselves were pitch black, and pulsed with intense coldness. The entire surface of the ground around the sword was covered by a glittering shield, which prevented anyone from entering. The sword was enormous, even the portion of the blade that was visible, along with the hilt, rose up far higher than Mount Flame Crane. If the sword were compared to the size of a hand, then the mountain would be like an ant. Of course, when you compared the cultivators to the mountain was like the hand and the cultivators standing at its summit were like ants. 2 sects had already assembled at the top of Mount Flame Crane. One group contained 80 disciples, and the other, 100. Both were led by Foundation Establishment cultivators, who were currently engaged in idle chatting. The 2 groups of disciples, on the other hand, were staring at each other with open hostility. On the left-hand side was the group of 80 disciples. They all wore white robes, the sleeves of which were embroidered with the image of a medicinal pill. Furthermore, the entire group emanated a medicinal aroma. They were none other than the Pill Stream sect. Opposite them was the group of 100 disciples. They wore deep blue robes, and emanated profound cultivation base fluctuations. If you looked closely at some of the disciples, it was possible to see that certain parts of their bodies rippled and blurred in strange ways. They were none other than the Profound Stream sect. Even as the 2 parties measured each other up, the clouds up above began to churn, and countless magical symbols appeared. At first, They flickered back and forth between the shape of a cauldron and the shape of a sword, but in the end, they resembled an enormous ink dragon, roaring at the top of its lungs. The leader of the group from the Pill Stream sect was a middle-aged woman. Looking up with glittering eyes, she murmured, "The Spirit Stream sect is here." The cultivator leading the Profound Stream sect was an old man with numerous oddly bulging protrusions on his face that gave him a very sinister appearance. The pupils of his eyes were vertical like a cat's, and every time he blinked, anyone who was looking at him would be filled with a very bizarre sensation. Currently, he was looking at the Spirit Stream sect spell formation forming up above. Before long, a beam of light shot down and landed in another area of Mount Flame Crane. More than 100 people slowly materialized, with Ouyang at the front. When the woman from the Pill Stream sect and the old man from the Profound Stream sect saw him, their faces flickered with surprise. "Taoist Jackal." Ouyang chuckled in a grating voice and then said, "Fellow Taoist Hi. Fellow Taoist Lin. Long time no see." After all of the disciples materialized, he waved his hand, dispelling the protective shield created by the spell formation. With that, he stepped forward. As the Foundation establishment cultivators began to confer, Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes and looked around, feeling a bit dazed. The sight of the enormous sword left him gasping. Looking up, he realized that he couldn't even see the end of the hilt. It disappeared into the clouds above. It was a very shocking sight indeed. Light gasps could be heard around him as other Spirit Stream sect disciples also looked up in shock at the huge sword. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun noticed that there were a lot less people around him. 200 had been gathered upon their departure, but now there were only 100 people with him. Zhou Zhenqi was nowhere to be seen, nor was Lu Tianlei. However, Shangwen Tianyu, Ghost Fang, Bai Anlai, Gong Sun Weiner, and Hou Yunfei were all present in the crowd, all of whom were currently studying the shocking sword in front of them. It didn't take long, though, before they all started to sit down cross-legged and produce jade slips. After pouring some spiritual power into the slips, they then began to study the disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect. Likewise, the disciples from the other sects turned to look at the newcomers. Quite a few disciples were looking at Bai Xiaochun. The expressions of the faces of the disciples differed from group to group when they saw Bai Xiaochun. Those from the Pill Stream sect seemed skeptical, as if they didn't quite believe what they had heard about him. As for the Profound Stream sect, they wore looks of derision. Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised by all this. Moments later, Hou Yunfei approached and handed him a jade slip. "You showed up late," he said quietly. "Before you came, the Peak Lords and Ouyang explained the bitter struggle we'll face in more detail. They said that the best way to stay safe was to kill as many disciples from the other sects as possible. They also gave us jade slips with information about the fallen sword abyss, as well as the disciples of the other sects. Presumably, the other sects have information about us too." Bai Xiaochun took the jade slip and poured some spiritual power into it. The first thing he saw was a detailed introduction to the Fallen Sword Abyss. The Fallen Sword Abyss was also called the Fallen Sword World, and had descended from above several thousand years in the past. More than half of the sword was buried deep in the earth. The sword itself formed a tilted world, the depths of which were filled with increasingly powerful earthstring beasts, whose bodies contained large amounts of earthstring energy. The entrances to the Fallen Sword World were the numerous subterranean holes which had been punctured into the body of the sword during its fall. Within the world of the sword, there were not only earthstring bane beasts formed from earthstring energy, there were also bane souls. Many people believed that they were the souls of people slain by the sword, who materialized due to the presence of the earthstring energy. Although they did not possess the same battle prowess they had before death, they were still dangerous. Thankfully, they weren't intelligent, and wouldn't take the initiative to attack. When Bai Xiaochun read about that, he took a deep breath and resolved to pay close attention to the bane souls. As far as he was concerned, they were basically the same thing as evil ghosts. The jade slip also provided detailed information about earthstring energy. Essentially, there were two types of earthstring energy. One was the type in the bane beasts. When a bane beast was killed, it would release some faint earthstring energy, which could be collected into a Dao bottle and transformed into an earthstring capture crystal. That crystal was like a key which could unlock the method to collecting the second type of earthstring energy. The truth was that 99% of the earthstring energy was fused with the world itself, and couldn't be collected directly. It had to be summoned. The amount of earthstring energy in the world was limited. Upon reaching Foundation establishment, a certain number of spiritual sea tide flows would occur depending on the latent talent possessed by a given individual. Because of that, the earlier one reached Foundation establishment, the better. Every person who actually reached Foundation establishment would reduce the total amount of earthstring energy within the Fallen Sword world. Generally speaking, unless some incredible disciple came along who achieved 8 tide flows, There would be enough earth-string energy for 30 people to reach Foundation establishment. Those who reached Foundation establishment sooner rather than later had a huge advantage. If someone was too slow, it would become difficult to absorb enough earth-string energy to cause a tide flow, thus making it impossible to reach Foundation establishment. This flame crane is a type of bird from Chinese mythology. I couldn't find any good articles about it in English. According to the Baidu article I found, it represents an omen of imminent destruction. The name of the bird in Chinese Bai Fang supposedly comes from the sound of burning wood or bamboo. The bird somewhat resembles a red-crowned crane, except that it has one leg, blue feathers, red spots, and a white bill. Whenever it appears, it means that fiery destruction will soon occur. Chapter 142, A Host of Chosen. After finishing with the introduction of the fallen sword abyss, Bai Xiaochun felt more than ever that the place was profoundly dangerous. Frowning, he went on to peruse the numerous images of the various disciples from the other three sects. As he did, he would occasionally look up to identify the disciple within the crowd and make a quick comparison. The more he learned about the disciples of these sects, the more jumpy he got. Jiaoru from the Pillstream sect, adept with illusion forms. She once simultaneously fought 3 disciples in the same cultivation stage, and slaughtered them all. Wow, so incredible. Her abilities seem on par with Gongsun Weiner's illusion magic. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and then looked furtively over at a young woman in the Pillstream sect group. She was incredibly beautiful, with soft, supple skin. Currently, she was staring into the eyes of Gongsun Weiner. Clearly, the two of them were already measuring each other up. Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect, a body refinement cultivator with a lightning flame profound clone. Incomparably powerful, with exquisite magical techniques. He was once chased down by a Foundation establishment cultivator, but survived for 7 days without being killed. Is suspected to possess a fire spirit body, and has extraordinary healing abilities. After reading the description, he looked over at the Profound Stream sect disciples and quickly spotted Lei Shan. He was a burly, muscular young man, who was sitting there cross-legged, lighting and flame swirling around him. He looked impressive to the extreme. Seemingly sensing Bai Xiaochun's gaze upon him, he looked over and smiled viciously, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He'd be a good opponent for Lu Tianlei, Bai Xiaochun thought. They both love their lightning. Looking away, Bai Xiaochun continued on with the information in the jade slip. Fang Lin from the Pillstream sect, their #1 chosen of the current generation. Relatively unknown half a year ago, whereupon he suddenly rose to fame. Adept with the Tao of poison, and a decisive killer. Successfully cultivated the Heaven-Earth Furnace Cauldron, and has power that exceeds the peak of Qi condensation. Very difficult to match. Has only fought 2 true battles. In one, he slaughtered 8 rebel cultivators, all of them in the great circle of Qi condensation. He wasn't even harmed during the fighting. In the other battle, he destroyed a defensive treasure comparable to the Foundation establishment level, and killed a spy sent by the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he quickly identified Fang Lin in the crowd, a young man with an expressionless face. 9 Isles from the Profound Stream sect. The first chosen in the Profound Stream sect in the last 3,000 years to successfully cultivate the exterminating obliteration technique. Supposedly, that technique can obliterate all life forms, and leaves nothing behind in its wake. It creates obliteration threads that not even mortal Tao Foundation establishment cultivators can match up to. Scalp tingling, Bai Xiaochun looked over and caught sight of a cold-faced young man sitting there in the crowd. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure if he was seeing things or not, but it seemed like he had faintly visible magical symbols surrounding him that formed something like chains. Just looking at him for a few moments caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to hurt, and his vision to begin to fade. He quickly looked away from the terrifying young man. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun realized that there were descriptions of almost all of the disciples from the Pillstream sect and the Profound Stream sect. However, the information on the Bloodstream sect disciples only had 2 entries. Xu Xiaoshan from the Bloodstream sect. Ordinary talent, but a direct descendant of the founding patriarch of the Bloodstream sect. Incredibly high position, silk pants personality. Possesses endless magical items. Song K from the Bloodstream sect. #1 chosen, sometimes called Ascendant Limitless. Closely resembles Master Limitless. No details about his techniques, but in one heaven-defying battle, he killed a Foundation establishment cultivator while he was only in Qi condensation. An unprecedentedly dangerous threat to all Qi condensation disciples. Special reward for killing him. The first entry among the Bloodstream sect disciples wasn't very impressive, but the second caused Bai Xiaochun to gasp, and his eyes to open as wide as saucers. Killed a Foundation establishment cultivator? Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled with disbelief. After some thought, He decided that Song Ke would be the perfect opponent for Ghost Fang. As for his own poor little life, he most certainly wouldn't throw it away by taking him on. The terrifying nature of the disciples from the other sects was difficult to accept. Then, his heart suddenly trembled. Do the other 3 sects' jade slips have information about me? I wonder what they say? As his curiosity grew, he was just considering trying to find a friendly disciple from one of the other sects to trade jade slips with when suddenly, a wave of pressure descended from above. The sky turned completely blood-red as the Bloodstream sect arrived. Their spell formation was very different from the Spirit Stream sects. A shocking, blood-red severed hand appeared up above, blotting out the sky and obscuring the sun. Everything up above became completely crimson. Shockingly, in the palm of the severed hand was a huge eye, completely bloodshot, and coldly bizarre to behold. The eye blinked, and all of Mount Flame Crane trembled. Moments later, a group of over 100 figures began to materialize in a 4th location at the top of the mountain. As they became visible, more pressure weighed down from above. Apparently, if anyone dared to launch a sneak attack at this moment, the enormous severed hand would descend with destructive power to destroy the ambushers. Heaven and earth shook violently as the Bloodstream sect appeared. They had the largest group of any of the 3 sects, a total of 121. Without the Foundation establishment expert who was their leader, they had brought a total of 120 disciples. They all wore long red robes, and had icy expressions on their faces. They all seemed ready to kill at any moment, and looked at the disciples of the other sects the way that wolves will look at sheep. Each and every one of the Bloodstream sect disciples seemed fierce to the extreme, with intensely murderous auras. None of them seemed to trust each other, either. As soon as they materialized, they edged away from each other and then sat down cross-legged to meditate. The disciples of the Pillstream sect seemed shaken, except for Zhao Ru and Fang Lin, whose eyes glittered with interest and vigilance. The Profound Stream sect disciples had a similar reaction. Other than the chosen disciples, everyone trembled at the intimidating sight of the Bloodstream sect. Gasps could also be heard among the Spirit Stream sect disciples. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he instantly thought back to the introductions he had just read. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect couldn't be more opposed in their philosophies. The Bloodstream sect was ruled by the law of the jungle, and the threat of brutal violence and even death constantly hung over the heads of their disciples. They were almost a devilish sect, and the disciples who rose through the ranks were all brutal and merciless. What a bunch of devils! Bai Xiaochun thought, swallowing hard. They even allowed disciples to kill each other. How terrifying! The Spirit Stream sect is definitely way better. Resolving to be very careful around the Bloodstream sect, he began to look for the 2 faces he recognized from the descriptions. Obviously, the person to watch out for most was the heaven-defying chosen named Song Ke, who had killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. It didn't matter how he'd accomplished such a task, the mere fact that he'd succeeded showed how terrifying he was. It didn't take long to find him. He was a young man with ordinary features, but who radiated intense coldness. He wore different garments than his fellow disciples. His were not pure crimson, but instead, a darker magenta color. When he sat down cross-legged to meditate, not a single disciple dared to sit within 3 meters of him. His murderous aura was intense to the extreme, and vastly surpassed all of the disciples around him. It even seemed to physically distort the air around him. As soon as Bai Xiaochun spotted Song Ke looked back at him, as if he had been waiting to lay eyes on him. Their gazes met, and Bai Xiaochun was instantly filled with such terror that he almost wanted to flee in the opposite direction. It was the same feeling he had experienced when he was being chased through that nameless jungle by the murderous Chen Heng. Chapter 143, That was definitely on purpose. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and looked away to try to find Xu Xiaoshan. He was actually the easiest to identify. He was extremely handsome, and had a very proud expression. He seemed to be the type of person whose chin was perpetually stuck up into the air, as if there were not a person in the world who was worthy to look him in the eyes. His silk pants personality couldn't be more obvious. There were even 2 beautiful female disciples who attended to him. One of them was currently massaging his shoulders, and another was peeling fruit which she then placed in his mouth. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel a little bit envious. Around this time, Bai Xiaochun noticed that a lot of the Bloodstream sect disciples were doing the same thing that Song Ke had done. They were staring at him with cold gazes. Unlike the skepticism of the Pillstream sect or the arrogance of the Profound Stream sect, the looks given by the Bloodstream sect were fear-inspiring and filled with killing intent. Bai Xiaochun felt his mouth and throat going dry. There seemed to be something odd about the gazes of the Bloodstream sect disciples, and Bai Xiaochun continued to grow more and more curious about what the other disciples' jade slips said about him. The cultivator leading the Bloodstream sect was an old man in a long red robe with crimson hair. His face was white, and he had a bit of a hunchback. His eyes were sinister to the extreme, and as he glanced over the crowd present, he licked his lips. Shockingly, his tongue was not the tongue of an ordinary person. It was forked like a snake's, and caused all the disciples who saw it to shiver in fear. Ouyang and the two cultivators named Hai and Lin ceased their chatting and looked over at the bloodstream sect. When they saw the snake-tongued old man, Hai and Lin gasped. As for Ouyang, his expression turned very serious. "Master Snakeskill," Ouyang said in a somewhat unfriendly tone of voice. "The bloodstream sect is late." The snake-tongued old man blinked, then forced an insincere smile onto his face. Eyes glittering with murder, he looked at Ouyang and said, Hey, I'm not late. You people just got here early." Apparently the gazes of both men contained some vision-related divine ability, which caused an odd, soundless rumbling to build up between the two of them. A moment later it shattered, and Ouyang let out a grunt. Face a bit pale, he swished his sleeve and walked back to stand in front of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. As for the snake-tongued old man, his eyes glittered, and his chi and blood surged within him. He also fell back a few paces, and when he looked up, his eyes shone with a strange light. "Ouyang, you old codger, after all these years, you've made quite an improvement with your cultivation base. Well, there will be time for reminiscing later. Now that the bloodstream sect has arrived, let's open the fallen sword abyss. It's time for the trial by fire." With that, he waved his hand, causing a fragment of jade to appear that seemed to have come from a pendant. The fragment instantly flew out and hovered in the air between the forces from the four sects. Hai and Lin exchanged a glance, and then produced similar jade pendant fragments. Ouyang did the same. Instantly, the four fragments flew together and formed a whole jade pendant. Glittering light filled the air, and moments later, the glowing shield sealing the area around the giant sword began to open up. From the look of things, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, it would be possible to enter the area. All of the Qi condensation disciples were paying close attention to the goings-on. Even as Bai Xiaochun studied the situation, Ouyang voice was transmitted into the ears of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. There are more than 40 entrances to the world of the sword. Each one can accommodate no more than 10 people. The first battle you will fight will be to enter the sword itself. Ambushes on the inside have been known to occur, so do your best to stick together. Remember what I told you before. If you meet disciples from other sects, don't be soft-hearted. To protect yourself, kill them if you can. Collect the Earthstring energy into your Dao bottles and form the Earthstring capture crystal as quickly as possible. Then begin to summon the surrounding Earthstring energy from the rest of the fallen sword world. Even as Ouyang gave his final explanations to the Spirit Stream sect disciples, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the other three sects were doing the same thing. Ouyang waved his right hand, and 100 little blue bottles flew out into the hands of the disciples. "These are your Dao bottles." By this time, rumbling sounds were echoing out as the shield preventing access to the crevices in the ground opened fully, leaving a gap of roughly 9 meters through which the disciples could enter. By entering that gap, it was possible to go into the underground passages and into the depths of abyss, where one could find entrances leading into the world of the sword itself. This whole area is under the control of the four great sects. That, coupled with the oversight of the sects patriarchs, means that no Foundation establishment cultivators will be able to enter the world of the sword. Remember, you cannot stay inside for very long. The Holy Land will only remain open for 3 months. After that time period expires, whether or not you have succeeded, you will have to leave. I will pull you out from the outside if I have to. Another thing. Although nothing extreme will happen that is outside of the purvey of expectation, for generations now, the patriarchs of the four great sects have maintained 4 teleportation formations to evacuate you in case any emergency occurs. Based on the types of techniques you cultivate, the formations will identify you and teleport you back to the sect, or at least to the same continent. Of course, no amount of fighting and killing between disciples will trigger the teleportation formations. Finally, whether or not you succeed in reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, I truly hope that all of you make it back alive. As he looked out over the disciples, Ouyang usual cold demeanor softened a bit, and his expression even looked a bit encouraging. That was especially true when he looked at Bai Xiaochun and Ghost Fang. When he looked at them, his eyes glowed with keen anticipation. Seeing that the entrance was now open, the Bloodstream sect immediately began to fly in that direction. Among the Spirit Stream sect disciples, Ghost Fang was the first to leap into action, followed by Shangguan Tianyu and the other chosen. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and then rapidly produced 8 leather coats from his bag of holding. As he flew along, he also pulled out a big black rock, which he put on his back. Eyes shining with determination, he gritted his teeth and flew through the entrance. Of course, he didn't go alone. He made sure to follow along at the back of the group of spirit stream sect disciples. Soon, the disciples of the four great sects had vanished into the crevices. Xianxia, the snake-tongued old man, and the cultivators named Hai and Lin all exchanged glances, and then sat down cross-legged around the entrance, looking around vigilantly as they stood guard. There were many crevices leading underground, some large, some small, and the spirit stream sect disciples didn't all stick together. Ghost Fang, Bai Lai, Gong Sun Wainer, and some of the other chosen chose to go alone. The rest of the disciples split up into two groups, one made up of North Bank disciples, and the other made up of South Bank disciples. The forces from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect acted similarly. However, the disciples from the Blood Stream sect didn't seem to have much trust amongst themselves, and either acted alone, or split up into groups of 2 or 3. Bai Xiaochun looked around cautiously as he followed the South Bank disciples into the depths. As soon as he was underground, he could sense the pulsing coldness rising up from below. It seemed to want to pierce into his body, to freeze his qi and blood. However, he was wearing too much clothing, making it impossible for the cold to reach him. The further down they got, the colder it became. Thankfully, they weren't very far from the surface. Combined with the level of their cultivation bases, they weren't in any harm. Soon, the South Bank disciples noticed that Bai Xiaochun was in the very back, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. However, those expressions quickly transformed into smiles of joy. After all, with Bai Xiaochun there, they felt a lot safer. Although they were all in the 10th level of qi condensation, and very proud of that fact, they knew that Bai Xiaochun was far more powerful than them in every way. Soon, they began to make room for him, stepping off to the side and clasping hands in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. It's the just and righteous Sect Uncle Bai. He's not like Shangguan Dianyu and those others who went off on their own. He's sticking with us." Now that's what the South Bank chosen should be like. "Sect Uncle Bai, it's me, Zhou Yudao. Do you still remember me? You really got me good in that acid rain incident." Bai Xiaochun looked at the group parting way to let him up to the front, and was initially shocked. Actually, he had hoped to find a bit of safety by remaining in the back of the crowd. But after hearing how everyone was talking to him, he blinked and then cleared his throat. Sticking his chin up, he assumed the posture of someone of the senior generation. "Ha ha ha. None of you have a thing to worry about. With an important person like myself here, no one will dare to cause any problems for you." Delighted, the other disciples clustered around Bai Xiaochun, especially Zhou Yudao from Violet Cauldron Peak, who was all smiles. Hou Yunfei ended up next to Bai Xiaochun. Considering his current getup, the fact that he was acting like someone from the senior generation left Hou Yunfei chuckling. However, he couldn't forget everything that had occurred with the Luokan clan. "Good luck, Xiaochun," he said quietly. "You're definitely going to reach Earthstring Foundation establishment." "I hope so too," Bai Xiaochun replied. Looking around to make sure no one was listening, he leaned over with a scowl and said, "Hey, do you think the other disciples did this on purpose? I originally wanted to stay in the back. How come I ended up in the front all of a sudden?" A strange expression appeared on Hou Yunfei's face, and he coughed lightly. For some reason, he felt that whenever Bai Xiaochun was around, no matter how solemn or dangerous the situation was, it would somehow become bizarre and amusing. "Ah well, I can let it go," Bai Xiaochun continued. "After all, I'm a prestige disciple, and the junior brother of the sect leader. Back on the South Bank, I did drag these disciples into some bad situations with my pill concocting, so for now, I'll just cut them some slack." Sticking his chest out and looking very much the hero, he proceeded along as quickly as his cautious and nervous heart would let him. Elsewhere in the subterranean crevices, disciples from the other sects went along alone, or in groups of between 3 to 5. Any of them who saw the larger group of a few dozen would immediately avoid it. Even those who considered themselves to be superior would look at them coldly and then move on as quickly as possible. Soon, the group caught sight of the body of the sword, and one of the gaps that led inside. However, there were already 2 beams of light shooting toward the gap. Bai Xiaochun immediately decided to move on, but before he could, the surrounding Spirit Stream sect disciples excitedly began to perform incantation gestures. In the blink of an eye, numerous magical techniques were bearing down on the 2 disciples from the other sects. Both of them were from the Blood Stream sect, and as soon as they saw the incoming magical techniques, their faces flickered, and they tried to dodge out of the way. Unfortunately, they weren't quite quick enough, and were sent tumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. Then they fled, glaring hatefully at the Spirit Stream sect the whole time. Bai Xiaochun was pleasantly surprised that they'd managed to secure one of the gaps by means of superior numbers. Of course, considering his status, He simply cleared his throat and let the other disciples enter the gap ahead of him. Chapter 144, Lord Bai is gonna fight you to the death. There was no way to ensure that you wouldn't be ambushed after entering. One could only rely on one's skills and abilities to stay safe. Jade slips could not be used to send messages to those on the outside either. However, if several people from one sect all entered at the same time, they would be safe from anything except a brutal, large-scale ambush. After 4 disciples entered the opening, Hou Yunfei chose to go in. Just before stepping inside, he asked a favor of Bai Xiaochun. If anything unexpected happens to me inside, please take care of my clan junior brother, Hou Yunqing. Hou Yunqing was one of the most important younger clan members, although he wasn't a member of the Spirit Stream sect, but rather, had stayed in the clan to further his cultivation. Bai Xiaochun quickly comforted Hou Yunfei and told him not to be so depressing. Then he furtively handed him a paper talisman. Hou Yunfei was initially startled, but after looking at the talisman for a moment, was quite moved. With a final nod to Bai Xiaochun, he stepped into the entrance. As soon as he disappeared, the gap went dark, indicating that it was no longer possible to use it as an entrance. Bai Xiaochun was a bit worried about Hou Yunfei, but considering the entrance had closed, there was little more to be done. With that, he led the group onward. They proceeded along for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, chatting and laughing about Bai Xiaochun's antics on the south bank. They also talked about their hopes and ambitions for the future. When Bai Xiaochun slapped his chest and told them that his dream was to live forever, they all chuckled. Zhou Yudao loudly declared that his dream was to become a patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. They were on the brutal and deadly path to foundation establishment, but as of this moment, they were able to relax slightly. With Bai Xiaochun in the lead, they didn't suffer any setbacks. Any gap they caught sight of was quickly taken over. "Get him, boys!" Bai Xiaochun would cry. "Hey, this place belongs to us." "Buzz off, this place is ours." "Well, what's this? How dare you glare at me?" "Get him, boys!" Booms rang out constantly. At the same time, the number of Spirit Stream sect disciples grew smaller and smaller. Every time one of them entered one of the gaps, they would express deep gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the fact that the disciples would leap into action at the simple wave of his hand left Bai Xiaochun feeling very moved. So, this is what it feels like to be chosen. No wonder so many people want to be one. Even as he sighed about the matter, they approached another area with gaps in the sword. Unexpectedly, there was a large group of people fighting each other in the area. Even more shocking, there were a total of 3 gaps visible, and 6 powerful Bloodstream sect disciples were holding them against 9 disciples from the other 2 sects. At the moment, the fighting had reached a deadlock. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, his eyes glittered, and the remaining dozen or so Spirit Stream sect disciples behind him all started to get excited. Without any further hesitation, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Hey, this place belongs to us." The Bloodstream sect disciples had been carrying out a mission for their sect to guard this location for as long as they could. They were already exhausted, so when they saw so many people from the Spirit Stream sect arriving, their expressions flickered, and yet they didn't flee. Instead, they vanished into the gaps. The surrounding disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect were just about to charge into the entrances when they were bombarded by magical techniques and divine abilities, shoving them back. A moment later, Bai Xiaochun and the other Spirit Stream sect disciples were blocking the way. Aware that they had the advantage of numbers, Bai Xiaochun proudly said, "Humphrey, be good little disciples and buzz off. Lord Bai is in a good mood today, so he won't cause you any further trouble." The faces of the disciples from the other sects twitched. "It's him again. His name is Bai Xiaochun. What a villain. This is the 3rd time he's snatched an entrance from me. Damn it. This is the 2nd time for me. If it weren't for him, I'd already be in the world of the sword." Because the group consisted of people from different sects, they were reluctant to join forces. Besides, even if they did, they would still be outnumbered by the Spirit Stream sect. Eyes blazing with rage and helplessness, they watched as the Spirit Stream sect disciples vanished into the 3 gaps. Feeling very pleased, Bai Xiaochun watched 5 disciples enter the first gap before it went dark. 3 people vanished into the second gap. As far as he was concerned, he was performing a great service for the sect. As of this point, his mission was accomplished. Clearing his throat, he joined the final 5 Spirit Stream sect disciples as they approached the 3rd entrance. The surrounding disciples from the Pill Stream sect and the Profound Stream sect looked on, aware that by this point, it was too late to do anything about the situation. Besides, even if the gap didn't go dark after the Spirit Stream sect entered, they still wouldn't dare to enter for fear of an ambush on the other side. Just as they were about to depart to look for another gap, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped in shock. Then, cold, murderous smiles appeared on their faces. Just now, When the fifth spirit stream sect disciple entered the passageway, and Bai Xiaochun attempted to step in, it went dark. "No way," Bai Xiaochun said, astonished. As he was shoved roughly out of the entrance, he swallowed and looked over his shoulder. There stood the group of disciples from the other sects, eyes flashing menacingly as they slowly walked toward him. Each and every one was in the great circle of the 10th level of qi condensation, and in their own sects, they were chosen who everyone looked up to. Although they weren't the type who other disciples despaired of ever surpassing, they were still far beyond ordinary in terms of their natural talent. "Why don't you go in, Bai Xiaochun? Hurry up, step into the entrance." "Yeah. If you don't, we'll help you. Maybe if we cut you into pieces, then you'll fit in." "Ha ha ha. You're finally gonna get what you paid for. You and your gang robbed me of 3 entrances. Now what are you gonna do?" Cold laughter and murderous oars spread out to fill the area. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was a common enemy that all the disciples hated. He took a deep breath, and as the group prepared to attack, he smacked his bag of holding, producing a fistful of paper talismans which he slapped down all over himself. Instantly, blinding light radiated out as Bai Xiaochun created a 60-meter wide world of brightness. The popping sounds of shields being summoned turned into a deafening cacophony that filled the entire area. The other disciples' eyes went wide, and their minds reeled. They almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. Bright, multicolored light filled a 60-meter wide area as more than 100 shields appeared. All of the disciples' scalps were tingling in shock. This was something the likes of which they had never seen in their entire young lives. How many talisman shields is that? Heavens! How rich is this guy? Damn it! Even if we had 10 times as many people here, we wouldn't be able to break through those shields. Trembling on the verge of madness, the disciples stared at Bai Xiaochun with increasing astonishment. As for Bai Xiaochun, he stood there, chest puffed out, hands clasped behind his back, chin stuck up, expression somewhat melancholy, like a lonely hero. "Very well, you bunch of bullies, bring it on," he said loudly. "Lord Bai is gonna fight you to the death." From his tone of voice, it really seemed like he was ready to fight to the death. Even as the words left his mouth, the proto-magnetic wings popped out of the big black walk on his back, and he blurred into motion, slamming into the closest disciple, a long-faced young man from the profound stream sect. More precisely, Bai Xiaochun didn't slam into the young man, his shields did. A full 60 meters away from Bai Xiaochun, a miserable shriek echoed out, and the young man was sent flying backward for some distance before he managed to grind to a halt. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun's shields, then sighed and left sullenly. There was really no other option. Even he knew that he couldn't single-handedly break through Bai Xiaochun's shields. Draining his energy in such a way would be pointless, and would only delay his ability to enter the world of the sword. Everyone else was completely shaken by what they saw. Feeling completely helpless when it came to Bai Xiaochun, they began to disperse, fleeing in every direction at top speed. Considering that there wasn't even an entrance to struggle over, none of them were inclined to fight Bai Xiaochun to the death. "Hey, don't run. I'm ready to fight till the bitter end. You bunch of bullies. Get back here." Bai Xiaochun continued to call out at the top of his lungs, but it only caused the other disciples to move more quickly. Soon, Bai Xiaochun was alone, standing there blinking. Although surviving the combined attack of the enemy disciples had wasted some time, staying on track toward Earthstring Foundation establishment was the most important thing. With that, he began to pull the paper talismans off and put them back into his bag of holding. Most of them had only burned through half of their charge, and thus, could still be used later. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and swished his sleeve like a lonely hero. Bai Xiaochun is not to be trifled with. With that, he flickered into motion, making his way down through the cracks and crevices as he tried to find another gap leading into the huge sword. Of course, when it came to entering the sword world earlier or later, there were pros and cons to both. Those who entered sooner would be able to start killing the Earthstring Bane beasts sooner, and begin collecting the Earthstring energy. However, those people would find themselves higher up in the world of the sword, where the Bane beasts didn't have much Earthstring energy in them. The Bane beasts further down in the world of the sword could have 10 times as much Earthstring energy or even more. It required a large collection of Earthstring energy to form the Earthstring capture crystal. Another thing to consider was that the world of the sword was enormous, and also contained Bane souls. Because Bane souls had to be avoided, it was actually possible to proceed downward with greater speed if one was outside the sword. The downside to being outside of the sword was that the cold became increasingly intense the further down you went. Eventually, it became so cold that qi condensation disciples couldn't survive. At a certain point, there was no other option than to enter the world of the sword, for one's own safety. In the end, the decision of when exactly to enter the sword was up to each individual's power and strength, and their own determination of what was best for them. Bai Xiaochun already had a rather high level of cold resistance, and now that he thought about it, it made sense to go down as far as he could before choosing an entrance. That would actually put him ahead of many of the people who were already in the sword. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun moved at top speed, almost a blur. He wasn't even aware of it, but he had already passed almost all of the other chi condensation disciples who had already entered the sword. The cold grew more and more intense, until he was starting to get stiff. Eventually, he reached the point where going too much further might end up injuring him. He took a deep breath as he looked down into the pitch black below. I think I can go another 300 meters. He tried to use some paper talismans to stave off the cold, but they did little good. Shaking his head, he started looking around for a gap. All of a sudden, he noticed a spot roughly 90 meters down, where a young man was standing next to the body of the sword. As soon as the young man sensed Bai Xiaochun, he looked over, and their gazes locked. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized who this cold and vicious young man was. Bloodstream Sect. Song K. Spirit Stream Sect. Bai Xiaochun. Chapter 145, Sentenced to Death. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. The person standing in front of him was capable of killing Foundation establishment cultivators, and had already forged an unprecedented legend of heaven-defying ferocity. From what Bai Xiaochun knew, he should have been able to enter the world of the sword much earlier on. What could he possibly be doing so far down outside the sword? As soon as Song K's eyes locked onto him, Bai Xiaochun felt a sensation of deadly crisis, and a brewing killing intent that seemed as if it might explode if Bai Xiaochun made even the slightest move. Song K was equally shocked. He had never imagined that a second person other than himself would reach this level. Considering the coldness, this place was clearly beyond the limit for the chi condensation stage, and even most other chosen wouldn't be able to reach it. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to have any trouble here at all. As he stared at Bai Xiaochun, Song K recalled the information that he had read about him in the jade slip given him by the sect. The two of them looked at each other, remaining completely motionless. To Song K, Bai Xiaochun was a mysterious and unfathomable individual. Although he didn't seem to possess any killing intent, Song K's intuition told him that if he tried to attack, one of the two of them would most likely die. Furthermore, he wasn't completely confident that he would be the one to make it out alive. After a long moment, Song K took the initiative to speak. 60 meters below this point is an entrance. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and despite the pounding of his heart, he slowly resumed his downward movement. Of course, he had no way of knowing it, but that caused Song K's heart to beat faster and faster, as he prepared himself to counterattack the moment Bai Xiaochun made a move. When the two of them were only a few meters apart, Song K suddenly shifted to the side as if to cover an area of the sword behind him, his eyes shining with a threatening light. "Sneaky little punk," Bai Xiaochun murmured to himself. "He's definitely up to no good." He continued downward until he reached the 60-meter mark that Song K had referred to. Sure enough, there was an opening there. After a bit of inspection, Bai Xiaochun relaxed a bit and then stepped inside. After he disappeared, Song K breathed a sigh of relief. Considering what the sect's introduction had explained about Bai Xiaochun, Song K knew that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Finally, a vicious gleam appeared in Song K's eyes. After reaching the 6th level of chi condensation, he had never needed to act so cautiously around anyone. He'd even gone to the length of telling Bai Xiaochun about the location of the entrance down below. This Bai Xiaochun might be extraordinary, but once my plan is carried out, I'll kill him as easily as stepping on an ant. Eyes burning with killing intent and fervor, he turned to study the surface of the sword. The report from Senior Limitless was accurate. Here's the energy node. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was passing through a sheet of water. Moments later, he was inside the world of the sword. Everything around him was black and white. The sky was white, and the land was black. Everything looked like an ink wash painting. Mountains rose and fell, black river water swirled along, and up above he could see countless stars whose twinkling seemed like the blinking of eyes. Most shocking of all was how the entire world was tilted. Bai Xiaochun almost felt like he was standing on the side of a hill. It was a strange sensation that would take some time to get used to. Just what kind of sword is this? It has a whole world inside of it? It's a lot smaller than the real world outside, but it's still completely shocking. As he looked around, he realized that he was completely alone. Based on his calculations, he wasn't in the deepest parts of the sword world, but he was definitely much further in than most of the other disciples. After a bit of thought, he proceeded downward, leaving the entrance behind. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he reached the crest of a small mountain, whereupon his expression flickered. His right hand shot out, shining with silver light as he snapped his two fingers in the air off to the side. Ripples spread out as a black snake appeared next to him, only as wide as a finger. Before it could do anything, it flew into his hand, and he grabbed it behind the jaw. The snake let out a piercing cry that instantly broke the silence, simultaneously wrapping around Bai Xiaochun's forearm and squeezing down tightly. Bai Xiaochun was shocked by the snake's strength. Were it not for the fact that his fleshly body could already make contact with the first shackle, the snake would most likely have been able to break free. He pressed down with both fingers, and a cracking sound rang out as the snake's head was crushed. The snake went limp, and then simply dissolved into a strand of gray energy roughly as wide as a stick of incense, which instantly began to float away. So that's earth string energy, huh? He quickly pulled out his Dao bottle to collect it. After shaking the bottle a bit, he watched the earth string energy materialize into a gray drop of liquid. I'd need something like 1,000 of these drops to fill the bottle. Taken aback, he looked back in the direction he'd come from. If he needed to kill 1,000 Bane beasts in this area to fill the bottle, who knew how many it would be necessary to kill further back? I need to go more quickly. I have to form that earth string capture crystal as soon as possible. With that, he hurried onward at top speed, searching for Bane beasts the entire way. 3 days later, he had about 30 drops worth of gray fluid in his Dao bottle. During those 3 days, he'd killed dozens of Bane beasts just to get that small amount. He felt like he was moving at a snail's pace. At this speed, it's going to take more than 2 months to get that earth string capture crystal. He stood there with gritted teeth as he realized that the best thing to do was go even deeper. With that, he proceeded onward at top speed. After about 2 hours, he suddenly stopped in place as he caught sight of 2 corpses up ahead. These were the first people Bai Xiaochun had seen inside the world of the sword. Clearly, they had proceeded at top speed to get here so quickly, or perhaps had some other means of reaching this point. One of them wore the clothing of the Spirit Stream sect, and was an inner sect disciple from the South Bank. The other wore the uniform of the Pill Stream sect. Apparently, the 2 of them had fought each other to the death here. The Pill Stream sect disciple had a Dao bottle in his hand. Even from a distance, Bai Xiaochun recognized the South Bank disciple. It was Zhou Yudao from the inner sect on Violet Cauldron Peak. He was one of the group of 5 who had entered the last of the 3 entrances. He had been very enthusiastic about addressing Bai Xiaochun as Sect Uncle Bai, and on the underground journey outside the sword, had fought well against the disciples from the other sects. Bai Xiaochun would never have thought that he would end up dead. A strange, indescribable feeling rose up in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Only a few days ago, he had been laughing and joking with Zhou Yudao. The next time he saw him, they were eternally separated by death. It almost felt as if this entire world were permeated by ruination and mortality, creating a crushing pressure that instantly reminded Bai Xiaochun of the danger around him. The slightest misstep could leave him dead. It was even possible that people might use his corpse to set traps for other disciples as well. Fury began to burn in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and his fists clenched into balls. Other than Feng Yan from years ago, this was the first fellow disciple Bai Xiaochun personally knew who had died, and it caused sorrow to grip his heart. He couldn't forget how Zhou Yudao had talked about his dream of becoming a patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. Immortal cultivation is supposed to be about living a better life. It's about achieving your dreams. Why? Why? Does there have to be all this fighting and killing? Is it worth it? It only took a glance for him to realize that the 2 corpses were a trap. Despite that, he chose to proceed forward. As soon as he neared the corpses, rumbling sounds echoed out from the ground. Apparently, some medicinal pills had been hidden in the area which were now exploding, sending plumes of toxic gas up toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, a flying sword shot like lightning toward him, a sword surrounded by an illusory scorpion, which emitted high-pitched shrieks. At exactly the same moment, a frighteningly powerful explosion ripped through the air from the other side, the result of more detonated medicinal pills. On one side was a flying sword, on the other was an explosion, and he was surrounded by a toxic spell formation. Anyone who casually stepped into a situation like this would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. A cold snort echoed out through the toxic gas, and someone shouted, "Die!" Bai Xiaochun settled his qi. His face was extremely grim as the volcanic rage that had been building up in his chest suddenly erupted. "You'll be the one to die," he said, his voice booming like thunder, spreading out in all directions like a gale force wind that could topple mountains and drain seas. His hair whipped about, his eyes shone with killing intent. It was an awesome spectacle. His thunderous voice swept out, filled with sorrow and fury. It became a powerful attack that instantly smashed into the toxic smoke. In the blink of an eye, the smoke was blasted away, revealing the flying sword and the explosion, as well as the 2 shocked disciples who had unleashed them, a young man and a young woman from the Pill Stream sect. The scorpion surrounding the sword let out a blood-curdling shriek as it was crushed out of existence as if by a gigantic hand. Cracking sounds rang out from the sword as it was drained of spiritual power, then sent spinning off to the side. As for the explosions, even their terrifying force was redirected by Bai Xiaochun, sent to land in a completely different direction. Suddenly, everything seemed to go blurry. Shocking energy radiated out from Bai Xiaochun, who seemed to grow taller as he spoke out in a powerful voice. "Anyone who kills a disciple of the Spirit Stream sect will be sentenced to death." His words echoed like thunder, and carried the threat of extermination. They added additional force to the blast in the area, which was no longer like a strong wind. It contained Bai Xiaochun's killing intent, and more than that, the power of the life essence spirit of his water swamp kingdom. That was power that could easily shatter mountains and dry up seas. Suddenly, water vapor became visible in the area. The water swamp kingdom was coming. Chapter 146, Power. The two Pill Stream sect disciples' hair flew about wildly, and their robes whipped about. Their faces were ashen, and even their skin seemed to be pressed down from the force. They were terrified to the extreme as the wild wind battered them, turning them into rowboats in a hurricane as the mountain toppling, sea-draining force inundated them, sending them stagger back, blood spraying out of their mouths. The female disciple was trembling violently, blood oozing out her eyes, ears, and nose. As she lurched away from Bai Xiaochun, it quickly became apparent that she couldn't endure the force that was pushing against her. She let out a blood-curdling scream as first her eyes exploded, then her head, and then her entire body. She instantly transformed into a haze of blood that was swept away by the wind. "No!" screamed the male disciple. Blood began to pour out of his mouth, and he was shaking violently. His world began to turn black, and he let out an agonized shriek. Never in his darkest nightmares could he have imagined that he would provoke someone as indescribably heaven-defying as this. The energy and pressure felt like something from an elder in his sect. It was something that a chi condensation disciple should never have to endure, something that not even the most powerful chosen he knew, Fang Lin, could stand up to. It was wrong. The information the sect gave us was totally wrong. "Don't kill me. The blood-soaked male disciple was breaking down mentally, and began to plead and weep. He didn't want to die, and could hardly bear the terror he felt. However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun stepped forward and grabbed him by the throat. "My sect nephew Zhou didn't want to die," he growled. "And you know what? I didn't want to kill anyone, either." Bai Xiaochun was not the type of person to be friends with just anybody. His heart belonged to the Spirit Stream sect. It didn't matter how that had come to be, to him, the Spirit Stream sect was home. He tightened his grip, and a cracking sound could be heard as the Pill Stream sect disciple's neck was crushed. His eyes bulged, and his legs twitched a few times. Then he was dead. Things gradually went quiet. Bai Xiaochun released his grip and then walked back to Zhou Yudao's corpse. He sighed. "Zhou Yudao," he said softly, "allow me to bring you back to the sect." With that, he put Zhou Yudao's corpse into his bag of holding, taking his Dao bottle but leaving his bag of holding untouched. As for the people from the Pill Stream sect, he searched them thoroughly. Before leaving, he put the contents of the 4 Dao bottles he had collected into his own. Altogether, they hadn't even collected half as much as he had on his own. At long last, he had a chance to see what the Pill Stream sect disciples' jade slips said about him. Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect. A genius in the Tao of medicine, suspected to be the so-called little turtle of the sect. Unknown techniques, unclear battle prowess. Sometimes weak, sometimes strong, has a large collection of magical objects. Took first place in the sect's chosen battles, likely due to negligence on the part of Ghost Fang. If you encounter him, worry about his Tao of medicine, not his battle prowess. Attack him 2-1. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure where the Pill Stream sect got their information, but now he was even more curious about what the information from the Profound Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect said. With that, he left. 4 hours later, an expressionless young man approached the scene. It was none other than Fang Lin from the Pill Stream sect. Eyes glittering, he looked around the area to determine what had occurred. Before long, he was standing in the spot where Bai Xiaochun had let out that powerful roar. He closed his eyes as if he were seeking enlightenment. Soon, his expression flickered, and his eyes snapped open. "So strong. Who did this? Song K? Ghost Fang? 9 Isles?" Fang Lin took a deep breath as the desire to fight rose up in his heart. Looking around, he identified the path Bai Xiaochun had taken when he left, and then picked a different direction, unwilling to make contact at the moment. 4 hours later, another person appeared. He was a tall, burly man surrounded by flame lightning. After looking around, his eyes began to shine, and he started panting. It wasn't Song K, nor was it 9 Isles. Could it have been Ghost Fang? Damn it! I don't want to provoke any one of those 3. This man was none other than Lei Shan. After looking around, he hesitated, unable to determine exactly which direction the terrifying figure responsible for the scene had taken. Gritting his teeth, he randomly picked a direction, which just so happened to be the same direction Bai Xiaochun had taken. Time sped by. Over the following 3 days, quite a few people passed by the area. Some picked up on the clues, others didn't. On evening of the 3rd day, Song Ke approached. Although the traces of the battle were mostly gone by that time, he could sense that there was something odd about the area. Squatting down, he put his right hand onto the surface of the ground. A moment later, his eyes shone brightly. Such energy! This was neither Nine Niles nor Fang Lin. Not Ghost Fang either. In that case, it must have been Bai Xiaochun. Narrowing his eyes, he turned and sped off into the distance. Around that same time, Bai Xiaochun was also speeding along through the world of the sword. Whenever he encountered an Earthstring Banebeast, he would kill it and collect its Earthstring energy. More grey liquid was building up in his Dao bottle, but he was still quite a ways away from being able to form the Earthstring capture crystal. In the current area, the Banebeasts provided a lot more Earthstring energy than those from further back, but unfortunately, they were harder to find. Much of his time was wasted traveling to and fro. Apparently, the Earthstring Banebeasts were partly illusory and partly corporeal, making it possible for them to merge into the air itself. They were very difficult to track down, and sometimes even randomly disappeared in the middle of a fight. Were it not for Bai Xiaochun's exceptional senses, he might not even have been able to detect them. They would only materialize if you got very close to their hiding spot. Otherwise, they would remain hidden. I need to figure out a better method. The best way would be to get a bunch of Earthstring Banebeasts in the same area. My current method is too slow. Even attacking disciples from other sects wouldn't be fast enough. Even as he pondered the matter, he suddenly stopped in place. A whooshing sound could then be heard as a scaled hand reached out as if to grab him. When it grabbed nothing but air, it began to pull back, but before it could, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed it. Then, he jerked his hand back, and a thunderous crash rang out like that of a giant mirror shattering. At the same time, a 3-meter-tall ape-like Earthstring Banebeast was dragged out of thin air. It had no hair, only black scales, and as Bai Xiaochun dragged it out, it let out a powerful roar. Its eyes shone with ferocity, but very little intelligence. Almost immediately, it attempted to pounce on Bai Xiaochun, whose eyes flickered as he extended his left hand and grabbed the ape by the neck. Instead of crushing it, though, he pulled it a bit closer and began to examine it closely. Soon, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. If I could concoct a spirit medicine that could attract these Banebeasts, that would definitely solve the problem. Then I could form that Earthstring capture crystal even faster. At the very least, it would be faster than trying to kill and rob other disciples. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun made his way off to the distance, eyes glittering, ape in tow. His destination was a valley up ahead, where he found a secluded place to hide and study the Banebeast. His powerful gaze left the thing shivering, as though by merely looking at it he could see everything about its internal structure. Of course, the truth was he couldn't do that. At the moment, this Banebeast was simply a subject for research, much the way some of the snakes had been to him years ago in 10,000 Snakes Valley. If he wanted to make a spirit medicine that would specifically target this kind of beast, then he obviously would need to study them on many levels. Eyes burning with passion, he reached into his bag of holding and pulled out a flying sword. Soon after, he was slicing open the Banebeast's chest. The next day, his eyes were bloodshot as he left the valley. There isn't much difference between them and ordinary beasts. They have the same organs, and even have blood. However, as soon as they die, all of that vanishes and transforms into Earthstring energy. Another strange thing is that the Earthstring Banebeasts don't have any food inside their stomachs. Is it that they don't need to eat food? With that, he captured another Banebeast to perform further experiments. A few days later, more and more disciples were showing up in the area, which could be considered to be the middle section of the sword world. Some of them attacked other disciples to steal their Dao bottles, others went after the Banebeasts. By this time, Bai Xiaochun had studied more than 10 different Banebeasts, and his eyes were more bloodshot than ever. His hair was disheveled, and he almost looked as if he had gone mad. Poor eyesight, and a bad sense of smell, and yet they seem very perceptive. How do they merge into the air? How are they formed from Earthstring energy? And why do they attack cultivators? Bai Xiaochun was now fully immersed in the Tao of medicine by this point. Continuing to mutter questions to himself, he confirmed that the Banebeasts would always take the initiative to attack him, and did so with bloodthirsty ferocity. Wait a second. His heart began to pound as he realized that he might be onto something. Looking up suddenly, he hurried forward to find a Banebeast to confirm his new theory. Before long, a 9-meter-long Earthstring bear appeared in front of him. It was covered with black scales, and was currently being besieged by 5 disciples in long, blood-red robes. Obviously, they were bloodstream sect disciples. Their killing intent was raging, and they didn't seem to care about anything except the kill. They didn't even care when one of their fellow disciples was suddenly killed. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward the area. Even as the 4 bloodstream sect disciples were preparing to launch another salvo, a blur appeared and someone reached out and grabbed the huge bear. The bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide. None of them immediately recognized Bai Xiaochun, but they could tell that he was wearing the clothing of the spirit stream sect. Soon, cold smiles appeared on their faces, as well as derision. During their fight with the bear, they had come to realize that it had certain special qualities, including a terrifying fleshly body power. Chapter 147, A Strange Pill Appears. He's gonna get himself killed. The spirit stream sect people are also arrogant. That's a mid-level Bane Beast, not a low-level Bane Beast. Is he looking to die? The bloodstream sect disciples chuckled coldly as they imagined the Bane Beast ripping the spirit stream sect disciple to shreds. However, even as the cold smiles appeared on their faces, they suddenly trembled, and their eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. What they saw was Bai Xiaochun, his hair in complete disarray, grabbing onto the bear, which let out a terrifying roar. It then bared its teeth as if to rip Bai Xiaochun's arm off of his body and shred it to pieces. However, as soon Bai Xiaochun's hand latched down onto it, the bear acted as though a mountain of pressure had just crushed down onto it. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Bai Xiaochun pushed the bear down into the ground. The ground trembled, and the 4 bloodstream sect disciples all gasped, hardly able to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Such incredible strength. The 4 of them swallowed hard, and yet, weren't willing to simply leave. Even as they eyed Bai Xiaochun, he once again did something that left them trembling. Immersed as he was in his research, he completely ignored the bloodstream sect disciples. A flying sword appeared in his left hand, and in front of the eyes of all of the bloodstream sect disciples, he began to slice open the Bane Beast's arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, along with earth string energy. The Bane Beast howled, and Bai Xiaochun, apparently annoyed by the sound, slit its throat. The bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide, and they began to tremble and back up, eyes radiating reverence toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't notice. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he managed to completely dissect the Bane Beast. Although the pieces were already starting to fade away, the mere sight of the sliced-up bear left the bloodstream sect disciples feeling as though their heads were about to explode. Did he have a grudge with that particular Bane Beast? Or does he always do that to them? Heavens! That's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, even in the bloodstream sect. It must be some twisted hobby of his. One of the disciples pulled out a jade slip, checked it, and then said, That's Bai Xiaochun." The other 3 disciples gasped at the mention of the name. Without even the slightest hesitation, they began to back up, doing everything possible to get as far away as they could. Some time later, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth, occasionally gesticulating with one hand or the other. I get it now. The Bane Beasts look like ordinary beasts, but there's something different about them. Spiritual energy is as useful to them as earthstring energy is to cultivators trying to reach foundation establishment. That's why any disciples who get eaten by them instantly disappear into nothing. They get totally absorbed. Ha ha ha. I can definitely concoct the pill I need. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, then looked around, somewhat surprised to find that everyone had left. Shaking his head, he blurred into motion, heading off into the distance to find a cave. Once he found a suitable location, he produced some earth flame crystals and began to concoct. He had the pill formula in mind, which he followed based on his understanding of the Bane Beasts. In addition to the medicinal plants, he added in some of his own blood. Worried that that might not be enough, he called upon the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression to adjust things perfectly. He spent 4 hours concocting, after which the pill furnace began to rumble. When the sound died down, a medicinal pill appeared. Bai Xiaochun grabbed it and set off to look for Bane Beasts. After finding one, he threw out the medicinal pill, but was disappointed to find that it didn't have any effect whatsoever. This can't be right. What went wrong? The next few days, he spent more time researching the Bane Beasts. By that time, it had been 20 days since the opening of the Fallen Sword Abyss. Most of the disciples of the 4 sects had reached the depths of the world, and were in different areas fighting and killing Bane Beasts. The Bloodstream sect was truly strong, and incredibly vicious. The Profound Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect were about evenly matched, with the Pill Stream sect being the weakest of them all. There were even fights that broke out between some of the top chosen from the various sects. The most noteworthy fight was when Ghost Fang fought 9 Isles from the Profound Stream sect. It lasted an entire day, and shook everything in the area. In the end, 9 Isles was seriously injured and fled. Having come out victorious, Ghost Fang came to be known as the one person who was qualified to fight Song Ke. Gong Sun Weiner and Zhao Ru fought a few times, and although there were always clear winners and losers, neither managed to kill the other. Shang Wendianyu put on quite a show. In the middle of killing a Bane Beast, he saw Fang Lin, the number 1 chosen from the Pill Stream sect, and the two of them fought a fierce battle. In the end, it was hard to say who came out on top. Song Ke from the Bloodstream sect was like a shadowy specter. He never attacked anyone, and few people even saw him. As for the other person listed in the information about the Bloodstream sect, Xu Xiaochun, he also began to make a name for himself. People bristled with anger at the sheer amount of magical items he had at his disposal. When he unleashed them in battle, any opponent he fought was left shocked. One disciple who quickly came to be known as a dark horse in the competition was Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect. Not much information about him had been made available to the other 3 sects, and therefore, people took him to be an ordinary chosen. Who could ever have imagined that when he encountered Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect, a massive battle would ensue? In the end, Bai Xiaochun seemed to be on the same level as Lei Shan, which was shocking considering that other than 9 Isles, he was considered to be the top chosen of his generation in the Profound Stream sect. Very few people could hold their own in a fight against him. Before, he was simply a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect. For him to be able to do such a thing left many people shocked. In addition to the friction and fighting between the famous chosen, there were many fierce battles between the other disciples. People died on a daily basis, and some unlucky people were eaten by the Bane Beasts. As for the disciples who survived all of the fighting, their collections of Earthstring energy grew. Soon, it was getting harder and harder to find the Bane Beasts, which meant that the fighting between disciples started to grow fiercer. People ganged up on others. People set traps. Some people simply overwhelmed others with direct force. All sorts of tactics were unleashed, until the fallen sword abyss began to devolve into chaos. Eyes were bloodshot as people fought back and forth in the struggles for Earthstring energy. Nobody wanted to be the last person to collect the energy they needed, and everyone wanted to be first. Bai Xiaochun was aware of the murderous atmosphere around him. However, he didn't go out much. He spent most of his time doing research or concocting medicine. Even still, he ran into the corpses of 17 Spirit Stream sect disciples. Whenever he did, he would carefully store the corpses in his bag of holding to take them back to the sect. When he went out looking for Bane Beasts, he went about his work as quickly as possible. He would strike like lightning, grab the Bane Beast, and then take it away to study. Afterward, he would go back to concocting. Before he even realized it, his Dao bottle of grey liquid was about a third full. However, he didn't pay much attention to that. He focused mostly on concocting. By this point, he had failed dozens of times. On a few occasions, he failed 5 or 6 times in one day. However, he didn't give up. As he grew more familiar with the anatomy of the Bane Beasts, he slowly slipped into a frenzy. At one point, he even personally went to observe how a Bane Beast would go about killing a cultivator. At that point, he realized that the attacks weren't physical, but rather, an absorption of life force. Suddenly, all of his experiences and research up to that point coalesced into an epiphany. He quickly selected a remote mountain cave and set about concocting, his eyes completely bloodshot. This session lasted for 5 days, during which time he didn't set a single foot outside. He failed dozens of times. However, on the evening of the 5th day, as the sky grew dark and fighting filled the lands around him, intense rumbling sounds began to emanate from his pill furnace, spreading out to fill half of the entire Fallen Sword world. Bo-oh-oom. It was like heaven-rending, earth-crushing thunder that spread out in all directions. Shockingly, black clouds appeared above the cave, which pulsed with strands of white energy. All of the disciples of the 4 sects who were in that part of the Fallen Sword world looked in the direction where Bai Xiaochun was concocting medicine. Everyone was completely shocked. Ghost Fang had been in the middle of speeding along on a task when he suddenly heard the rumbling sound, and his eyes glittered. In another location, Song Ke was in front of a nondescript stone wall, studying it carefully. When he heard the sound, his eyes widened. "What's that sound?" Xu Xiaoshan from the Bloodstream sect felt his heart began to pound. Is a precious treasure appearing in the world? Eyes widening, he picked up speed, heading in the direction of the sound. Lei Shan from the Profound Stream sect was relatively close to the source of the sounds, and was just as intrigued as Xu Xiaoshan. Eyes shining with excitement and curiosity, he sped off toward the sound. The bizarre thunderous rumbling didn't just attract the attention of the cultivators. It also attracted Bane Beasts. And also, In some mysterious location within the fallen sword world, it caught the attention of Bane souls. Chapter 148, Come play with me, big bro. In the half of the fallen sword world that was affected, countless areas began to distort and twist. It seemed as though countless slumbering bane beasts within the air itself were suddenly being awoken by the crashing of thunder. Somehow, they could sense Bai Xiaochun's spirit medicine, and trembled, slowly opening their eyes. Although there were disciples from the four sects in some of the areas where the bane beasts began to wake up, most of the areas were devoid of cultivators. As soon as the bane beasts opened their vicious eyes, they looked in Bai Xiaochun's direction, radiating greed and madness. Moments later, countless howls ripped through the air. Ripples spread out through the fallen sword world like waves on water, stirring the bane beasts, which began to rush at top speed through the air. However, what was more shocking than the bane beasts was what happened in certain locations where the bane beasts didn't dare to enter. There, numerous shadowy figures began to appear out of thin air. There were men and women, old and young. The youngest of them all was a little girl in a white dress. Clutched in her arms was a skinless, blood-colored bear. They floated there with blank looks in their eyes, accompanied by various strange beasts that were not native to the lands of Heavenspan. They were bane souls. All of the living things which had been killed by this enormous sword during its existence beyond the heavens were affected by earth strings and transformed into these lifeless souls. They were bizarre and enigmatic to the extreme, and apparently, were not people of the lands of Heavenspan. They had come from the legendary region beyond the heavens, the location of that which was eternal. Now they were scattered about through the various remote regions of the fallen sword world, in places where the bane beasts didn't dare to even approach. As of this moment, numerous such figures were stepping out of thin air to appear in the open. Some of them wore ancient robes, some wore battle armor, and some had skin made of scales instead of flesh. They looked strange, most of them badly mutilated, as if from combat wounds. Some had missing arms, some were partially decapitated, some had gaping wounds in their torsos. As they appeared, black mist pulsed out from them in all directions. All of the bane souls had blank expressions. They had no consciousness, nor any memories. Anywhere they passed, the bane beasts would be left trembling, and would simply cower as they went by. Any bane beast which was unlucky enough to actually be touched by one of the bane souls would instantly be destroyed and vanish into nothing. The bane souls that had the shape of beasts were particularly bizarre, as if they had been pieced together from parts of different creatures. The bane souls began to float through the air, picking up speed until they were moving unbelievably quickly. Nothing could block their path as they headed straight toward Bai Xiaochun. Vast numbers of them were converging upon him from all directions. As they passed along, some of the disciples from the four sects realized that something strange was happening. They saw the air rippling as countless bane beasts appeared, and at first, many of the ecstatic disciples rushed forward to try to kill them. But soon, their scalps began to tingle as they realized that there were far too many, hordes of them, like a tide of bane beasts. What's going on? Heavens! The bane beasts are usually so hard to find. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? Something must have happened. Damn it! That's not a bane beast, that's a bane soul. Cries of astonishment began to ring out all over the fallen sword world. As soon as the disciples realized that there were bane souls flying among the bane beasts, they began to flee. The bane souls were terrifying, and the elders of the four great sects had repeatedly warned all of their disciples about their existence within the fallen sword abyss. Under no circumstances were the bane souls to be provoked. They were to be avoided at all costs. Even the bane souls are attracted to whatever is in that direction. Just what exactly is happening over there? Let's follow from a distance and check it out. The disciples began to follow the tide of bane beasts and bane souls, either alone or in groups of between 3 to 5. By this point, half of the entire fallen sword world was being utterly shaken by the 9 volleys of thunder created by Bai Xiaochun's spirit medicine. Within the mountain cave, Bai Xiaochun sat there looking a bit gaunt, his hair disheveled as he stared at the pill furnace. With every rumbling boom, more cracks would spread out across the surface of the furnace. After the 9th boom, the pill furnace suddenly trembled violently and then exploded, sending fragments shooting out in all directions. At the same time, 4 beams of mysterious black light emerged. Bai Xiaochun had been prepared for just such a thing to occur. He instantly unleashed the Violet Chi Cauldron control art, creating an invisible field of control in the area that enabled him to quickly secure the 4 spirit medicines which had been trying to escape. "Think you can get away?" he said with a proud harumph. Looking down at the 4 medicinal pills with shining eyes, he hurried toward the mouth of cave to see if they would work on the bane beasts. However, the instant he emerged, his expression flickered, and he took a step back, just avoiding a black scorpion tail which slashed through the air in the spot where he had just been standing. A moment later, a 3-meter-long black scorpion materialized out of thin air, its eyes burning with madness and greed as it stared at the 4 medicinal pills in Bai Xiaochun's hand. Then, it lunged forward. Considering the ferocity of its movements, it didn't appear to be a low-level bane beast. It was a mid-level beast, much like the bear from earlier. Eyes glittering, Bai Xiaochun reached out with his left hand, moving like lightning as he grabbed the scorpion's tail. Then he smashed it against the stone wall of the cave. At the same time, he sent some spiritual power into the scorpion's body, to its weakest spot, which he crushed. The scorpion twitched, and then went limp and began to fade away, transforming into earth-string energy that Bai Xiaochun quickly collected up. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to deal with a mid-level bane beast so easily, which was why the senior members of the sect had warned the disciples about them. Bai Xiaochun was different, though. After studying nearly 100 bane beasts, he was very familiar with their weaknesses, and could kill them easily. The pills just came out of the furnace and they're already attracting the attention of bane beasts. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaochun's medicinal pills are a success. Bai Xiaochun was excitedly contemplating whether or not to perform a spirit enhancement on the pills, when suddenly, numerous ripples began to spread out in the area as one bane beast after another appeared. So many? Alright, that's more than enough. Ha ha ha. At this rate, Bai Xiaochun is definitely going to be the first to reach Foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun was so excited he almost started dancing in place. Just as he was about to reap his bountiful harvest, his expression flickered, and his eyes went wide as he noticed a partially decapitated figure off in the distance. He wore a long gray robe, and the one eye that remained on his face had a blank expression. He floated along through the air, his head twitching a bit. Eventually, he laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, and suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly seemed to be filled with longing. Eyes locked onto Bai Xiaochun, or more specifically, the medicinal pills in his hand, he began to speed forward. The bane beasts in the area all trembled at the sight of him, and didn't dare to even move. As the figure sped along, he hit 7 or 8 bane beasts in the process, causing them to shriek and then explode. A bane soul? The pills even attract them? Well, at least it's only one of huh? Before he could finish speaking, another bane soul appeared further off in the distance. This one was missing its arms, and had wildly disheveled hair. It wore a set of dilapidated armor, and was also staring longingly at Bai Xiaochun as it sped toward him. Things weren't over yet. An old man appeared off in the distance, with a huge, gaping wound in his abdomen. He too began to head directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's scalp began to tingle with fear. Taking a deep breath, he took a step as if to flee, only to find to his shock that there weren't just 3 or 4 or 5 bane souls in the area, there was an entire horde. Ripples filled the area as numerous bane souls appeared in quick succession, their eyes gleaming with longing. Bai Xiaochun's face drained of blood as he contemplated what it would feel like to be ripped to pieces. How could this be happening? He wanted to cry, but no tears would come at the moment. His first thought was to flee. He had no desire to face so many bane souls. Even members of the senior generation of the four sects would likely perish at the hands of these bane souls, much less the Qi condensation disciples. However, in the moment that Bai Xiaochun made to flee, the bane souls all looked at him and screamed. The power within their voices caused the bane beasts to tremble even harder. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and he teetered on the verge of unconsciousness as he staggered backward. It felt like he had just been hit with a hammer, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he began to tremble in fear. Screaming, he bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake as he took to flight. Cold sweat broke out all over him as wings appeared behind the black walk on his back. With that, he unleashed all the speed he could muster, transforming into a series of afterimages that shot off into the distance. However, the flying bane souls also increased their speed. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of nearby bane souls all took to flight in pursuit of Bai Xiaochun. One of the fastest bane souls was the partially decapitated one that had appeared first. However, in addition to that one, there was a girl in a white dress. Although she didn't scream like the others, her face was especially cold and sinister, and her blank eyes glimmered with intense longing. When the disciples of the four sects who had been following along saw what was happening, their scalps tingled with shock. That was especially true of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. Some of them anxiously tried to get the bane souls to stop chasing Bai Xiaochun, but the bane souls were completely and utterly focused, and ignored everything else but him. Help! They're trying to kill me! Bai Xiaochun fled for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tears leaked out of the corners of his eyes. Never could he have imagined that the medicinal pills he had concocted to attract bane beasts would, for some unknown reason, drag bane souls into the picture. Damn it! I must have made a mistake in my concocting and produced another strange pill. The bane souls were getting closer and closer, and seemed to be devolving further into madness as they chased him. Bai Xiaochun finally gritted his teeth and, heart aching, tossed one of the 4 medicinal pills far off into the distance. In that instant, The Bane souls shivered, and their heads swiveled. Then, most of them shot off after the medicinal pill he'd just thrown. Bai Xiaochun was finally able to truly flee. Some distance away, he looked over his shoulder, shivering. Behind him, the Bane souls were fighting over the medicinal pill. Shockingly, the one who ended up getting the pill in the end was the girl in the white dress, who tossed the pill into her mouth as soon as she wrested control of it. In that instant, the blankness in the girl's eyes faded a bit. A strange glow appeared, and her expression turned even more icy. For some reason, she suddenly seemed to possess intelligence. Slowly, the girl turned to look at Bai Xiaochun. When their eyes met, Bai Xiaochun's scalp started tingling so hard it felt like it was going to explode. At the same moment, a faint, bizarre voice was transmitted into his ear. "Come play with me, big bro." All the hair on Bai Xiaochun's body stood on end. Turning around, he fled as fast as he could. Chapter 149, Whether Sect Uncle Bai Wants It To or Not. That's not a Bane soul, that's an evil ghost. Heart pounding with fear, Bai Xiaochun fled at top speed. Moments ago, when his gaze met the young girl's, he had instantly been filled with a sensation of deadly crisis. The feeling had been so intense that it felt like every inch of his flesh and every drop of his blood was screaming in terror. He was filled with the premonition that if he ran any slower, he would die. That deathly feeling left him shaking visibly, panting, his eyes bloodshot as he pushed forward faster and faster, flying ever deeper into the depths of the fallen sword world. The next day, he looked over his shoulder to confirm that he wasn't being chased by any Bane souls, especially the little girl. When he saw that he was alone, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, fear still lingered in his heart regarding the events of the previous day. Something was really fishy about that girl in the white dress, he thought, scowling miserably. At first she looked like all the other Bane souls, but after she ate that strange pill, her aura completely changed. Just where exactly did I go wrong with that batch of pills? He thought about giving up on the idea, but the truth was that his medicinal pill had attracted the Bane beasts. In the end, he couldn't just give up that easily. Gritting his teeth, he went out to find more Bane beasts to research. At the same time, he studied the medicine formula he had used. 3 days later, after making some adjustments, he steeled himself and once again pulled out a pill furnace to start concocting. This time, there wasn't any thunder, nor any other strange signs. 4 violet medicinal pills appeared, which he carefully took outside to test, preparing ahead of time for what to do if Bane souls showed up. Soon, ripples filled the area as one Bane beast after another appeared. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't dare to make a move on them. He flew away at top speed, and then studied the area carefully. Before long, the medicinal pill had attracted over 20 Bane beasts, and not a single Bane soul had appeared. Finally, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, and even started to get excited. "It worked," he exclaimed, laughing loudly. As he removed the paper talismans he had stuck all over himself, the glow of the shields faded, and he hurried over to the Bane beasts. Soon, his wooden sword transformed into flashing beams of light as the fighting began. One Bane beast after another fell in death, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with wild delight as the streams of earth-string energy flew into his Dao bottle. After slaughtering the entire group, he looked in satisfaction at the gray liquid inside the bottle. In a very short moment, he had added more liquid into the bottle than he had in the past several days. Taking a deep breath, he headed to another area. There, he threw out another medicinal pill and sure enough, Bane beasts began to flock to the area. Laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochun immediately began to cut them down. Time passed. Because of the medicinal pills, the gray liquid in Bai Xiaochun's Dao bottle continued to build up at a shocking rate. Now he was collecting earth-string energy far more quickly than anyone else. A few days later, it had been a full month since Bai Xiaochun entered the fallen sword world. As for his Dao bottle, it was now 80% full of earth-string energy. Only 20% to go. He thought, more excited than ever. He wasn't sure how others were faring in their collection efforts, but he doubted many of them had surpassed him. However, being the perfectionist that he was, he decided that the best thing would be to fill 10% in a single shot. "I need more Bane beasts." Licking his lips, he headed further down into the fallen sword world until he found a wide open plain. There, he took a deep breath and then pulled out 2 medicinal pills. Hoping to attract even more Bane beasts than before, he crushed the pills and then scattered them around. It didn't take long before the air rippled as numerous Bane beasts appeared. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to attack them, causing rumbling booms to fill the area. Every Bane beast he slew caused earth-string energy to stream into his Dao bottle. Because of how he had crushed the pills, and also because of the favorable position he had chosen, which was close to the deepest parts of the fallen sword world, there were plenty of slumbering Bane beasts in the area. Soon, it wasn't a group of dozens that was converging on the area, it was closer to 100. Almost all of them were mid-level, with a few here and there that were high-level, the type that would normally require an entire group of chosen to take down. Bai Xiaochun's speed in killing the Bane beasts couldn't match the speed with which new ones appeared on the scene. Soon, there were 200 gathered in the area, and their numbers only continued to grow. Any cultivator who managed to catch sight of such a huge number of Bane beasts would go wild with joy. In fact, some of the disciples of the four sects did notice what was happening, and gathered on the periphery to snag whatever beasts they could. One of them was a young man who attacked with utter ruthlessness, and immediately caused quite a stir among the nearby Pillstream sect disciples. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun noticed him, and recognized him as the number one chosen from the Pillstream sect, Fang Lin. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too happy that he had drawn all these Bane beasts here only to have other people slaughter and take them. However, considering that he couldn't even keep up with the growing numbers, he simply gave a cold harumph and then ignored them. Gradually, a group of over 40 cultivators had gathered in the area. It was only at that point that they managed to get on equal footing with the Bane beasts. Elated, they began to join forces to make things go even faster. That was especially true of some of the Spirit Stream sect disciples. When they got close to Bai Xiaochun, he made sure to take care of them, ensuring that their harvest was even greater than before. Bai Xiaochun excitedly watched the earth-string liquid building up in his Dao bottle. Soon, it was 90% full. However, it was at that exact moment that more than 10 beams of light suddenly appeared up in the air. They wore matching robes, those of the Profound Stream sect, and leading them was a burly man surrounded by swirling electricity. The surrounding disciples' faces flickered, except for Fang Lin's. He simply continued to slaughter the Bane beasts, not even bothering to look over. Lei Shan, the number 2 chosen of the Profound Stream sect. Damn it. If he came by himself it might not be a big deal, but look at how many people he has with him. Even as everyone looked on with mixed expressions, Lei Shan glanced out over all the Bane beasts, and his eyes lit up with joy. He'd heard from some fellow Profound Stream sect disciples that a strange tide of Bane beasts had appeared, which was why he had hurried over in this direction. Only 40% of my bottle is empty. When it's full, I can form the Earthstring capture crystal. I can probably do that by killing all of these Bane beasts here. Lei Shan threw his head back and laughed uproariously. When the Profound Stream sect disciples at his side realized what he intended to do, one of them, a long-faced young man, chuckled darkly and stepped forward. Listen up, he bellowed to the disciples in the area. If you're not from the Profound Stream sect, beat it immediately. This place is our territory now. The disciples from the other 3 sects bristled with rage, while the Profound Stream sect disciples began to laugh as they joined Lei Shan's group. By that point, they were roughly 30 strong. Under Lei Shan's leadership, the group of 30 prepared to drive everyone away, and fight with deadly force against any who resisted. Chaos quickly ensued. You have 10 breaths of time to get the hell out of here, and leave your Dao bottles behind. If you don't want to go, then be prepared to lose your life. As the Profound Stream sect disciples glared around them, the Bloodstream sect disciples exchanged glances and then began to fall back. Most of the Bloodstream sect were on their own, like lone wolves, and didn't want to provoke Lei Shan. The Pillstream sect disciples were at a bit of a loss, and had no other choice than to fall back. Lei Shan hesitated for a moment when he realized that Fang Lin was in the crowd. He still suspected that the terrifying magical massacre which had been carried out a month before had been enacted by Fang Lin, and thus, didn't wish to provoke him. Because of the terrifying nature of the battlefield he had come across, he decided to simply let the Pillstream sect disciples leave. As for Fang Lin, he resolved not to do anything to offend him personally. As the Bloodstream sect and Pillstream sect disciples fled, the Spirit Stream sect disciples turned to see what Bai Xiaochun would do. Bai Xiaochun was incensed, but the group led by Lei Shan was simply too large. He only had about 10 people on his side, and if they got into a fight, he knew that while he might be able to make it out unscathed, they would have a harder time. There would likely be many serious injuries and even deaths. "All right, let's go," he said. "It's just a flood of beasts, after all. Your sect uncle will go start another one for you." Gritting his teeth, he was just about to leave when Lei Shan looked over and suddenly laughed. The Bloodstream sect disciples were ferocious, and he didn't have any wish to tangle with them. As for Fang Lin from the Pillstream sect, he also preferred to steer clear of him, but when it came to the Spirit Stream sect, once he realized it was Bai Xiaochun he was dealing with, as well as a few ordinary disciples, he recalled the information from his sect about Bai Xiaochun, and his expression became one of derision. "You people from the Spirit Stream sect can leave," he said, his eyes flickering with killing intent, "but your Dao bottles stay behind. Comply, or don't even think about leaving." The Spirit Stream sect disciples' faces fell, and Bai Xiaochun's anger grew. "You want to steal my animals and then rob my Dao bottle? You people are nothing but bullies." With a cold snort, Lei Shan began to fly toward the Spirit Stream sect disciples, joined by the rest of the Profound Stream sect, who were cackling viciously. "If you're being bullied, you should blame the fact that you don't have any powerful experts on your side." "Sect Uncle Bai, what do we do now?" The Spirit Stream sect disciples were trembling in anxiety, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand, within which could be seen a black medicinal pill, the very same pill which could attract Bane souls. Expression somber, eyes bloodshot, he turned to the Spirit Stream sect disciples and said, "Just wait until I throw out this medicinal pill, and then you guys." However, before he could finish speaking, the surrounding Spirit Stream sect disciples gasped, the terror on their faces vastly exceeding their terror at seeing the Profound Stream sect closing in. They immediately began to flee at top speed. "Is that the legendary aphrodisiac pill? Heavens! No wonder he can control the Bane beasts." Sect Uncle Bai is a god. The only thing that determines whether that pill works on the Bane beasts is whether Sect Uncle Bai wants it to or not. Let's get out of here. If we're too slow, we're dead. Chapter 150, Big Bro has something else to do. The Spirit Stream sect fled in abject terror. The Profound Stream sect wanted to block their path, but no threat could cause them to tremble like Bai Xiaochun's medicinal pills could. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped at the sight of his fellow disciples fleeing in such a fashion. Worried that he had pulled out the wrong pill, he looked down to confirm which pill he was holding. Clearing his throat, he then gave a mighty shout as he launched the pill into the air. It shot up and then exploded, becoming swirling black mist that spread out in all directions. Lei Shan frowned, and the Profound Stream sect disciples scattered, worried that the mist might be toxic. As for the Bane beasts in the area, as soon as they caught a whiff of the destroyed medicinal pill, their eyes lit up with madness, and they began to howl. At the same time, Lei Shan's eyes flickered as if with lightning as he watched Bai Xiaochun attempting to flee at high speed. Snorting coldly, he said, "Think you can leave just like that? Leave your Dao bottle behind." With that, he flicked his sleeve, causing thunder to boom, shoving the black mist away from him. Then he shot after Bai Xiaochun, moving with incredible speed. Lightning danced around him, and flames burned beneath his feet. As he closed in, he waved his right finger through the air. Rumbling could be heard as a sea of flames appeared, which then rose up into a huge wall that blocked Bai Xiaochun's path. Within the wall of flames, bolts of lightning appeared which then shot toward Bai Xiaochun. When the Profound Stream sect disciples saw this, their eyes glittered with derision. As far as they were concerned, Bai Xiaochun was dreaming if he thought he could escape from Lei Shan. A rogue Foundation establishment cultivator once chased elder brother Lei Shan for 7 days but never caught him. Even eldest brother Nine Isles praised his speed before. And then there's his flame lightning magic. Elder brother Lei Shan has already reached the pinnacle. Nobody in this generation could possibly match up to him. Bai Xiaochun is courting death. Even as the Profound Stream sect mocked him, Bai Xiaochun's anxiety increased. He knew that the Bane souls could show up at any moment, and that the best thing to do was leave this place as quickly as possible. Seeing that his path was blocked, his eyes flickered, and he slammed into the incoming bolts of lightning. Boom! As soon as the lightning bolts made contact with him, they shattered into countless sparks of electricity that scattered in all directions. Bai Xiaochun, on the other hand, didn't seem to have even a mark on him. He continued on to the wall of flames, and when he hit that, it exploded too, and he passed right through. "Impossible," Lei Shan said, his eyes widening with disbelief and shock. He was very familiar with his own magical techniques, and was confident that other than Nine Isles, Ghost Fang, Song Ke, and Fang Lin, there were no Qi condensation disciples who could pass through his flame lightning unharmed. And yet, unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochun had done exactly that. This guy is before he could finish speaking, an indescribable sensation of deadly crisis washed over him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the air rippling off in the distance as numerous Bane souls appeared, rushing in his direction with expressions of longing. "Bane souls," he gasped. Just as he was preparing to flee, his heart was struck with deathly terror. There are so many. Heavens! There weren't just 3 or 4 Bane souls approaching. The air rippled with constant fluctuations as dozens of them closed in, with even more behind them. From the look of it, there might be 100 in total. Among the Bane souls was a sinister young girl in a white dress, holding a bear. Her eyes swirled with underworldly light, and although her face was expressionless, Lei Shan and the dozens of Profound Stream sect disciples with him could hear chuckling in their ears. It was a bizarre, sinister laughter that instantly set their hearts pounding. Further off among the crowd of Bane beasts, Fang Lin's eyes went wide, and he began to flee, panting. Bai Xiaochun was further off, running for his life. He could also hear the chuckling, and it left his scalp numb with fear. Wings appeared behind the black walk on his back, and he blasted off at top speed. Humph! You think you can just steal my bane beasts? Those are Lord Bai's bane beasts. Nobody can just take them away. With a cold snort, he pushed forward even faster. Lei Shan swallowed hard, and his face was totally ashen. Having no time to pay any heed to his fellow disciples in the horde of beasts, he fled. About this time, the girl in the white dress shot out ahead of the horde of Bane souls to be the first to arrive in the area where the medicinal pill had exploded. There, she took a deep breath, causing the surrounding black mist to be sucked in through her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. At the same time, the surrounding Bane beasts began to tremble and then explode, transforming into ash. As for the few dozen profound stream sect disciples, their bodies were completely beyond their own control. White mist began to seep out of their own eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and was sucked away with the black mist by the girl. "Come play with me, big brothers," she said. No longer was her face expressionless. Her lips twitched into something like a smile, a terrifying smile that would cause any cultivator who saw it to tremble. Her voice reverberated through the air, matchlessly sinister, echoing out in all directions. The disciples of the profound stream sect felt as if their souls were being ripped out of their bodies. Their flesh and blood withered, and they became like stiff corpses which hopped over to the girl's side, where they began to lurch and dance as if they were playing with her. Their withered bodies and stiff limbs provided a bizarre scene, and from a distance, Lei Shan and Fang Lin looked on with ashen faces. Hearts trembling, they began to flee in terror. What kind of Bane soul is that? The sect's information didn't list anything about Bane souls like that. It can even talk. That's impossible. Lei Shan and Fang Lin were both shaking as they fled in different directions, resorting to life-saving magics to flee as fast as possible. The other Bane souls around the little girl weren't able to absorb any of the black mist, and soon they calmed down, and began to float aimlessly with blank expressions on their faces. The little girl stood there in their midst, looking completely bizarre. By now, her eyes were pitch black. Momentarily ignoring the fleeing Lei Shan and Fang Lin, she slowly turned in the direction Bai Xiaochun had fled in. Then her lips twitched into something that almost looked like a smile, and she flew after Lei Shan. Deep in the fallen sword world, Bai Xiaochun flew along at top speed for 2 days before finally slowing down. That little girl in the white dress left him shivering in fear. However, as soon as he thought about how he had filled his Dao bottle by more than 90%, he realized that he only needed a bit more earth string energy to form the earth string capture crystal. Therefore, he began to carefully use his medicinal pills to attract more Bane beasts to collect the last bit of earth string energy he needed. 2 days later, he had gathered a few dozen Bane beasts in a remote location. After slaughtering the entire group, his Dao bottle was completely filled with earth string energy. The gray liquid began to bubble and boil, and then solidify. Soon, cracking sounds could be heard, and the bottle shattered. A gray crystal was revealed, which Bai Xiaochun grabbed. Almost instantly, he felt a connection between himself and the world around him, a resonance that he hadn't felt before. This crystal was like a key that unlocked the barrier between himself and the world. "It worked," he exclaimed. He now felt more confident than ever that if he absorbed enough energy, he would be able to reach Foundation establishment. However, he knew that he shouldn't go about it carelessly. He needed to find a safe place to go through the process. After all, if someone interfered with the process, causing it to fail, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Suppressing his excitement, he was about to begin his search for a safe location when suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back and up his neck. Without even thinking about it, he looked over his shoulder, and saw a face directly behind him. It was a little girl's face, her lips twisted into a bizarre smile. Everything around him was deathly quiet. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and his hair began to stand on end. The flame of his life force flickered a bit, as his intuition told him that this girl was extremely dangerous. "Come play with me, big bro," she said in a sinister voice. In that same instant, a cold wind blew past, and Bai Xiaochun suddenly realized that the girl wasn't holding the skinless, blood-colored bear anymore. She was holding something else, and when Bai Xiaochun realized what it was, his heart began to pound. It was a tiny cultivator, skinned like the bear had been. Although it wasn't easy to tell at first, it was none other than Lei Shan. The majestic number 2 chosen from the profound stream sect was being held in the arms of this little girl. Clearly, he wasn't dead either. He was trembling from the pain, and his tongue had been removed, making it impossible for him to speak. Bai Xiaochun's mouth and throat went dry, and he began to back away, shaking physically. All of a sudden, he realized that he had no idea how long the girl had been following him. Big bro has something else to do right now," he said, feeling like he was about to cry. "Why don't you go find somebody else to play with?" There's a guy named Song K, and another called Nine Isles. Oh right. There's also Fang Lan. Why you can go play with them, alright? However, the girl continued to advance on him, chuckling. As she neared, she suddenly began to breathe in deeply. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's mind began to spin, and he felt his life force stirring, as though it were about to be ripped out of him. At that moment, any other person really would have lost their life force, but Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body was powerful. The silver light of the undying live forever technique flickered in resistance. Bai Xiaochun let out a piercing shriek as the sensation of imminent death washed over him. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his third strange pill and threw it off into the distance. In that instant, the girl's eyes flickered with mysterious light. Happily ignoring Bai Xiaochun, she went off after the medicinal pill. Face Ashen, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the moment to flee as fast as he could. The girl didn't chase him. After retrieving the medicinal pill, she put it in her mouth, and her eyes grew even blacker than before. A bizarre smile appeared on her face as she turned her head to look in the direction Bai Xiaochun had fled.